Chapter 1, A Marriage from Heaven. Tsinghua University and Peking University College, Comprehensive Building Number 1, large classroom on the third floor. The warm afternoon light shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows onto the polished obsidian floor. The air is filled with a light, calming sandalwood scent, which is designed to help students concentrate better. On the podium, an old professor wearing a monocle was explaining the development and changes of psychic theory in a rhythmic manner. Xiaochen sat by the window in the back row of the classroom, his chin supported by his hand. His gaze seemed to be fixed on the spiritual plant golden-leafed banyan tree outside the window that was swaying gently in the breeze. In fact, his mind had long been immersed in introspection, carefully guiding the weak but constantly flowing sea of qi in his body, absorbing the spiritual energy in the air, which was much thinner than that in the dormitory. This is his daily practice, all the time, every second counts. Therefore, the stability of the psychic matrix directly determines the operating efficiency of modern psychic equipment, from the mobile phones in your hands to the intercity high-speed psychic trains. The old professor's voice seemed to come from far away. Fatty Zhao, his friend sitting next to him, nudged him gently with his elbow and lowered his voice. "Hey, Brother Chen, are you daydreaming again?" The old scholar has been staring at this sight for several times. Xiaochen came back to his senses, and the circulation of qi in his body slowly calmed down. He smiled helplessly and whispered, "I'm listening." The core of the psychic matrix is stability. Fatty Zhao, whose real name is Zhaokua, got this name because of his wealthy family and chubby body. He has 3 spiritual roots of fire, earth and gold, a cheerful personality, and has the closest relationship with Xiaochen. He curled his lips and said, "Come on, looking at you like that, I know you're secretly practicing your slow-paced skills again. If I were you, your perseverance is unparalleled. You have 5 mixed spiritual roots and you're still working so hard. If it were me, I would have gone home to help my father manage the business long ago." Xiaochen just smiled and didn't respond. Mixed spiritual roots, especially those with all 5 attributes like him, are almost synonymous with waste in today's cultivation system that pursues purity and perfection. They advance slowly and require several times more time and resources than those with a single spiritual root, but the effect is half the effort with twice the result. From an outsider's perspective, he was able to enter Peking University and Tsinghua University, both of which are renowned for their talent, entirely due to his unknown family connections. He was also happy with this. Keeping a low profile could reduce trouble and give him more time to practice in silence. The bell for the end of get out of class rang crisply, produced by a musical instrument that could effectively relieve mental fatigue. The students stood up one after another and the classroom suddenly became noisy. The get out of class is finally over. This theoretical class made me dizzy. Zhaokua complained as he packed up his notes and blackboard. "What are your plans for the afternoon?" Another classmate, Li Hao, came over. He had dual attribute wood and earth spiritual roots, a calm personality, and was the class study committee member. "What else can I do?" "The practice room test. I don't want to look bad in the grade assessment next month." Zhaokua sighed, then became excited again. "But I heard that this semester's new elective course, Basic Weapon Refining Practice, is incredibly popular. It teaches how to refine simple offensive magical tools, and the spots are being snapped up like crazy. It's a shame it requires a dominant fire or gold spiritual root, so I guess my mixed flame won't be a good fit." Li Hao nodded. Weapon refining and formation techniques have always been popular. "By the way, Xiaochen, what about you? What elective did you choose?" Xiaochen put the notebook into his storage ring and said casually, "I chose Basic Formation Analysis and Application, but..." "Formation?" Zhaokua exclaimed exaggeratedly, "My brother, that stuff is even more boring than the old scholar's theoretical lectures. It's all about lines and node calculations, which is both mentally and physically demanding. Moreover, the formation is extremely difficult to learn. Without some talent, you can't learn it at all. Why did you choose this?" "Well, I think it might be of some use," Xiaochen said in a flat tone. He chose the formation because, on the one hand, his own technique required extremely high levels of mental control, and learning the formation would help him hone this ability. On the other hand, multi-attribute spiritual power might offer unexpected advantages when constructing and driving complex formations. Of course, he wouldn't say this. It is useful, yes. I heard that powerful formation masters are highly respected and the army is vying for them, but that is for the big guys to do. Well, you can study it slowly." Zhaokua put his arm around their shoulders and said, let's go eat our stomachs first. I heard the cafeteria has red flame barbarian beef available today. If you go too late, there won't be any left." The cafeteria of Tsinghua and Peking University can be described as a palace of gourmet spiritual food. There are dozens of windows under the huge dome, serving a variety of dishes rich in spiritual energy. Of course, the prices are also divided into different levels. The three of them finished their meal and found a seat by the side. The red flame barbarian beef was indeed in high demand, so they could only grab a small portion. The meat was bright red, steaming, and contained fire aura. While they were eating, there was a slight commotion at the entrance of the cafeteria, and many people couldn't help but glance over. A cold and beautiful figure walked in. She was wearing a moon-white uniform specially made for Tsinghua University and Peking University, but it could not hide her slender figure, skin as white as snow, eyebrows and eyes as picturesque, and long jet-black hair simply tied behind her head. There seemed to be a faint chill lingering around her, making people dare not approach easily. "It's Yi Qingxue," someone whispered. Hiss. As expected of our academy's ice goddess, her aura is incredible. Heavenly spiritual roots, I heard he's about to break through to the middle stage of the third stage. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. Not only is she talented, but she also has a good family background. She seems to be the daughter of the Yi family in the imperial capital. Whispers echoed in every corner of the cafeteria, mixed with looks of envy, admiration, and awe. Yi Qingxue seemed to have long been accustomed to this kind of scene. She walked towards a relatively quiet window with an expressionless face and without looking around, ordered a simple meal of spiritual vegetables and fruits, sat alone in the corner, and ate quietly, as if the noise around her had nothing to do with her. Zhaoqua's eyes widened as he poked Xiao Chen with the spoon in his hand. Look. School beauty Yi. TSK, if I could say a word, I could brag about it for 3 years. Li Hao was more rational and whispered, don't dream. They are the phoenix in the sky, and we, mainly you, are the ones on earth. Well, let's eat your flesh quickly. Xiao Chen also looked up. Yi Qingxue, a celebrity in the academy, the dream lover of countless boys, has an ice-type spiritual root, extraordinary talent, stunning beauty, and a prominent family background. She almost embodies all the good things in one person. However, he was from a completely different world compared to a useless spiritual root like him who got in through connections. There was not much ripple in his heart, but he simply appreciated the beautiful things. He then lowered his head and continued to deal with the spiritual rice on the plate. After dinner, the three of them separated. Zhaoqua and Li Hao went to the public training area, while Xiao Chen went straight back to his single dormitory. Tsinghua and Peking University have abundant resources, and senior students or students with outstanding performance can apply for better accommodation. Xiao Chen's single dormitory is also quite good, with 1 bedroom and 1 living room, a private bathroom and a small personal meditation room. The walls of the quiet room are engraved with basic spirit gathering and sound isolating formations. Although the effect cannot be compared with those of advanced training rooms, it is private and available at any time. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the cushion in the middle of the quiet room, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. The next moment, the 5 chi seas in his body slowly rotated at the same time, corresponding to the 5 colors of gold, green, blue, red and yellow, representing the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire and earth respectively. If someone could look inside his body, they would be stunned. How could an ordinary cultivator and warrior possess 5 such huge and harmoniously functioning spiritual power cores? This is the extraordinary aspect of Tai Yen Ling Ju and also his biggest secret. This technique required an abnormally high affinity for spiritual energy from the practitioner. Coincidentally, he was born with an extraordinary affinity for spiritual energy. The combination of the two barely made up for the defects brought about by his mixed spiritual roots, and even made his total amount of spiritual energy and recovery speed far exceed those of his peers. However, the spiritual energy required for advancement also accumulated to a terrifying number. The spiritual energy from the spirit stone in his hand in the quiet room gathered together at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, passing through the pores of his skin and being greedily absorbed and refined by the 5 chi seas. This process was slow and determined, requiring great patience and mental control. Time passes quietly in this quiet practice. When he opened his eyes again, it was already night outside the window, with stars twinkling in the sky. In the distance, the psychic light strips of the imperial capital were like flowing rivers of stars, outlining the outline of this magnificent city. Feeling the spiritual power growing slightly in his body, Xiao Chen sighed, there is still a long way to go. After taking a shower and changing into loose home clothes, the latest model of psychic communication phone on the table rang, and the word mother jumped on the screen. Xiao Chen answered the phone, and Xin Yueli's gentle and smiling face appeared on the psychic screen, and the background seemed to be an elegant hotel room. Xiao Chen, have you eaten? What are you doing? Mother's voice always has the power to soothe people's hearts. I've eaten and just finished practicing. Mom, why are you calling me at this time? It looks like you're not at home. Xiao Chen noticed the difference in the background. You guessed it. Xin Yueli smiled even more happily. Mom, I'm in the capital. Ha? Why did you come here suddenly without telling me in advance? Where's Dad? Xiao Chen was a little surprised. The Xiao family in Lingnan was busy with affairs, and his mother rarely traveled far away alone. He's busy with his own things. I came to see my son. By the way. Xin Yueli's tone was filled with mystery and uncontrollable excitement. It's a big event, a happy event. Happy event? Xiao Chen was even more confused. Yes. Such great joy. Xin Yueli leaned closer to the screen, lowering her voice, but unable to conceal her excitement. Xiao Chen, do you remember when you were very young, your grandfather arranged a marriage for you? Child marriage? Xiao Chen sat up straight suddenly, his head buzzing. Mom, you are not kidding, right? What era is this? And Grandpa? In his impression, Grandpa has always been very mysterious and has long been indifferent to the affairs of the clan. Who's kidding you? Xin Yueli scolded. Of course it's true. The marriage certificate is still at home. I didn't tell you before because I thought you were still young, and the other party's family didn't seem to mention it. But now it's different. The girl's family took the initiative to contact me and hope to fulfill the engagement. I saw the girl's photo. Oh, she is so beautiful. Her talents and family background are first class. She is more than enough for you. Xiao Chen was completely confused, feeling the amount of information was overwhelming. Wait, Mom. Whose family is that? And who is that girl? I've never even seen her. This. If you haven't seen it yet, you can see it tomorrow. Xin Yueli interrupted him and made the final decision. Tomorrow is the weekend, perfect. Mom has already made an appointment with the other woman. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to her house for a formal meeting. Don't worry, Mom's judgment of people is spot on, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. No, Mom, this is too sudden. Xiao Chen tried to struggle. Arranged marriage? And in modern times, where spiritual energy has been revived for many years. This is simply outrageous. What's so sudden? Good things take time. Xin Yueli didn't even give him a chance to refute. It's settled. I'll pick you up from the academy tomorrow morning, so dress smartly. Okay, enough talking. Mommy still needs to do a spiritual plant essence mask for a while. I need to be in top shape to meet my future mother-in-law and daughter-in-law tomorrow. Bye, go to bed early. After saying that, without giving Xiao Chen a chance to speak again, the communication was cut off. Xiao Chen stood there with his phone in his hand, not coming back to his senses for a long time. Child marriage? Arranged by Grandpa? And the other party is from the capital? Mother is extremely satisfied? Meeting tomorrow? A series of question marks made him dizzy. He tried to search his memory for any clues about his grandfather's engagement, but found nothing. This was even more unbelievable than asking him to challenge a high-level monster. That night, Xiao Chen tossed and turned in bed, his mind in a mess. He was curious about his unknown fiancée, but more of it was a sense of absurdity and a hint of inexplicable resistance. It wasn't until the latter part of the night that he fell into a drowsy sleep. His dreams were filled with bizarre things. One moment, his 5 chi-seas were spinning wildly, the next, his mother was smiling at him with a big red wedding certificate, and the next, it turned into a vague female figure shrouded in fog. He had no idea that the person he would meet the next day would bring such stormy waves to his peaceful campus life. Chapter 2, Entering the Boudoir. The next morning, Xiao Chen was dragged out of the dormitory by his carefully dressed mother, Xin Yueli, with a pair of faint dark circles under his eyes. A luxury car engraved with the Qingfeng array pattern was already waiting downstairs. The driver was a middle-aged man with a calm demeanor. When he saw Xin Yueli and Xiao Chen, he respectfully opened the car door. Mom, is it really so early? Xiao Chen yawned loudly. He hadn't slept well last night. Words like child marriage and fiancé were swirling in his mind. Besides, do we really want to go? What era is this? Arranged marriages are illegal, right? Xin Yueli rolled her eyes at him and stuffed him into the car. Stop talking nonsense. What arranged marriage? This is called fulfilling an agreement. It's a fate that the two old men had decided long ago. Besides, how could Mom harm you? Aunt Sue was a very kind person, and her daughter is even more. At this point, Xinyueli's eyes lit up again. Oh, anyway, you'll know when you see her. She's absolutely a fairy-like person. It's really unfair for her to be paired with a silly boy like you. The vehicle started smoothly, and the built-in suspension formation made it almost impossible to feel the bumps in the car. It drove towards Longting Garden, one of the core areas of the imperial capital, where aristocratic families lived. Xiao Chen leaned back in the comfortable leather seat, watching the buildings whizzing by outside the window, a fusion of classical and modern psychic technology. He couldn't help but complain again, a fairy? Mom, your filter is too strong. Who knows if you're deliberately exaggerating to sell me? Besides, will the girl agree? What era is this? Are you still talking about parents' orders? Maybe she already has someone she loves. It would be so embarrassing for us to go there. Pfft, pfft, what a crow's mouth. Xinyueli patted him lightly. Suwan told me that her daughter is well-behaved and sensible, and the most filial. She has already agreed to meet. Besides, what's wrong with my son? It's just that his spiritual roots are, well, a little ordinary. But how can our family background and character not be worthy of her Yi family? The Yi family? Xiao Chen caught the key words. The Yi family in the imperial capital? The Yi family that's said to have a huge business and is very influential in both the political and business circles? That's right. Xinyueli said with a hint of pride. Although they lack a little bit of foundation compared to our Xiao family, they are still one of the most prominent families in the imperial capital. Now you can finally rest assured, right? Their daughter is a proper lady from a noble family with good talent. I heard that she has a strong ice-attributed spiritual root. Ice-attribute spiritual roots? Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. It was over. He would probably look down on his famous miscellaneous spiritual roots even more. He could already imagine the other party's look of disgust yet having to remain polite when they met. This was not a happy occasion at all, but clearly a large-scale social death scene in preparation. He sighed and collapsed in his chair. Mom, can I not go? Just say I have a sudden illness and need to retreat. Don't even think about it. Xinyueli flatly refused. Even if your legs are broken today, you have to crawl for me. Under the mother's coercion and continuous praise of Missy, the psychic car drove into a quiet villa area and finally stopped slowly in front of a mansion that combined Chinese classical charm with modern architectural aesthetics. Someone who looked like a butler was already waiting at the door, respectfully leading the two of them inside. After passing through the spiritual courtyard and entering the spacious, bright, and elegantly decorated hall, a woman who looked to be about 30 years old, wearing a moon-white long dress and with a gentle and beautiful temperament, came up to greet me with a smile. Sister Yueli, you are finally here. This must be Xiaochen, right? He is so handsome and tall, a man of good looks. The woman's voice was soft, and her eyes fell on Xiaochen, looking at him with kindness. Sister Suwan, long time no see, you are still so young and beautiful. Xinyueli enthusiastically stepped forward and took her hand, then turned back to Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Chen, call me Aunt Sue. Hello, Aunt Sue. Xiao Chen quickly put away his laziness and complaints along the way and showed a decent smile. Aunt Sue had a gentle temperament, which made people feel good about her and alleviated some of his embarrassment. Okay, please take a seat. Suwan smiled and asked the two to sit down on the precious sandalwood sofa. The maid immediately served them fragrant spiritual tea and exquisite snacks. The two mothers soon began to chat enthusiastically, from interesting things in the past to current cultivation, and then to the customs and habits of the imperial capital in Lingnan. They laughed constantly, as if they had endless things to say. Xiaochen sat quietly by the side, listening to the two elders chatting, occasionally smiling in agreement, but sleepiness came over him in waves like the tide. He didn't sleep well last night and got up early in the morning. The living room was filled with pleasant fragrance, the temperature was just right, the sofa was soft, and the gentle conversation of his mother and Aunt Sue was like a lullaby. His eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. He tried hard to stay awake, but his head sank lower and lower. The attentive Suwan noticed his condition and asked softly, Are you a little tired, Xiaochen? You don't look very energetic. Xinyueli only then noticed her son's embarrassment and slapped him in annoyance. You kid, you must not have slept well last night. How rude of you to be so disrespectful in front of Aunt Sue. Xiao Chen shuddered and suddenly woke up. His ears turned red with embarrassment. I'm sorry, Aunt Sue, Suwon covered her mouth and chuckled, it's okay, it's okay. It's common for young people to be sleepy. Qing Shui is the same. She often sleeps in. She naturally mentioned her daughter's name, then said, well, Qing Shui is out visiting friends anyway, and it'll probably be a while before she comes back. If Xiaochen feels sleepy, why don't you go to the guest room and rest up? Get some rest, and then you can see her when she comes back. Xin Yueli felt a little embarrassed. This is too troublesome. It's no trouble, there's a clean guest room on the second floor. Suwon said with a sincere smile. Xiaochen was indeed very sleepy, his head feeling dizzy. Seeing that his mother did not strongly object, he said, then, thank you Aunt Sue. I am indeed a little sleepy. Go quickly. Suwon nodded with a smile. Xiaochen followed his instructions and headed for the stairs. However, he was so sleepy that his mind was a little hazy. The staircases on the second and third floors were somewhat similar in design, and he walked up one more floor in a daze. When he reached the third floor, he saw a half-open door. Thinking it was a guest room, he pushed the door open and walked in without thinking much. The room is decorated in a fresh and elegant style, with white as the main color. There is a pot of ice orchid emitting a faint chill placed by the window, and the air is filled with a faint cool and sweet fragrance. There are some exquisite bottles and jars placed on the dressing table and on the bookshelf against the wall. In addition to cultivation classics, there are also a few cute little dolls. This layout doesn't look like a guest room at all. But Xiaochen was so sleepy that he had no time to observe these details. He just thought that the room smelled nice and made him more relaxed. When he saw the big bed in the middle covered with a soft velvet blanket and hung with gauze curtains, it was like he saw a savior. He kicked off his shoes and didn't even bother to take off his coat. He fell headfirst onto the soft and fragrant bed. Almost instantly, he was overwhelmed by the tide of sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep. He even rubbed the pillow unconsciously. The cool and sweet fragrance seemed to have a better calming effect, making him sleep even more deeply. Downstairs, Xin Yueli and Suwon continued chatting. Sister Yueli, what do you think about these two children? Suwon's tone was tentative. I think she's great. Xin Yueli said firmly. Although our Xiaochen's spiritual roots are a bit ordinary, he has a down-to-earth personality, is hardworking, and has a good heart. Your Qing Shui is even better. She's talented and beautiful. The more I see her, the more I like her. As long as the two children have no objections, we as parents have to support her. Hearing this, Suwon's smile deepened, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, as long as the children are fine, we're relieved. It's just that Qing Shui has a cold personality, and we've spoiled her and she has a bit of a bad temper. Xiaochen will have to bear with her in the future. Young people, just get along with each other. I think Xiaochen is very caring. The two mothers had a great conversation and had already begun to imagine their beautiful future life. The other protagonist at the center of their topic, Yi Qingshui, was currently riding in the family's psychic car, heading towards Longting Garden. She had no idea that an uninvited guest would soon appear in her boudoir, and that this meeting arranged by her elders would unfold in a way that was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Chapter 3: Awkward First Encounter. When Yi Qingshui returned home, she felt a mixture of indescribable irritability and resigned calmness. Her mother had already told her in the communication that someone from the Xiao family in Lingnan had come. It was said that the fiancé her grandfather had arranged for her when she was still a baby would come to visit today. She was deeply repulsed by this sudden engagement. What era was this still about parents' orders and matchmakers' words? Moreover, she, Yi Qingshui, was the proud daughter of the Yi family in the imperial capital, the acknowledged campus beauty of Peking University and Tsinghua University, a genius with ice-type spiritual roots. She had her own pride and pursuits. Why would she marry a worthless person she had never met, who was said to have mixed spiritual roots of the 5 elements and had only gotten into Peking University and Tsinghua University through connections? Even though her mother Suwon repeatedly comforted her by saying that the Xiao family had a deep background and that the child was said to have good character and temperament, she was still feeling a bit upset. She went out to visit friends today and wanted to escape temporarily. Qing Shui is back? Suwon was chatting happily with Xin Yueli. Seeing her daughter come in, she smiled and waved, "Come here quickly, meet your Aunt Xin." Yi Qingshui suppressed her emotions, walked forward, and bowed slightly with impeccable etiquette. "Hello, Aunt Xin." Her voice was cold, like ice beads falling on a jade plate. Xin Yueli's eyes lit up. She took Yi Qingshui's hand and looked her up and down. The more she looked, the more she liked her. Oh, this is Qingxue, right? She is 100 times more beautiful than in the photo. This temperament, this appearance, is really. Sister Su-wan, you are so lucky. Yi Qingxue pulled her hand back somewhat uncomfortably, her face still expressionless. Aunt Shen, you are too kind. Su-wan noticed her daughter's awkwardness and tried to smooth things over. Qingxue, you just came back. Go upstairs and change your clothes and dress up a little before coming down. She gave her daughter a wink, meaning for her to be polite. Yi Qingxue was too lazy to deal with it, so she took the opportunity to leave after hearing this. She nodded and said, Okay, mother, Aunt Shen, I'll be leaving for a moment. After that, she turned around and walked straight towards the stairs. She was in a state of restlessness and didn't notice the deeper meaning behind her mother's words asking her to dress up. She just wanted to go back to her own little world and calm down. She walked up to the third floor as usual, came to the door of her room, pushed it open and entered. The curtains in the room were drawn and it was a little dark. She didn't turn on the lights, just put down her small bag, rubbed her swollen temples, and walked towards the built-in bathroom. The warm water washes over the body, but it cannot wash away the boredom in my heart. Xiao Chen. She muttered the name silently. She had certainly heard of him at the academy, even seen him a few times from a distance. A seemingly ordinary, even somewhat mediocre boy who always sat in the corner. His only distinguishing features were his renowned 5 attribute mixed spiritual roots and his reputation as a well-connected family. Why would her grandfather arrange such a marriage for her? Had the Yi family's current predicament really reached the point where she needed to sacrifice her happiness for the sake of another family? Even if that family was the Lingnan Shao family? The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved and unwilling she felt. She quickly finished her shower, turned off the faucet, took a large bath towel to dry her body, and walked out of the bathroom barefoot and naked. The room was still dim, with only a faint light coming through the gaps in the curtains. She walked to the center of the room, casually pushed her wet long hair aside, wiped it with a bath towel, and with her other hand, she pressed the psychic light switch in the center of the room with a click. The soft and bright light instantly dispelled the darkness. It also illuminates the object in the room that shouldn't be there. Yi Qingxue subconsciously walked towards the cloakroom, still thinking about which clothes to wear to meet the guests. She didn't want to be too casual and impolite, but she also didn't want to appear too deliberate. Just as she passed by the bed, she seemed to catch a glimpse of something moving under the soft velvet quilt out of the corner of her eye. She stopped abruptly, her heart skipped a beat, and she turned her head in confusion. On the large bed that belonged to her and was covered with white sheets, a man was rubbing his eyes and sitting up dazedly. He seemed to be awakened by the sudden light, and his face was still confused and drowsy. Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze. Time seemed to stand still. Yi Qingxue's mind went blank. Her beautiful, cold eyes instantly widened to their limit. She looked at the strange yet familiar man on the bed, and her gaze involuntarily turned downwards. Ah! A scream powerful enough to shatter glass just burst out of her throat, but before it could even fully erupt, it was strangled in the cradle. The moment she opened her mouth, Xiao Chen on the bed was completely awakened by this sudden situation and the infinitely beautiful spring scenery before him. Almost as an instinctive reaction, the 5 chi seas in his body were circulating frantically at an unprecedented speed. I saw a blurry shadow flash by. It was so fast that it was beyond imagination. Yi Qingxue only felt a flash before her eyes, and an irresistible force instantly hit her. A big warm hand covered her mouth tightly, completely blocking her scream that was enough to attract all the guards in the mansion. At the same time, a pure and strange mixed spiritual power instantly surged into her body, cleverly blocking several of her key energy nodes, causing her whole body to soften. The condensed icy spiritual power instantly dissipated, and she was unable to mobilize the strength to resist for a while. Yi Qingxue was shocked, angry and ashamed. She struggled desperately, but her body was restrained by that force and she could only make vague whimpering sounds. Her flawless body, never before seen by any man, was now exposed without a covering to the gaze and restraint of a strange man. Humiliation, fear, and anger instantly overwhelmed her. Don't scream. Don't scream. Classmate Yi. It's a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. Xiao Chen's heart was pounding, almost jumping out of his throat. He covered her mouth tightly with one hand, and to prevent her from struggling violently and touching places that shouldn't be touched, he could only awkwardly put his arm around her shoulders to restrain her, keeping his body as far away as possible. He spoke very quickly, his voice low and filled with anxiety and embarrassment. I'm Xiao Chen. From the Lingnan Shao family. I came with my mother to visit Aunt Sue. Aunt Sue asked me to come up and rest, but I went to the wrong room. I really didn't know this was your room. I was so sleepy I fell asleep. I didn't see anything. Seriously. I swear. He poured out his explanations in one go, and a cold sweat broke out on his face. If she really screamed, attracting the Yi family guards and seeing this scene, he couldn't imagine the consequences. He couldn't wash himself away even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Breaking into the boudoir, peeping at someone bathing, with ill intentions, any one of these would be enough to make him suffer, not to mention that the other party was a young lady from the Yi family. Yi Qingxue froze in her struggles when she heard the word Xiao Chen. It was him? Her blind date today? Why was he here? And on her bed? And still holding her like this? The huge amount of information and extreme shame and anger made her mind a mess. Feeling the struggle of the delicate body in his arms weaken, Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but still didn't dare to let go. He continued to whisper hurriedly, "Student Yi, calm down. Listen to me. This really is a misunderstanding. My mother and Aunt Sue are downstairs. If they saw us like this, we would both be finished. What about your reputation? Please, calm down. I'll let go of my hand, and you don't scream, okay? I'll turn around immediately, and you put on your clothes right away. I promise I won't look back." His tone was anxious and sincere, pleading, without any hint of vulgarity or taking advantage of the situation. Yi Qingxue's chest, which had been heaving violently, gradually calmed down a bit, and her rationality returned a little. Although she was ashamed and angry, she also understood that what Xiao Chen said made sense. This matter must not be made a big deal. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. She stared intently at the face so close to her, a face that seemed ordinary in the academy, but now seemed somewhat vivid due to anxiety and embarrassment. She nodded with difficulty and very slightly, her eyes still filled with cold murderous intent and warning. Xiao Chen, as if granted amnesty, carefully and slowly loosened his hand that was covering her mouth. At the same time, he quickly released his other hand as well. He suddenly took 2 steps back as if he had been electrocuted, and immediately turned around, his back to her. "I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to. Hurry and put on your clothes. I will never look back." The moment she was free, Yi Qingxue's first reaction was to condense ice cones to pierce the scoundrel into a sieve. However, her body's spiritual power was temporarily disturbed and was not functioning smoothly. Moreover, his unreasonably agile skills also made her feel suspicious and doubtful. This was definitely not the speed and control that an ordinary second-level mixed spiritual root should have. More importantly, the way he turned around quickly without any hesitation, and the distance he deliberately kept when he restrained her just now, really didn't seem like it was intentional. A strong sense of shame surged in her heart again. She suddenly grabbed the bath towel that had fallen beside her and wrapped it around her body. Her voice was as cold as ice, with a barely perceptible tremor. If you dare to look back, I will dig out your eyes. Don't look back. Absolutely not look back." Xiao Chen kept making promises with his back to her, his body as stiff as a stone. He could clearly hear the sound of his own heart beating wildly and the rustling sound of people getting dressed quickly behind him. Every second feels like a century. The only sounds in the room were the 2 people's rapid breathing and the slight sound of clothes rubbing against each other. The atmosphere of embarrassment, tension, and fear almost solidified into reality. Xiao Chen's mind was in a tizzy. It's over. This is completely screwed. It's actually the school beauty Yi Qingxue. She must be a daughter of the Yi family. My fiancé? How could this be such a coincidence? Chapter 4 Courtyard Chat. Hearing the rustling sound of clothes behind him stop, Xiao Chen stiffened his body and spoke again cautiously, his voice still carrying a hint of embarrassment. Mr. Yi, I'll go downstairs first. Later, in front of the elders, let's behave normally? Just pretend nothing happened? As for the rest, we can talk about it alone later." There was silence behind him, only a cold and piercing gaze that seemed to poke 2 holes in his back. Xiao Chen felt uneasy and didn't dare to stay any longer. He moved to the door almost stiffly, groped to open it, slipped out, and gently closed the door. Leaning against the cold door, Xiao Chen let out a long, silent breath, feeling his back soaked with cold sweat. He raised his hand and rubbed his face vigorously, trying to dispel the heat on his face and the fear in his heart. The scene just now was etched in his mind like a brand, that perfect body gleaming like ivory under the light, wet black hair sticking to snow-white skin, water droplets sliding down her graceful curves, especially those clear yet icy eyes. Hiss. Xiao Chen took a breath subconsciously and felt his nasal cavity was a little hot. He quickly shook his head and forced himself to calm down. Calm down, Xiao Chen, calm down. It was an accident, a pure accident. He warned himself in a low voice, but the corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably in a strange arc, and he muttered in a voice that only he could hear, but, to be honest, Yi Qingshua's figure is really, well, quite good. Realizing what he was thinking, he quickly put on a stern face and looked around at the empty third-floor corridor like a thief. He straightened his messy collar and tried to look calm. He took a few deep breaths, adjusted his facial expression, and then walked downstairs. However, his steps seemed much lighter than when he came. In the living room downstairs, Xin Yueli and Su Wan seemed unaware of the little commotion upstairs and continued to talk and laugh. Mom, Aunt Su. Xiao Chen walked back to the living room, trying his best to make his expression look natural. Have you had a good rest? You look much more energetic. Xin Yueli glanced at him. Yeah, much better. Thank you, Aunt Su. Xiao Chen answered politely, but he didn't dare to glance towards the stairs. After a while, there was a slight sound of footsteps coming down the stairs. The three people in the living room looked at the same time. Yi Qingxue came down after changing her clothes. She was wearing a well-cut ice blue knee-length skirt, the hem of which outlined her slender waist and straight calves. Her long hair, which had been tied up, was now softly draped over her shoulders, with a little moisture on the ends of her hair, which made her neck look slender and her skin look even whiter and more translucent. However, deep in her cold eyes, there was a hint of shame and coldness that she tried hard to conceal. She walked down the stairs, her eyes calmly sweeping across the living room. The moment her eyes met Xiao Chen's, she quickly looked away as if burned. A faint blush appeared at the base of her ears, but she quickly returned to her cold and aloof look. Mom, Aunt Xin. Her voice was even colder than before, and there was almost no emotion in it. Qingxue is here, come and sit down. Su Wan greeted her with a smile. She didn't seem to notice anything unusual about her daughter. She just felt that her daughter looked more eye-catching after dressing up, and she was secretly satisfied in her heart. Xin Yueli was even more delighted and kept praising, Qingxue looks good in anything she wears. This dress suits you so well. Lunch was quickly prepared, and the long dining table was filled with exquisite spiritual food, which was colorful, fragrant, and full of spiritual energy. The four of them sat down, and Xin Yueli and Su Wan naturally arranged Xiao Chen and Yi Qingshue's seats together. This meal was a torture for Xiao Chen and Yi Qingxue. Xiao Chen tried hard to act like a polite junior, answering questions from his elders in a proper manner. Occasionally, he would take the initiative to pick up food for Yi Qingxue beside him. He did this only after his mother kicked him several times under the table. Qingxue, try this. This is the belly of the red-scaled fish. It's very tender. Xiao Chen picked up a piece of crystal-clear fish meat and put it on the plate in front of Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingshue's body stiffened almost imperceptibly, and the fingers holding the chopsticks tightened slightly. She could feel the warm breath coming from the man beside her, and the gaze that seemed gentle but actually made her feel very uncomfortable. Whenever his eyes accidentally swept over her, she would uncontrollably recall the scene of him seeing her naked in the room and even restraining her. A strong sense of shame instantly surged through her body, and her skin felt slightly hot. But she couldn't lose her composure. She could only try her best to maintain her composure on the surface, lowered her eyelashes, and said in an almost inaudible voice, "Thank you." Then he ate the piece of fish in small bites, avoiding any eye contact with Xiao Chen the whole time. Su Wan and Xin Yueli saw the interaction between the two and smiled at each other. They both felt that the young people were thin-skinned and shy, which was a good thing. The two children seemed to get along quite well. Xin Yueli smiled softly at Su Wan. Su Wan also nodded, yes, it would be good for young people to have more contact with each other. At the dinner table, the two mothers chatted more happily, while the two parties had no appetite and were thinking about their own things. After finally waiting for lunch to end, the maid cleared the tableware and served refreshing tea. Su Wan put down the teacup and said to Xiao Chen and Yi Qingxue with a smile, "You young people, don't sit with us in boredom. Qingxue, take your brother Xiao Chen for a walk in the yard to help him digest his food, and also chat about topics that interest you young people." Xin Yueli immediately agreed, yes, go ahead, don't worry about us. Yi Qingxue curled her fingers and subconsciously wanted to refuse, but seeing the unquestionable expectation and hint in her mother's eyes, she pursed her lips, and finally stood up, saying in a cold voice, "Okay." Xiao Chen had no choice but to stand up as well. The two walked out of the living room, one in front and one behind, keeping a subtle distance, and came to the Yi family's carefully maintained backyard. The yard is dotted with soft psychic ground lights, outlining the contours of the paths and ponds. The wind carries the unique fragrance of spiritual plants. The atmosphere should be quiet and beautiful. But there was an almost suffocating awkwardness and tension between the two people walking together. After walking in silence for a while and getting far enough away from the living room to ensure that their conversation would not be heard, Yi Qingxue, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and turned around. A little sunlight shone on her beautiful face, and her cold eyes looked directly at Xiao Chen. There was no longer any disguise in front of the elders, only complete shame, anger, and vigilance. "Xiao Chen." She practically gritted her teeth, whispering word by word, "If you dare to tell anyone about what happened just now, I will absolutely not let you go." Xiao Chen looked at her, who looked like an irritated ice crystal kitten. It was completely different from her usual aloof and cold image as a school beauty in the academy. He actually felt that she was somewhat lively. He touched his nose and said with a wry smile, "Student Ji, don't worry. I swear on my heart that what happened was absolutely an accident. I will never mention it to anyone. I was afraid that you would call someone to kill me and think I was a thief." Hearing Daoxin's oath and the words flower thief, Yi Qingxue's expression softened slightly, but her eyes remained icy cold. "You'd better remember what you said. Also, why are you in my room? Didn't my mother ask you to rest in the guest room on the second floor? I really went to the wrong place." Xiao Chen spread his hands helplessly. "I was so sleepy that I went upstairs and saw a door that was not closed tightly, so I pushed it open and went in. I thought it was a guest room. The decoration inside, well, it was very unique. But I was too sleepy and fell asleep without thinking too much. I sincerely apologize to you, Mr. Yi, I am really sorry for scaring you." His apology did sound sincere. Yi Qingxue snorted coldly, turned her head and looked at the spiritual plants and flowers swaying in the wind beside her, her ears still red. "What's the use of apologizing? You. She really couldn't say the rest of the words. Xiao Chen was so embarrassed that he dug his toes into the ground and quickly changed the subject. Mr. Yi, regarding our two families, that engagement, what do you think?" When the engagement was mentioned, Yi Qingxue's body stiffened again. She was silent for a moment, her voice filled with sarcasm and helplessness. "What do I think? Does it matter? This is something that Grandpa and your family decided. Do I have a choice?" Xiao Chen heard the reluctance and resistance in her words, and understood. He thought for a moment and said, "Actually, I only found out about this yesterday. To be honest, I also found it very sudden, even a little ridiculous." Yi Qingxue glanced at him in surprise, as if she didn't expect him to say that. Xiao Chen continued, "It's a different era now, and we value free love. Although my mother is very satisfied with you, I feel that love and marriage can't be forced. If neither of us wants to, perhaps we can work together to persuade the elders to cancel this engagement?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qingxue turned around completely and looked at the boy in front of her seriously for the first time. In the sunlight, he stood tall and straight, his face was not extremely handsome, but quite delicate and attractive, his eyes were clear and open, without the dandy or fawning look she had expected, but instead with a rare sincerity and a hint of helplessness that he shared her suffering. He actually wants to cancel the engagement? This realization caused the originally solid ice wall in Yi Qingxue's heart to quietly crack slightly. Chapter 5, Testing and Confrontation. Yi Qingxue's gaze was like an ice cone, scraping across Xiao Chen's face, as if she wanted to discern how much truth and how little falsehood there was in his slightly embarrassed yet somewhat righteous expression. Xiao Chen felt a little uncomfortable when she looked at him. He coughed twice, touched his nose and said, "Ahem. Mr. Yi, I did think so before. I think this engagement is quite strange. It's so awkward to tie two strangers together. Why not find a way to break it off so that everyone can feel at ease?" He paused, then changed the subject. His eyes lit up with a complex mixture of joking and sincerity, and he spoke frankly. "But now, to be honest, after meeting you, my thoughts have changed a bit. After all, well, you're so beautiful, so talented, and have a good family background. Any man would be attracted to you, right? If I say I have no thoughts at all, that would be too hypocritical." These words were said quite bluntly, even a little ruffian-like, completely different from the sincere apology he had shown before. When Yi Qingxue heard this, two barely noticeable blushes instantly appeared on her fair cheeks, but it was more of an insult and embarrassment. She was about to speak, but Xiao Chen changed the subject again. But? Xiao Chen spread his hands, his tone becoming serious. I, Xiao Chen, am not the type to force things or cling to someone. When it comes to relationships, it all depends on mutual consent. If you're completely unhappy, even if we force it, we'll end up getting tired of each other, or even, ahem, he coughed dryly, his voice lowered, a hint of joking, I don't want to have to wear some colorful hat for no reason in the future. That would be so frustrating. You. Yi Qingxue was so angry at his reckless metaphor that her face turned black, her chest heaved, and her cold eyes almost spitted fire. Xiao Chen. Who do you think I, Yi Qingxue, am? Since I've agreed to this, I will never do anything shameless or disgraceful to our family. This is not something you should worry about. Even though she was extremely reluctant about this engagement, the education she received since childhood and her inherent pride made it impossible for her to accept the other party's speculation about her character. Xiao Chen seemed to have anticipated her reaction and immediately said, "Oh, that's not what I meant. Classmate Yi, please don't misunderstand me. What I meant is that a marriage without love is torture for both parties and is prone to problems. I'm just preparing for a rainy day, for my own sake, and for yours as well." Yi Qingxue took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress the urge to freeze this bastard into an ice sculpture. She turned her head and looked at the beautiful scenery in the distance. Her voice returned to its coldness, but with a hint of fatigue and helplessness that was difficult to conceal. There's no need to go into all that. This marriage was arranged by the two elders years ago. It involves family trust and even much more. It's not something I can easily overturn with just a simple word of disapproval. I can't refuse. There was a heaviness of resignation in her words. Xiao Chen listened quietly, and the smile on his face gradually subsided. He was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly touched his chin, looking at Yi Qingxue with sparkling eyes, and his tone became a little provocative. Oh? You can't refuse? That means, Mr. Yi, although you're reluctant, you're not completely unable to accept me as a person? It turns out that I, Xiao Chen, do have some charm. Yi Qingxue turned back abruptly, staring at him in disbelief. What kind of train of thought was this guy? Which word in her previous words expressed her acceptance of him? She was clearly being forced into a corner. Looking at Xiao Chen's surprised expression and the cunning that flashed in the depths of his eyes, Yi Qingxue instantly understood that this guy did it on purpose. He was simply misinterpreting her meaning, deliberately using this kind of joking to ease the awkwardness, or even testing her bottom line. You. Yi Qingxue was so angry that she was speechless for a moment. She felt a suffocating feeling in her chest that she couldn't vent. In the end, she could only glare at him fiercely, snorting coldly through her nose, turning her head away from him, expressing her anger and speechlessness with the back of her head. This person is so shameless. It's impossible to communicate with him using normal logic. Xiao Chen looked at her angry yet helpless profile, her long hair gently fluttering in the wind, revealing her fair neck with graceful lines. He couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth into a slight smile of success. Well, her angry look was much more vivid than her usual cold statue-like appearance. The courtyard fell into a brief silence, with only the humming of insects and the rustling of leaves in the wind. After a long while, Yi Qingxue seemed to have calmed down. She turned her head again, her gaze settling on Xiao Chen again, this time with scrutiny and inquiry. After a long while, Yi Qingxue seemed to have calmed down. She spoke again, her voice returning to its coldness, but the topic turned to what she really cared about. You were just in the room, your speed and control weren't what you would expect from an ordinary second-level mixed spiritual root warrior. Have you been hiding your strength? She had been holding this question in her mind for a long time. The instantaneous burst of physical skills and the ability to use spiritual power to control her accurately and quickly were definitely not something a recognized loser could do. This was completely different from everything she knew about Xiao Chen. This. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, here it comes. He scratched his head hesitantly, his eyes beginning to wander. Maybe it's the potential that explodes in a desperate situation? People can always perform a little beyond their normal abilities in critical moments, hee. As for spiritual power, mixed spiritual roots, with all sorts of attributes mixed together, it's a bit weird and hard to control, sometimes effective and sometimes not. He tried to be vague and get away with it. Yi Qingxue turned around and glanced at him coldly with a look that said, Do you think I'm a fool? Her brows furrowed slightly, her icy blue eyes piercing him. Really? Can extraordinary power accurately block the spiritual nodes of a third-order heavenly spiritual root warrior? Can the spiritual power of mixed spiritual roots be that powerful? Well, maybe it's because I usually pay more attention to physical exercise? My reaction is faster? Xiao Chen's forehead was sweating a little. He laughed and quickly changed the subject. Hey, classmate Yi, let's let bygones be bygones. We need to move on. Actually, I don't think you need to take what happened in the room too seriously. Yi Qingshue's eyes turned cold. What nonsense was this guy trying to say? Xiao Chen continued seriously, look, we're officially engaged, right? Theoretically, you're my fiancé, and I'm your fiancé. This relationship is recognized and protected by the elders of both families. He paused, his expression as if he was being reasonable. So, strictly speaking, I'm not an outsider, right? Being accidentally seen by my fiancé, while it's certainly embarrassing, it's fundamentally different from being seen by an outsider. Isn't the loss in severity slightly less severe? As he spoke, he made a gesture with his fingers, trying to change the concept. Xiao. Shan. After hearing these unreasonable and shameless remarks, Yi Qingshue's anger, which had just subsided, suddenly flared up again. Her snow-white cheeks flushed red with anger, and even her earlobes were stained pink. You! How can you be such a scoundrel? She was so angry she could barely speak, her chest heaving violently. What kind of perverse logic is this? Just because you're engaged, you can watch whatever you want? And there's a fundamental difference? Losses are reduced? She had lived for so many years and had never seen such a shameless person. Seeing Yi Qingshue's frustrated look, who seemed to be about to explode with anger but couldn't yell out loudly due to her reserve and cultivation, Xiao Chen almost laughed out loud in his heart, but he had to try hard to maintain a reasonable and sincere expression on his face. Don't get excited. I'm just analyzing the situation, hoping to ease your psychological burden. He tried to make his tone sound sincere. Yi Qingxue stared at him intently for a long while before squeezing out a few words from between her teeth. I just want to reduce your physical presence now. After she finished speaking, she couldn't help herself any longer and turned around abruptly. The hem of her ice blue skirt drew a decisive arc, and she walked quickly towards the living room with crisp footsteps without looking back. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would lose control and beat this shameless fiancé into a pig's head. Xiao Chen looked at her back as she almost fled in panic, and finally couldn't help but chuckle. TSK, Principal Iceberg is quite cute when she gets angry. He touched his chin, feeling inexplicably happier, and followed slowly. Chapter 6 Practical Lessons. Back in the brightly lit living room, the provocative smile on Xiao Chen's face instantly disappeared, replaced by the gentle and polite look of a junior. He even took the initiative to turn sideways and made a gesture of invitation to Yi Qingxue, who was following behind him. His movements were natural and gentlemanly. Yi Qingxue paused slightly, glanced at him coldly, and cursed in her heart, what a pretentious guy. But she had to maintain basic courtesy on her face, nodded slightly, and walked in first. Mom, Aunt Sue, we're back. Xiao Chen's voice was gentle and clear. The view in the yard is nice, right? How are you young people chatting? Su Wan asked with a smile, her eyes wandering between the two of them. Yi Qingxue pursed her lips and said nothing. She walked to the single sofa beside her and sat down, picking up the slightly cold spiritual tea, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with her. Xiao Chen smiled and continued, it was fine. Classmate Yi took me for a walk and we talked about some interesting things in the academy and his cultivation experience. I benefited a lot from it. He spoke as if it were the truth, as if the chaotic confrontation in the yard just now had never happened. Shen Yueli looked at her son's enlightened behavior, then at Yi Qingxue, who, though indifferent, showed no strong resistance. She felt relieved and her smile grew even brighter. That's good, that's good. Young people should communicate more and make progress together. Su Wan also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the situation was better than she expected. After chatting for a while, Shen Yueli saw that it was getting late, so she stood up and said goodbye. Su Wan and Yi Qingxue sent them to the door of the mansion. Before leaving, Xiao Chen seemed to suddenly remember something. He turned around and said to Yi Qingxue very naturally, Classmate Yi, could you please add me as your number? If you have any questions about the academy or cultivation in the future, it will be convenient for you to ask me. His expression was sincere and his tone was frank, and there was no sign of any other intention. Yi Qingshue's fingers tightened around her phone. Ask for advice? What could this shameless person possibly ask her? How could this be so infuriating? She wanted to refuse outright, but under the smiling gazes of her two mothers, she could only bite the bullet and, expressionlessly, pulled up her communication QR code and handed it over. Xiao Chen took out his cell phone, scanned it with a beep, and sent a friend request. Yi Qingxue clicked yes. Just as she was about to put her phone away, she saw Xiao Chen reached out and took her phone very naturally. His movements were quick and covert. The two mothers were smiling and saying goodbye and didn't seem to notice. Yi Qingxue was startled and was about to explode, but she saw Xiao Chen's fingers quickly operate on her contact number a few times, and then quickly put the phone back into her hand. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. He gave her a polite smile and said, "Okay, thank you, classmate Yi. Please give me your guidance in the future." After saying that, without waiting for Yi Qingshue's reaction, he turned around and supported his mother. "Mom, let's go." The car slowly drove away from Yi Mansion. Yi Qingxue stood there, looking down at her cell phone number, only to see that behind the contact Xiao Chen, who had just passed the verification, 3 unusually eye-catching small notes were manually added, fiancé, and a password was set to prevent modification. This scoundrel. Bastard. Yi Qingxue was so angry that her teeth were itching and she almost crushed her phone. He definitely did it on purpose. In the car, Shen Yueli was in a very good mood. She held her son's hand and chattered, "Xiaochun, look at Qingxue, what a good girl she is. She has good looks, talent, and family background. Everything is top-notch. Although she seems a little cold and reluctant, this is also normal. Girls are shy. They are all like this at the beginning. You have to be more proactive, work harder, and care more about her. Do you hear me? The more I see this daughter-in-law, the more satisfied my mother is." Xiao Chen leaned back in his chair, watching the dazzling lights rapidly receding outside the window. His mind was still replaying Yi Qingshue's exasperated yet helpless expression. A smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he casually responded, "I know, Mom. I will work hard. You kid, pay attention. If you miss such a good girl, you will have nowhere to cry." Shen Yueli slapped him in annoyance. I know. Xiao Chen continued perfunctorily. In the next few days, Xiao Chen returned to his low-key and regular campus life, attending classes, practicing, taking the formation elective course, and joking with Xiaoque and Li Hao, as if the thrilling and erotic and awkward night at the Yi family was just a dream. He and Yi Qingxue had no communication at school. Tsinghua and Peking University were very large, and students in different classes had different course schedules. Occasionally, they would glimpse each other from afar on the college avenue, in front of the practice room, or in the cafeteria, and their eyes would only make brief contact. Yi Qingshue's eyes were still cold and indifferent, but if you looked closely, there seemed to be a hint of subtle vigilance and shame. Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with amusement and a smile, as if silently saying, "Hey, fiancé, we meet again." Every time their eyes met, Yi Qingxue would snort coldly and quickly look away. This subtle interaction is extremely covert and no one notices it except the parties involved. That morning, after the basic theory class, the homeroom teacher announced, "Students, this afternoon's practical training will be conducted with Class 1. The location will be in the 3rd training hall. Everyone, get ready. This is a rare opportunity to learn from the elite class." As soon as the news came out, the classroom was filled with grief. No way? Taking a practical class with Class 1? Teacher, can we switch classes? Class 1 is full of monsters. It's over. I'm going to be tortured terribly now. I heard that Yi Qingxue from Class 1 has an ice-type spiritual root and is almost at the middle stage of the 3rd level. How can we defeat her? The teacher looked at the gloomy atmosphere in the audience and shook his head helplessly. Come on, everyone. We arranged this kind of exchange so that you can see the strength of your top peers, find out your own shortcomings, and motivate you to practice hard. We're not asking you to die. Have some ambition. Having said that, the atmosphere of despair still permeated the entire classroom. For students in ordinary classes, facing students in elite classes, the feeling of being crushed in terms of strength was real. Okay, gather at the 3rd training hall at 2 p.m. Don't be late. The teacher gave the final instructions and left the classroom. The classroom was suddenly filled with grief. Zhaoque had a sad face and shook Xiao Chen's arm vigorously. Brother Chen. Did you hear that? Class 1. That's the genius concentration camp. Aren't we just going there to be used as punching bags for others to practice with? We can't go to this class. Xiao Chen was looking down at his formation analysis notes. Hearing this, he didn't even look up and said lazily, "Oh, it doesn't matter." It doesn't matter? Zhao Kuo's eyes widened. Brother, you're too careless, aren't you? That's a practical lesson. It's going to be a real fight. With our level of second level, won't we just get beaten up if we go up there? Xiao Chen finally looked up from his notes, his expression as if it was a matter of course. Yeah, I get beaten up everywhere anyway. Is there any difference between getting beaten up in my own class and getting beaten up in class 1? Maybe the students in class 1 are more professional and can even give me some advice after I get beaten up. It's a good deal. His fallacies and heresies stunned both Zhao Kuo and Li Hao. I'm speechless. Zhao Kuo opened his mouth and finally collapsed on the table dejectedly. Brother, I'm really impressed by your mentality. Xiao Chen smiled and lowered his head to look at his notes again, with only a barely noticeable curve at the corner of his mouth. Class 1, Yi Qingshue's class. Well, let us go and see what that little girl is like in her practical class. It seems quite interesting. Chapter 7, The Engaged Couple in the Ring. In the afternoon, the third training hall. Under the huge dome, there are several square arenas separated by transparent energy shields. The spiritual energy in the arena is active and the air is filled with a faint smell of sweat. The students in Xiao Chen's class gathered in groups of 3 or 4, and the atmosphere seemed a bit tense and depressed. In contrast, although only about half of the students from the opposite class were present, about a dozen people, each of them had a focused aura and a relaxed demeanor, and they spoke to each other with the confidence and composure of an elite. It seems not all of class 1 are here. Zhao Kuo stretched his neck to look around, and suddenly, as if he had discovered a new world, he lowered his voice and exclaimed in surprise, "Look! Yi Qingxue and that lightning-type Tyrannosaurus Rex don't seem to be here. Great! It seems we won't lose so badly later." Li Hao was relatively calm. He pushed his glasses and said, "Don't be too happy too soon. Skipping classes or taking leave is normal for everyone in class 1. Many of them are either in the training room, pushing through bottlenecks, or are already capable of taking on small clearing missions at the mission center. But those who can come to class are not necessarily weak." Well, that's true. The elite class is different. While we are still worrying about practical courses, they have already started earning credits and practical experience. Another classmate sighed, his tone full of envy. At this moment, 2 figures walked in from the entrance of the training hall, instantly attracting the attention of many people. It was Yi Qingxue and her best friend Emily. Both of them changed into the academy's training uniforms. Yi Qingxue was dressed in pure white. The fabric was soft and elastic, outlining her slim and cool figure. Her long hair was simply tied into a high ponytail, with a few unruly strands of hair hanging down on her cheeks, revealing her cool and beautiful profile. She looked like a plum blossom carved out of ice and snow. Emily was dressed in a mysterious black, also with her hair tied in a ponytail. Her figure was even more voluptuous, and there was a playful smile on the corner of her mouth. She held Yi Qingshue's arm affectionately and whispered something in her ear. Yi Qingxue still had that cold expression on her face, her eyes swept calmly across the venue, but when she passed by Xiao Chen and the others, she paused for 2 seconds imperceptibly, then looked away as if nothing had happened. Emily, with her hooked eyes, scanned the crowd with interest, quickly locking onto Xiao Chen. Her eyes lit up slightly, and she nudged Yi Qingxue lightly with her elbow, chuckling softly, "Hey, Qingxue, look at that over there. Isn't that your legendary, huh?" She drew out her words, her tone profound and meaningful. Yi Qingxue had no expression on her face, and she didn't even bother looking over there. She just snorted inaudibly, "Shut up, Emily." Emily didn't care, instead she smiled even more brightly, looking Xiao Chen up and down with curiosity. Xiao Chen naturally saw them as well, especially Emily's undisguised gaze, which made him feel a little funny. He nodded slightly in that direction as a greeting. "Wow! Brother Chen! School bells Yi and Mo are here." Zhao Kuo excitedly grabbed Xiao Chen's arm. "They're looking at us." "Who do you think they're looking at?" Xiao Chen calmly pried open his claws, maybe he's trying to see which punching bag is more durable. At this moment, the teacher in charge of today's practical class clapped his hands, and his voice spread throughout the venue through the sound amplification array. "All right, students, be quiet. Follow the list in order. Students whose names are called will go to ring number 3. This will be mainly sparring, no weapons will be used, and you will stop when you are called. Do not intentionally injure your opponent. Begin now. The practical class officially begins. The first match was between Li Hao and a student from Class 1 who would fire spiritual roots. The two men stepped onto the stage and a protective light curtain rose. Please advise. Please. The battle erupted instantly. Li Hao, a dual-element wood and earth elementalist, excelled at both defense and control. He shouted, "Earth-binding binds." Several green binds covered in spiritual patterns instantly erupted from the arena floor, wrapping around his opponent's feet. The opponent reacted extremely quickly, with a flash of fire under his feet, explosive flame step. He slid back suddenly, and at the same time, he formed seals with his hands, fire snake technique. A long, blazing flame snake roared and pounced towards Li Hao. Li Hao was not in a hurry. He pressed his hands on the ground and said, "Rock barrier." A yellowish-brown rock wall rose from the ground, blocking the impact of the fire snake, and gravel flew everywhere. "Haozi, you're so awesome!" Zhao Kuo shouted from the audience. The two of them exchanged spells, their magic clashed with each other, and the spiritual light flashed. Fireballs and flame attacks countered the thorn entanglement and falling rocks. The arena was quite lively for a while. In the end, because Li Hao consumed a little more spiritual power, his last defense was broken by the opponent's precise fire explosion technique. He was shocked back to the edge of the ring and had no choice but to admit defeat. However, the whole process was very exciting with back and forth. "Thank you." The fire-type student from Class 1 bowed, his breathing a little hurried. "I admire you." Li Hao also returned the gift. Although he lost, he still felt honored in defeat. There was applause from the audience. The first battle was full of back and forth and exciting, which cheered up the students in Class 2 who were originally a little discouraged. It seemed that the teacher had put a lot of thought into arranging the opponents, and it was not just a pure crushing. In the next few matches, the teacher obviously intended to arrange opponents of similar strength. Although Xiao Chen's class had more losses than wins, the weakest one could still hold on for several rounds. Some even performed exceptionally well, forcing the entire class to use all their strength to win. The expected one-sided crushing situation did not occur. Zhao Kuo also came on the stage. He faced a group of students from the gold department. The fat man screamed and relied on his thick skin and brute force to withstand several metal piercings from the opponents. In the end, he was knocked out of the ring by a heavy metal punch. Although he was in a mess, he made everyone laugh. "Damn it, the gold element is just hard. I can't beat it." Zhao Kuo walked back with a grin, rubbing his aching chest. Xiao Chen patted his shoulder and said, "Good performance. At least your voice was loud enough and you didn't lose in momentum. Get out." Zhao Kuo cursed with a smile. After the class ended, the teacher looked at the list, pondered for a moment, and glanced between Xiao Chen and Yi Qingxue, seeming to be in a dilemma. These two students, one was a well-known person with bad spiritual roots due to connections, and the other was a top-notch genius with natural spiritual roots. It seemed that no matter how they arranged it, it was not appropriate, but the class had to go. The teacher finally seemed to give up thinking and simply shouted, "Next, Class 2, Xiao Chen." Then he looked towards the Class 1 area, "Yi Qingxue, come here." Wow! As soon as the words fell, the entire training hall was quiet for a moment, and then broke into an even louder noise. "Yi Qingxue? Damn it! Let Xiao Chen take on Yi Qingxue? Teacher, are you sure? This is a complete bully. And there's no suspense. Xiao Chen is finished. He's a famous 5 attribute loser. Mixed spiritual roots. How can he fight Yi Qingxue? Yi Qingxue is almost at the middle stage of the 3rd level, right? Xiao Chen seems to be only at the early stage of the 2nd level? The students in Class 2 were in an uproar, all thinking that the teacher's arrangement was outrageous. Zhao Kuo was even more anxious, jumping up and down, "Teacher! This is not right. The gap in strength is too big." Even the students in Class 1 showed surprised expressions, feeling that letting Yi Qingxue go up was a bit of bullying. Xiao Chen himself was also stunned for a moment, with a helpless bitter smile on his face. It seemed that in the eyes of the teacher, he, a man with useless spiritual roots, and Yi Qingxue, the genius girl, were both problem children who could not find suitable opponents, so they were simply left together to fend for themselves. Yi Qingxue herself was also slightly stunned, and a hint of surprise and an imperceptible complexity flashed in her cold eyes. She looked towards the ring and saw the guy who had just walked onto the ring with an expression that looked like he was about to be beaten again. Emily covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. She said excitedly in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Wow. There's something interesting to watch. Qingxue, you're meeting your fiancé. Be gentle, don't hurt him." Yi Qingxue glared at her unhappily, but the teacher had already called her name and she couldn't refuse. She took a deep breath, suppressed the strange emotion in her heart, stepped out of the crowd with an expressionless face, and walked towards the ring step by step. She had an upright posture and steady steps. Her white training clothes seemed to glow faintly under the psychic light. Her cool temperament instantly attracted the attention of the whole audience. Xiao Chen stood on the ring, watching Yi Qingxue approaching step by step, feeling both amused and helpless. He looked into Yi Qingxue's icy eyes. Something else seemed to be hidden in them? Was it embarrassment? Or a hint of the pleasure of revenge? The teacher said expressionlessly, "There is a gap in strength, but actual combat isn't just about realm. Xiao Chen, I hope you'll do your best. Persevering a little longer will also bring rewards. Yi Qingxue, be careful." The energy shield slowly rose, isolating the arena from the outside world. On the stage, two people stood facing each other. One is the ice goddess who is famous in the academy and a genius with natural spiritual roots. One is a 5-attribute loser who is generally recognized as having gotten in through connections, and is low-key and transparent. The huge gap in strength and fame makes this confrontation full of drama and one-sided crushing expectations. Everyone felt that Xiao Chen might not be able to withstand even one move. Xiao Chen looked at Yi Qingxue, whose face was filled with frost, and suddenly smiled. He spread his hands and said in a voice that was not loud but loud enough for people nearby to hear, "Student Yi, please, show some mercy." Chapter 8 Acting School. The atmosphere on the stage was weird. The audience was completely silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on the two figures, one in white and one in blue. Emily excitedly adjusted the angle of her phone, muttering quietly, "A historic meeting. This is the first time an engaged couple has publicly shared a scene of domestic violence. We have to record it and keep it for the record." Zhao Kuo covered his face and began to mourn for Xiao Chen. It's over, brother Chen is going to become an ice sculpture." Yi Qingxue's face was frosty, and a cold mist began to spread around her. The temperature in the training hall seemed to drop a few degrees. She looked at Xiao Chen opposite her, who was acting like he was so scared and would give in if she got beaten, and she was furious. She thought of how he had seen her naked in the room and how he had teased her with his words in the yard, and all the new and old hatreds came flooding back to her. It's just right, I can take this opportunity to vent my anger with a clear conscience. She raised her jade hand slightly, a cold light gathered at her fingertips, and she shouted delicately, "Ice spike!" Whoosh whoosh. Several sharp ice spikes condensed instantly and shot towards Xiao Chen with a sound of breaking through the air. "Wow! It's so fierce right away!" Xiao Chen screamed, and rolled on the ground in a panic, avoiding most of the ice spikes in a very embarrassed way, but the corner of his clothes was still touched by an ice spike and was instantly covered with a thin layer of ice. Earth wall. He rolled to his feet, slapping the ground with both hands. With a puff sound, a crooked earth wall rose up in front of him. Yi Qingxue's eyes grew even colder. This earth wall technique was so poorly executed, and the spiritual energy fluctuations were so chaotic and weak. It was indeed an act. She pointed with her slender finger, "Break." A more solid ice cone hit the earth wall with a bang, smashing it into pieces in an instant, sending dust flying. Xiao Chen seemed to be pushed back by the recoil force, and he kept yelling, "Ouch. Classmate Yi, be gentle." Water curtain technique. He retreated while waving his hands wildly, and a water curtain so thin that it was almost transparent appeared in front of him. Yi Qingxue was too lazy to talk nonsense. She gracefully moved forward and waved her hand lightly. A sharp cold current was like an invisible giant hammer, instantly shattering the pitiful water curtain, and the aftermath hit Xiao Chen's crossed arms hard. Xiao Chen took 7 or 8 steps back, grimacing and shaking his arms, which were already covered with a layer of white frost. Hiss. It's so cold. Classmate Yi, let's make a deal. Can you not hit me so hard? At least we. Before he could finish his words, Yi Qingxue's attack arrived again. Her body movements were agile, like an ice elf, and she could use ice magic spells effortlessly. Imprison. An ice blue halo enveloped Xiao Chen's feet. Mysterious ice palm. A huge palm condensed from ice slapped down from the air. Flying snow blade. Countless spinning snowflakes swept away like sharp blades. Xiao Chen was making a fool of himself on the stage. Sometimes he ran away with his head in his hands, sometimes he rolled on the ground, sometimes he used clumsy basic defensive techniques, sometimes a few malnourished vines tried to entangle and interfere, sometimes he was a crumbling earth wall, and occasionally he threw out a few weak fireballs in an attempt to fight back, but they were easily blocked by Yi Qingshue's ice wall. Everyone in the audience was stunned. Xiao Chen's mixed spiritual roots are too mixed, aren't they? He knows a little bit of everything, but is not good at anything. It's a miracle that I can hold on this long. It's all about taking beatings and running away. Goddess, he obviously didn't use her true abilities. It seemed like she was just teasing him. Xiaokui covered his face and said, I can't bear to look at this, Brother Chen. The teacher frowned slightly. He felt that Xiao Chen's evasive movements seemed clumsy, but he was able to narrowly avoid the vital points every time. Although those attribute spells were weak, the timing of their release was a bit tricky, and they could always interfere with Yi Qingshue's rhythm at the right time. Was it a coincidence? On the stage, Yi Qingxue became more and more frustrated as the fight went on. This guy was as slippery as a loach. Every time it seemed like he was about to be hit, he would always dodge by a hair's breadth. Those crappy spells were also very annoying. Although they couldn't hurt her, they always interrupted her continuous attacks. She was sure that this guy was definitely hiding his skills. The skills he used to control her that night were completely different. At this moment, Xiao Chen rolled over again in a panic, just avoiding a path of frost spreading along the ground, and rolled to a place not far behind Yi Qingxue. He took advantage of the opportunity when the distance between them was shortened and said quickly in a very low voice that only the two of them could hear. Qingxue, don't be so fierce. Fighting and killing are not good. It's better to be in the room as before. Well, that was more cute. Boom. In one sentence, it was like lighting a powder keg. Yi Qingshue's mind went blank for a moment, and then, boundless shame and anger surged into her head. The humiliating scene in the room before her reappeared clearly before her eyes. This shameless person. How dare he bring it up again in the ring? At this time? You are looking for death. Yi Qingshue's defenses were completely broken. Her cold and detached image could no longer be maintained. Her pretty face flushed crimson, and her beautiful eyes were almost emitting tangible flames. The ice-type spiritual energy in her body was churning at an unprecedented speed. The temperature on the ring suddenly dropped below freezing point, and even a layer of white frost condensed on the energy shield. Everyone in the audience felt this terrifying chill and murderous aura, and their expressions changed. Oh no! Qingxue is going to be serious. Mo Li also put away his joking expression and became a little worried. Yi Qingxue spread her arms, and the vast icy spiritual energy around her frantically gathered. Behind her, a giant, noble, and icy ice phoenix appeared, wings spread, ready to take flight. The spiritual energy of the entire training hall was agitated. Ice Phoenix, sky-splitting strike. Her cold voice was filled with endless anger and coldness at this moment, and she pushed her hands forward suddenly. The Ice Phoenix Phantom let out a clear cry, carrying a devastating icy storm, crushing toward Xiao Chen like a natural disaster. Wherever it passed, the ground of the arena was completely frozen. This attack far exceeded the scope of ordinary sparring. It was almost a full-strength attack from a third-stage early-stage cultivator. The audience exclaimed in surprise. No one had expected Yi Qingxue to use such a powerful trick. Even less did they expect Xiao Chen to be able to piss Yi Qingxue off to this extent. Faced with this incredibly powerful attack, a hint of helplessness flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. It's too much. This girl is really angry. Take it head-on? It's not that he can't take it at all. He can block it with all his strength, but that would expose too many of his cards. It's not worth it for a fight. Surrender? In this situation, it's probably too late to admit defeat. The Ice Phoenix's attack range is too large. In a flash, Xiao Chen made a decision. His face was instantly filled with fear and despair. He hurriedly wiped the storage ring on his hand. With a flash of light, a shield engraved with complex ochre patterns instantly appeared in front of him. The shield emanated a calm earth element aura, revealing itself to be a defensive magical weapon of considerable rank. It was at least a Tier 3 weapon. Boom! The Ice Phoenix Phantom slammed heavily into the shield. A deafening roar echoed. A terrifying icy energy and shockwave erupted instantly. The entire arena's energy shield violently twisted and fluctuated, emitting an unbearable humming sound. The khaki shield flashed with light and made a crunching sound. The surface was instantly covered with a thick layer of ice, but it finally managed to block this terrifying attack. Xiao Chen, taking advantage of the huge impact, cooperated very well and let out an exaggerated scream. Ah! The whole person was thrown out like a kite with a broken string, drawing a beautiful arc and falling accurately out of the ring boundary, and then, with a nimble flip, his feet landed steadily on the ground, and even staggered twice, pretending to be frightened. He patted his chest, took a long breath, and smiled at Yi Qingxue, whose face was turning red and white on the ring, with a lingering fear and a bit of a provocation. "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for showing mercy." The whole place was dead silent. Everyone watched this dramatic scene in amazement. Blocked? Yi Qingxue's ultimate move was blocked by that loser Xiao Chen using a magic weapon? And he even used the force to fly out of the ring. Is that considered a decent defeat? Yi Qingxue stood on the ring, her chest heaving slightly, looking at the guy below the stage who had a lucky look on his face, especially his words of showing mercy, which made her so angry that her teeth itched. Show mercy? She just attacked with all her might. That shield wasn't just any ordinary stuff. This guy really has a lot of hidden tricks up his sleeve. And that landing at the end was too steady. The referee was stunned for a few seconds before reacting and quickly announced, "The winner is Yi Qingxue from Class 1. Xiao Chen put away the frost-covered shield, bowed to everyone around him, and strolled back to Class 2 with a lucky look on his face. Zhao Kui immediately rushed over, his face full of admiration. "Holy crap! Brother Chen! Awesome! You actually blocked Goddess Ye's ultimate move? Where did you get that shield? It looks so powerful." Xiao Chen chuckled and whispered, "The life-saving gadget my family gave me almost broke. I was so heartbroken. Alas, I still can't beat him." He looked over the crowd and looked at Yi Qingxue, who was coming down from the ring. Yi Qingxue happened to look over, and their eyes met in mid-air. Xiao Chen grinned at her and mouthed something silently. Judging from the lip shape, it seems to be saying, "How cute." Yi Qingxue paused and almost lost her balance. She glared at him fiercely, quickened her pace and walked back to the Class 1 area, leaving Xiao Chen with a cold and resolute back. Chapter 9: Mother's Visit. The competition on the ring continued, but after the dramatic scene just now, the subsequent battles seemed a little dull. Everyone's eyes would occasionally glance at Xiao Chen in Class 2 who was rubbing his arm, and Yi Qingxue in Class 1 who had a frosty face. Mo Li approached Yi Qingxue and excitedly held out his phone screen to her. "Qingxue, look! I recorded it all. Ah, that last move of yours was so cool. But your fiancé is pretty interesting too, he actually pulled out that tortoise shell. Look at the way he got knocked out, it made me laugh to death." Yi Qingxue glanced at the screen, and saw her own angry outburst and Xiao Chen's exaggerated and miserable performance, and her heart was even more upset. She pushed Mo Li's phone away angrily. "Delete it. No way. This is dark history. Oh no, it's precious video material." Mo Li smiled and took back the phone, saving it like a treasure. At this moment, the phone in her pocket vibrated. She took it out and saw that it was a message from Xiao Chen fiancé. "Xiao Chen fiancé, Qingxue, you were too ruthless, weren't you? I almost died, sob, crying.jpg that Ice Phoenix fell down, and my heart is still pounding. I need my fiancé's comfort to feel better." Yi Qingxue looked at this extremely shameless message, especially the self-willed note and the frivolous expression at the end. She was so angry that her fingers were shaking and she almost crushed the phone. She typed a reply quickly. "Qingxue, shameless. How come you weren't frozen into an ice sculpture? Also, change the note for me. Xiao Chen fiancé, I want to change it. This is the fact. Righteous and confident.jpg By the way, you look much better when you're angry than when you're cold. You look like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Qingxue, go to hell." Yi Qingxue pressed the screen hard to turn off the screen, took several deep breaths, and finally suppressed the urge to throw the phone away. This bastard. Scoundrel. Rogue. Mo Li stole a glance at her ashen face and slightly red ears, and was so curious that he couldn't help but feel itchy, but he didn't dare to bring bad luck again, so he could only laugh secretly. After several more rounds of competition, the practical class finally ended. The referee gathered everyone together and gave a brief summary. Everyone performed well in today's practical exchange, each with their own highlights. Class 1 is solid and skillful in their use of magic. Class 2 is also very hardworking and courageous. Especially in the last match, Xiao Chen was able to respond flexibly despite the huge gap in strength, making rational use of his magic tools and persevering to the end. Even in defeat, he still won honor. This ability to adapt to changing circumstances deserves recognition. Below the stage, Xiao Chen had a humble expression on his face, as if he had been flattered by his teacher, while Yi Qingxue turned her head away, too lazy to look at him. The teacher continued, "I hope that through today's competition, everyone can recognize their own shortcomings, learn from experience, and diligently cultivate. I have news for you. In about 2 weeks, the Academy will organize a secret realm assessment for you. The location will be the outer area of the Qingmu Monster Forest outside the city. The results of this assessment will be included in the overall evaluation for the school year and will affect the subsequent allocation of cultivation resources. It is very important. You can start looking for suitable teammates in advance to form a team. The maximum number of people in a team is 5. Okay, disbanded." When the news was announced, the students immediately started talking. Secret realm assessment? It's finally here. Qingmu Monster Forest, I heard that even though it's been cleared, there are still many peak level, second level, or even third level monsters. We need to find teammates quickly. Li Hao, shall we be in a group? Zhao Qua, come together. You're thick and strong enough to resist. On the way back, Zhao Qua and Li Hao began to discuss team formation enthusiastically. Brother Chen, Haozi, the 3 of us must be a group, right? And find 2 more output or auxiliary types. Zhao Qua said, putting his arms around their shoulders. Li Hao nodded. Yes, we have a good rapport. It would be best to find a powerful long-range spell output and a control. I don't have any objections. Just do whatever you want. Xiao Chen shrugged nonchalantly, his mind still wandering. The secret realm assessment, the Greenwood Demon Forest. I wonder who Yi Qingxue will team up with. With her strength and fame, there's probably going to be a long line of people wanting to team up with her, right? At this moment, the phone in his pocket vibrated again. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue, see you at the school gate after dinner. My mother is coming and wants to see us. The message was concise and to the point, so cold that there was not a trace of extra warmth. Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. Aunt Sue is here? And she wants to see them both? Is this a surprise inspection? He replied with one word, okay. After dinner, Xiao Chen returned to the dormitory, took a shower, and changed into clean casual clothes. Figuring that it was almost time, he slowly strolled to the imposing main gate of Tsinghua University. As night falls, the light of the psychic lamp at the entrance of the academy is soft and bright. There are still many students coming in and out. The evening breeze blows, bringing with it the coolness of late summer and early autumn. Xiao Chen leaned against a lamppost, watching the people coming and going boredly. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a beautiful figure slowly walked out of the academy. It's Yi Qingxue. She changed out of her training clothes from the daytime and put on a simple yet exquisite white dress. The hem of the dress fell just below her knees, revealing her smooth and slender calves. She wore a pair of clean white shoes on her feet. She seemed to have no makeup on, and her bare face made her skin look even fairer and more translucent, and her facial features were exquisitely beautiful. The evening breeze blew, lifting her ink-black long hair, and a few strands of hair playfully brushed across her delicate cheeks and lips. Her coldness was accompanied by a rare gentleness, which attracted the attention of many boys passing by. She walked to the school gate, glanced around, and soon saw Xiao Chen leaning against a lamppost. She paused almost imperceptibly, then continued to walk over with an expressionless face and stopped in front of him. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere was a little subtly awkward. Are you here? Xiao Chen was the first to break the silence and smiled. He had to admit that this girl was indeed pleasing to the eye after dressing up a little. Yi Qingxue responded softly through her nose, looking towards the street outside the school gate, as if looking for her mother's carriage, trying her best to avoid looking at him. The shameful and angry scene on the ring in the afternoon and the subsequent teasing messages were still vivid in her mind. Why did Aunt Sue come here suddenly? And she asked to see us specifically? Xiao Chen asked, trying to find a topic to talk about. Yi Qingxue was silent for a moment before she whispered, I don't know. Mother just said she had something to talk to us about. Her voice was still cold, but it didn't seem as hostile as before, perhaps because of her mother's sudden arrival. Xiao Chen looked at her slightly furrowed brows and slightly tense profile, and suddenly found it a little funny. She appears to be a cold and unapproachable school belle to the outside world, but is a good girl who has to obey her elders. Don't worry, Xiao Chen said in a relaxed tone, I guess he just came to see how we get along. I'll behave well later and make sure Aunt Sue is satisfied. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxue suddenly turned her head and glared at him, her eyes carrying a warning, you'd better not say anything. Especially, things that shouldn't be said, don't even mention a single word. They both knew what she was referring to. Xiao Chen immediately made a gesture of zipping up his mouth and promised solemnly, understood. Absolutely keep it a secret. This is our little secret. Who's sharing a little secret with you? Yi Qingxue retorted shyly, her cheeks slightly hot. At this moment, a low-key and luxurious black car slowly drove up and stopped in front of the two of them. The rear window lowered, revealing Su Wan's gentle and smiling face. Have you been waiting for a long time? Get in the car. Chapter 10, Sudden Cohabitation. The black sedan drove smoothly out of the main gate of Tsinghua University and Peking University, merging into the dazzling traffic flow of the imperial capital at night. The atmosphere in the car was a little quiet for a moment. Xiao Chen and Yi Qingxue sat side by side in the back seat, with a polite yet distant distance between them. Su Wan glanced through the rearview mirror at the two people sitting in the back seat, smiled gently, and broke the silence first. Xiao Chen, Qingxue, how have you been getting along these past 2 days? Are you used to it? Yi Qingxue pursed her lips and didn't answer immediately, her long eyelashes drooping. Xiao Chen immediately took over the conversation, a smile that could be described as sweet and sensible on his face. Thank you, Aunt Sue, for your concern. Everything is fine at the academy. Classmate Yi Qingxue is also very caring towards me. She even gave me some pointers during the practical class this afternoon, which was very beneficial to me. He spoke so sincerely, as if he was not the one being chased and attacked by the Ice Phoenix in the ring that afternoon. Yi Qingxue's hands on her knees slightly clenched the hem of her skirt. She tried her best to control her urge to sneer and refute, and could only make an unclear sound from her throat, which was regarded as tacit agreement with Xiao Chen's nonsense. Su Wan was obviously very satisfied with this, and the smile on her face deepened. That's good, that's good. You young people should communicate and learn more with each other, and promote each other. This is the best. Sister Yueli is always worried that your lively personality, Xiao Chen, will upset Qingxue. Mom! Yi Qingxue finally couldn't help it and called out in a low voice with a hint of anger, signaling her mother to stop talking. If she continued, she was afraid that she would not be able to help but expose the true face of the guy next to her. Xiao Chen looked ashamed. I'm sorry to have troubled my mother and Aunt Sue. I will try my best to get along well with Qingxue. He deliberately added a subtle tone to the words, get along well. Yi Qingxue felt her temples throbbing. Su Wan thought it was just a shy girl, smiled, and asked, have you had dinner? We've eaten. The two answered in unison, then shut their mouths at the same time, and the atmosphere fell into a subtle awkwardness again. The car drove for a while, passing through several busy streets, and the surrounding environment gradually became quieter, but the concentration of spiritual energy was obviously higher than that outside the academy. This was obviously a high-quality residential area close to the core area of the academy. Yi Qingxue looked at the scenery outside the window and turned her head with some confusion. Mom, where are we going? Aren't we going home? The Yi mansion was in another direction. Su Wan turned around from the passenger seat, a mysterious yet gratified smile on her face, her eyes flickering between the two of them. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Sister Yueli and I have discussed it, and we feel that having you all stay in the dormitory all the time is not very convenient, and it's not conducive to, well, emotional communication. She paused, watching their eyes gradually widen, and then she smiled and dropped a bombshell. So, we've arranged a place for you to stay at Bian Garden near Tsinghua University and Peking University. We're taking you there to see it now. From now on, you can stay there during your breaks, so you can spend more time together and it will be more convenient for you to practice. What? Beyond Garden? Residence? Xiao Chen and Yi Qingxue screamed in surprise almost at the same time, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. The sweet smile on Xiao Chen's face froze. Arrange accommodation? With Yi Qingxue? Living together? Isn't this progressing a little too fast? What are the two mothers thinking? Yi Qingxue was so frightened that her face turned pale. She grabbed the backrest of the front seat fiercely, her voice trembling. Mom! What did you say? Arrange accommodation for us? How can this be? The college has regulations that students must. Oh, rules are dead, but people are alive. Suwon interrupted her with a smile, her tone gentle but unquestionable. The Yoon Garden is originally a high-end villa area associated with the college. Many instructors and their families live there. The environment is good, the spiritual energy is abundant, it is safe, and it is very convenient. It won't affect anything. I have already informed your college's teaching department about this matter, and they have specially approved it. Yi Qingxue felt dizzy and looked at her mother anxiously. But, Mom, this is too sudden. I don't think it's necessary. We can still communicate in the academy. Why not? Suwon glanced at her daughter in disapproval. You're engaged, shouldn't you cultivate your relationship? Do you want to remain so lukewarm? Listen to Mom, this is for your own good. Sister Yueli fully supports this and has already prepared some things for Xiaochen. Xiaochen's mouth twitched as he listened. His mother was so quick. Was she really worried that he wouldn't be able to find a wife? He looked at Yi Qingxue, who was about to collapse but unable to resist, and felt a mixture of amusement and inexplicable anticipation. Ahem, sympathy. He coughed dryly twice, trying to lighten the atmosphere, even though he himself felt the news was shocking. Aunt Sue, is this too much trouble for you? And is this not good for Qingxue's reputation? Suwon waved her hand and said with a smile, what's the trouble? We are all family, so there is no need to worry about reputation issues. You are a legitimate engaged couple, living close to each other and taking care of each other. What's the problem? Qingxue, don't you think? With the last sentence, Suwon looked at Yi Qingxue with a gentle sense of oppression. Yi Qingxue opened her mouth, looked at her mother's eyes that brooked no rebuttal, and thought of the family's current situation and the meaning behind this marriage. All the words of refusal were finally stuck in her throat. She seemed to have lost all her strength. She leaned back in her seat dejectedly, tilting her head to look at the rapidly receding neon lights outside the window. Her eyes were slightly red, but she tried hard not to let her emotions show. She finally squeezed out a word with great difficulty, yes. The car fell silent again, but this time the atmosphere became more complicated and subtle. Xiaochen listened to Yi Qingxue's reaction and Suwon's words, and understood. It seems that living together is not just about cultivating feelings. There are some considerations of the Yi family behind it. He touched his nose and looked at Yi Qingxue's stubborn and fragile profile. He suddenly felt that it was not easy for this girl. His original intention to refuse also faded. Never mind, since it's the will of the two mothers in the family, then just let her stay. He won't suffer any loss anyway, and he can also tease this icy fiancé from a close distance, which seems quite interesting. So he smiled and spoke to break the stagnant atmosphere in the car. Since Aunt Sue and Mother have made arrangements, let's go take a look. If the environment is really good and quiet and suitable for cultivation, it's not something we can't consider, right, Qingxue? His last sentence was directed to Yi Qingxue, with a hint of comfort in his words. Yi Qingxue suddenly turned her head and glared at him fiercely. Her eyes seemed to read traitor, shameless, and taking advantage of others. Suwon was very satisfied with Xiaochen's understanding and said with a smile, Xiaochen is still sensible. Don't worry, the place will definitely satisfy you. We carefully selected it. As they were talking, the car drove into a high-end residential area with a quiet environment. The concentration of spiritual energy in the community was obviously higher than outside, the greenery was excellent, and elegantly designed single-family villas were scattered around in an orderly manner. Finally, the car stopped in front of a 3-story white villa with a small yard. We're here. Suwon got out of the car with a smile, took out the key and opened the courtyard gate and the villa gate. The interior decoration of the villa is exquisite and elegant, with all living facilities available, and it has obviously been specially arranged. The living room, study, and meditation room are all engraved with excellent spirit-gathering formations, and are full of spiritual energy. The first floor is the living room, dining room, kitchen, and a meditation room. The second floor has 2 bedrooms with private bathrooms and a small living room. The third floor is a large terrace and an empty room. You can plan it yourself. Suwon took the two on a tour and introduced. This place is very close to the academy, only about 10 minutes walk. You can come here to practice and rest during your spare time. It's much better than the dormitory environment. Yi Qingxue had a cold face the whole time and didn't say a word. She just scanned everything with a critical eye, trying to find something she was not satisfied with. Unfortunately, this place was indeed impeccable. Xiao Chen was amazed. The conditions here were more than one level better than those in the dormitory. He even felt a faint aura of a spiritual vein branch in the meditation room on the first floor. This was definitely a huge investment. After the tour, returned to the living room on the first floor. Suwon looked at the two of them and smiled. How is it? Are you satisfied? From now on, this will be your home outside the academy. Yi Qingxue pursed her lips tightly and refused to speak. Xiao Qin looked at Yi Qingxue, then at Suwon's expectant eyes, and had no choice but to bite the bullet and smooth things over. The environment is great, thank you Aunt Su and Mother for your trouble, we will make good use of it. Suwon nodded with satisfaction, that's good. You can move your luggage from the dormitory tomorrow. You can get familiar with the environment tonight. I will go back first and not disturb you young people. After saying that, she actually turned around and prepared to leave, as if she had made up her mind to leave the two of them alone. Mom! Yi Qingxue was anxious and subconsciously wanted to follow. Suwon stopped and looked back at her, her eyes gentle but with a meaning that could not be refused. Qingxue, you stay and take a good look at the house with Xiaochen and discuss how to decorate it. Be obedient. The last two words carry a lot of weight. Yi Qingxue's footsteps stopped in their tracks as she watched her mother get into the car and leave, the taillights disappearing into the night. Suddenly, only she and Xiao Chen were left in the huge villa. The air suddenly became extremely quiet, and one could even hear each other's gentle breathing. An extremely awkward and delicate atmosphere permeated the air. Yi Qingxue stood stiffly, feeling uncomfortable all over. Xiao Chen looked at the icy beauty in front of him who seemed like she was about to explode at any moment, and suddenly felt a little funny, and a little, looking forward to it? This sudden cohabitation life doesn't seem to be very peaceful. Chapter 11 First Night at the Villa. As the taillights of the car Suwon was riding in completely disappeared at the end of the community road, the spacious living room of the villa fell into a silence so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The soft psychic light fell, casting an unreal halo on everything, and also illuminating the extremely clear stiffness and helplessness on Yi Qingxue's face. She stood there, as if she was under a spell of immobilization, even her fingertips were tense. In the huge space, there was only her and the guy with a strong presence behind her. The air seemed to become thin and sticky, and she could clearly hear her rapid heartbeat with every breath. Embarrassment, shame, helplessness, and a hint of abandonment, all these emotions intertwined in her heart, making her almost want to rush out the door immediately and escape back to the college dormitory, which was crowded but at least safe. Xiao Chen looked at her back, which looked as if she was facing a great enemy, and was the first to break the suffocating silence. He tried to make his tone sound relaxed and natural, trying to ease the atmosphere. Tisk, Aunt Su's execution ability is so swift and decisive. She just left us here without even a buffer period to adjust. He paced to the center of the living room and looked around. But honestly, the conditions here are really good. The effect of this spirit-gathering array is almost as good as the advanced training room in the academy. It seems that the two mothers have invested a lot of money to match us up. Yi Qingxue turned around abruptly, her icy blue eyes bright with anger. She lowered her voice, but could not hide her anger. Xiao Chen, stop making sarcastic remarks. Is this funny? Isn't this exactly what you wanted to see? Xiao Chen spread his hands, looking innocent. Unjust, classmate Yi. I just found out about this, okay? I was the one who was arranged. Do you think I'm capable of convincing the two mothers to buy us a villa like this? But why didn't you refuse just now? Why did you agree to come down and take a look? Yi Qingxue took a step forward, questioning, you could have objected. Will my objection be of any use? Xiao Chen asked, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Can't you see Aunt Su's attitude? This isn't a discussion at all, it's a notification, and... He paused, his eyes meeting Yi Qingxue's angry gaze calmly. I do think the environment here is good and very suitable for cultivation. Why must you refuse? Just because there's a little awkwardness between us? He took a few steps closer, only an arm's length away from Yi Qingxue. He could clearly see her eyelashes trembling slightly in anger. He lowered his voice and said with a hint of joking, or... Classmate Yi, are you actually afraid of being alone with me? Afraid that I'll eat you? Who's afraid of you? Yi Qingxue was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her fur instantly stood up and she subconsciously took a half step back, staring at him fiercely. I just think this is inappropriate. Very inappropriate. What's inappropriate about that? Xiao Chen feigned confusion. Aren't there 2 bedrooms on the second floor? You can have one, I can have one, we don't interfere with each other. We can go to our own classes during the day and only come together after class or when we need quiet time to practice. How is this different from sharing an apartment? Or is it? He dragged out his words, his eyes sweeping over her. Student Yi, what unhealthy things are you thinking about? You. Yi Qingxue was so angry that her cheeks flushed red, and she almost couldn't breathe. This scoundrel. Bastard. It was obviously him who had been talking frivolously and behaving suspiciously. She suppressed the urge to freeze him into an ice sculpture immediately, took several deep breaths, and finally managed to calm herself down a little. She knew that at this point, her mother's decision could not be changed, and she had to fight for the greatest initiative and safety for herself. Yi Qingxue walked into the living room, but did not sit down. Instead, she stood opposite Xiao Chun, looking down at him condescendingly, trying to restore her voice to its usual coldness and majesty, although a slight tremor still revealed her emotions. Xiao Chun, I don't care what you think, or what the elders have arranged. Since we have to live here for the time being, then we must agree on 3 rules. Oh? 3 rules? Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at her with interest. Tell me about it? Yi Qingxue took a deep breath, stretched out a slender finger, and spoke in a cold and clear tone. First, without my permission, you are absolutely not allowed to set foot in my bedroom and private area on the second floor. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude with my ice magic. Xiao Chen touched his chin, nodded, and said nothing, motioning her to continue. Yi Qingxue held up her second finger. Second, in public areas, you must maintain distance, do not communicate unless necessary, and do not allow any physical contact. Then he raised his third finger. Third, you are not allowed to tell anyone that we live together, and you are not allowed to call yourself my fiancé. At school, we are just ordinary classmates. After saying these 3 things, she seemed to have exhausted all her strength, but her eyes were fixed on Xiao Chun with an unusually firm look. As long as you agree to and strictly abide by these 3 things, we can temporarily live in peace. Otherwise, I would rather move back to the dormitory, even if it means offending my mother and my family. She thought the conditions she proposed were strict enough to draw a line and make this scoundrel give up. However, after hearing this, the cynical smile on Xiao Chen's face slowly faded. He sat up straight, tapping his knees lightly with his fingers, as if thinking seriously. Yi Qingxue's heart tightened slightly. Was he really going to agree? This was beyond her expectation. After a while, Xiao Chen raised his head, looked at her calmly, and spoke slowly. His tone was unprecedentedly serious. Mr. Yi, he said, your 3 rules sound very reasonable. Yi Qingxue felt relieved. But Xiao Chen immediately changed the subject. But, please forgive me for being blunt, I cannot agree to this. What? Yi Qingxue was stunned, thinking she had misheard. What did you say? You can't agree? Why? Xiao Chen spread his hands, his expression becoming somewhat helpless, even a little aggrieved. Of course, he was pretending. First, you're not allowed into your room. What if I accidentally go into the wrong room again? You know, I can be a bit dazed sometimes, and besides, nurturing relationships sometimes requires a little, unexpected surprises in close contact. How can we always do it through the door? This seriously goes against the original intentions of both mothers. Yi Qingxue's eyelids twitched. An accidental wrong turn? An unexpected surprise? How dare this bastard mention it? Second rule, Xiao Chen continued, not giving her a chance to object. Keep your distance in public areas and avoid unnecessary communication. Classmate Yi, what was the original intention of the 2 mothers in letting us live together? It was to cultivate our relationship, to spend more time together, and to understand each other better. If we act like strangers all day and ignore each other, wouldn't that be a blatant violation of the 2 mothers' earnest expectations? If they knew, how sad would they be? If they get angry, they might come up with even more outrageous ways to bring us together, such as installing surveillance cameras in our rooms? Wouldn't that be even worse? Yi Qingxue was stunned and her cheeks flushed. What the hell was going on? Third, Xiao Chen finally held up his third finger. The relationship must be kept confidential. Well, I can reluctantly agree to half of this. Yi Qingxue was stunned. Half? Right. Xiao Chen nodded, revealing an expression that said, I'm really thinking about you. Keeping it a secret at school is fine. I can cooperate with you. After all, we have to consider your reputation and feelings, classmate Yi. However, the status of engaged couple was established by the two old men. It's above board. We have to be aware of this fact and can't completely deny it, right? He spoke at length, his words were very logical, and every word he said stuck to the original intentions of the two mothers. He portrayed himself as a filial son and grandson who had to endure humiliation for the sake of the overall situation. Yi Qingxue felt her head buzzing, her chest felt stuffy, and she almost couldn't breathe. She looked at Xiao Chen's pretentious expression and finally understood everything. This bastard. He was just playing tricks on her. He had already made up his mind not to accept any restrictions. That serious look he had on before was all an act. Xiao Shan. Yi Qingxue squeezed out two words from between her teeth, shaking with anger. A storm seemed to gather in her icy blue eyes. You scoundrel. Bastard. You're just making nonsense. You're making up stories. Xiao Chen immediately revealed a hurt expression. Student Yi, how could you say that to me? Every word I said was for our future together and for the wishes of our two mothers. Heaven and earth can bear witness to my sincerity. Shut up. Yi Qingxue couldn't hold it in any longer. She felt like she would explode if she said one more word to this guy. She glared at him fiercely, her eyes so cold they could almost freeze her soul. I have nothing to say to you. Throwing down these words, she turned around abruptly, her footsteps making a crisp and rapid sound on the floor, just like her angry heartbeat at the moment. She almost ran up to the second floor, and with a loud bang, she slammed her bedroom door shut. She could even hear the click sound of the lock being locked from inside. The loud sound of the door closing echoed in the empty villa for a long time. Xiao Chen sat on the sofa, listening to the noise coming from upstairs, and couldn't help but burst out laughing, his shoulders shrugged. Teasing your cold fiancé is indeed the best way to please your body and mind. He leisurely drank the last sip of the spiritual tea in the cup, stood up and stretched. Well, the environment is nice and the spiritual energy is sufficient. It's a good place to practice. He glanced at the closed door on the second floor and a smile appeared on his lips. 3 rules? Ha ha. Yi Qingxue, there's still a long way to go. Chapter 12 Uninvited Guests. The next morning, sunlight poured into the villa through the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room. Xiao Chen woke up from meditation, and his qi slowly calmed down. He walked out of his bedroom. The room was quiet and the door of the other bedroom was closed. You got up really early. Xiao Chen muttered. It seemed that Yi Qingxue had gone to the academy early in order to avoid him. He shrugged indifferently, washed up, and went out to the college. Instead of going directly to the classroom, he returned to his dormitory first. Since the two mothers have already made arrangements, I guess I won't need the dormitory anymore. He put all his personal belongings, including some commonly used training resources, notes, and a few changes of clothes, into the storage ring, and the dormitory suddenly became empty. After doing all this, he went to class and practiced as usual. A day of college life was dull and uneventful. In class, he still sat in the back row, seemingly daydreaming, but actually practicing inwardly. The aftermath of the practical class seemed to have gradually subsided. Apart from someone occasionally expressing curiosity about him, it did not cause much trouble. He and Yi Qingxue still had no intersection in the academy, as if they were two parallel lines. After school, Xiao Chen didn't stay for long and went straight back to the small white villa outside the school. He opened the door with his key. The house was still quiet. He changed his shoes and walked straight to the soft sofa in the living room. He sat down without any image. He took out his mobile phone and started browsing the internal forum of the academy to see if there was any new news or gossip about the upcoming Secret Realm assessment. Time passes quietly. After an unknown amount of time, there was a sound of the door opening. Xiao Chen raised his head and saw the door was pushed open. Yi Qingxue walked in. She was still wearing the college uniform, with a hint of fatigue on her face, as if she had just finished a day of training and studying. Seeing Xiao Chen slumped on the sofa, Yi Qingxue paused for a moment. Her face, which had already shown no expression, instantly became even colder, as if the temperature in the room had dropped. She didn't even look at Xiao Chen, nor did she have any intention of communicating. She walked straight towards the stairs, intending to go back to her room and implement the principle of reducing unnecessary communication to the end. Xiao Chen looked at her cold back, which looked like she kept strangers away, and smiled. He wanted to tease her a few more times, but when he thought about how she was about to explode with anger yesterday, he decided to take it easy today and not really let this iceberg explode. He turned his attention back to the screen of his mobile phone. However, Yi Qingxue had just taken a few steps up the stairs, and had not even reached the second floor, when her footsteps suddenly stopped. She seemed to sense something, frowned slightly, and listened attentively. Then, she turned around abruptly and walked down the stairs quickly, not towards Xiao Chen, but directly towards the door. Xiao Chen raised his head with some confusion. Yi Qingxue just opened the door. Outside the door, a slender black figure was walking in a strange, tiptoeing posture, with one hand raised, as if she was about to knock on the door. The door suddenly opened, which obviously scared her. It was none other than Emily. Emily was wearing a black outfit today that was convenient for movement and showed off her hot body. Her face was filled with embarrassment and a wry smile as if she had been caught. Hi, Qingxue, what a coincidence. You live here? Emily greeted with a dry laugh, but his eyes quickly glanced inside the door and saw Xiao Chen sitting on the sofa with a look of anticipation on his face. Yi Qingxue looked at her best friend, the veins on her forehead twitching slightly, and her voice was so cold it could freeze someone to death. Li? Are you following me? She felt that someone had been following her stealthily after school today, but she didn't expect it to be this guy who was eager to create chaos in the world. Seeing that he was exposed, Emily simply stopped pretending. He stood up with a smile, hugged Yi Qingxue's arm, and shook it like a spoiled child. Hey, I'm just concerned about you. You've been acting so mysterious these past 2 days. You disappeared after school and didn't even go back to the dormitory. Tell me. Do you have a mistress in your house? Let me see who it is. Her gaze fell on Xiao Chen in the room again, her voice stopped abruptly, and her eyes widened instantly. The wild man, seems, really here? And, it's that fiancé? Yi Qingxue was so angry that she wanted to sew this bad friend's mouth shut. She tried to pull her arm free and growled, "What nonsense are you talking about? It's not true. Go back." Go back? Now that I'm here, why don't you invite me in? Emily's curiosity was piqued, and she refused to leave. Leveraging her size, she squeezed past Yi Qingxue and slid nimbly through the door. Her charming eyes flicked back and forth between Xiao Chen and Yi Qingxue, her face filled with the excitement of uncovering some earth-shattering gossip. Wow! Emily exclaimed exaggeratedly, walking to the center of the living room, hands on hips, looking at Xiao Chen, who was calm and composed on the sofa, and then at Yi Qingxue, who was almost ready to throw her out at the door. All right, Qingxue. You're quick. So, living together? You're hiding it from me. That's really mean. Emily. Shut up. It's not what you think. Yi Qingxue walked back quickly and tried to pull Emily out, her cheeks flushed with anger and embarrassment. What do you think? Emily dodged Yi Qingxue's hand with a smile, and instead sat down on the armrest of the sofa in front of Xiao Chen, staring at him with interest. Xiao Chen? Right? Tell me, what's going on? How did you trick our otherworldly Yi University campus beauty into your arms? And you're even living together? Xiao Chen looked at Emily, whose gossip soul was burning fiercely, and then looked at Yi Qingxue, who was about to explode with anger, and thought that this scene was really interesting. He put down his phone and gave Emily a harmless yet slightly shy smile. Hello, Emily, this matter, it's a long story. Mainly, the two mothers felt that the academy dormitory was too noisy and not conducive to Qingxue's cultivation, so they specially arranged this quiet place for us. We just moved in yesterday. What he said was half true and half false. He explained the reason while cleverly avoiding the sensitive word cohabitation and put the blame on his elders, making himself appear innocent. Two mothers? Emily caught the key words, and his eyes brightened. Oh. I understand. It's the parents' decision. It's great. The progress is amazing. She nudged Xiao Chen with her elbow and winked. How is it? How's it like living with our Qingxue? Did anything, interesting happen? Li. Yi Qingxue finally couldn't help it, and a stream of icy spiritual energy attacked Emily directly. Emily reacted extremely quickly. His figure flashed like a ghost and he dodged easily, still smiling. Oh my, so shy. It seems something happened? She turned to look at Xiao Chen again, lowering her voice with an expression that said, Mr. Xiao, you're amazing. You were able to cause such a huge mood swing in our Qingxue so quickly? You have a bright future. I'm optimistic about you. Xiao Chen suppressed his laughter and nodded seriously. Thank you for the compliment, I will continue to work hard. You're trying too hard. Yi Qingxue was going crazy. These two people were singing the same tune, dancing like crazy in her minefield. She no longer cared about her image and directly pushed Emily, "Get out. Now. Immediately. Right now. No, no, no. Let me take another look around. This house is nice." Emily dodged with a smile, looking around. "Wow, there's even a meditation room. The spiritual energy is so rich. Can I come here often to practice in the future?" "Don't even think about it." Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth. "Oh, Qingxue, you're so stingy. You forget your bestie now that you have a man." Emily pretended to be aggrieved, then suddenly thought of something and said to Xiao Chen, "By the way, classmate Xiao Chen, have you formed a team for the secret realm assessment in a few days?" Xiao Chen shook his head. "Not yet, I'm just about to team up with my classmates." "Don't team up with them." Emily waved his hand and said directly, "Join our team." When these words came out, not only Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment, but even Yi Qingxue suddenly raised her head and looked at Emily in astonishment. "Emily, what nonsense are you talking about?" Emily winked at her, then said to Xiao Chen, "Originally, Qingxue and I planned to form a team of just two of us. With our combined strength, we're more than enough to handle the assessment outside the Qingmu Demon Forest. Having more people would only cause trouble." She changed the subject, pointing a finger at Xiao Chen with a playful smile on her face. "Well, since you're Qingxue's roommate and fiancé now, let's be kind and give you a ride. How about it? It's a chance to curry favor. With two of us third-level experts guiding you, I guarantee your test scores will dazzle everyone." Yi Qingxue immediately objected, "I disagree. Emily, don't make decisions on your own. This assessment is not a joke. To team her up with Xiao Chen? And to work together in a dangerous secret realm?" The thought of it made her scalp tingle. Emily put his arm around Yi Qingxue's shoulders and said with a grin, "Hey, Qingxue, don't be so disgusted. You all live together now. Wouldn't it be more convenient to develop feelings and exchange tactics as a team?" The last few words were spoken in a particularly ambiguous way. Yi Qingxue was so angry that she wanted to strangle her best friend who was eager to create chaos in the world. Xiao Chen rubbed his chin in thought. Teaming up with Yi Qingxue and Emily? One had ice spiritual roots, the other dark spiritual roots. Both were quite strong. Although it might be a bit awkward, from the perspective of the assessment, it was undoubtedly a good choice. Moreover, I can stay with Yi Qingxue legitimately, it seems quite interesting. He glanced at Yi Qingxue's expression that said, "I firmly disagree," and suddenly smiled. He said to Emily, "Emily's proposal sounds great. It's my honor to team up with the two of you. As long as Qingxue has no objection, I have no problem with it." He kicked the ball to Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue looked at Xiao Chen's expression that said, "I'm very happy with it," and then looked at her best friend's face that said she would agree quickly, and she felt overwhelmed. What could she possibly object to? Her biggest complaint was that she didn't want anything to do with this scoundrel. But now, they were all living together, so teaming up seemed unavoidable? She glared at Emily, then slashed at Xiao Chen fiercely. Finally, she squeezed out a desperate sentence, "Whatever you do." After saying that, she could no longer sit still, so she stood up suddenly and rushed to the second floor without looking back. Bang! Another loud door slamming shut. Emily looked at Yi Qingxue's fleeing back, and instead of feeling sorry, she laughed so hard that her body shook. "Oh my, I'm so shy." She turned her head and winked at Xiao Chen, "Then it's settled, classmate Xiao Chen. For the secret realm assessment, we will form a team of 3. You must take good care of our Qingxue when the time comes." Xiao Chen picked up the water cup and gestured to Emily with a meaningful smile, "Of course, I'll take good care of you." Chapter 13, Bringing Glass into the Room. Yi Qingxue rushed back to the room as if escaping, leaning her back against the cold door. She could still hear the faint sounds of talking and laughing coming from downstairs, especially Emily's charming laughter and Xiao Chen's occasional response, which were like little needles pricking her heart, making her very irritated. This Emily. He was actually having such a good time chatting with that scoundrel. He even sold himself out. She pricked up her ears, trying to hear what they were saying, but unfortunately, they were too far away to hear clearly. She could only vaguely hear scattered words about Qingxue's childhood, cultivation, and likes. No. We can't let Emily, the traitor, stay with that bastard anymore. God knows what shocking revelations she'll reveal next. Yi Qingxue took a deep breath, suppressed the shame and anger in her heart, adjusted her expression, put on her icy look again, suddenly opened the door, and walked down the stairs quickly. Downstairs, Xiao Chen and Emily seemed to be having a great conversation. Emily was gesturing and saying something, while Xiao Chen was listening with great interest, a smile on his face. Seeing Yi Qingxue coming back, and her face was even colder than before, they both stopped and looked at her. Yi Qingxue walked straight to the sofa, her beautiful eyes staring at Emily like icicles, her voice so cold it could have shattered ice. Emily, are you free? It's getting dark, you should go back. Emily felt a little guilty when she glared at him, but then he smiled again and pulled her hand coquettishly. Hey, Qingxue, don't be so cold. I'm just helping you to carefully examine your fiancé. You see, classmate Xiao Chen is quite interesting and knows a lot. We were just talking about. Have you finished the inspection? If you have, please go back immediately. Yi Qingxue interrupted her rudely and shook off her hand. Emily curled her lips and pretended to be aggrieved. Really, throwing it away after use is so cruel. Okay, then I'll leave. She pretended to get up, but glanced at Xiao Chen with a sly smile. At this moment, Yi Qingxue looked at Emily, who seemed to be afraid of chaos in the world, and then looked at Xiao Chen, who was calm and composed, as if everything was under control. A sudden bold idea suddenly popped into her mind. What if Emily stays here too, and lives with us? This way, she and Xiao Chen wouldn't be alone in the same room. With Emily around, that scoundrel wouldn't dare mess around. And with her bestie by her side, she'd feel much more at ease. At least she had an ally. Once this idea came to mind, it quickly took root. Yeah. That's it. Let's muddy the waters. Let's see who's more embarrassed. So, just as Emily stood up and Xiao Chen was about to say goodbye, Yi Qingxue suddenly spoke. Her voice was still cold, but it carried an unquestionable determination. You don't have to leave. Ah. Emily stood there in a daze, unable to react. She walked up to Emily, stopped, and her tone suddenly became unusually sincere. Emily, you are right, it is necessary to conduct a thorough investigation. Emily was a little confused by her sudden change of expression. Qingxue, you. Before she could finish, Yi Qingxue grabbed her hands, her eyes earnest. Since you want to investigate, then of course you have to investigate thoroughly, comprehensively, and up close. How can just chatting be enough? Xiao Chen leaned on the sofa and looked at Yi Qingxue's abnormal behavior. Suddenly, he had an ominous premonition in his heart. What kind of weird idea has this girl come up with? Yi Qingxue met their surprised gazes with a blank expression as she spoke word by word. What I mean is, Emily, why don't you move in with us? The room here is big enough anyway. What? Emily's eyes widened instantly, and the smile on his face froze. He thought he was hallucinating. Qingxue, what did you say? You want me to move in too? Qingxue, are you okay? I'm living well in the dormitory. That's right. Yi Qingxue nodded affirmatively, and even added, you can live in the same room with me, my bed is big enough. She said this to Emily, but her eyes swept over Xiao Chen vaguely, with a hint of provocation and a meaning of seeing what else you can do. Xiao Chen was completely stunned. This development was completely beyond his expectations. Yi Qingxue, this girl, actually came up with such a trick to kill 1,000 enemies but hurt herself 800 just to defend against him? She even dragged her best friend into this situation to act as a light bulb and amulet? Emily was really panicking at this moment. She just wanted to watch the fun, gossip, and tease the engaged couple, but she never thought of getting herself involved. Living with Qingxue is nice, but having a man living next to her is so awkward. And it will seriously affect her freedom. No. Qingxue, calm down. Emily waved his hands quickly, trying to save the situation. This isn't good, is it? This is the love nest that Aunt Sue arranged for you. What am I doing getting involved in? I'm disturbing you so much. I'd better go back to my dorm. Don't bother me. Yi Qingxue said firmly, not giving Emily any chance to refuse. I have the final say. You can stay here tonight and wear my pajamas. You can go to the dormitory to pack your things and move in tomorrow. Tonight? Moving tomorrow? Emily was so frightened that her face turned pale. She looked at Xiao Chen for help. Xiao Chen, you say something. Is this appropriate? Xiao Chen came back to his senses from his initial shock, looked at Yi Qingxue's serious expression of determination, then looked at Emily's panic, and suddenly felt that this situation was very interesting. Anyway, he is not a gentleman who can remain calm in the face of temptation. It doesn't seem like a bad thing to have a beautiful roommate who is pleasing to the eye, right? He had no intention of forcing Yi Qingxue to do anything excessive, he just liked to tease her. Now with the quirky Emily, wouldn't their cohabitation life be more colorful? So he shrugged his shoulders, showing an expression of indifference, and even had a smile that seemed to show that he was not afraid of trouble. I don't have any objections. Qingxue is right. The room here is big enough. Molly, you can move in and live with us. It will be more lively and you can take care of each other. Besides, you two sisters are very close, so living together is perfect. Xiao Chen. You. Emily was practically vomiting blood. This guy didn't object? He actually agreed? Couldn't he see that Qingxue was using her as a shield? Yi Qingxue was slightly taken aback when she heard Xiao Chen's words. She had expected Xiao Chen to object, but she hadn't expected him to agree so readily. This made her feel a little unsure, but the words were already out, and it was hard to take them back. She didn't give Emily any chance to struggle. She stepped forward, grabbed Emily's wrist, and dragged him upstairs. It settled. Follow me upstairs. Hey. Qingxue. Think about it again. I snore when I sleep. I grind my teeth. I sleepwalk. I will scare you. Emily wailed all the way, trying to make a final resistance. Shut up. Don't I know what you're like? Yi Qingxue didn't buy it at all and forcefully dragged the crying-faced Emily upstairs. Xiao Chen stood downstairs, listening to the sound of doors closing and faint protests and arguments from upstairs, and couldn't help laughing. This is really interesting. That night, Emily wore Yi Qingxue's silk pajamas and lay on Yi Qingxue's spacious bed. Looking at his good friend who seemed to have fallen asleep peacefully beside him, he felt like crying but had no tears. In the living room downstairs, Xiao Chen was alone, reminiscing about this unexpected night, a playful smile on his lips. Threesome living together? It seems that the days ahead will definitely not be boring. Chapter 14 Morning Scenery. The early morning sunlight shines through the gauze curtains, gently waking up the villa. Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes from meditation. A night of practice made his 5 qis a little fuller. He stretched his body, feeling refreshed, pushed open the door, and prepared to go downstairs to wash up. Just as I reached the corridor on the second floor, the door of the master bedroom opposite opened with a click. Emily rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked out in a daze. She was still wearing the silk nightgown that Yi Qingxue had given her last night. It was an elegant light blue color, and the fabric was soft and fitted, outlining her slim and graceful figure, which was far more hot and sexy than Yi Qingxue's. Because she had just gotten up, the straps of her nightgown slipped slightly, revealing her delicate collarbone and a large area of snow-white skin. The worst thing was that she was obviously naked inside, and the seductive outline of her chest was faintly visible under the soft silk, trembling slightly as she yawned, full of lazy yet deadly temptation. She seemed not to be fully awake yet, and walked habitually towards the dormitory bathroom in her memory, without noticing that there was someone standing in the corridor. Xiao Chen paused. Even though he had good concentration, his breathing couldn't help but stagnate when he suddenly saw such an erotic scene early in the morning, and his eyes subconsciously lingered for 2 more seconds. At this moment, Emily finally realized that something was wrong. She focused her sleepy eyes and saw Xiao Chen standing not far away, looking at her. Their eyes met. The air was quiet for a second. Ah! Emily was instantly awake, letting out a short, low cry. Her pretty face flushed red. She folded her arms over her chest, turned around shyly and hurriedly, and slammed back into the room with a thud, as fast as a frightened rabbit. Her low moans of frustration and embarrassment came from inside the door. Xiao Chen touched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed and a little amused. Is this a benefit? He cleared his throat nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened, and slowly walked down the stairs. When I came to the first floor, I unexpectedly smelled the aroma of food coming from the kitchen. When I walked over and took a look, I was even more surprised. I saw Yi Qingxue wearing a cute cartoon apron, standing in front of the stove, skillfully frying a few pieces of delicious-looking spiritual beef steaks, and in the pot next to her was bubbling with spiritual rice porridge. The morning light cast a shadow on her serious face, shedding its usual coldness and imbuing it with a homely softness and warmth. Her long eyelashes drooped as she stared intently at the food in the pot. This scene held a unique beauty. Xiao Chen leaned against the kitchen doorframe and couldn't help but whistled, teasing, "Wow, I didn't expect our Qingxue could actually cook." She's really good at both housework and the kitchen. Yi Qingxue was startled by the sudden noise, her hand shaking so much that she almost flipped the steak over. She turned around and saw it was Xiao Chen. Thinking that the brief commotion upstairs might have been related to him, she glared at him and said sternly, "What do you care? I didn't cook this for you." "Really?" Xiao Chen shrugged, walked over to the dining table, pulled out a chair, sat down, picked up the bowl and chopsticks that were already on the table, and said with a smile, "But there are only 3 of us here. If you don't give me some, are you going to eat alone with Emily? That would hurt our relationship." "You!" Yi Qingxue was furious. Seeing him waiting for the meal as if it was a matter of course, she wanted to throw the spatula in her hand at him, but she finally held back. She turned around with gritted teeth and viciously shoved 2 more spirit bird eggs into the pan. She fried the eggs so hard that it seemed like they were going to pierce the bottom of the pan. "Humph. I'd rather you die of starvation," she muttered softly. Xiao Chen looked at her back, and the smile on his lips deepened. Teasing his icy fiancée was really a daily source of happiness. After a while, Emily also changed into the college uniform. There was still a slight blush on her cheeks, and her eyes flickered. She was embarrassed to look at Xiao Chen, so she lowered her head and slipped into the kitchen to help Yi Qingxue serve the dishes. The 3 of them sat around the dining table eating breakfast, and the atmosphere was awkward and silent for a while. Yi Qingxue had a stern face and drank the porridge in small sips. Emily lowered his head, concentrating on the steak on the plate. Occasionally, he would secretly look up and glance at Xiao Chen quickly, then immediately lower his head again. Xiao Chen ate with gusto. It had to be said that Yi Qingxue's cooking skills were quite good. The spirit beast steaks were cooked to the perfect temperature, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the spirit rice porridge was also fragrant, glutinous, and delicious. "It tastes good," he praised sincerely. Yi Qingxue paused and ignored him, but her tense expression seemed to relax a little. Seeing this, Emily quickly tried to smooth things over, trying to liven up the atmosphere. Yes, Qingxue's cooking skills are amazing. We're in for a treat from now on. Right, Xiao Chen? Xiao Chen nodded obediently, indeed. It seems that living together, oh no, living together does have its advantages. If you still want to eat, stop talking. Yi Qingxue finally couldn't help it and interrupted them coldly. The breakfast ended in a strange atmosphere. The 3 of them went out together to the academy. Yi Qingxue and Emily walked in front hand in hand, deliberately quickening their pace, as if there was a plague following them. Xiao Chen was very tactful and lagged behind by more than 10 meters, strolling slowly, admiring the backs of the 2 beauties in front of them, who had different styles but were equally eye-catching. No conversation along the way. When they arrived at the college, they immediately parted ways. Yi Qingxue and Emily instantly blended into the crowd and disappeared, while Xiao Chen walked towards his classroom. After the morning class ended, Zhao Kuo and Li Hao came together as usual to discuss the team formation for the Secret Realm assessment. "Brother Chen, Haozi has contacted a classmate from the wood department who has good healing skills. But they're still missing a strong main attacker or a field controller. Do you know anyone like him?" Zhao Kuo asked vaguely with food in his mouth. Li Hao also looked at Xiao Chen. "Well, the team configuration needs to be finalized as soon as possible so that we can hone in on the tactics in advance." Xiao Chen put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, looked at his 2 friends, and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, Haozi, Fatty, due to team matters, I may not be able to join you in the same group." "Huh?" Zhao Kuo was stunned for a moment, almost choking. "Why? Have you found a more powerful team? Who? Which boss would be interested in you?" Li Hao also showed a puzzled expression. Xiao Chen touched his nose and said vaguely, "Well, sort of. By chance, I found a good team with good configuration, so you don't have to save a spot for me." Zhao Kuo's curiosity was piqued. He leaned in closer and asked in a low voice, "Who is it? Tell me, Brother Chen. Are they those perverts from Class 1? That's not right. They have very high standards. Why would they be interested in someone from Class 2? Did your family arrange bodyguards for you?" Xiao Chen was amused by him and shook his head. "It's not a bodyguard." "Who it is? I'll keep it a secret for now. Anyway, you will know it when the time comes." "Keep it a secret?" Zhao Kuo widened his eyes, with an expression that said you are not nice enough. "Keep it a secret from your brother? Is there something hidden? Could it be a girl? And a beautiful girl?" He suddenly had an idea and his eyes lit up. Xiao Chen smiled without saying anything, neither admitting nor denying. His attitude made Zhao Kuo more convinced of his guess. He immediately beat his chest and stamped his feet, heartbroken. Damn it. Brother Chen. You actually abandoned your brothers for a girl. You value women over friends. Which class is this girl from? Tell the truth. Li Hao was relatively calm. Although he was also very curious, he saw that Xiao Chen was unwilling to talk more, so he pulled Zhao Kuo and said, "Okay, Fatty, since Xiao Chen has found a suitable team, that's a good thing. We can just look for someone else. Maybe he really has some opportunities." Xiao Chen glanced at Li Hao gratefully and said, "Haozi, you're a sensible person. Don't worry, we might meet again during the assessment and we can work together then." Zhao Kuo was still sighing there, imagining that Xiao Chen was spotted by a mysterious group of beautiful women, and that they were playing out the drama of a rich girl falling in love with a good-for-nothing boy. Xiao Chen watched his friend's exaggerated performance and laughed inwardly. A mysterious girl team? Well, from a certain perspective, Zhao Kuo's guess was not entirely wrong. But he would never have imagined that in that team was Yi Qingxue, the ice goddess from their Tsinghua and Peking University who was so arrogant and rude to all her suitors. If you tell others about this, they will probably be shocked, right? A meaningful smile appeared on Xiao Chen's lips. Keeping it secret is a must, otherwise, he might not be able to live to see the day of the Secret Realm Assessment. Chapter 15 Secret Realm Assessment. In the following days, Xiao Chen seemed to really devote most of his attention to cultivation. Every day after school, when he returned to the villa outside the school, except for the necessary greetings and meals together, he would spend the rest of the time locked in the meditation room or the empty room on the third floor, immersed in cultivation and array formation research. The operation of the 5 chi Cs became more and more smooth and natural, and the speed of absorbing and refining spiritual energy also increased steadily. Although there was still some distance to break through, the total amount and purity of spiritual power had already far exceeded that of the same level. This kind of law-abiding behavior made Yi Qingxue, who was originally highly vigilant, feel a little relieved. She even secretly felt fortunate that her decision to let Li into the house was correct. With Emily around, Xiao Chen indeed restrained herself a lot and didn't dare to do anything beyond the rules. Although Emily would still tease her and Xiao Chen from time to time, overall, the three of them maintained a delicate and peaceful balance. Yi Qingxue even occasionally thought, maybe it wouldn't be bad to continue like this? At least the training environment is much better than the dormitory. Of course, she didn't know that the reason why Xiao Chen was so honest was, on the one hand, because he really needed to hurry up and improve his strength to cope with the assessment, and on the other hand, he felt that although teasing Yi Qingxue was fun, a long-term approach was the best way to go. Being too impatient would only lead to a lower level of performance. Moreover, with Emily as a light bulb, many jokes were not easy to make. Time flies, and it is the day of the Secret Realm Assessment. Early in the morning, hundreds of first-year students from Tsinghua and Peking University, led by their instructors, boarded a specially made psychic bus and arrived at the entrance to the secret realm of the Greenwood Demon Forest located on the outskirts of the imperial capital. This place has long been under joint martial law by the military and the academy. A huge psychic barrier flickers with a faint light, isolating the entrance area from the outside world. The air is filled with rich wood-attributed spiritual energy, mixed with a faint smell of blood and oppression, which makes people involuntarily nervous. The students got off the bus one after another and gathered according to their classes in pre-formed teams, whispering to each other, feeling both excited and nervous. Among the crowd, 3 people stood out. Yi Qingxue and Emily stood together. Both of them had changed into tight-fitting dresses suitable for combat. They were not completely tight, but they perfectly outlined the girl's graceful figure curves. Yi Qingxue was wearing a moon-white short skirt, the hem of which just stopped above her absolute area, revealing a pair of straight and slender legs wrapped in sheer white stockings, and a pair of white short boots on her feet. She still had her hair tied up in a high ponytail, and there was no expression on her cold and beautiful face. She was like a snow lotus standing proudly on the ice field, emitting a cold aura that kept strangers away. Emily was wearing a mysterious black short skirt, the design of which added a touch of sexiness. She also wore black transparent stockings, which outlined her seductive legs. Her long black hair was simply tied behind her head, with a few strands falling on her cheeks. Her eyes were charming and there was a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. She was like an orchid blooming in the dark night, dangerous and charming. One in white and the other in black, one icy and the other dark, the 2 girls with very different styles but equally stunning stood together, instantly becoming the most beautiful scenery in the entire venue, attracting almost everyone's attention. They were originally the twin lotus flowers of Tsinghua and Peking University, and now standing together, their lethality increased exponentially. What surprised and even stunned everyone was that next to the two goddesses stood an ordinary-looking boy named Xiao Chun, wearing an ordinary dark gray combat uniform. He put his hands in his pockets, looking quite relaxed, as if the envious, jealous, suspicious, or scrutinizing eyes around him did not exist. He just stood beside Yi Qingxue and Emily naturally, and occasionally whispered a few words to Emily. Wow! Isn't that Yi Qingxue and Emily? Why are they standing with Xiao Chen? Xiao Chen? That useless guy from class 2 with 5 attributes, mixed spiritual roots? What's going on? Are they on the same team? That's impossible. Why would Yi Qingxue and Emily bring him? What right does he have? It's because of connections. Isn't he said to be a well-connected person? Could it be that his family has connections with both the Yi and Emo families? Damn it! The good cabbages were eaten by the pigs. And there were only 2 of them. Zhaoqua and Li Hao also saw this scene. They opened their mouths wide enough to fit a spiritual bird egg. Oh my god! Zhaoqua slapped his thigh suddenly, finally reacting. He pointed in Xiao Chen's direction and stammered to Li Hao, how's he? Look! Brother Chen! The team he was talking about. Could it be? Li Hao was also shocked. He pushed his glasses and muttered, I see, keep it secret, so that's what it means. This isn't just a girls' team, this is a goddess team. They finally understood why Xiao Chun had been so secretive before. This lineup was indeed too scary to make public. Whispers spread around like a tide, and countless eyes were focused on the 3 people like searchlights, especially Xiao Chun, who was almost pierced through by those envious and jealous eyes. Xiao Chen felt the murderous gazes around him, touched his nose helplessly, and muttered in a low voice that only the 2 people around him could hear, I knew it. Teaming up with these 2 campus beauties means my peaceful and low-key campus life is completely over. This hatred is too steady. Emily burst out laughing upon hearing this. Far from feeling embarrassed, she deliberately leaned closer to Xiao Chun, almost clinging to him, her eyes darting around, her voice delicate and charming. What's the matter? Xiao Chun, being able to team up with 2 beautiful women like us is a blessing that many people would wish for. Are you still not happy? Her action caused gasps and countless heartbroken cries from those around her. Yi Qingxue frowned slightly, glanced at Emily coldly, and whispered, Emily, pay attention to the occasion. At the same time, she subconsciously moved half a step to the other side, putting some distance between herself and Xiao Chun, as if to indicate that I am not familiar with him. Xiao Chen had become somewhat immune to Emily's pranks. He smiled helplessly, I'm happy to do it, but the pressure is a bit great. I feel like a firefly in the dark night, so bright, so outstanding. Bah! So conceited. Emily cursed with a smile. Yi Qingxue listened to the 2 of them bickering as if nothing was happening around them, and she felt a vein throbbing in her forehead. She began to seriously doubt whether teaming up with Xiao Chen was the right decision. Not only was their strength questionable, but they would also become the target of public criticism. Then Xiao Chen turned his head slightly and whispered to Yi Qingxue beside him, Qingxue, you look very handsome today. Yi Qingxue's ears turned slightly red, and she whispered back in a low voice, shut up. Concentrate on preparing. Emily heard the 2 whispering and burst out laughing. She also moved closer to Xiao Chen's other side and whispered with a faint fragrance, Xiao Chun, what about me? Don't I look handsome in this outfit? Xiao Chen readily followed suit, smiling and whispering, Emily is beautiful, stunningly beautiful. You're so smooth talking. Emily rolled her eyes at him in reproach, but her smile grew even wider. The seemingly natural and intimate whispering interaction between the 3 people, in the eyes of others, confirmed certain speculations and triggered more envy, jealousy, and hatred. Damn it! What kind of magic potion did that kid give to the 2 goddesses? Isn't he just a loser who relies on his family? Why? I'd better not let me run into their team once we get into the secret realm. Otherwise, he'll be in big trouble. Some hostile whispers were faintly heard. Xiao Chen seemed not to hear, his eyes swept across those malicious gazes, but a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is the peaceful life over? Then, let the storm come even harder. He whispered to himself, so quietly that only he could hear. Aoki Demon Forest. I hope it's not too boring. Chapter 16, Deep into the Demon Forest. Following the order from the leading teacher, a gap slowly opened in the huge spiritual barrier, revealing the entrance to a secret realm filled with the scent of primitive plants. The assessment begins. It will last for 7 days. The target monster crystal cores, the quantity and quality will be included in the score. Do it according to your ability, safety first. Send a distress signal immediately when in danger. The teacher's roar echoed in the noisy environment. The students rushed into the entrance like a flood and quickly disappeared into the lush forest. Xiao Chen, Yi Qingxue, and Emily were not in a hurry to rush to the front. After most people had entered, Yi Qingxue said coldly, "Let's go." The three of them stepped into the secret realm side by side. A rich, slightly sweet, wood-attributed aura hit me in the face, as if I were instantly in a primeval forest that had existed since ancient times. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sun, and thick vines were wrapped around them like giant pythons. The ground was covered with thick rotten leaves, and the air was filled with a damp and dangerous smell. In the distance, one could faintly hear the roars of unknown monsters and the sounds of magic clashing. It was obvious that the team that came in first had already started fighting. Yi Qingxue only briefly surveyed the surroundings before her cold eyes cast towards the deeper depths of the forest. Without the slightest hesitation, she spoke, "The monsters in the outer areas are too low level, and there are too many people vying for them, so the efficiency is too low. Let's go directly to the deeper areas, where there are more peak level, second level, or even third level monsters, and the competition is less." Her decision was decisive, with unquestionable confidence. With her and Emily's strength, they were indeed qualified to make such a choice. Emily naturally had no objection and nodded with a smile. "Listen to the captain, finish the fight early and call it a day. Maybe we can even find a place for a picnic." Xiao Chen had even less objection. He had originally wanted to see the true level of these two people and test the results of his recent cultivation. This was exactly what he wanted. "I'm fine." Xiao Chen nodded. "Then let's go," Yi Qingxue said concisely. As they sped along, Yi Qingxue and Emily both increased their speed to a considerable level. Their bodies were as light and agile as forest elves, skillfully avoiding the tangled vines and low shrubs on the ground. Yi Qingxue wanted to see Xiao Chen's strength intentionally or unintentionally. After all, a long-distance raid would test one's spiritual power and physical skills. However, what surprised her a little was that Xiao Chen followed them slowly and leisurely, with a steady breath and a normal expression. He even had the leisure to look around at the surrounding scenery. He looked so leisurely, as if he was not rushing through a secret place full of dangers, but taking a walk in his own back garden. Yi Qingxue glanced through the gap in the woods at the guy behind her who seemed relaxed and comfortable. Her mind involuntarily recalled the first time she was instantly subdued by him in the room. His speed and spiritual power control were far beyond the surface level. The doubts in her heart grew heavier. Taking advantage of a brief pause in a relatively open woodland to make sure the surroundings were safe, Yi Qingxue turned around, staring directly at Xiao Chen with her ice blue eyes, and finally asked the question that she had been holding back for a long time. "Xiao Chen, what exactly are your strengths?" Her voice was cold and clear, with unquestionable seriousness. "Don't play dumb with me anymore. I can feel that you are definitely more than just the early second stage that you show. You have practiced a technique to hide your cultivation level, right?" Emily also came over curiously, her gossip spirit burning fiercely. She laughed sweetly and said, "So you have a hidden trick up your sleeve? Tell me, what realm have you reached?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's lips curled up into a playful smile, and his voice was full of sarcasm. "Why is Qingxue suddenly concerned about this? Is she conquered by my heroic appearance? Stop talking nonsense." Yi Qingxue's tone turned cold. "Answer my question. I just want to confirm so that I can deal with it later. We are teammates, so we should at least know each other well." "Know everything?" Xiao Chen's smile became somewhat ambiguous. His eyes swept meaningfully over Yi Qingxue's chest, which was slightly rising and falling due to slight annoyance. He lowered his voice and said to her, "This is not a good place to get to know everything. After the test is over, when we return to our room, I will let you see it again. I guarantee that it will leave you with the same deep impression as last time." "Xiao Chen. Go to hell." Yi Qingxue's face flushed red instantly, filled with shame and anger. She almost couldn't control herself and swung her sword. "Wow." Emily, who had been watching the show from the side, instantly caught up on this explosive exchange. Like a cat smelling fish, she excitedly moved closer, her eyes flicking back and forth between the two of them, filled with curiosity. "Room? Meet? Last time? Did you two do something unspeakable behind my back? Did you sleep together?" M.O. Li. Yi Qingxue was filled with shame and anger, almost choking on her breath, her body swaying. What nonsense are you talking about? It's not true. Xiao Chen burst into laughter and gave Mo Li a look that said, "You know what I mean," which made Yi Qingxue even more angry. Just as Xiao Chen was about to add some more fuel to the fire and admire Yi Qingxue's angry expression, his brows suddenly furrowed slightly and he whispered, "Be careful. There's something ahead." Almost at the same time he spoke, Yi Qingxue and Mo Li also sensed the strong demonic aura and faint growls coming from the front. The three of them instantly restrained their breath and tacitly hid behind several huge ancient trees. Looking forward through the gaps between the branches and leaves, I saw three monsters that looked like tigers but were covered with dark green sharp thorns all over their bodies. They were surrounding the corpse of a deer-shaped monster that had just been hunted. Their fangs were exposed, their claws flashed with cold light, and the demonic energy emanating from their bodies had reached the second level. Two of them were particularly ferocious, reaching the peak of the second level, while the other one was slightly weaker, about the late second level. They're thorn demon tigers. Mo Li lowered his voice and quickly determined, two at the peak stage and one at the late stage. Their defenses are very strong, and those thorns are poisonous. Their attacks are powerful and their speed is not slow. Yi Qingxue quickly scanned the battlefield, a trace of calculation flashing in her cold eyes. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Xiao Chen, can you handle that late stage second stage monster? Just contain it, don't force a kill. Once we've dealt with our respective targets, I'll come help you." Her eyes fell on Xiao Chen with scrutiny. Although she knew that he was not as simple as he appeared, she had never witnessed his full strength with her own eyes. Facing a late-stage second-order monster known for its defense and strength, she needed confirmation. Xiao Chen met her gaze, a relaxed smile on his lips. He gently brushed his fingers across the storage ring and took out a black longsword. "No problem, leave it to me." His tone was calm, yet carried a reassuring certainty. Hearing his affirmative answer, Yi Qingxue no longer hesitated and immediately made a decision. "Okay, then fight. Let's fight quickly and avoid making too much noise." She paused, then added, a hint of barely perceptible concern in her cold voice, "Be careful. If you can't handle it, let me know immediately and I'll be here as soon as possible." Mo Li also winked at Xiao Chen and waved the dark dagger in his hand. "Hold on, I'll get it done as soon as possible and come to help you." Action! Yi Qingxue let out a low shout, and the three of them suddenly rushed out from behind the tree like arrows, turning into three swift shadows and rushing towards their respective targets. Yi Qingxue went straight for the second-level peak demon tiger on the left. The chill spread even before the sword was unsheathed. Mo Li's figure swept towards another peak demon tiger on the right like a ghost. Xiao Chen took steady steps and rushed straight towards the second-level late thorn demon tiger with a weaker aura. The battle is about to begin. Chapter 17: Thunder slays the tiger. The battle broke out instantly. Yi Qingxue's body followed the sword's movement. The ice-blue longsword sliced through the air, bringing with it a piercing cold current that pierced the second-level peak thorn demon tiger with a silver pattern on its forehead. Before the sword even reached it, the biting cold had already covered the grass and trees around the demon tiger with white frost. The demon tiger let out an angry roar, and the thorns on its body stood up, flashing a dark green luster. It pounced towards Yi Qingxue, its sharp claws carrying a fishy smell. Mo Li's figure was as elusive as a ghost. The two black daggers in her hands were like the tongues of poisonous snakes, specifically attacking the eyes, joints, and other vulnerable parts of the demon tiger on the left. Her shadow spiritual power seemed to have some kind of corrosive and slowing effect, causing the demon tiger to roar continuously, but it was difficult to capture her true body. Xiao Chen faced the late second stage thorny tiger on the right. When the demon tiger saw that this weakest human dared to rush towards it, it roared and suddenly ejected dozens of sharp thorns flashing with poisonous light from its bloody mouth at an astonishing speed. Facing the incoming stingers, Xiao Chen's eyes remained calm. He shifted his steps, and his body, as light as willow catkins in the wind, dodged most of them. At the same time, he quickly formed a seal with his left hand and shouted, "Rock barrier." A thick ochre-colored stone wall suddenly rose in front of him. Ha, ha, ha. The remaining poisonous thorns were nailed into the stone wall, penetrating half a foot. The tail end trembled violently, but failed to penetrate. Seeing this, the demon tiger exerted strength with its limbs, and rushed forward with its huge body in evil wind, trying to tear the enemy behind the stone wall into pieces with its sharp claws. Xiao Chen, however, had already taken advantage of the stone wall to flank the area. The seemingly unadorned black sword in his hand suddenly burst into blazing flames. Burning flame slash. He growled and swung his arm. A crescent-shaped blazing sword light flew out from the sword, carrying a scorching wave of air, and accurately slashed towards the tiger's waist and abdomen. Fire overcomes wood. This is the most basic attribute: restraint. The demon tiger sensed danger and let out a terrified roar, trying to turn around and dodge, but the flaming sword light was extremely fast. Sizzle! The flaming sword light slashed fiercely on the thorn-covered body of the demon tiger. Although most of the power was offset by the hard thorns, it still left a charred wound, and the burnt thorns emitted an unpleasant smell. The demon tiger howled in pain. It was completely enraged and pounced again regardless of its injuries. At the same time, thorns grew wildly all over its body, like countless green spears, shooting indiscriminately in all directions. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, retreated rapidly, and waved his hands repeatedly. Green vines entangled. The ground beneath the demon tiger's feet suddenly opened up, and several thick green vines coiled around it like living things, tightly binding its limbs and body. Although they were quickly broken apart by its powerful strength, they also successfully hindered its attack and the launch angle of those thorns. Just when the demon tiger was struggling to tear the vines, the hole was exposed. Xiao Chen's eyes flashed, and the golden energy within him suddenly erupted. The flames on the black sword in his hand instantly extinguished, replaced by an extremely sharp golden edge. The sword even emitted a slight hum. Sharp gold, piercing the sun. His entire body seemed to merge with the sword, transforming into a thin, sharp streak of golden light that shot out at a speed too fast for the naked eye to grasp. His target was directly aimed at the demonic tiger's bloody mouth, which had opened wide due to its roar. This sword was fast, accurate, and ruthless. It brought the sharp penetration of gold to its extreme. Puff! The golden light shot into the demon tiger's mouth unhindered and exited from the back of its neck. All the movements of the demon tiger froze in an instant, the struggling roar stopped abruptly, the huge beast eyes were filled with incredible fear and solidification, and its vitality receded like the tide. Xiao Chen's figure appeared behind the demon tiger. With a flick of his wrist, a drop of blood fell off the tip of the sword, and the black sword returned to its ancient and unpretentious appearance. Behind him, the huge corpse of the demon tiger fell to the ground with a loud bang, raising a cloud of fallen leaves. From start to finish, it took only a dozen breaths. A late-stage, second-order thorn demon tiger, renowned for its defense and toxicity, was easily slain by Xiao Chen through precise attribute control and tactical coordination. The whole process was smooth and effortless, without any delay, and even had a kind of elegance that made it look effortless. On the other side, the battle between Yi Qingxue and Mo Li was nearing its end. Yi Qingxue's swordsmanship was sharp, and his ice-type spiritual power greatly slowed down the movements of the peak demon tiger. Finally, he found an opportunity and froze half of its head with one sword. Mo Li was like a dancer in the dark night, using her ghostly body movements and the corrosiveness of her dagger to continuously inflict wounds on the other demon tiger. Finally, she seized an opportunity and accurately cut its throat with the dagger. The two women defeated their opponents almost at the same time. They took a breath and were about to go see if Xiao Chen needed help, but they were stunned at the same time. Xiao Chen was standing leisurely beside the fallen demon tiger, a relaxed smile on his face, as if he had just casually swatted a fly. The demon tiger beneath him was clearly dead beyond death. Mo Li's red lips parted slightly, her charming eyes filled with surprise. Wow! Xiao Chen, you're so good. You solved it so quickly? I guess I underestimated you. Yi Qingxue's cold eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. She knew that Xiao Chen had hidden his strength, but she didn't expect that he could deal with a late-stage second-order monster so easily and quickly. The smooth switching of multiple attribute spells and the stunning penetrating sword at the end are an absolute display of strength. She quickly walked up to Xiao Chen, her icy blue eyes fixed on him, her voice carrying a subtle fluctuation. Tell me, what realm are you in? Xiao Chen looked at her, who was determined to get to the bottom of the matter, and his evil taste came back. He put away his sword, took a step closer, a wicked smile on his face, and said in a low voice, Qingxue, do you want to know my secret? How about, you give me a kiss? One kiss and I'll tell you, how about that? You! Yi Qingxue's face flushed crimson instantly. The slight shock she had just felt was instantly replaced by shame and anger. The ice sword in her hand even hummed, and the temperature around them plummeted. Xiao Chen! Pay attention! Mo Li also came over. Although he was equally curious, he still added fuel to the fire as if he was enjoying the show. Wow! A kiss in exchange for a big secret. Qingxue, why don't you just go along with it? You're engaged anyway, so a kiss won't hurt. Mo Li! Yi Qingxue was so angry that she wanted to freeze these two guys into ice sculptures together. Seeing Yi Qingxue's eyes were so cold that they almost wanted to kill people, Xiao Chen decided to stop while he was ahead. He restrained his smile, shrugged his shoulders, and said in a relaxed tone, Okay, it's just a joke, don't be angry. He looked at Yi Qingxue's determined expression, which indicated that the day would not end until she explained clearly, and then looked at Emily, who was standing next to him and looking forward to the show, and knew that he could not get away with it today. He touched his nose, sighed, and said helplessly, Okay, I'll tell you. He paused, then faced the two women's intense gazes and uttered 4 words in a relaxed tone. Early Stage 3. Chapter 18, Night Talk in the Stone Cave. Early Stage 3? Yi Qingxue and Emily lost their voices almost at the same time, their beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. They themselves are the pride of heaven, possessing natural spiritual roots and abundant resources from their family, and they only just recently broke through to the early stage of the 3rd level. And Xiao Chen, a person with 5 attribute mixed spiritual roots, was actually at the same level as them? And he seemed to be only a few months older than them. This completely overturned their understanding. The difficulty of cultivating mixed spiritual roots was common knowledge. Each level up required several times, even dozens of times, the time required for a single spiritual root. How did he do it? Emily was the first to recover from her shock. She walked around Xiao Chen, her eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry, as if she wanted to see him thoroughly. Early Stage 3? How on earth did you cultivate 5 attribute mixed spiritual roots, reaching Stage 3 at this age? That's simply impossible. Did you consume some rare treasure? Or did some hidden master give you a spiritual initiation? Countless images flashed through Xiao Chen's mind: the secret and harsh training ground of the Xiao family in the back mountains of Lingnan, the medicinal baths for body tempering that he had taken since childhood, and the life and death battles with various low-level monsters. It was indeed a childhood filled with only training, elixirs, and monsters. But he just shrugged, showing a very simple expression, and said in a relaxed tone, Nothing is impossible. Maybe it's just I'm more diligent? Or have better luck? Well, that's probably it. His answer was vague and he obviously didn't want to go into the topic. Yi Qingxue stared at Xiao Chen, a gleam in her cold eyes, as if she wanted to see something from his seemingly cynical smile. She keenly felt that behind Xiao Chen's diligence, there was definitely more to it than he said. But she knew that she would not get a real answer if she continued asking, so she just snorted coldly, turned her head away and stopped looking at him, but the waves in her heart could not calm down for a long time. This fiancé whom she originally looked down upon refreshed her perception again and again. Let's go. It's getting late. Let's find a place to set up camp. Xiao Chen changed the subject and walked to the front naturally. The 3 of them continued to advance slowly deeper into the forest. This time, Xiao Chen led the way, with Yi Qingxue and Emily following behind. The journey was surprisingly peaceful, with only a few low-level wood demons, poison vines and other monsters occasionally appearing from dark corners or dense treetops. They were all easily dealt with by Xiao Chen, who was walking in front, with a few precise fireballs or sharp golden sword energy, without even pausing. His movements were smooth and his grasp of timing and use of techniques were perfect, as if he was extremely familiar with this forest. Yi Qingxue and Emily followed behind, practically becoming spectators. Emily couldn't help but whisper to Yi Qingxue, your fiancé is quite something. He's even more efficient in clearing out the miscellaneous soldiers than we are. Yi Qingxue pursed her lips and did not answer, but her eyes were always fixed on the figure in front of her who seemed lazy but was actually alert. After walking for about another half an hour, the setting sun began to cast mottled rays of light through the dense branches and leaves, and the light in the forest gradually became dim. Xiao Chen, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and pointed to a cave in front of him, which was located at the foot of the mountain and half hidden by vines. There's a cave there that looks like an abandoned monster's lair. Let's spend the night there. The 3 of them approached cautiously. Xiao Chen used his sword to push aside the vines and carefully sensed the inside of the cave. After confirming that there was no breath of living creatures and no dangerous traps, he walked in first. The cave is not deep, about 10 meters, and it is quite dry inside. There is a faint smell of wild beasts and dust. There are some dead grass and animal bones in the corners. It is obvious that it has been abandoned for a long time. It smells a bit bad. Emily wrinkled her delicate nose. Xiao Chen took out a light yellow talisman from his storage ring, activated his spiritual power, and cast it out casually. Dust Purification Talisman. The talisman spontaneously combusted without fire, transforming into a gentle breeze that swept across the entire cave. Wherever it passed, dust and odors were instantly washed away, and the air became fresh. "Wow, you've prepared everything," Emily said with a smile. Xiaochen clapped his hands and said, "When you go out, you always have to prepare something practical. You guys take a rest and recover your strength. I'll go to the cave entrance to set up guards and defenses." After saying that, he walked out of the cave and took out a palm-sized white jade formation plate engraved with complex runes and several small formation flags from his storage ring. He walked around the cave entrance, carefully surveyed the terrain, and then inserted the flags into the ground or rock crevices in a specific direction and order. His movements were skillful, and it was obvious that this was not the first time he had done this. Emily followed out curiously, leaned against the cave entrance and watched Xiaochen busy, and couldn't help asking, "Did you make this formation plate and formation flag yourself? Are you a formation master?" Those who can carry and use formation plates with them are either rich or proficient in formations. Without even looking up, Xiaochen continued to arrange the last main formation flag and answered casually, "This one, I bought, is a level 3 small 5 elements mysterious defense formation. It can provide early warning, confusion, and a certain degree of defense. With my half-baked skills, I can't currently create a formation of this quality." He was speaking the truth. Although he had taken a formation class and, thanks to his exquisite control of multi-attribute spiritual energy, he was quite talented in formation, but crafting a third-level formation required a corresponding level of cultivation and a deeper knowledge base, which he was not yet able to achieve. Yi Qingshui also looked at the formation that was running smoothly, and a strange color flashed in his cold eyes. The fact that he could set up and activate the formation so skillfully showed that he had a solid basic understanding of the formation. Soon, Xiaochen finished the arrangement. He placed the white jade array plate in a hidden groove at the entrance of the cave and injected a stream of spiritual power into it. Buzz! An imperceptible wave flashed by, and with the array plate as the center, an invisible spiritual power field quietly spread out, covering the cave entrance and a small area around it. Seen from the outside, the cave entrance seems to become more blurred, the boundary between it and the surrounding environment is no longer clear, and there is even a hint of confusion that makes people subconsciously want to avoid it. Okay, as long as there is no monster above the third level or someone proficient in formations who deliberately explores here, they should not be able to find this place. Even if something triggers the formation, we will be able to detect it at the first time. Xiaochen clapped his hands and said with satisfaction. Yi Qingshui felt the spiritual power field formed by the formation and nodded slightly. Although I don't want to admit it, Xiaochen's preparations are indeed very thorough, which makes people feel very safe. Night slowly falls, and the night in the secret realm seems exceptionally dark and silent. Only the occasional roar of unknown beasts from afar reminds people of the danger here. The three of them returned to the cave, and Xiaochen took out a few pieces of fluorite emitting a soft glow and embedded them on the stone wall to illuminate the cave. Emily took out some spiritual fruits and dried meat from his storage ring and shared them with everyone. "Eat some for now. Making a fire can easily lead to trouble." The three of them sat together, eating their dry food in silence. The atmosphere is somewhat quiet and subtle. After the daytime battle and Xiaochen's disclosure of his cultivation level, the relationship between the three seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. At least, Yi Qingshui and Emily could no longer simply regard Xiaochen as a burden who needed to be taken care of. Emily took a bite of the spiritual fruit, his eyes flicked between Xiaochen and Yi Qingshui, and suddenly he spoke with a smile, breaking the silence. "It's a long night, and I can't sleep. How about we do something fun, you two? Like, play Truth or Dare?" Chapter 19 Truth or Dare. As soon as Emily's proposal, which was intended to cause chaos in the world, was categorically opposed by Yi Qingshui, he spoke out. "No." Yi Qingshui's pretty face turned cold, and she refused without a second thought. "Emily, did a monster kick your head? We are in the secret realm assessment now, and there could be danger at any time. What kind of game are you playing? Why would she play Truth or Dare with that scoundrel Xiaochen?" Who knew what outrageous questions Emily would ask? Who knew what infuriating words Xiaochen would spew out? She absolutely didn't want to participate. Xiaochen touched his chin, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. He looked at Yi Qingshui, who looked as if she was facing a formidable enemy, and then at Emily's instigating smirk, and felt that this game seemed quite interesting. "I think Emily's suggestion is good," Xiaochen said with a smile, deliberately contradicting Yi Qingshui. "The night is long, and it's so boring to just sit there. It would be helpful to relax a little bit to stay in the best condition, right?" He looked at Emily. "That's right. You still understand me." Emily immediately clapped his hands in agreement, grinning playfully at Yi Qingxue. Qingxue, look, 2-1. The minority obeys the majority. You guys? Yi Qingxue was furious. Looking at the two guys who had instantly become accomplices, she wished she could freeze them into ice sculptures. She glared at Emily fiercely, if you want to play, play by yourselves. I'm not joining in. Oh, that's so boring. Emily pouted, but then rolled his eyes and smiled again. Alright then, Xiao Chen and I will play, and Qingxue, you can be the referee and spectator, right? It's guaranteed to be exciting. Yi Qingxue turned her head away, too lazy to pay attention to her, and protested with silence, but as long as she didn't forcibly stop it, Emily thought it was her tacit consent. Alright, it's just the two of us. Emily rubbed her hands together excitedly and sat down across from Xiao Chen, her eyes sparkling. The rules are simple. You take turns asking questions, and you have to tell the truth. Otherwise, there will be retribution. Who's going to start? Xiao Chen gestured for an invitation and said with a frank smile, ladies first. Very gentleman. Emily snapped her fingers, and her first question went straight to the point. She leaned forward slightly and lowered her voice, but it was loud enough for Yi Qingxue beside her to hear clearly. First question. How do you feel about our Qingxue and this sudden engagement of yours? Tell the truth. When this question was asked, although Yi Qingxue still turned her head away and didn't look at them, her ears moved almost imperceptibly, and all her attention was obviously focused on it. Xiao Chen seemed to have anticipated this question. He glanced at Yi Qingxue's feigned indifference, smiled, and his tone became a little more serious. When I first heard about it, I was quite resistant to it. I felt that it was such a strange thing to arrange marriages in this day and age, and the other party was. He paused, omitting words like iceberg and difficult to deal with, and continued, anyway, it feels quite troublesome, but. He changed the subject, his usual smirk returning to the corner of his mouth. After meeting her in person, I found that my fiancée is stunningly beautiful and extremely talented. She's a bit cold-tempered, but she's quite adorable when she gets angry. So now I feel, well, it seems like I haven't lost out, and I might even have made a small profit. Puff. Emily burst out laughing and winked at Yi Qingxue. Did you hear that, Qingxue? Xiao Chen said you're cute. And you think you've earned it. Yi Qingxue's ears turned red instantly. She turned her head abruptly and glared at Xiao Chen in shame and anger. Who asked you to think it's cute? Frivolous. But for some reason, the inexplicable anger in her heart seemed to dissipate a little bit. Instead, there was a very subtle strange emotion that she didn't even notice. Tell me the truth. Xiao Chen spread his hands, looking innocent, and then immediately looked at Emily. Okay, it's my turn to ask. He glanced at Emily and Yi Qingxue and asked a question that stunned both women. Second question. Who do you think has a better figure, you or Qingxue? Puff. Yi Qingxue, who was drinking water, almost choked. She turned her head abruptly and glared at Xiao Chen with shame and anger. Xiao Chen. You. Emily was also stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Far from being shy, she puffed out her proud chest and glanced at Yi Qingxue with a seductive look. Then she said to Xiao Chen, you understand a lot. That's a good question. She pretended to think seriously for a moment, then answered solemnly, well, objectively speaking, our Qingxue is a natural clothes hanger, with fair skin, long legs, a thin waist, and perfect proportions, like a fairy. She first praised Yi Qingxue, then changed the subject and blinked proudly, but, in terms of strength and scale in some aspects, I am still slightly better. She also gestured with her hands in front of her chest. M.O. Li. Yi Qingxue's face turned completely red, like a ripe apple. She grabbed a small stone nearby and threw it at Emily. Are you going to die? How dare you answer such a question? Emily dodged with a smile. Hey, tell the truth, Xiao Chen is asking the truth. Xiao Chen looked at Yi Qingxue's shameful and angry expression, trying hard to suppress his laughter. He gave Emily a thumbs up. You're so straightforward. You speak the truth. I admire you. Yi Qingxue was so angry that her chest heaved. She turned her head away again, determined not to listen to the conversation between these two shameless guys anymore. It's my turn. Emily's interest was even higher. She leaned closer to Xiao Chen, her voice lowered, but filled with gossip and curiosity. What did you say about seeing something in the room during the day? Tell me the truth, have you slept with our Qingxue? This question was like thunder, which made Yi Qingxue jump up. Emily. Her pretty face flushed red, and she felt embarrassed and anxious, her voice changing tone. No. Absolutely not. If you ask me any more nonsense, I will break up with you. Xiao Chen coughed at the harsh question. Looking at Yi Qingxue, who looked like she was about to commit suicide out of shame and anger, he smiled helplessly and said, Emily, your question is beyond the scope. It's not true. I did want to ask, but unfortunately I don't have the chance. Really? Emily looked at Xiao Chen with suspicion, then at Yi Qingxue, who was reacting violently. Qingxue's words don't count. She's shy. Tell the truth. Really not. Xiao Chen shook his head affirmatively. Emily seemed a little disappointed and curled her lips. Okay, I'll believe you this time. Then. She rolled her eyes, clearly still unwilling to give up, and asked in a slightly more tactful way, but the force of the question was no less devastating. Then, have you seen Qingxue's body? Boom. This sentence was like lighting the final powder keg. Yi Qingxue's mind went blank, and all the blood seemed to rush to her face. The embarrassing scene in the room reappeared clearly in her mind. Although it was an accident, but she had indeed been seen naked. M.O. Li. I. Kill. You. Yi Qingxue was completely furious. Ice blue spiritual energy erupted like a storm, and the temperature of the entire cave plummeted. An ice sword condensed in her hand, her pretty face frosted, her eyes blazing with fire, and she rushed towards the smiling Emily without hesitation. Wow! Murder to silence the witness. Emily screamed, his figure dodging like black smoke, still laughing. Such a big reaction. It seems to be true? Xiao Chen, you are awesome. Xiao Chen looked at the cave that had suddenly become chaotic, and Yi Qingxue's posture that looked like she was really going to fight to the death, and held his forehead helplessly. He knew that playing this game with Emily would bring no good results. Now that's good, you can't expect to have a peaceful night. Chapter 20 Unexpected Scenery. Inside the cave, Yi Qingxue and Emily fought for quite a while, and only stopped when they were both out of breath. Mainly because Yi Qingxue chased Emily and beat him, while Emily dodged with a smile using his strange body movements. Alright, I'll stop making trouble. I'm so tired. Emily was the first to beg for mercy, sitting on the ground without any image. Qingxue, you are so cruel. I am your best friend. You deserve it. Who told you to speak so recklessly? Yi Qingxue was still angry, her pretty face was still flushed, and she glared at her unhappily. After this incident, the extreme shame and anger caused by the game had dissipated a lot, but the embarrassment still existed. Xiao Chen looked at the two people who had finally calmed down and said at the right time, it's getting late. We still have to go deeper tomorrow. You should rest early to recover your spiritual power. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxue looked at the dark night outside the cave, then looked at Xiao Chen inside the cave, bit her lip, and said coldly, go out first. Xiao Chen was stunned, go out? Where to? It might be dangerous outside. Just go out if I tell you to. Stay near the cave entrance. Yi Qingxue said in a firm tone, but her cheeks were slightly hot. We need to clean up. She really couldn't say the word take a bath. Emily also reacted and added with a smile, this is a girl's private time, men should stay away from it. Xiao Chen immediately understood, touched his nose, and stood up awkwardly, okay, I'll go out and keep watch for you. He had forgotten about this. He was really not feeling well after running around in the secret realm for a whole day. Seeing Xiao Chen go out, Yi Qingxue immediately walked to the cave entrance, the ice spiritual power in her body surged, and she waved her jade hand. Ice wall. A thick, freezing ice wall instantly formed, blocking the entire cave entrance tightly and completely isolating the sight and sound from inside and outside. That's good. Yi Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief, but her heart beat inexplicably faster. Emily looked at the ice wall and jokingly said, why is it so necessary? They're acting like they're guarding against thieves. Maybe they're actually decent people? He is a gentleman? Then there are no scoundrels in the world. Yi Qingxue snorted, no longer paying attention to Emily's teasing, and took out two talismans from the storage ring. One is a light blue water bathing talisman, which can condense clean warm water for simple rinsing. Although it is not as good as a real bath, it can greatly improve comfort when adventuring in the wild. It needs to be used close to the skin, which means you need to take off all your clothes. The other one is a clothes cleaning talisman, which can be used to clean clothes. Here, hurry up. Yi Qingxue handed a water-bathing talisman to Emily. The two women looked at each other. Although they were both girls, they still felt a little embarrassed and uncomfortable taking off their clothes in such an environment, especially after they had just experienced such an embarrassing question and answer game. "Hey, we are all girls, what are you afraid of?" Emily was relaxed and took the lead in taking off the black tights on her body. Soon, a white, sexy, and well-proportioned body was exposed to the air, emitting an alluring luster under the light of fluorite. Yi Qingshue's cheeks turned slightly red. She turned her back and began to take off her moon-white outfit. Her skin is as white as ice and her body proportions are as perfect as the most outstanding work of art created by God. She is cold but extremely seductive. The two put their clothes aside and activated the water-bathing talismans in their hands. The talismans transformed into two soft aqua-blue halos, wrapping around their bodies as if alive, carefully cleansing every inch of their skin and bringing a cool and refreshing feeling. Just as the two women closed their eyes slightly, enjoying this moment of freshness. Outside the cave, Xiao Chen leaned against the mountain wall at the entrance, listening to the complete silence inside. Only the ice wall emitted a hint of coldness. He looked at the strange night sky in the secret realm boredly. The stars seemed to be much dimmer than those in the outside world. The night wind blew, bringing with it the faint roar of beasts in the distance. Suddenly, a mischievous idea popped up in his mind without warning. Thinking of Yi Qingshue's cautious look and Emily's teasing just now, a sly smile appeared on his lips. "I want you to be on guard against me like a thief, scare them." He looked around to make sure the surroundings were safe, then extended his right index finger. The wood attributed spiritual power in his body moved slightly, and an inch-long, emerald-green sharp wooden thorn instantly condensed at his fingertips. He snapped his fingers at the thick ice wall. "Call out." The wooden spike shot out silently and hit the center of the ice wall accurately. Although he controlled the strength, this wooden thorn, which contained a trace of Gengjin's sharp energy, was surprisingly effective against this ice wall that was purely condensed by spiritual power. Click, bang. With a crisp cracking sound, the seemingly thick ice wall was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks starting from the center point, and then with a loud crash, it completely shattered into countless ice cubes and scattered all over the ground. The two women who were enjoying the effects of the water-bathing talisman in the cave were completely defenseless. The loud noise of the ice wall breaking scared them so much that they trembled all over and suddenly opened their eyes. Then, they saw the figure of the man at the entrance of the cave, grinning mischievously because his prank had succeeded. Although the light inside the cave was not bright, the glow of the fluorite was enough for them to see each other clearly. "Ah!" Two screams loud enough to pierce the eardrums instantly pierced the night sky of the secret realm. Yi Qingxue and Mo Li's minds went blank, and their only instinct was to squat down suddenly, using their arms to tightly protect their breasts. They were so ashamed and angry that they almost fainted. Xiao Chen was also stunned. He had only intended to scare them, thinking the ice wall would at most crack, but he hadn't expected it to completely shatter? Wasn't the quality of this ice wall too poor? Looking at the two white bodies squatting on the ground in the cave, curled up and screaming, especially the infinite beautiful scenery that he saw in a quick glance, Xiao Chen felt his nasal cavity getting a little hot. He quickly turned around, his tone a little flustered. "Accident. It was a complete accident. I didn't see anything. I mean, this ice wall itself is of poor quality." However, his explanation undoubtedly sounded like a cover-up to the two girls. "Xiao Chen, I will kill you." Yi Qingshue's voice was filled with tears and rage. Almost instantly, she pulled out clothes from the storage ring and put them on randomly. Emily was also embarrassed and angry. She frantically put on her clothes while gritting her teeth. "Damn, Xiao Chen. You're done. You're dead." In just a few breaths, the two women put on their clothes at the fastest speed in their lives, although they were a little messy. Yi Qingxue grabbed the ice sword on the ground, her eyes flushed red as a frenzy of cold surged through her body, causing the temperature in the cave to plummet again. Like an enraged ice phoenix, she rushed out of the cave. Emily also followed out holding a dagger, her pretty face frosty and her eyes dangerous. Xiao Chen heard the noise behind him, and just as he turned around, he saw Yi Qingxue slashing at him with an angry sword. The cold sword light carried a resolute killing intent. "Hey! Wait! Let me explain. It was really an accident." Xiao Chen quickly dodged, and the sword light struck the ground behind him, leaving a deep ice mark. "Explain? Go explain to the King of Hell." Yi Qingxue didn't listen at all. She launched a continuous barrage of sword moves, each one hitting the vital point. She was truly furious and filled with shame and indignation. Emily also flashed and appeared on Xiao Chen's flank, and the dagger stabbed at his joints like a poisonous fang, coordinating with Yi Qingshue's attack. You too. Calm down. Calm down. Xiao Chen frantically dodged the attacks of the two furious third-level genius girls while trying to explain, I was just trying to play a joke. I gently poked it with a wooden thorn. Who knew the ice wall was so fragile? It would have been fine if he hadn't explained, but once he did, Yi Qingxue got even angrier. Are you kidding? Just poke me with a wooden thorn? This bastard clearly did it on purpose. You pervert. You shameless bastard. I will kill you. Yi Qingshue's attack became more intense, and the sword light was like a waterfall. Emily was also angry and said, You've gone too far this time. It seems I have to teach you a lesson. For a moment, swords and daggers clashed outside the cave, and cold air and shadowy spiritual energy overflowed. The fighting was extremely fierce. Of course, it was mainly Xiao Chen who was running away, occasionally blocking, and did not dare to fight back. The light of the formation flickered slightly, trying to confine the fluctuations of the fighting to a small range. Misunderstanding. What a huge misunderstanding. Xiao Chen's wailing echoed in the night. Chapter 21 Swamp Danger. The pursuit outside the cave did not last too long. Although Yi Qingxue and Emily were angry, they also knew their limits. It was impossible for them to make too much noise in the secret realm. They were more trying to vent their shame and anger. Xiao Chen cooperated and took a few hits, crying out in pain, but laughing in his heart, thinking that this was a good deal. Yi Qingshue's chest heaved slightly. She glared at Xiao Chen fiercely, snorted coldly, put away the ice sword, turned around and walked back to the cave. Emily also put away the dagger, mouthed wait for me to Xiao Chen, and followed him back. Xiao Chen rubbed his arm which was hurt by the ice chips, and followed in with a grimace. Alas, one must be careful when playing pranks. Back in the cave, the atmosphere was still a bit stiff and awkward. The three of them silently took out sleeping bags from the storage ring and laid them out. Xiao Chen coughed dryly, trying to lighten the mood. Well, there's a formation guarding outside, so there's no need to keep watch. Everyone should rest early and recover your spiritual power. Yi Qingxue crawled directly into the sleeping bag, with her back to him, using the back of her head to express her attitude of not wanting to pay attention to him. Emily threw him a coquettish glance, but there was a hint of revenge in her eyes. Xiao Chen touched his nose and lay down in his sleeping bag. The cave fell into silence, with only the light breathing sounds of the three people and the soft glow of the fluorite. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, the three of them woke up one after another. After a night of rest and calmness, the awkwardness from last night seemed to have faded a lot, but Yi Qingxue still ignored Xiao Chen and just talked in a low voice with Emily. After packing up their things and removing the formation, the three of them set out on their journey again, continuing to head towards the depths of the Qingmu Demon Forest. Perhaps this area is relatively safe, and the journey was surprisingly peaceful without any attacks from monsters or beasts. The sunlight filtered through the sparse branches and leaves, casting mottled spots of light on the forest floor. The atmosphere even seemed somewhat quiet and peaceful. The atmosphere between the three of them also eased a little. Emily would find some topics from time to time, and Xiao Chen would occasionally join in a few words. Although Yi Qingxue was still taciturn, she was no longer in a completely frozen state. Emily looked at the almost unchanging scenery around him and yawned. It's so quiet. I've been walking for so long and haven't even encountered a decent monster. There's no place to earn points. Yi Qingxue remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes. Silence does not mean safety. The deeper we go, the less we can relax. Xiao Chen was walking in front and smiled when he heard this. Mr. Yi is right, but it's nice to enjoy a walk in the woods occasionally. He even picked a few crystal-clear spiritual fruits from a nearby fruit tree, wiped them with his sleeves, and handed them to the two women behind him. Try it? It's not poisonous and tastes good. Yi Qingxue glanced at it but didn't take it. Emily, however, took it with a smile and took a bite. The juice was sweet, and the faint spiritual energy contained in it made her eyes light up. Not bad. Junior, do you know about spiritual fruits? I know a little bit. Xiao Chen took a bite himself and said vaguely. In the Xiao family's secret realm, identifying various spiritual plants and poisonous plants is a basic survival skill. After walking for a while, the trees ahead gradually became sparse, and a muddy swamp filled with a faint miasma appeared. Turbid puddles were scattered everywhere, and dead branches and leaves and some unknown duckweed were floating on the water. The air was filled with a special smell of silt and humus. Xiao Chen looked ahead and said, There seems to be a swamp ahead. Be careful, as monsters are most likely to hide in places like this. The three of them slowed down their pace and looked around and under their feet more vigilantly. After walking a short distance, Emily frowned slightly. It seems that there is no movement? I don't feel a strong demonic aura either. Xiao Chen's sharp eyes swept across the seemingly calm puddle and he said in a deep voice, "Don't be careless. Some monsters are very good at hiding." He hadn't even finished his words. Something strange happened suddenly. In a muddy puddle not far to Yi Qingshue's left, the mud suddenly exploded. A huge, dark brown, scaly shadow shot out like lightning, opened its bloody mouth, and bit Yi Qingshue's waist and abdomen fiercely with a foul smell. It was a giant swamp crocodile over 4 meters long. The second stage early stage demonic power fluctuations instantly erupted. The incident happened suddenly, and the distance was so close. But Yi Qingshue's reaction was extremely fast. The moment the giant crocodile broke out of the water, the ice-type spiritual power in her body was already operating instinctively. Ice spike. She didn't even have time to turn around completely. She swung her left hand back suddenly, and several sharp ice cones condensed instantly and shot accurately at the giant crocodile's open mouth and eyes. Puff, puff. The ice cone hit the target. Although it failed to cause fatal injuries, it successfully hindered the giant crocodile's momentum to pounce and bite, especially the one that pierced its eyes, causing the giant crocodile to let out a painful roar. And in the split second that the giant crocodile's movement was hindered, sharp gold piercing the clouds. An extremely concentrated golden sword energy, as thin as a hair but extremely sharp, burst out from the black sword in Xiao Chen's hand. With a speed that was difficult to grasp with the naked eye, it shot through the giant crocodile's relatively vulnerable jaw with incredible precision, piercing its brain. The giant crocodile's roar suddenly stopped, and its huge body fell heavily into the mud, splashing a large amount of dirty water. It twitched twice and then stopped moving. From the sudden attack to the instant counterattack, it only took 1 or 2 breaths. Yi Qingxue took a deep breath, glanced at the giant crocodile's corpse on the ground, then looked at Xiao Chun who was standing with his sword put away, with a complicated look in his eyes. The sword strike just now was perfect in terms of timing, angle, and power. "Thanks," she whispered, although her tone was still a little stiff. "Good cooperation." Xiao Chun smiled. Emily also breathed a sigh of relief and patted her towering chest. "You scared me. This beast really knows how to pick the right time, huh?" Before she could finish her words, Xiao Chen's expression turned serious again. He glanced at the seemingly calm swamp water around him and said in a deep voice, "Don't relax. There are more. And there's more than one." As if to confirm his words. Crash. 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 The 3 puddles surrounding the 3 men exploded simultaneously. 3 smaller, but equally ferocious, swamp crocodiles pounced on Emily. Facing the giant crocodile pouncing towards her, Emily's figure floated backwards as if weightless, cleverly avoiding the fatal bite. At the moment when the giant crocodile's old strength was exhausted and its new strength had not yet been generated, she slid close to the ground like a shadow, and the dagger in her hand flashed with a faint light. Dark eclipse piercing. The dagger pierced the giant crocodile's eye socket with incredible precision. Shadow spiritual power instantly erupted, eroding its brain. The giant crocodile let out a short wail and fell to the ground dead. The other 2 giant crocodiles missed their attack and immediately cunningly retreated into the muddy swamp water, disappearing and leaving only ripples. "Damn, these guys are so tough." Emoli pulled out his dagger and looked vigilantly at the water surface that had returned to calm. Xiao Chen quickly moved to Yi Qingshue's side, forming a back-to-back defensive stance, and whispered, "They are very agile underwater. Don't disperse. Stay close." Yi Qingxue also realized the seriousness of the problem. He gripped the ice sword tightly and quickly moved closer to Xiao Chen and Emoli. The 3 of them formed a small defensive circle and stared nervously at the swamp around them where bubbles were constantly emerging. Gurgle. Gurgle. More and more bubbles emerged from the swamp, and beneath the turbid water surface, huge black shadows could be vaguely seen swimming closer. Sudden crash. The water surface burst open in all directions. This time, 4 giant swamp crocodiles simultaneously climbed onto the shore. They swung their thick tails, took heavy steps, and opened their bloody mouths. From different directions, they slowly approached the 3 people trapped in the middle. Hunger and cruelty flashed in the cold animal's eyes, and sticky saliva dripped from between its teeth. Surrounded by 4 second-level monsters, the pressure suddenly increased. Emoli licked his dry lips and tightened his grip on the dagger, looks like we've entered a crocodile den. Now, we're in big trouble. Yi Qingxue was surrounded by a chill, and frost began to condense on the ground. Each of you will be responsible for one direction. Xiao Qian took a deep breath, and the black sword in his hand began to flicker with different attributes of light alternately, and his eyes became sharp. Prepare for battle. Chapter 22 Frozen Swamp. The 4 giant swamp crocodiles were closing in step by step, a foul smell was blowing in their faces, and their cold animal eyes locked onto the 3 people in the middle. Beneath the murky water, dark shadows loomed, and there were obviously more. There are more underwater. Xiao Chen, whose perception was the sharpest, said solemnly, Qingxue, can you find a way to temporarily freeze the water surface in this area? It doesn't have to be strong, just limit the number of them rushing out at the same time. Yi Qingxue quickly scanned the surrounding terrain and waters. A calculating glint flashed in her cold eyes as she quickly replied, you can try, but the range can't be too large, and I need to maintain a constant output of spiritual power. Otherwise, with their brute force, they'll soon break through the ice. It doesn't have to be a large area, just the area around us. We'll restrict as many as we can, Xiao Chen said immediately, pointing his sword at the 3 giant crocodiles charging ahead. Emoli, stay by Qingxue's side and help her catch any that slip through the net. Leave these 3 in front to me. Understood. Emoli retreated instantly, protecting Yi Qingxue's flank, holding both daggers in reverse grip, with shadowy spiritual power swirling around him. Mysterious ice freeze. Yi Qingxue did not hesitate at all. She quickly formed seals with her hands, and the vast and pure ice spiritual power surged out like a tide, spreading rapidly towards the surrounding swamp water with her as the center. Crack, crack. A teeth-grinding sound of freezing was heard instantly, and the swamp water within dozens of meters around the 3 people solidified into a layer of white ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the ice layer was not particularly thick due to the silt and water depth, it did form a solid foothold in a short period of time and successfully temporarily froze most of the underwater area. Almost at the moment the ice is formed. Roar! The 3 giant crocodiles in front of him had already pounced close. Their bloody mouths bit towards Xiao Chen with a vicious wind. Come on! There was no fear in Xiao Chen's eyes, but instead his fighting spirit rose. Spiritual power surged under his feet, and his body did not retreat but advanced, passing through the gaps between the 3 bloody mouths like a ghost. The black sword in his hand suddenly ignited with hot flames. Burning flame spin. His body spun at high speed, and a flaming sword will swept out, fiercely slashing the relatively vulnerable noses and eyes of the 3 giant crocodiles. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The flames burned the scales, bringing severe pain. The 3 giant crocodiles roared in pain, and their offensive came to a halt. At this moment, a giant crocodile from the side and rear suddenly smashed through the thin ice layer, broke through the ice, and rushed straight towards Yi Qingxue, who was maintaining the spell. Your opponent is me. Emoli shouted delicately, her figure moving like a shadow, instantly blocking the giant crocodile. The dagger, gleaming with a dark light, pierced the crocodile's eyes with precision, forcing it to turn its head to avoid it. On the front, Xiao Chen used his flexible body movements and clever switching of multi-attribute spells to deal with the 3 giant crocodiles. The earth wall blocked the attack, the vines temporarily bound him, the flames burned him, the golden light pierced him. He made full use of the advantages of his mixed spiritual roots. Although he was fighting 1 against 3, he seemed to be at ease and even gradually gained the upper hand. Sharp gold, sun-piercing. He seized the opportunity and launched a concentrated golden sword energy like a drill, instantly breaking through the relatively soft scales of a giant crocodile's abdomen and ripping it open. Blood and internal organs immediately gushed out, and the giant crocodile fell to the ground with a wail. However, just when he dealt with 1. Crack! Crash! The ice in the other 2 directions shattered almost simultaneously. 2 more giant crocodiles roared and rushed out, aiming directly at Yi Qingxue, whose spiritual power fluctuations were the strongest. Be careful! Emoli, who had just forced back the enemy in front of him, changed his expression when he saw this. He wanted to go back for help, but it was too late. Ice Lotus Guard. Yi Qingxue remained calm in the face of danger, and while multitasking, she condensed a rotating ice crystal lotus in front of her in an instant, barely blocking the charge of one of the giant crocodiles. However, she was also shaken so much that her blood surged, and the output of spiritual power to maintain the freezing technique suddenly became unstable. The surrounding ice began to shake violently, and more cracks appeared. The other giant crocodile bypassed Binglian and continued to pounce on her. Go on! Xiao Chen's voice rang out. Without even turning his head, he flicked his hand and two talismans flashing with fire flew out, accurately shooting towards the giant crocodile that pounced on Yi Qingxue. Second level attack talisman, explosive flame talisman. Boom! Boom! Two violent explosions ripped through the giant crocodile's head and back, with raging flames. Although they failed to kill the crocodile directly due to its thick skin and flesh, they did cause its scales to fly and become charred. It let out a painful roar, and its movements instantly slowed down. Emily seized this precious opportunity. Shadow step. Her figure appeared on the side of the stunned giant crocodile as if by teleportation. The dagger pierced into its relatively fragile ear hole with determination and ferocity. The shadow spiritual power rushed in crazily, destroying its brain in an instant. After dealing with this one, Emily did not stop and immediately pounced on the one blocked by Yi Qingxue's ice lotus. He fought with it and stopped it tightly to prevent it from interfering with Yi Qingxue. At this time, Xiao Chen had already killed another giant crocodile head-on, and the blood dyed the ice under his feet red. But before he could catch his breath, crack! Crack! Two more giant crocodiles fearlessly broke through the increasingly fragile ice layer, joined the battle, and pounced on him madly. It never ends. Xiao Chen sighed, and the momentum of his sword changed, becoming more fierce and efficient. At the same time, he took the attacks of the two newly joined giant crocodiles. Facing the giant crocodile in front of him that was moving slowly due to injury, the flame on the sword in his hand instantly transformed into a sharp golden edge. A flash of golden light flashed and accurately penetrated the eye socket of the giant crocodile. Another giant crocodile fell to the ground. Xiao Chen. Well done. Emily did not forget to praise him during the battle. Xiao Chen's grasp of timing and precise support for them made her look at him with new eyes. Xiao Chen slashed the enemy in front of him with a single sword strike. Hearing Emily's praise, he effortlessly parried the sweeping blow from another giant crocodile's tail while casually responding with a smile, "Thank you so much. If you think my performance was okay, when I go back tonight, you and Qingxue can give me a special reward, that'll be all." His words were obviously meant to be sarcastic, referring to what happened in the cave last night. Bah! You wish! Emily cursed with a smile, but his men were merciless. The dagger found an opportunity again and severely injured the giant crocodile that he was fighting with. Just then. Bang! Bang! The ice was broken again, and two giant crocodiles came out fearlessly and joined the battle, one rushing towards Emily and the other rushing towards Xiao Chen. Facing the new opponents, Xiao Chen still seemed to be at ease. The sword light flowed, the attributes switched freely, and he was not at a disadvantage when dealing with the three giant crocodiles at the same time. He took the time to quickly glance at Yi Qingxue, only to see that her face was slightly pale and beads of sweat were oozing from her forehead. Maintaining a large area of ice was obviously a huge drain on her spiritual power and mind. The surrounding ice was breaking at an accelerated rate, and more dark shadows were stirring underwater. We can't drag this on any longer. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, it seems I have to speed up. He took a deep breath, and the 5 chi seas in his body began to circulate wildly at an unprecedented speed, and the vast spiritual power surged like a river. He no longer held back and decided to make a quick decision. Chapter 23, Lightning. Seeing that Yi Qingxue's spiritual power was overconsumed and her face was getting paler, Xiao Chen knew that he could not delay any longer and had to fight quickly. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and his left hand quickly took out 3 talismans with exploding flame patterns from the storage ring. Without even looking at them, he threw them at the 3 giant crocodiles entangled in front of him. Fire explosion talisman. Go! The 3 talismans were like arrows shot from a bow, accurately hitting the front of the heads of the 3 giant crocodiles and exploding with a loud bang. Boom! 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 The violent fireball expanded instantly. Although the scorching airwaves and shockwaves failed to directly kill the thick-skinned giant crocodiles, they successfully made them dizzy and roared in pain, causing their offensive to stagnate. Just when the flames of the explosion had not yet dissipated. Flowing light step. Xiao Chen let out a low roar, and the chi in his body was running at full power. His figure seemed to turn into a real stream of light, and in an instant he was close to one of the giant crocodiles that was most stunned by the explosion. At the same time, the black sword in his hand did not ignite with flames or emit golden light again, but suddenly burst into a dazzling lightning. Crackling electric snakes wrapped around the sword, emitting a heart-pounding aura of destruction. Thunderbolt! He swung his arm, and the lightning sword was like thunder falling from the sky. With unmatched speed and sharpness, it pierced directly into the giant crocodile's wide-open mouth. Thunder spiritual power has a strong restraining and paralyzing effect on most monsters. Sizzle! A terrifying flash of lightning instantly erupted within the giant crocodile. It couldn't even utter a scream. Its massive body twitched violently before collapsing to the ground. Puffs of green smoke and a burnt smell emanated from its mouth and nose. Kill instantly with one hit. This extremely violent lightning attack not only made the remaining giant crocodiles feel fear instinctively, but also made Emily, who had been distracted by the battle situation, open her beautiful eyes in shock. Thunder element? How is this possible? Emily cried out in confusion. She knew clearly that Xiao Chen had 5 kinds of mixed spiritual roots, which did not include the mutated thunder spiritual root. So how could he perform such pure and powerful thunder sword moves? Unless... A shocking thought flashed through her mind: metal and wood combine to create lightning? He actually combined the spiritual energy of metal and wood in battle to perform a lightning-type sword move? This requires extremely sophisticated control over the 2 attributes of spiritual power and strong mental strength. This is definitely not something that an ordinary early-stage 3rd-level warrior can do. Even many 4th-level warriors may not be able to apply attribute fusion changes so smoothly in actual combat. This Xiao Chen, how much more is he hiding? Emily's eyes completely changed as he looked at Xiao Chen, filled with shock and disbelief. At the same time that Xiao Chen's thunder sword killed a giant crocodile, on the other side, another giant crocodile broke through the already thin ice layer and roared and pounced on Yi Qingxue, who was almost exhausted. Annoying. Xiao Chen frowned, without even looking, and clenched his free left hand in that direction. Aoki cage. Countless tough green vines suddenly emerged from the mud under the giant crocodile's feet, intertwining and entwining, instantly forming a sturdy temporary cage, trapping the giant crocodile in place, making it difficult to break free in a short time. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Chen started the flowing light step again, and his figure swept like a ghost towards the other giant crocodile that had just recovered from the dizziness of the explosion and was trying to attack him. The long sword in his hand, whose lightning had not yet completely dissipated, burst out with dazzling light again. Another lightning-fast flash of lightning passed by, and the second giant crocodile followed in the footsteps of the former, and its life was instantly destroyed by the violent power of lightning. Qingxue. Emily saw Yi Qingxue's body shaking and almost falling down. He was no longer surprised. He flashed and hurried forward to support her. At this moment, Yi Qingxue's face was as pale as paper, her breathing was rapid, and her forehead was covered with sweat. Maintaining a large area of freezing was too exhausting for her. When she saw Xiao Chen's amazing thunder swordsmanship, her cold eyes were also filled with shock, but at this moment, she was more filled with weakness caused by exhaustion. However, the crisis has not been resolved. Perhaps sensing the rapid weakening of the freezing force, the last 4 giant crocodiles lurking in the swamps simultaneously unleashed their strongest power. Boom! The remaining ice was completely shattered. The 4 largest swamp crocodiles, each with an aura remarkably at the late 2nd stage, simultaneously broke through the mud and rushed from different directions towards the exhausted Yi Qingxue and Emily, who was supporting her, vowing to tear the 2 humans who had caused them such heavy losses into pieces. Emily's face suddenly changed. She could not stand up to the siege of 4 late-stage 2nd-order monsters alone. Not to mention she had to protect Yi Qingxue, who had almost lost her fighting ability. Be careful. Xiao Chen's voice came again, still calm. Without hesitation, 4 more talismans flashing with different lights flew out of his hand. 2 khaki-colored pressure talismans smashed into the 2 giant crocodiles in front, slowing their movements instantly. A vine talisman restricted the other one, and the last one was a thunderstorm talisman, which accurately smashed onto the head of the last giant crocodile, paralyzing it with electricity. And at the moment when the talisman took effect, Xiao Chen's figure had already stuck to the giant crocodile that was paralyzed by the thunderstorm talisman like a thorn in the flesh. He poured the little remaining lightning-attributed spiritual energy in his body into the long sword without reservation, and it erupted with the most brilliant lightning flash yet. Like a sort of heavenly punishment, it slashed down fiercely. Phew! After the lightning, the 5th giant crocodile's head and body were separated. Then, without stopping, he turned around and pounced on the 2 giant crocodiles affected by the heavy pressure talisman. Although the lightning on the sword was much dimmer, it was still sharp. After a series of dazzlingly swift attacks, relying on attribute restraint and exquisite swordsmanship, he successfully killed one and severely damaged another. Emily also seized the opportunity and gently placed the weak Yi Qingxue on a relatively dry ground. With a delicate cry, the shadow spiritual power burst out completely. Like a true Dark Knight assassin, she faced the last intact giant crocodile and the one that was severely injured by Xiao Chen. The dagger is flying and the shadow is encroaching. With the support of Xiao Chen's low-level magic, Emily finally completely eliminated the last two giant crocodiles. When the last giant crocodile fell to the ground with a loud bang, the entire swamp area finally returned to deathly silence. On the originally muddy ground, there were more than a dozen huge corpses of swamp crocodiles lying in a mess, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood, burnt smell, and mud. Emily was breathing slightly, her towering chest heaving, and sweat appeared on her forehead. Killing many second-level monsters in a row was quite exhausting for her. Xiao Chen stood in the middle of a pile of monster corpses. The black sword in his hand had returned to its ancient appearance. He gently shook off the blood beads on the tip of the sword. His breathing became a little rapid, but his eyes were still bright. Yi Qingxue leaned on a slightly clean stone, looking at the Shura-like scene in front of her, especially the young man standing in the sea of corpses and blood, whose figure looked particularly tall. The expression on his pale face was extremely complicated. Shock, confusion, and a hint of indescribable emotions. This man subverted her cognition time and time again. He possessed 5 mixed spiritual roots and an early third-order cultivation base, yet possessed combat power far exceeding that of his peers. He was proficient in multi-attribute techniques and could even fuse and transform attributes. His combat experience was more than a student's, and he possessed talismans that he could flexibly apply at opportune moments. Is he really the loser who got in through connections as rumored? Chapter 24, Beautiful Running. The smell of blood in the swamp was so strong that it was sickening, and no one knew whether it would attract more powerful predators. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen quickly took out 3 fragrant qi recovering pills from his storage ring, took one himself, and threw the other 2 to Emily and Yi Qingxue. Take it quickly. A little recovery counts. We can't stay here for long. We must leave immediately. His tone was decisive and unquestionable. Yi Qingxue and Emily were also well aware of the danger and swallowed the pills immediately. After the pills entered their stomachs, they transformed into a gentle medicinal force that spread out and began to slowly replenish their almost dried-up qi. Xiao Chen was like a whirlwind, holding a dagger, and quickly shuttled between the corpses of more than a dozen giant crocodiles. He accurately cut open their skulls and took out the crystal cores containing pure demonic power. His movements were so skillful that it was as if he had done them 1,000 times. In just a dozen breaths, all the crystal cores were collected. Xiao Chen put the blood-stained crystal cores into the storage ring without even looking at them, and then quickly walked to Yi Qingxue, who was still weak and barely standing by leaning against the stone. Sorry, he whispered, and without waiting for Yi Qingxue to respond, he picked her up by the waist and let most of her weight lean on him. Ah! Yi Qingxue was caught off guard and let out a short cry of surprise. Her pale cheeks instantly turned an alluring blush. She felt embarrassed and anxious. You! Let me go. I can walk by myself. Don't be so stubborn. It's hard for you to walk now. You're too slow. Xiao Chen's tone left no room for questioning as he held her firmly. Yi Qingxue bit her lower lip, knowing that she was indeed a burden in her current state. She struggled less, but still turned her head away, refusing to look at him, but her ears were red as blood. Emily, follow me. Xiao Chen said to Emily. The spiritual power surged under his feet. He held Yi Qingxue in his arms, identified a direction, and left quickly. Emily did not dare to delay either. He immediately perked up and followed closely behind. While running at high speed, the wind whistled in her ears. In order to maintain her balance, Yi Qingxue had to subconsciously reach out and hug Xiao Chen's neck. This posture made her almost completely pressed against Xiao Chen's arms. The man's scorching body heat penetrated through the thin clothing. His strong arms supported her knees and back. She could even smell his faint scent of sweat, blood, and a unique sunshine. All this made Yi Qingxue's heart beat faster involuntarily and her cheeks flushed. However, this was not the most embarrassing thing for her. This guy Xiao Chen, his hands seemed to be very dishonest. In order to hold her more steadily, his palms naturally rested on the outside of her thighs and back. But Yi Qingxue soon felt that the thumb of the hand that was supporting her knee seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally and extremely lightly stroking the sensitive and soft skin on the inside of her thigh. The fingers of the other hand that was holding her back would accidentally brush against the soft flesh near her armpits and even her waist from time to time. This subtle touch, like the brush of a feather, was infinitely magnified in this high-speed movement and tense atmosphere, bringing waves of thrilling numbness, constantly impacting Yi Qingshua's sensitive body. An extremely subtle, suppressed moan almost burst out of her throat. She quickly bit her lower lip, her pretty face flushed red, and her body trembled slightly uncontrollably. This bastard. He definitely did it on purpose. She tried to kill him with her eyes, but Xiao Chen looked straight ahead with a serious expression as if he was concentrating on getting on his way, as if everything was just an unintentional touch. Emily on the side seemed to have noticed something. Looking at Yi Qingshua's blushing face, her helpless expression of suppressing shame and anger, and Xiao Chen's slightly raised mouth corners, she seemed to understand something. A mischievous smile appeared on her face, but she pretended not to see it. Xiao Chen felt the slight trembling of the delicate body in his arms and the suppressed breathing. He felt extremely satisfied that his prank had succeeded. The small movements of his hands became more and more intense, and he even accidentally rubbed her soft and firm buttocks with his arms occasionally. Yi Qingshua's whole body stiffened, and she felt strange electric current-like sensations running through her body from the places where he touched her, making her almost soften into a pool of spring water. She covered her mouth tightly to prevent any sound from coming out, but her eyes were already covered with a layer of shame and anger. What a shameless fellow! Taking advantage of others. Vile. Despicable. She cursed Xiao Chen 1,000 times in her heart, but her body was too weak and under such unfamiliar stimulation to muster any strength to resist. Finally, when she felt she was about to scream, she gathered the little strength she had just recovered, raised the hand that was around his neck, and pinched the soft flesh on his waist hard and with all her strength. Hiss! Xiao Chen was caught off guard and gasped in pain, almost stumbling on his flowing light steps. He looked out at the person in his arms, and saw Yi Qingxue staring at him with her eyes that were sparkling but full of shame, anger, and murderous intent, as if saying, "Just try again." Xiao Chen touched his nose, realizing that he had angered the iceberg by playing with fire, and finally he calmed down, keeping his hands in place and no longer making any small movements. Well, it's time to stop, otherwise I'll really be pierced by the ice sword. Yi Qingxue felt that he had calmed down, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, the strange feeling in her body and the burning sensation on her cheeks were difficult to dissipate for a while. She could only bury her face slightly in his shoulder and neck, avoiding Mo Li's playful gaze and the whistling wind outside. No conversation along the way. After galloping for about an incense stick of time, Xiao Chen found a natural depression formed by the roots of a huge tree, which was relatively dry and hidden. He stopped and carefully put Yi Qingxue down. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Yi Qingxue immediately jumped back 2 steps like a frightened rabbit, keeping some distance from him. Her pretty face was still flushed, her eyes were evasive, she didn't dare to look at Xiao Chen at all, she just lowered her head and quickly tidied her messy clothes, her breathing was still a little unstable. Xiao Chen found her embarrassed expression extremely amusing, but he tried to maintain a serious expression. He quickly took out the array plate and array flag from his storage ring and began to set up the defensive array. Mo Li also followed. Seeing the strange atmosphere between the two, he couldn't help but lean over to Yi Qingxue's ear and whispered in a teasing voice, "How is it? How does it feel to be hugged by your fiancé and run wildly? I see your face is all red." "Shut up." Yi Qingxue glared at her in shame and anger, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Soon, the formation was set up and an invisible spiritual barrier enveloped the small area. Xiao Chen clapped his hands and said to the 2 women, "All right, we're safe for now. Hurry up and meditate to recover your spiritual power. The commotion just now was quite loud and might cause other trouble." His tone returned to its usual calmness, as if the beautiful run just now had never happened. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxue immediately walked to the innermost corner, sat down cross-legged with her back to the 2 of them, and began to practice qigong to absorb the medicinal power of the qi rejuvenating pill and the surrounding spiritual energy, as if she wanted to use practice to cover up her inner panic. Mo Li also smiled, found a place to sit down and began to recover. Xiao Chen looked at Yi Qingxue's back as she pretended to be calm, a barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he also sat down and began to regulate his breathing. The cave fell into silence for a while, but a subtle and awkward atmosphere quietly spread. Yi Qingxue thought to herself that after she recovered, she would definitely settle this account. Chapter 25 Giant Tree's Nest. About an hour later, the 3 of them opened their eyes one after another from meditation. With the effect of the qi recovering pill and her own breathing regulation, the consumed spiritual power has been almost recovered, and Yi Qingxue's face has regained its rosy complexion. However, when she looked at Xiao Chen, her eyes were still a little flickering and unnatural, and she subconsciously avoided his gaze. Xiao Chen stood up, stretched his muscles, glanced around, and shook his head. "This place is not suitable for staying overnight. We need to continue walking inside and find a safer place. He looked at Yi Qingxue, with that half smile on his face again, and deliberately asked, Qingxue, how is your recovery? How about? I'll make some effort and carry you for a while? You can continue to recover well in my arms? As he spoke, he pretended to stretch out his hand. Yi Qingxue took a step back like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Her pretty face instantly turned slightly red again. She glared at him in embarrassment and anger. No need. I can walk by myself. Her voice sounded a little shrill because of her eagerness. Emily was watching from the side and laughed. Hey, Qingxue, don't be embarrassed. This human sedan chair is so comfortable to sit in. It's stable and fast. M.O. Li. Yi Qingxue stomped her feet in embarrassment. All right, enough joking. Xiao Chen waved his hand and smiled, knowing he was on his way out. Since we can all leave, let's get going. Let's find an ideal campsite while it's still early. Yi Qingxue snorted coldly and walked out of the cave first, showing with her actions that she didn't want to say another word to him. Emily, watching from the side, covered her mouth with her hands and chuckled, then quickly followed. Xiao Chen smiled and followed leisurely. The three continued to travel through the increasingly dark forest, this time at a much slower pace, searching more carefully for a suitable place to spend the night. Along the way, in order to break the awkward silence, Emily took the initiative to find a topic. By the way, Xiao Chen, that lightning sword move you used just now was so cool. That was a fusion of attributes. How did you do that? Teach me? Emily leaned close to Xiao Chen, her charming eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. Xiao Chen laughed and said speechlessly, how can you, a dark element spiritual root, learn it? All right. Emily curled his lips and looked at Yi Qingxue in front of him, whose ears seemed to be standing up. Qingxue, did you see that? Your fiancé is hiding things so well. You won't be able to beat him up if he abuses you in the future. Yi Qingxue paused, without even turning her head, and said coldly, if you can't speak, shut up. Xiao Chen smiled and continued, don't worry, I love her so much, how could I bear to abuse her? Right, Qingxue? Yi Qingxue. She quickened her pace and used the back of her head to express her refusal to communicate. After walking a little further, the scene before us suddenly became clear. A relatively empty forest area appeared ahead, and in the center stood an enormous ancient tree. Its trunk was so thick that it required more than 10 people to hug it, and its bark was mottled and full of traces of time. The extremely dense tree crown is like a huge canopy, blocking out the sun and casting a large area of shade. Countless tree roots hang down from the branches, and some have even re-entered the soil, forming the spectacle of a single tree forming a forest. Next to the giant tree, there is a pile of huge rocks that were formed in an unknown way. They were naturally piled together, forming a large hole in the middle, which looks like a natural stone chamber. Wow! Emily couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, this tree is so huge. It feels like it's almost a spirit. There's also a cave over there, it looks like it's quite nice. Yi Qingxue also stopped and carefully observed her surroundings. She released her spiritual power to sense the surroundings and nodded. It's very quiet around here, the demonic aura is very faint, and the cave looks dry and secluded. This place is indeed suitable for camping tonight. Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Well, the place is nice and the view is wide. Xiao Chen suggested, it's still early. How about we take a look around and see if there are any lone monsters? Yi Qingxue shook her head, appearing rather cautious. No rush. There probably won't be many other students coming to this area, so the competition is relatively low. The upcoming assessments are still a long way off. We can use this place as a base first, and then slowly radiate our hunting efforts to the surrounding areas, taking steady steps. Emily looked at the huge tree hole and stone cave and asked, so, are we going to be operating in this area? Xiao Chen stroked his chin and thought for a moment before saying, let's go a little deeper tomorrow. According to the map, the deeper we go, the higher the chance of encountering a level 3 monster. While the risk is higher, the materials from hunting a level 3 monster are also more valuable. It's always good to get more resources. A third-rank demon beast? Emily blinked and looked at Xiao Chen in surprise. Xiao Chen, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? But with the strength you just displayed, it seems you can give it a try, but... She changed the subject, her tone teasing and questioning, come to think of it, with your strength, you should be a key training target in your family, right? Is the resource quota still limited? Do you still need to work so hard to come to the secret realm to earn extra money? Upon hearing this question, Yi Qingxue subconsciously slowed down her pace and tilted her ear slightly, obviously also very interested in this question. Upon hearing this, Xiaochen smiled a helpless smile and spread his hands, saying, I have mixed spiritual roots, so in the eyes of others I'm just a piece of trash. But thanks to my father's efforts, the family's quota is quite good, to be honest. He paused, his tone becoming somewhat regretful. But, my cultivation is very intensive, and I also have to practice spells and research formations. Which one doesn't burn money? He counted on his fingers, with an expression that said, I'm really poor. So, among the wealthy kids in our circle, I'm definitely considered a poor fellow. His half-hearted, half-fake cry of poverty made Emily burst into laughter. Ha! So that's how it is. Are people with mixed spiritual roots of 5 attributes so miserable? That sounds so pitiful. But... She rolled her eyes, grinning and nudging Yi Qingxue, who seemed unconcerned but was actually listening intently, with her elbow. It's okay. You may be poor, but your fiancé is rich. Our Qingxue is the little princess of the Yi family in the imperial capital, with plenty of private money. A typical rich woman. You can live off her from now on. M.O. Li. Yi Qingxue's face flushed red after being teased by her bestie again. She stamped her feet in anger. If you keep talking nonsense, you'll sleep in a tree tonight. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately took advantage of the situation, showing Yi Qingxue a brilliant smile. Really? Qingxue? From now on, my cultivation resources will depend on you? Don't worry, I have a bad stomach, and the doctor said I'm suitable for a casual meal. Get out. Yi Qingxue finally couldn't help it. An icicle flew past Xiao Chen's ear and hit a small tree nearby accurately. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chen laughed and dodged. Emily also laughed so hard that her body shook. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the huge gaps in the treetops and fell on the three of them. The atmosphere suddenly became relaxed and subtle. Chapter 26, Millennium Tree Demon. The afterglow of the setting sun shines through the layers of branches and leaves, casting warm spots of light on the clearing in the forest. The atmosphere between the three of them was slightly relaxed due to their previous jokes. Emily was still laughingly teasing Yi Qingxue about her identity as a wealthy woman, while Yi Qingxue put on a stern face and pretended to be angry, while Xiao Chen watched the fun from the side without minding the trouble. Emily nudged Yi Qingxue with his elbow and said with a smile, Qingxue, just give in to Xiao Chen. Look how pitiful he is. Whoosh. 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 Something strange happened suddenly. Dozens of seemingly harmless tree roots suddenly shot up from the ground. Like nimble green tentacles, they attacked the three people at astonishing speed. Be careful. Xiao Chen's perception was extremely sharp, and he sensed the danger the moment the tree roots erupted. He shouted, and his reaction was as fast as lightning. Almost instinctively, he instantly pulled out the black sword from his storage ring. Clang! The sword flashed, and the sharp sword energy swept out, cutting off the 7 or 8 tree roots that were attacking him. Green juice splashed out, carrying a herbal smell. However, Yi Qingxue and Emily were a little slow to react. They were in a state of joking and relaxing, and by the time they heard Xiao Chen's warning and the sound of breaking wind, it was already too late. Countless tough tree roots seemed to have life, cleverly bypassing the spiritual defense they had hastily gathered and instantly wrapping around them. Aha! Ah! 2 sharp screams rang out almost at the same time. Yi Qingxue and Emily were instantly bound by a large number of tree roots. To their utter shame and indignation, the roots suddenly exerted their strength and lifted them upside down, dangling them in mid-air. Her legs were spread wide apart, and the short skirt-like outfit on her body fell down due to gravity, revealing the tight safety shorts she was wearing underneath for protection, outlining the seductive curves of her hips and legs. Not only that, more tree roots wrapped around their arms, waists, and even necks, trapping them firmly in mid-air, leaving them unable to move and only able to struggle helplessly. Let me go. What the hell is this? The 2 women were shocked and angry, especially when they felt the shameful posture and the risk of being exposed. Their pretty faces turned red in an instant. Xiao Chen cut off several attacking tree roots with a single sword strike. He looked up at the 2 women hanging upside down. The first thought that crossed his mind was, TSK, who designed this combat uniform, the safety measures are quite thorough. He muttered subconsciously, his gaze lingering on those tight safety shorts for a second. Xiao Chen. What are you looking at? Hurry up and save us. Yi Qingxue caught his fleeting gaze and screamed in shame and anger. Emily was anxious and angry. He struggled hard but could not break free from the tree roots that were getting tighter and tighter. Here it comes. Xiao Chen withdrew his thoughts and his eyes became sharp in an instant. He performed the flowing light steps, and his figure shuttled like a ghost between the tree roots that attacked again, and the long sword in his hand swung out a series of afterimages. Puff, puff, puff. As the sword flashed, the tough tree roots were easily cut off like fragile vines. He precisely controlled the range and angle of the sword energy, fearing that he would accidentally injure the two women. With a few swings, all the tree roots entangled with the two women were cut off. Plop! Plop! Yi Qingxue and Emily fell to the ground in a mess. Although they were in pain, they finally regained their freedom. They immediately scrambled to their feet, quickly straightened their slipping skirts, their faces still flushed, and looked around with shame and anger. At this moment, the whole scene has completely changed. The towering, once tranquil and peaceful tree seemed to come alive. All its branches danced wildly, like countless furious whips, whipping the air and making it crackle. More aerial roots emerged from the tree and the ground, rushing towards the three of them like a green wave. The most frightening thing was that on the thick trunk, the originally rough bark twisted and squirmed, slowly cracking into three huge, bottomless black holes. The two upper ones were slightly smaller, and the lower one was larger, faintly forming the outline of a vague and hideous facial features. In the holes of those eyes, a faint green light flickered, filled with ancient anger and bloodthirstiness. A terrifying demonic power surge that far surpassed all previous demonic beasts swept across like a storm. Shockingly, it had reached the middle stage of the third stage. Millennium Tree Demon. Xiao Chen uttered the name with a serious expression, shielding the two women behind him. No wonder no demonic beasts dared to approach. Turns out there's this creature sleeping. We've entered its territory. Yi Qingxue and Emily felt the overwhelming demonic power and their faces turned pale. Mid-stage, third stage. This was far beyond the ability of ordinary students to handle. Mid-stage, third stage, what should we do? Run? Emily's voice trembled slightly. Yi Qingxue also tightly grasped the ice sword, as if facing a formidable enemy. Xiao Chen's eyes quickly swept over the wildly waving branches and the hideous tree trunk, and he calmly analyzed, run? In its territory, we may not be able to outrun these ubiquitous tree roots. He suddenly changed the subject, and surprisingly said with a hint of relief, but, fortunately it's a tree demon. Not bad? Yi Qingxue looked at him in confusion. What's good about this? Yes, thankfully it's a tree demon, Xiao Chen explained quickly. Although the tree demon possesses immense demonic power, formidable defense, and terrifying area of effect attacks, it has one major weakness: it moves extremely slowly. It's practically impossible to move. Its attack range is primarily limited by the roots and branches. As long as we don't get trapped, we have room to maneuver. If it were a mid-stage, third-order, swift demon beast, we'd be in real trouble today. After hearing his analysis, Yi Qingxue and Emily calmed down a little. Indeed, the trunk of the tree demon was still rooted in the same place, only its branches and roots were waving wildly. What should we do now? Emily asked hurriedly. Countless waving branches and sprouting tree roots were covering them like a dragnet. Xiao Chen's eyes flashed like lightning, quickly sweeping across the wildly dancing branches. He pointed sharply at a spot above the trunk that was protected by layers of particularly dense, thick branches. See that? Those branches are extremely well protected, and there's a faint green light coming from behind. That must be its demon core or energy core. If we destroy it there, we can severely injure or even kill it. He spoke very quickly and began to lay out his tactics. Listen. I'll lead the attack, clearing out the branches protecting the core and creating an opening for you. Emily. He looked at Emily. Your shadow power has strong penetrating power, and your movements are the most agile. Once I tear through the defenses, you'll seize the opportunity and use your most powerful attack to severely destroy that core. Qingxue. He looked at Yi Qingxue again. These annoying branches and roots around here are all left to you. Use your ice magic to freeze and slow down their movements as much as possible, clear a path for us to attack, and protect Emily. His instructions were clear and precise, filled with unquestionable confidence. Yi Qingxue and Emily looked at each other and could see shock and a hint of fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Facing a mid-stage third-order demon beast, he actually didn't want to run away, but to fight? And he wanted to precisely decapitate it? Okay. Yi Qingxue said. The ice-blue sword in his hand was already humming, and the cold air was exuding. Give me 3 breaths of opportunity. No, 2 breaths will do. Emily also clenched the dagger, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in her charming eyes, and shadow spiritual power began to gather around her. All right. Xiao Chen swung his sword, and flames rose again. He grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. Then, let's do it. Chapter 27: Killing the Tree Demon. Get started. Xiao Chen growled, and with his left hand he suddenly pulled out 3 scarlet talismans from the storage ring. Without even looking at them, he threw them towards the waves of tree roots that were madly rushing in from all directions. Flame talisman. Explode. Boom. 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 3 massive fireballs suddenly exploded, their blazing flames and shockwaves instantly engulfing the dozens of tree roots in the forefront, igniting and shattering them to pieces. The scorching airwaves even forced the following tree roots to pause, clearing a small, temporary safe zone. At the moment the flame exploded. Shadow escape. Emily shouted delicately, and her figure merged into the shadows, becoming blurred in an instant. The next moment, she completely disappeared from the spot, as if she had never existed. Only an extremely faint shadow fluctuation remained, and she quietly crept towards the trunk of the tree demon like a ghost. At the same time, Yi Qingxue took a deep breath, and the ice energy in her body circulated at an unprecedented speed. She clenched the ice blue sword in both hands, pointing the tip of the sword at the dense branches and roots in front of her that were blocking the way to the core area like a wild snake. Mysterious ice blooms. Her cold voice was filled with determination. The sword erupted with brilliant icy blue light, and a visible icy shockwave violently erupted forward in a fan-shaped pattern. Crack! All branches and roots touched by the icy shockwave, regardless of thickness, were instantly frozen. Then, a subsequent surge of icy energy shattered them to pieces. A temporarily unobstructed passage, made of ice and wood chips, suddenly appeared between the 3 people and the heavily protected core. Well done! Xiao Chen shouted, pushing the flowing light steps to the extreme, turning into a gust of wind, following the frost passage opened up by Yi Qingxue, and rushing straight to the trunk of the tree monster. The 1,000-year-old tree demon seemed to realize that its core was threatened, and let out a silent but angry roar. More and thicker branches came from all directions, whipping and wrapping around like giant pythons, trying to intercept Xiao Chen. At the same time, new branches were growing wildly to fill the frozen and shattered areas. Don't even think about it. Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth, her face turning pale again due to the massive consumption of spiritual energy, but her eyes were extremely determined. She swung her sword again. Frost Field. This time, it wasn't a powerful outburst, but a large-scale, sustained spell. Icy air spread out from her center, rapidly forming a thick layer of frost on the branches and roots enveloped by the cold air. Their movements instantly became incredibly slow and stiff, as if they were stuck in a quagmire. Like a frost queen, she stood amidst the dancing trees, struggling to maintain her territory while swinging her sword continuously, accurately chopping or freezing those who tried to cross her and attack Xiao Chen. Her mission was to ensure the safety of Xiao Chen's rear and flanks. At this time, Xiao Chen had already rushed to the trunk of the tree monster at an extremely fast speed, aiming directly at the core area protected by layers of extremely thick and dense branches. Get out of here! A fierce look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and the flame on the sword in his hand once again transformed into an indestructible sharp golden edge. Sharp gold spinning blade. His body spun at high speed, and his long sword swung out a series of golden circular sword blade storms, like a huge cutting wheel, slamming into the thick branches protecting the core. Shichikichichi. The incomparably tough, 1,000-year-old tree branches were shredded like rotten wood by the extremely sharp golden sword energy. Wood chips flew everywhere, and green juice splashed like rain. But those branches seemed endless. As soon as one broke, new ones would crawl in from the side to fill the gap, tightly protecting the core. The tree demon's body also trembled in pain. More branches gave up attacking Yi Qingxue and madly rolled towards Xiao Chen, trying to strangle this threat completely. Xiao Chen's pressure surged. Not only did he have to maintain his blade storm to destroy his defenses, but he also had to distract himself from dodging and blocking attacks from all directions. Branches quickly lashed his body, leaving several bloody marks, but his eyes remained calm, his movements unwavering. Hurry up! I can't hold on for much longer. Yi Qingxue's anxious voice came from below. The range of her frost field was being compressed, and her face was as pale as paper. It was obvious that she was reaching her limit. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and suddenly grabbed a handful of talismans from the storage ring. He didn't care what type they were and threw them around. Boom! Bang! Snap! Fireballs, ice cones, earth spikes, and even flashing talismans, all kinds of low-level spells erupted at the same time. Although the power was not enough to seriously damage the tree demon, it successfully created chaos and temporarily disrupted the attack rhythm of the tree demon. Now is the time. Shao Chen seized this fleeting opportunity and poured a large amount of spiritual power into the long sword, increasing the power of the sword storm by another 3 points. Open it for me. With his roar, the last few layers of the thickest protective branches were crushed and pierced. The scene hidden behind was revealed. It was a crystal core embedded in the trunk, beating slowly like a huge green heart, exuding tremendous vitality and demonic power, with mysterious patterns flowing on its surface. Emoli! Shao Chen roared with all his strength. Almost at the same moment his voice fell. A blurry black figure, like a ghost emerging from the shadows, silently appeared in front of the exposed green core. It was Emoli, who had been lurking and waiting for the opportunity. The 2 black daggers in her hands were already wrapped in an extremely dense, almost tangible shadow spiritual power. That spiritual power was filled with the aura of corrosion and annihilation. Her eyes were cold and focused, and she gave a delicate shout. Shadow Nirvana piercing. With her cold cry, the 2 daggers came out like poisonous dragons from a cave, and with an unstoppable determination, they fiercely pierced into the beating green core. There were no deafening explosions. There was only a strange sound, like cloth being torn or energy being forcibly annihilated. Rich shadow spiritual power rushed into the core frantically, like the most deadly venom, quickly corroding and destroying the huge life energy contained within. Ah! A silent roar that seemed to come from ancient times and was filled with endless pain and anger suddenly erupted from the 3 dark tree holes of the tree monster, forming a terrifying mental shock that swept in all directions. The entire giant tree began to tremble and twitch violently. All the dancing branches and roots seemed to have lost their source of strength. They instantly stiffened and softened, and then fell down like rain. The green core quickly turned gray and cracked under Emoli's dagger, and finally exploded with a bang, turning into powder all over the sky. The core is broken. The 1,000-year-old tree demon falls. The huge tree completely lost all vitality and stopped moving, turning back into a silent, broken but still huge ancient tree. On the battlefield, only the heavy breathing of 3 people could be heard. Emoli landed lightly from mid-air, his steps a little unsteady. It was obvious that the previous attack had consumed him greatly. Yi Qingxue dispersed the frost field and used his sword to support his body, almost fainting. Shao Chen also jumped down from the tree trunk, with many scars on his body, but his eyes were unusually bright. Success! The 3 of them worked together and actually surpassed their level to kill a 1,000-year-old tree demon in the middle stage of the 3rd level. Chapter 28 Recovery. The huge body of the Millennium Tree Demon had completely lost its vitality. Like a giant whose soul had been taken away, it stood silently in the gradually darkening twilight. The battlefield was filled with a strange smell of grass ashes, green juice, and a hint of blood, and it was a mess. Shao Chen did not relax at all. He endured the slight pain in his body and the huge fatigue, and immediately took out the white jade formation plate and several formation flags from the storage ring. He skillfully set up a small 5 elements maze defense formation around the giant tree and the nearby cave area. With a flash of light, the invisible spiritual barrier rose again, isolating this area from the outside world and bringing a sense of security. After doing all this, he breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze to Yi Qingxue, who was almost unable to stand steadily not far away. He walked over quickly, looking at Yi Qingxue's pale face and slightly trembling body, his brows furrowed, his tone filled with unquestionable toughness and a hint of barely perceptible heartache. "Don't hold on." After saying that, he reached out his hand again without saying anything, and this time he carefully picked her up by the waist. "You?" Yi Qingxue exclaimed weakly and subconsciously tried to struggle, but she was so weak that she didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. She could only let him hold her. Feeling the warmth of his embrace and the firm strength of his arms, a faint blush appeared on her pale cheeks and her heart inexplicably skipped a beat. This time, there seemed to be no shame or anger as before, but instead a hint of an indescribable sense of security. Shao Chen held her in his arms and turned to Emoli, who was examining the remains of the tree demon, and shouted, "Emoli, please go and take out the tree demon's crystal core. It has tremendous energy, don't waste it. Then come in and recover quickly." "Got it." Emoli turned around and responded. Looking at Shao Chen holding Yi Qingxue and walking towards the stone cave, a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Leave it to me, rest assured. I will complete the task and will not disturb your recovery." Her teasing made Yi Qingxue subconsciously bury her face in Shao Chen's arms. Xiao Chen held Yi Qingshui in his arms and strode into the cave made of natural boulders. The cave was quite dry and spacious. Although it was a bit simple, it was much safer than the outside. He carefully placed Yi Qingshui on a relatively flat and dry stone surface with gentle movements. Hurry up and meditate to regulate your breathing and recover your spiritual power. Xiao Chen's tone became unusually serious and solemn. He looked at Yi Qingshui's still pale face and said, "Your spiritual power has been severely overdrawn today. 2 large-scale ice spells in a row have put a heavy strain on your meridians and qi. You must treat it immediately, otherwise you may suffer hidden injuries." Yi Qingshui raised her head and met his eyes, which were now extremely focused and serious. There was no usual playfulness and cynicism in them, only pure concern and solemnity. Her heartstrings seemed to be gently plucked, and she nodded subconsciously and whispered, "Yeah." She obediently sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and prepared to start practicing the exercises. However, Xiao Chen did not leave, but sat down behind her. "I'll help you," he said in a deep voice, "just focus on guiding, and I'll help you speed up your spiritual energy absorption and organize your meridians." Yi Qingshui's body stiffened slightly. Just as she was about to refuse, she felt 2 warm hands gently pressing against her back and lower abdomen. The warmth of his palm came through the thin clothes, causing her body to tremble slightly involuntarily. These 2 positions are extremely important and sensitive parts in cultivation, especially the qi in the lower abdomen. Under normal circumstances, she would have immediately exploded, but at this moment, she strangely did not feel offended. Instead, she felt a pure and gentle spiritual power from those 2 palms slowly flowing into her body. The spiritual power seemed to contain a peculiar vitality, and had the characteristics of water and wood, and was extremely gentle. Not only did it not cause rejection of her ice spiritual power, but it was like a lubricant, helping her almost dried up sea of qi to regain its vitality and accelerate the absorption of external spiritual energy and the remaining medicinal power of the qi rejuvenating pill in her body. What surprised her even more was that Xiao Chen's spiritual power seemed to know the condition of her meridians very well, accurately guiding the energy to flow through the barriers, warming the meridians that were aching due to overdraft. He was really just helping her this time, without any unnecessary little movements, focused and serious. A complex emotion surged in Yi Qingshui's heart, including surprise, confusion, and a hint of inexplicable warmth. She stopped thinking about it, collected her thoughts, and fully cooperated with his guidance, entering a deep state of cultivation and recovery. Xiao Chen had no distractions at this moment. He knew that Yi Qingshui's consumption this time was far greater than before. Although the ice spiritual power was powerful, the backlash of overdraft was also more serious. He carefully controlled his spiritual power, which was extremely inclusive and nourishing, like the most sophisticated craftsman, helping her sort out the somewhat disordered energy in her body. This process was also extremely demanding on his own energy and mental state. After a while, Emily also walked in. In her hand was a fist-sized, emerald green crystal core, containing astonishing life energy. It was the demon core of the 1,000-year-old tree demon. When she saw the 2 people in the cave practicing intimately with their palms touching each other's backs and massaging their dantian, she was stunned for a moment, then she smiled ambiguously. But she was tactful enough not to make a sound to disturb them. She just tiptoed to the other corner of the cave, sat down cross-legged, and began to practice qigong and regulate her breathing to recover from her previous consumption. He would only occasionally glance at the 2 people, his eyes flickering, and no one knew what he was thinking. The stone cave fell into complete silence, with only the even and long breathing sounds of the 3 people and the occasional faint spiritual light from the external formation. Time passes quietly. With Xiao Chen's assistance, Yi Qingshui's pale face regained its rosy color at a speed visible to the naked eye, her breath became steady and long, and even the spiritual power in her body seemed to be more condensed than before. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Chen slowly withdrew his palm, gently exhaled a breath of foul air, and fine beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead. Assisting others in healing was much more tiring than practicing on his own. Almost at the moment he withdrew his hand, Yi Qingshui slowly opened her eyes. A pair of cold eyes now seemed to contain a clear spring, less cold than before, and more gentle and complex. She turned her head slightly and looked at Xiao Chen, who also looked a little tired. Her lips moved and her voice was very soft, but it was clearly heard by Xiao Chen. "Thanks." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment, but then his familiar, slightly rogue smile reappeared on his face. He leaned close to her ear and whispered in a low voice, "You really want to thank me? Just saying it won't do. How about a different way?" Yi Qingshui's cheeks, which had just regained their rosy color, suddenly turned red again. The touch of emotion that had just risen in her heart disappeared in an instant. She glared at him in embarrassment and anger, turned her head away, and ignored him. Sure enough, this guy can only be serious for 3 seconds. But this time, deep down, she didn't seem to be really angry. A certain subtle emotion is quietly growing in this night of life and death and mutual assistance. Chapter 29, The Fragrance Within Reach. With Xiao Chen's assistance, Yi Qingshua's spiritual power has basically returned to normal, but the mental fatigue caused by repeated fierce battles and overdraft is difficult to eliminate immediately. She looked at the dust, sweat and a little of the tree demon's green juice on her body, and frowned slightly. Emoli also finished regulating his breathing and came over. Looking at his own somewhat disheveled appearance, he suggested, "Qingxue, it's so uncomfortable to be sticky all over. How about, just clean it up?" Yi Qingxue nodded, but immediately looked warily at Xiao Chun, who was stretching lazily beside them and seemed to be looking at them. After what happened last night, she dared not be careless again. "You!" Yi Qingxue pointed at Xiao Chun, her tone returning to its usual coldness, and with an unquestionable command, "Get out!" Xiao Chen looked innocent. "Going out again? I just helped you heal your injuries, are you going to throw them away? Stop talking nonsense." Yi Qingshue's pretty face flushed slightly, but her attitude was firm. "Get out now. Emoli, you keep an eye on him outside first. When I'm better, it'll be your turn." Emoli couldn't help but laugh, and made a gesture to Xiao Chen to invite him in. "Let's go? Do you still want to peek?" Xiao Chen touched his nose, sighed, stood up with a look of grievance, and slowly walked out of the cave. "Alas, good people don't get good rewards, really, it's not like I haven't seen it before. Get out of here." A lump of ice hit the place where he had just sat. Xiao Chen smiled and dodged, walking out of the cave. Emoli followed him out, folded her arms, and leaned against the cave entrance with a smile. She looked him up and down with her charming eyes, as if she was monitoring some dangerous person. Outside the cave, the moonlight was like water, spilling over the silent forest. The formation blocked out the dangers outside, and also blocked out most sounds. Xiao Chen leaned against the stone wall outside the cave, watching the faint aura of water vapor produced by Yi Qingshua's water-bathing talisman. He couldn't help but complain to Emoli, "Emoli, is it really that serious? Who do you take me for? I'm a gentleman." Emoli burst out laughing and rolled her eyes at him. "A gentleman? A gentleman would sneakily touch someone's thigh when they're weak? A gentleman would deliberately break an ice wall? Aren't your standards for a gentleman a little unusual?" Xiao Chen was speechless and could only smile awkwardly. "That's what I had to do. It's to improve our relationship." "Oh? Really?" Emoli leaned closer, lowered his voice, and asked curiously, "Speaking of which, how did it feel when you healed Qingxue just now?" "Our Qingxue's figure is..." Stop. Xiao Chen quickly raised his hands in surrender, speaking righteously, "When I'm healing, my mind is focused. How could I have such dirty thoughts? Don't slander me." Looking at his hypocritical look, Emoli laughed so hard that her body shook. After a while, the water vapor and spiritual light in the cave dissipated, and Yi Qingxue walked out. She had changed into clean combat uniform, her hair wet and draped over her shoulders, exuding a fresh scent, like a lotus flower emerging from the water, pure and elegant, but her face still had a hint of blush from the bath. She glanced at Xiao Chen and said to Emoli, "You go ahead. I'll watch this guy." "Okay." Emoli smiled and went into the cave. Only Xiao Chen and Yi Qingxue were left at the cave entrance, and the atmosphere became silent and awkward for a moment. Xiao Chen looked at her wet hair and said, "It's cold at night. Wet hair can easily give you a headache. Let me use my spiritual power to dry it for you." Yi Qingxue was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect him to say this. Her ears blushed slightly and she whispered, No need. I can do it myself." The two were silent for a moment. Xiao Chen looked at her profile as she concentrated on drying her hair. In the moonlight, she looked particularly gentle and quiet, completely different from her usual cold and frosty appearance. She actually had a different kind of beauty. After a while, Emoli finished cleaning and walked out looking brand new. The three of them returned to the cave, which had already been cleaned by Emoli using a dust-purifying talisman. It was much cleaner. It was already late, and after experiencing a series of battles, they were physically and mentally exhausted and in urgent need of rest. Yi Qingxue and Emoli naturally spread their sleeping bags inside the cave, leaving a slightly narrow space next to Yi Qingxue's sleeping bag. Xiaochen took a look and without saying a word, he walked over with his sleeping bag and spread it directly on that spot, right next to Yi Qingshue's sleeping bag. "What are you doing?" Yi Qingxue protested immediately. "Spread over there." She pointed to the corner farthest from her. "No." Xiaochen refused outright. "It's warmer here, and we are a team. It's easier for us to look after each other if we sleep close to each other. In case there is any danger at night, I can protect you first, right?" He spoke in a high-sounding manner, but his eyes were smiling as he looked at Yi Qingxue. Emily watched the show from the side, without joining in, just laughing secretly. "No need. Stay away from him." Yi Qingxue was so angry that she wanted to kick him. "Hey, Qingxue, what Xiaochen said makes sense." Emily chimed in, eager to stir up trouble. "It's warmer if they're huddled together, and he's been working so hard today, so why don't you let him sleep closer?" "Emily." Yi Qingxue glared at her bestie in embarrassment. Then she looked at Xiaochen, who had already crawled into his sleeping bag with an expression that said, "I'm just sleeping here, what can you do to me?" Finally, she could only stamp her feet helplessly and whispered through gritted teeth, "Shameless." But in the end, she did not force Xiaochen to move away, which was considered as her approval of his shameless behavior. After all, his performance today and his final healing had indeed prevented her from being truly tough. Emily grinned and crawled into the sleeping bag on the right. Yi Qingxue had a tense face and carefully lay down in the middle sleeping bag, staying as close to the edge as possible, with her back to Xiaochen, as if there was some kind of monster over there. Xiaochen extinguished the fluorite light with a wave of his hand, and the cave fell into darkness and silence, with only the slight breathing sounds of the three people. After a tiring day, Emily seemed to fall asleep quickly, and his breathing became even and long. But Yi Qingxue couldn't sleep. She could clearly feel the presence of another person beside her, hear his light breathing, and even feel his body temperature. This made her body slightly stiff and her heartbeat a little out of control. In fact, Xiaochen didn't fall asleep immediately. He turned his head in the darkness and looked at Yi Qingxue's figure with her back to him in the faint moonlight that came through the gap in the cave. Her hair had dried and spread out on the edge of the sleeping bag like fine silk, emitting a light, crisp, cool fragrance that mixed with the clean scent left by the water-bathing talisman. It smelled very good. He couldn't help but quietly move a few inches closer to her. The closer he was to her, the faint fragrance became clearer. He could see her slender and graceful neckline and the slightly exposed white earlobes. Yi Qingxue obviously felt his approach, her body tensed up instantly, and she even held her breath for a moment, but she did not move, nor did she shout at him. She just kept facing away from him, as if she had fallen asleep. Xiaochen did not take any further action. He just stood there quietly in the darkness, looking at her close back and smelling the faint fragrance that made him feel at ease and excited. A subtle and peaceful atmosphere flows quietly in the dark cave. After a long while, Xiaochen spoke softly, his voice so low that only the two of them could hear. "Good night, Qingxue." Yi Qingxue's eyelashes trembled slightly, but she still did not respond. But after a while, just when Xiaochen thought she was really asleep, an extremely soft, dreamlike voice floated over, as thin as a mosquito. "Good night." Chapter 30, Silent Forest. The first ray of light in the morning shines through the cracks in the cave, dispelling the darkness inside. Yi Qingxue's long eyelashes trembled a few times, and she slowly woke up from a deep sleep. She slept particularly soundly that night, and most of the fatigue from the past few days seemed to have been washed away. She subconsciously moved her body, trying to stretch herself, but felt something warm and soft rubbing against her cheek. With a hint of sleepiness, she opened her eyes slightly. A magnified, handsome sleeping face suddenly came into view. A high nose bridge, thin lips, and even his long eyelashes could be clearly counted. Xiaochen had turned over in his sleep at some point, facing her. The distance between them was so close that their noses were almost touching. She could even feel his even, warm breath gently brushing her cheek. "Ah!" Yi Qingxue woke up completely in an instant, cried out in fear, her heart beating wildly like a frightened deer, and she subconsciously stepped back. Her movement also woke up Xiaochen. Xiaochen opened his eyes drowsily, and met Yi Qingxue's eyes, which were close to him and full of panic and embarrassment. He was also stunned for a moment, then reacted. Looking at the two of them almost touching each other and Yi Qingxue's rapidly red cheeks, he did not immediately retreat. Instead, a lazy and playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He deliberately moved forward and lowered his voice and said, "Good morning, Qingxue. You don't have to throw yourself into my arms so early, right?" Who threw herself into my arms?" Yi Qingxue's cheeks flushed red. She hurriedly sat up and realized that she had suddenly moved from the middle to the edge of Xiao Chen's sleeping bag, almost touching Xiao Chen's sleeping bag. And Xiao Chen hadn't known when he turned to her side. She must have been confused during her sleep. She felt so ashamed and angry that she wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Emily, who was on the other side, was also woken up. She rubbed her eyes and sat up. Seeing the two people's situation, especially Yi Qingshua's red face that was almost dripping with blood and Xiao Chen's expression of being ungrateful, she immediately understood and let out a mischievous low laugh. Tisk tsk, it seems that some people are not honest when they sleep at night. No. It's him. Yi Qingxue tried to defend herself, but seemed pale and powerless. Xiao Chen sat up in a good mood and stretched, his bones crackling softly. All right, it was just an accident. Let's clean it up quickly. We still have to continue working today. After a simple wash and meal, the three left the cave and the fresh air hit them in the face. What are the plans for today? Emily asked. Continue to go deeper? Xiao Chen looked at the map, then sensed his surroundings. After a moment's thought, he said, don't rush too deep. We consumed quite a bit of energy fighting the tree monster yesterday. Let's move around the surrounding area today to familiarize ourselves with the environment. I can also hunt some second-tier monsters. We'll proceed steadily and see if we can find anything else. Yi Qingxue nodded in agreement. Although she had recovered well, she didn't want to face another tough battle right away. So, the three of them used the giant tree cave as a temporary base and began to move around in the surrounding forest area. Perhaps because the power of the 1,000-year-old tree demon still remained, the density of monsters in this area was not high, and the level was mainly second level. Throughout the day, they encountered and successfully hunted several waves of second-level monsters. The process was safe and sound, and they harvested a lot of crystal cores and materials. During this period, they did not encounter any other student teams. As Xiao Chen expected, most students chose to operate in the outer or middle areas, and very few teams dared to go deep into the third-level monster area. In the evening, the three returned to the cave and counted their harvest of the day. The harvest is not bad, but I didn't encounter any third-level ones, which is a pity. Emily said as he counted the crystal cores. No rush, take your time. Xiao Chen was very calm. The next morning, the three set out again. We can go deeper today. Xiao Chen pointed to a deeper area on the map. According to the data, the probability of a third-level monster appearing in this area is much higher. Yi Qingxue and Emily both nodded. After a day of rest and adaptation, their condition had been adjusted to the best. The three of them headed deeper into the forest. The further they went, the taller and older the trees became, their branches and leaves blocking out the sun. The light became dimmer, and the spiritual energy in the air became richer, but at the same time, the invisible sense of oppression became stronger and stronger. The road was still quiet, with almost no sound except their footsteps and the occasional startled birds. After walking for a while, Yi Qingxue frowned slightly. Her cold eyes swept across the overly quiet surroundings and she said, "It's too quiet here. Aside from the monster beasts, I don't think any other student groups will come here." Xiao Chen nodded and smiled, "That's normal. A third-level monster is not easy to deal with. Without sufficient strength and tacit understanding, it will just be a waste of food. But this is also okay." He paused, his tone tinged with amusement. "At least we won't have that cliched scenario where you suddenly hear a cry for help, go over to find a classmate in distress, and then have to lend a hand, only to end up in even bigger trouble. We can focus on hunting in peace." Emily chuckled when he heard this. "Xiao Chen, you've read too many TV dramas and novels, haven't you? How can there be so many coincidences?" Hee, it's better to be prepared." Xiao Chen smiled. The three continued to advance cautiously deeper. After walking for about another quarter of an hour, the scene ahead began to change. I don't know when it started, but a light, grayish-white mist began to fill the forest. At first it was very thin and did not affect the vision, but the further we walked, the thicker the mist became. Visibility began to gradually decrease, and the surrounding trees were looming in the fog, appearing a bit hazy and weird. Is it foggy? Emily stretched out his hand, feeling the cool, moist mist. The weather in this secret realm is truly unpredictable. Xiao Chen stopped, frowned slightly, and looked vigilantly at the increasingly thick fog around him. His perception seemed to be disturbed and weakened in the fog. "This fog is a little unusual," he said in a deep voice. "Be careful, follow me closely, and don't get separated." Yi Qingxue also sensed something was wrong. The ice blue sword in her hand quietly emerged, and a faint chill emanated from her body, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. The three of them continued to move forward cautiously, but their speed had obviously slowed down a lot. The fog around them grew thicker and thicker, until visibility was less than 10 meters. There was a dead silence all around them, and the only sounds they could hear were the rustling of fallen leaves under their feet and each other's heartbeats, as if they were the only three people left in the world. An inexplicable feeling of depression enveloped my heart. This damn place, why does it feel so chilly? Emily couldn't help but hug his arms and muttered softly. The sudden fog seemed to lead them to an unknown and dangerous area. Chapter 31: The Bewitching Butterfly. The gray-white fog became thicker and thicker, to the point where one could hardly see one's hand in front of one's face. Even the mental perception was severely compressed and interfered with. The three of them could only huddle together and grope forward cautiously with their vague sense of direction. After walking a distance, the ground under my feet became moist, and the sound of gurgling water could be faintly heard in the mist. There seems to be a sound of water ahead. Yi Qingxue whispered. Go and take a look, but be extra careful. Xiao Chen reminded, gripping the black sword in his hand tighter. After pushing away the thick fog, the scene in front of me suddenly became clear. I saw a small but very clear pool in front of me. The water was green and bottomless. The surface of the water was as calm as a mirror, reflecting the distorted shadows of the trees shrouded in fog around it. And the thick, gray-white mist that interferes with perception was actually emitted continuously from this pool of water. This fog turns out to be caused by this pond? Emily looked at the pond in surprise. Yi Qingxue carefully observed the pool and its surroundings and nodded. This pool of water seems to contain some strange power that can evaporate and form this mist that interferes with the mind and perception. There doesn't seem to be any trace of demonic beasts around here? Although her perception was suppressed, she was still able to determine at close range that there was no obvious danger nearby. After confirming that it was temporarily safe, I turned my attention back to myself. After walking all the way, I broke out in a little sweat, which was sticky with the dust from before and was indeed uncomfortable. Emily's eyes lit up as she looked at the clear, inviting water. An idea suddenly occurred to her. Wow, this water looks so clean. I could take a relaxing bath. It's much more comfortable than using a water bath. As she spoke, she splashed some water with her hand and felt the water temperature was cool and pleasant. Yi Qingxue was also somewhat tempted. Girls are naturally clean, so it would be great to have a comfortable bath. She looked at the dense fog around her, which formed a natural shelter. She confirmed that there was no danger and nodded. All right, let's clean it up as soon as possible so we can leave this strange place. The two women were completely attracted by this seemingly harmless pool of water and the desire for cleanliness, and seemed to ignore the strangeness of the fog itself. So, before Xiao Chen could react, the two women actually started undressing. Hey! You guys? Xiao Chen was about to speak to stop them, but the beautiful scenery in front of him made him choke back his words. Yi Qingxue and Emily quickly took off their tight clothes and dresses, revealing their flawless bodies underneath. Yi Qingxue's skin is whiter than snow, and her figure is well proportioned and upright, like a sculpture carved from ice. Emily's skin is delicate, and her curves are even more fiery and attractive, full of mature charm. Two perfect bodies, each with its own unique yet equally exciting features, were exposed unreservedly in the diffuse mist, appearing and disappearing, adding a touch of hazy temptation. Xiao Chen only felt a buzzing sound in his brain, and his blood rushed down instantly. His body felt hot, his eyes were wide open, and his breathing became heavy involuntarily. The two women seemed completely unaware of his presence, or perhaps ignored him under some invisible influence. They laughed and splashed water on each other, then walked step by step into the cool pool. The emerald green water flows over their white ankles, slender calves, straight thighs, round buttocks, flexible waists, until it reaches their chests. The rippling water reflects their charming bodies, and the scene is extremely erotic. Yi Qingxue even turned around and soaked herself in the pool, her long wet hair sticking to her snow-white skin. She gave Xiao Chen on the shore an unprecedented, seductive smile and invited him in a soft and charming voice. Xiao Chen, it's so comfortable in the water. Would you like to join us? Her eyes were blurry and her cheeks were flushed, completely different from her usual cold appearance. Emily also chimed in with a sweet smile. Yeah, Xiao Chen, come down quickly, it's more fun when we play together. Such an erotic invitation, coupled with the extreme beauty before him, made Xiao Chen feel dry in the mouth and his mind went blank. He almost instinctively raised his foot and was about to walk towards the pool. However, just as his feet were about to step into the pool of water, the internal skills in his body started to work on their own, his five chi shook slightly, and a feeling of coolness suddenly rushed into his mind. Wrong. This doesn't feel right. How could Qing Xue show that expression? And even actively invite him to bathe together? And this mist, this pool. It's an illusion. Xiao Chen bit his tongue hard, and the intense pain instantly sobered him up. He immediately closed his eyes and concentrated his mind with all his might. Silently recite the heart purification technique, spiritual energy will flow, and the mind will gradually regain clarity. When he suddenly opened his eyes again, the erotic scene in front of him instantly shattered and disappeared like a mirage. Where are the emerald green pools? Where are the beauties bathing and playing together? He found himself still standing on the shore, with damp soil and fallen leaves beneath his feet. There was no puddle in front of him, only a slightly sunken swamp filled with even thicker fog. If he had taken another step forward, he would have fallen right in. Yi Qingxue and Emily didn't even take off their clothes to get in the water. They were standing not far from him, but their condition was obviously not right. The two women had dazed eyes, abnormally flushed cheeks, rapid breathing, slightly twisting bodies, and silly, seductive smiles on their lips, as if they were immersed in an extremely beautiful fantasy. Yi Qingxue even unconsciously extended the tip of her tongue and gently licked her slightly open red lips, letting out an extremely subtle, suggestive moan. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat as he watched this, thinking that this illusion might be quite exciting. But he didn't dare to delay, and immediately took a step forward, stretched out his index fingers, condensed pure water spiritual power at his fingertips, and quickly pointed it at the eyebrows of the two women. Wake up! The cool water-based spiritual power was like a sudden enlightenment, instantly pouring into the two women's sea of consciousness. The two women's bodies trembled at the same time, and their blurred eyes quickly regained clarity. When they saw the scene in front of them clearly, they realized that there was no pool of water at all, only a dangerous swamp, and their clothes were intact. Everything that had just happened was an illusion. Their pretty faces turned red in an instant, especially when they recalled those embarrassing scenes and feelings in the illusion. They wished they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Just, what happened just now? Yi Qingxue's voice was trembling, she felt embarrassed and scared. It's an illusion. What a powerful illusion. It can actually arouse the most direct desires in people's hearts. Emily was still in shock, her cheeks were burning, and she subconsciously clamped her legs together. Xiao Chen looked at the two of them, suppressed his curiosity, and did not ask them what wonderful illusion they had experienced. He coughed lightly and changed the subject. I'm glad you're okay. There's something strange about this fog in this area. It can create extremely realistic illusions. Before he finished speaking, the three of them felt something almost at the same time and suddenly looked up. Above their heads, in the thick fog, 5 huge butterflies appeared quietly. The wingspan of these butterflies is nearly 1 meter, and the patterns on their wings are colorful and constantly changing. If you look at them for a long time, it seems as if even your mind will be sucked in. Their slender mouthparts trembled slightly, their compound eyes flashed with strange light, and their bodies emanated the fluctuations of peak second-level demonic power. They were floating there silently, watching them. It's the bewitching demonic butterfly. Xiao Chen's face darkened, recognizing this rare demonic beast. No wonder they can create such realistic illusions. They release a special kind of scale powder that, mixed with this natural mist, can silently erode the mind and stir up the deepest desires and fantasies. The illusion just now was their doing. The 5 peak level second-order bewitching demon butterflies, coupled with this strange environment, are as dangerous as some early-stage third-order demon beasts. The two women who had just escaped from the shameful illusion now had frosty faces, and their beautiful eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent. They felt extremely ashamed and angry that their most secret desires were spied on by this monster and that they were even addicted to it. Kill them! Yi Qingxue's cold voice contained tremendous rage, and an ice-blue sword instantly appeared in his hand, and the cold air surged. Chapter 32, Jade Phosphorus Python. 5 bewitching butterflies floated in the thick fog, their gorgeous and eerie wings slowly flapping, emitting an unsettling aura. We can't let it continue to spread the scale powder. Xiao Chen shouted softly, and his left hand quickly clamped a green talisman with a whirlwind pattern drawn on it. After activating his spiritual power, he suddenly threw it into the air. Wind Talisman. Rise. Call. A strong whirlwind appeared out of nowhere, sweeping up the surrounding thick fog and instantly blowing away most of the fine-colored scale powder in the air, temporarily clearing an area with relatively clear vision. Ice blades dancing. Yi Qingxue seized the opportunity and swung the ice sword in his hand. Two rotating sharp ice blades, carrying a biting chill, crossed and slashed towards one of the bewitching demon butterflies. However, the wings of the demon butterfly looked fragile, but in fact they were extremely tough, and had some kind of strange flexible force field. It flapped its wings violently, and actually shattered the two ice blades into ice crystals all over the sky. What hard wings! Yi Qingxue frowned slightly. But her attack was not without effect. The shattered ice crystals did not dissipate. Instead, under Yi Qingxue's exquisite control, they quickly condensed into several suspended, small but hard enough ice cubes in the air between her and the demon butterfly. Emily, Yi Qingxue said anxiously. Understood. Emily and Yi Qingxue had a perfect understanding. Almost at the moment the ice cubes were formed, her figure shot out like a ghost, and her toes accurately tapped on the floating ice cubes to gain leverage. Whoosh! 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 Like a dancer in the dark night, Emily's figure traced a zigzag trajectory through the air, instantly closing in on the bewitching demonic butterfly that had just shattered the ice blade. The twin daggers in her hands, brimming with dark spiritual energy, pierced the weak link between its compound eyes and body. The demon butterfly seemed to have not expected that the opponent had this method of leveraging the force in the air, and it dodged sideways in a hurry. Swish! Emily's dagger failed to hit the vital point, but only cut a large cut on the edge of one of its wings. Green juice splashed out, and the demon butterfly let out a sharp hiss, and its flight became a little staggering. Emily retreated with one strike, landing lightly on the ground, curling his lips with some regret. Aerial targets are troublesome. If only they could fly. At this moment, the other four bewitching butterflies seemed to be enraged. Their slender mouthparts trembled, emitting an extremely sharp and strange sound wave that pierced the brain like countless needles. Squeaky! The sound was not deafening, but it carried a strange power that penetrated the soul and attacked the mind directly. Xiao Chen's face changed, and he hurriedly warned, "Be careful. It's the heart-confusing sound wave. This thing directly attacks the mind and is a huge threat to us third-level warriors who haven't yet condensed our sea of consciousness. Hold on to your spiritual platform." Yi Qingxue and Emily suddenly felt dizzy and nauseous. The circulation of spiritual energy in their bodies became a little sluggish, and their faces turned pale instantly. At this critical moment, Yi Qingxue's eyes focused, and she quickly took out a palm-sized, crystal-clear, light blue bell engraved with mysterious musical notes from her storage ring. She injected a trace of spiritual power into it, and the small bell immediately emitted a soft light, rang without wind, and made a crisp and pleasant sound, like the sound of a clear spring. Ding dong ding dong. A crisp, ethereal and pleasant ring tone spread out like a flowing spring. This sound seemed to carry a purifying power. Wherever it passed, the negative effects of the demon butterfly's sharp screams receded as quickly as ice and snow melted. The three people's minds instantly regained clarity. Calming bell? What a good thing, Qingxue! Emily said in surprise. She recognized this magic weapon. It was one of the protective treasures given to Yi Qingxue by the Yi family. It could calm the mind and resist a certain degree of mental attacks. Xiao Chen also breathed a sigh of relief and praised, "With this magic weapon, we don't have to worry too much about their sonic attacks. Now the main thing is to be careful not to inhale too much scale powder, it has a very strong hallucinogenic effect. Qingxue, keep creating ice walls or ice blocks to give us attack points." Okay. Yi Qingxue nodded. The bell in her hand kept making pleasant sounds to offset the sonic attack, while her other hand began to condense cold air, preparing to create ice steps again. However, just when the three of them adjusted their tactics and prepared to attack the flying butterfly again. Mutation regeneration. Xiao Chen's powerful perception suddenly caught an extremely obscure yet violent energy fluctuation coming from the swamp next to him, which was mistakenly thought to be a pond. Not good. His face suddenly changed, almost as an instinctive reaction. He instantly summoned the ancient shield magic weapon that had previously blocked Yi Qingxue's Ice Phoenix attack. The shield instantly grew larger, emitting a thick khaki halo, blocking the front of the three people. Almost at the same time the shield was thrown out. Boom! The murky swamp suddenly exploded. Mud soared into the sky. A huge black shadow, as thick as a bucket and covered in dark green phosphorescence, suddenly burst out of the swamp like a long dormant demon with the force of thunder and slammed into the heavy shield. Boom! A dull bang like a huge hammer hitting a bell erupted. The halo of light emitted by the sturdy third-order shield magic weapon flickered violently, making a crunching sound as it could not bear the weight, and fine cracks appeared on the surface instantly. An irresistible and terrifying force came through the shield. Xiao Qianru was hit hard, and his entire body, along with his shield, was knocked away by this huge force, directly breaking several small trees, before he fell heavily into a pile of fallen leaves in the distance, splashing a cloud of dust. Xiao Chen! Xiao Chen! Yi Qingxue and Emily screamed at the same time, their faces turned pale in an instant. They didn't even see what the black shadow was. Cough cough. Damn, that's so strong. Xiao Chen's somewhat embarrassed cough was heard in the dust. He pushed away the broken branches on his body, stood up shakily, and brushed off the dirt and fallen leaves on his body. The shield had shrunk and flew back into his hand, its light dimming. Its surface was covered with cracks, and it was obviously badly damaged, but it finally blocked the fatal blow for him. He wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes becoming extremely sharp and solemn as he looked at the terrifying existence that had completely emerged from the swamp. Yi Qingxue and Emily also followed his gaze, and when they saw it, they immediately gasped. It was a giant python. Over 10 meters long, its entire body covered in dark green scales that shimmered with metallic phosphorescence. Its head was triangular, and its cold, vertical pupils gleamed with cruelty and bloodlust. Half of its body was still buried in the swamp, but the exposed part was already filled with a terrifying sense of oppression. The demonic power fluctuations it exuded had reached the early third stage. The jade phosphorus demonic python. Xiao Chen said in a deep voice, his tone extremely solemn. No wonder this swamp and fog are so strange. It turns out there's not only the bewitching demonic butterfly, but also this creature hiding here. It's the true overlord of this area. 5 peak level second order bewitching demon butterflies, plus a third order early stage green phosphorus demon python. The situation suddenly became extremely dangerous. Chapter 33, Fighting Separately. With 5 mind-bending, peak-level second-order demon butterflies in front and a ferocious, lurking, early-stage third-order demon python behind, the situation suddenly became extremely critical. Xiao Chen quickly scanned the entire scene, his brain making the most reasonable judgment in a split second. He took a deep breath, suppressed the blood and energy that had been churning in his body due to the collision just now, and spoke quickly and firmly. Qingxue, Molly. Those 5 annoying butterflies are up to you. Find a way to get rid of them as soon as possible. Leave this giant worm to me. His eyes were fixed on the green phosphorus python that raised its head, spit out scarlet tongue, and exuded cold murderous intent. The strength and defense of an early-stage third-order demon beast were far superior to those of a second-order beast, let alone a naturally strong species like a python. It was definitely a tough nut to crack. But he had to take on the challenge. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxue and Emily responded without hesitation. Okay. Be careful. Yi Qingxue's cold voice carried a hint of imperceptible concern. The meditation bell in her hand continued to emit clear sounds, resisting the sound wave interference of the demon butterflies. The ice blue sword pointed directly at the 5 colorful demon butterflies in the air. Don't get swallowed by the big snake. I'll come to help you after I deal with these little butterflies. Emily also gave a delicate shout, and her figure spread out like a ghost, with her 2 daggers flashing with dim light, looking for an opportunity to attack the demon butterflies. They knew that now was not the time to hesitate or give in. The only way to survive was to trust their teammates and defeat their opponents as quickly as possible. Roar! The jade phosphorus python seemed enraged by the provocation of a tiny human like Xiao Chen. It let out a dull roar like thunder, and with a sudden swing of its massive triangular head, it swung towards Xiao Chen again like a cannonball, biting fiercely with a gust of foul air. Its speed was so fast that it far surpassed its previous surprise attack from the swamp. Come on! Xiao Chen's eyes became fierce. He didn't dare to take it head-on. He used all his strength to perform the flowing light steps and retreated quickly to the side and rear like a ghost. Boom! The python's bloody mouth almost grazed his body as it slammed heavily into the ground, creating a huge hole and sending dirt flying. However, the demonic python's attacks continued. If one strike missed, its incredibly thick tail would sweep across from another direction like a giant steel whip, shredding the air with a sharp whistling sound. Its range was so vast that it practically covered every possible escape route for Xiao Chen. Rock barrier. Xiao Chen let out a low shout, made a hand gesture with his left hand, and a thick earth wall instantly rose from the ground, blocking in front of him. Snap! The earthen wall was instantly shattered like paper by the terrifying force of the demonic python's tail. But at least they had bought a little time. Xiao Chen used the force to leap backwards again, while at the same time forming seals with his hands and performing some magic gestures. Fireball. Several blazing fireballs shot out in quick succession, bombarding the demonic python's phosphorescent scales with bangs and explosions. Flames splashed everywhere, but only left a few charred marks on the scales, unable to break through its defenses at all. What hard scales! Xiao Chen's heart sank. The defense was even stronger than expected. On the other side, Yi Qingxue and Mo Li's battle with the 5 bewitching demon butterflies also unfolded fiercely. With the meditation bell to defend against sonic attacks, the two women felt much less pressure, but the demon butterfly was extremely flexible in flying, had strong wings, and could spread hallucinogenic scale powder, so it was still very difficult to deal with. Qingxue, build ice steps. Mo Li shouted. Yi Qingxue understood and swung the ice sword. Several ice walls were cleverly built in the air according to a specific arrangement, forming a staircase that could be stepped on for leverage. Mo Li's figure shot out again like a ghost, his toes tapping on the ice steps, his body rising rapidly, approaching the demon butterflies that were trying to gain altitude. Ice cone thorns. Yi Qingxue launched an attack at the same time, condensing countless ice cones, shooting towards the demon butterflies like a storm, forcing them to move. Mo Li seized the opportunity, and the dagger flashed with a faint light, adding several deep wounds to the already injured demon butterfly, and green juice continued to spill. Qingxue, freeze their wings. Restrict their flight. Mo Li shouted immediately after landing. Yi Qingxue took a deep breath, and the ice spiritual power in his body burst out without reservation. Frost field. A chill far more intense than before suddenly spread out from her, instantly condensing the moisture in the air. The 5 demonic butterflies bore the brunt of the impact, their dazzling wings flapping at high speed, quickly covered in a thick layer of frost at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wings became heavy and stiff, their flying speed dropped sharply in an instant, and even became shaky. Good opportunity. Mo Li's eyes lit up, and his figure flashed out again like lightning, heading straight for the most seriously injured and slowest moving demon butterfly. This time, the demon butterfly, whose speed had greatly decreased, could no longer avoid her fatal attack. Shadow penetration. The dagger had extreme penetrating power and pierced accurately into its compound eyes, causing the shadow spiritual power to burst out instantly. The demon butterfly let out a short wail, struggled a few times, and then fell from the sky, its life gone. Get rid of one. But the remaining 4 demon butterflies seemed to become more manic, flapping their wings frantically, and more colorful scales fell like smoke. At the same time, the sonic attacks became more rapid. Even with the protection of the meditation bell, the two women felt a stabbing pain in their hearts. Be careful of the scale powder. Yi Qingxue reminded, constantly waving her sword to stir up cold wind to blow away the scale powder. On Xiao Chen's side, the battle with the green phosphorus python was even more dangerous. The demonic python possessed terrifying strength, astonishing defense, and incredibly fast attack speed. Every bite and tail flick contained the force to split mountains and crack rocks. Xiao Chen didn't dare to engage it head-on, relying only on the agility of his flowing light steps and the constant use of low-level spells and talismans to maneuver and harass it. He tried to use the sharp golden sword energy to attack its vital points such as the 7 inches and eyes, but the demon python was extremely cunning and always managed to avoid the vital points by using the thickest part of its scales or moving quickly. Boom! 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 The demonic python's massive body twisted and thrashed wildly through the forest, snapping trees and cracking the ground wherever it passed, leaving a devastating mess. Xiao Chen was like a small boat in a storm, surrounded by dangers. He narrowly avoided fatal attacks several times, and the scars on his body gradually increased. Damn it, this is not a solution. Xiao Chen dodged the bite again and gasped. We must fight quickly and decisively. He took advantage of the brief gap when the demon python missed its attack and its old strength had just gone but new strength had not yet been generated, and the gold attribute Qi and wood attribute Qi in his body were running and merging crazily at an unprecedented speed. Sizzle, sizzle. The dazzling lightning flashed again and appeared on the black sword in his hand. This time, the lightning was more concentrated and violent, emitting a heart-pounding aura of destruction. He injected a large amount of spiritual power into this attack. However, just as he was gathering his strength, the demonic python seemed to sense the threat, and with a sudden twist of its massive body, its thick tail swept across his waist once again with terrifying force. The timing was incredibly tricky. Xiao Chen's pupils shrank. If he dodged at this moment, his momentum would be interrupted, and he would be in even greater danger. Let's fight. He gritted his teeth and didn't dodge or evade. He put his left arm in front of him to protect himself, intending to use his body to withstand the tail sweep. At the same time, the lightning on the long sword in his right hand surged to the extreme. Thunder, break evil! He roared angrily, and faced the giant tail that was sweeping towards him, thrusting out a sword with all his strength. Just as Xiao Chen was resisting the attack of the demon python and stabbing out with a sword of lightning, Emily seized the opportunity again. Taking advantage of the moment when the other demon butterfly was slow to move because of its frozen wings, she approached like a shadow, and slashed the base of one of its wings with the dagger, leaving a huge wound that almost cut off its wing. The demon butterfly let out a shrill scream and dodged to the side uncontrollably in severe pain. And just along its dodging route, Yi Qingshue's ice sword had been waiting for a long time. Ice flower slash. An extremely condensed crescent-shaped ice blue sword energy slashed across the sky. Phew! The demon butterfly was split in half. The icy cold instantly froze its body, and the two halves fell powerlessly to the ground. Another one solved. Now, there were only 3 bewitching butterflies in the sky, their wings covered in frost and staggering in flight. The pressure suddenly dropped. Yi Qingxue and Emily exchanged glances, each able to see the joy in the other's eyes and their even more resolute fighting spirit. Almost at the same time, a deafening roar and the painful and angry roar of the demon python came from Xiao Chen's side. The two women's hearts instantly rose and they looked over there worriedly. Chapter 34, Crisis Temporarily Resolved. At the moment when Yi Qingxue and Emily dealt with the second bewitching butterfly, the battle on Xiao Chen's side also entered a white-hot stage. Facing the powerful and well-timed tail sweep of the green phosphorus python, a ruthless look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He did not dodge or evade, but crossed his left arm in front of him. The earth-type spiritual power in his body rushed frantically to his arm to form a layer of faint light. At the same time, the long sword in his right hand, which was condensed with violent lightning, pierced the python 7 inches with determination and incomparable precision. That is the most common weakness of snake monsters. Thunder, break evil! Swish! The violent lightning sword energy arrived first, piercing into the 7-inch scales of the demon python. The power of thunder and lightning exploded crazily, instantly tearing through the scales and penetrating into its body, frantically destroying its vitality. Hiss! The jade phosphorus python howled in agony like never before, its massive body twitching and tumbling violently. Its previously devastating tail sweep was significantly weakened by the sudden, devastating blow. But even so, the third-level monster's dying counterattack is still terrifying. Bang! The snake's tail, whose power had been greatly weakened, still swept heavily on Xiao Chen's left arm that was blocking. Xiao Chen groaned as he felt a sharp pain in his left arm. He was swept away again as if hit by a battering ram, and fell to the ground after hitting a small tree. His throat felt sweet and a mouthful of blood spurted out. But he didn't bother to check his injuries and immediately looked up at the demon python. The 7-inch part of the green phosphorus python was charred and rotten, and one could even see jumping arcs of electricity. It was obvious that it had suffered extremely serious injuries. It rolled and twisted frantically on the ground, making a mess of the surroundings and wailing in pain. Xiao Chen! Emily exclaimed and wanted to go over to help. Don't come over. Let's deal with the ones on your side first. Xiao Chen shouted with gritted teeth, using his sword to support his body and stand up. His right arm was trembling slightly due to the hard collision just now, but his eyes were still staring fiercely at the rolling demon python. The demonic python seemed to realize that its life was coming to an end. Its cold vertical pupils were fixed on Xiao Chen, full of resentment. It suddenly raised its huge head, its tongue flickered in and out, and its throat swelled. Not good. Xiao Chen's face changed, knowing very well that this kind of demon python is often highly poisonous. Puff! A stream of foul-smelling, sticky, and shimmering green venom gushed out of the demonic python's mouth like a high-pressure water gun, blasting towards Xiao Chen head-on. The range was so large that it practically blocked all his space to dodge. Thick earth barrier. Xiao Chen endured the severe pain in his left arm, made a hand gesture, and a wall of earth much thicker than before instantly rose up in front of him. Shichichi. The venom was extremely corrosive. When it landed on the earth wall, it immediately made a teeth-grinding sound and emitted bursts of white smoke. The thick earth wall was corroded and melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. But it was stopped in the end. Now! Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. He knew that this kind of seriously injured monster was the most dangerous and must be dealt with as soon as possible. Without hesitation, he took out 2 third-level thunder talismans from his storage ring. Thunderstorm. Wild lightning. Blast! He roared, activated 2 talismans at the same time, and threw them at the demon python that was still rolling and twitching in pain. Boom! Rumble! The power of the 2 third-level thunder talismans far surpassed his own thunder sword moves. 2 terrifying bolts of lightning, as thick as buckets, descended from the sky like divine punishment, precisely striking the demon python's severely injured body. Lightning flashed, and destructive energy exploded completely. Ah! The demonic python let out a final desperate howl, its huge body being engulfed by the lightning. It twitched wildly for a few times, and finally fell heavily to the ground, charred black, completely lifeless. The third-level green phosphorus python is dead. On the other side, the battle situation between Yi Qingxue and Emoli also changed. There are still 3 bewitching butterflies left. Although their wings are affected by the frost, they are still tenacious. Yi Qingxue keeps swinging ice cones to harass them and force them to move. Emoli, get ready! Yi Qingxue saw an opportunity. 2 of the demon butterflies flew closer to each other to avoid the ice cones. She formed seals with her jade hands and shouted delicately, "Ice chain binding." Several chains made of ice shot out from the void in an instant, like flexible ice snakes, accurately wrapping around the 2 closer demon butterflies, temporarily binding them together. Leave it to me. Emoli's figure leaped up like a shadow, and his 2 daggers went straight for the 2 temporarily trapped demon butterflies. However, just as she reached the highest point and was about to launch a fatal attack. Emoli suddenly let out an extremely strange, slightly seductive moan. She felt a sudden, indescribable heat surge from her lower abdomen, instantly sweeping through her entire body. Her body went limp, and she even felt a slight trance and double vision in her vision. The condensed shadow spirit power almost collapsed. This sudden abnormality made her slow down and she missed the best opportunity to attack. Emoli? Yi Qingxue also noticed her abnormality. Just as she was about to ask what was going on, she suddenly felt her body go limp. The same unbearable, tingling heat spread throughout her body. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, her breathing became a little rapid, and her legs even felt a little weak. She immediately realized the problem: it's the scale powder. We've inhaled too much of the heart-bewitching demon butterfly scale powder. The calming bell can block sound waves, but it can't completely filter out the hallucinogenic scale powder that has been inhaled and directly affects the body's physiology. The tension of the previous battle hadn't made her notice, but now that she relaxed even a little, the drug's effects took effect. We can't delay any longer. We must resolve this battle immediately. Otherwise, by the time the drug takes full effect, the consequences will be disastrous. Just as Emoli lost his grip and the 2 men felt strange, the last demon butterfly that was not trapped screamed and pounced over, trying to rescue its companion trapped by the ice chain, and its sharp claws grabbed Emoli, who had stopped moving. Get out of here! Emoli suppressed the heat in his body and the strange feeling of emptiness, gritted his teeth, turned around and waved his dagger, barely blocking the attack of the demon butterfly, but was shocked and took a few steps back. His face flushed and his breathing became more disordered. The demon butterfly that came to the rescue had its back to Yi Qingxue, exposing a huge flaw. Yi Qingxue suppressed the strange feeling churning within her body, a flicker of determination in her beautiful eyes. She madly poured her remaining spiritual power into the ice sword, and the sword body burst into an unprecedented brilliant blue light. Mysterious ice blooms. She let out a delicate cry and slashed out with her sword. It wasn't a powerful impact, but an extreme chill that seemed to freeze the soul. The cold air instantly enveloped the 2 demon butterflies trapped in the ice chain, as well as the demon butterfly with its back to her, attacking Emoli. Snap, snap. The 3 demonic butterflies froze in an instant, their bodies covered in a thick layer of ice at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they were frozen into 3 lifelike ice sculptures. Even the scales flying around them were frozen into ice crystals. Emoli! Yi Qingxue shouted, her voice trembling slightly. Emoli understood what he meant, and endured the increasingly strong strange feeling in his body. His figure flashed again, appearing in front of the 3 ice sculptures, and he stabbed out with the dagger with his last bit of strength. Puff! 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 The 3 ice sculptures shattered, turning into a cloud of ice crystal powder. The last 3 bewitching demon butterflies were completely destroyed. Almost at the same time, Xiaochen also heard the last howl of the demon python and the sound of thunder dissipating. The battle is finally over. Beside the foggy swamp, there was a mess, with corpses of monsters and traces of battle scattered everywhere. Xiao Chen leaned on his sword, breathing heavily, and looked at the charred corpse of the demon python in front of him, and breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, Yi Qingxue and Mo Li were supporting each other. Their pretty faces were extremely red, their eyes were blurred, their breathing was rapid, and their bodies were trembling slightly. It was obvious that they were trying their best to resist the increasingly strong strange medicinal effect of the scale powder of the bewitching demon butterfly in their bodies. The environment is temporarily safe, but more ambiguous and dangerous troubles seem to have just begun. Chapter 35: A Beautiful Journey Home. The dust of the battle had settled, and the thick fog seemed to have thinned a bit, revealing the devastated scene around. The charred corpse of the demon python and the shattered ice sculptures of the demon butterfly silently told of the fierceness of the battle just now. However, at this moment Xiao Chen's attention was not on the spoils at all. His eyes fell on Yi Qingxue and Mo Li, who were supporting each other. The two stunning beauties now had flushed faces, like ripe peaches, their eyes were misty and watery, their breathing was rapid and hot, their bodies were trembling slightly. They subconsciously put their long legs together, and unconsciously rubbed them against each other, trying to relieve the unspeakable emptiness and heat that was surging from deep within their bodies. This vivid scene is enough to make any normal man's blood boil. Xiao Chen stroked his chin, his eyes becoming playful and fiery. A thought even popped up in his mind. According to how the plot is developing, could I have the chance to get both of these today? Just as this thought came to his mind, before he could think about the possibility of the eroticism, he heard Yi Qingxue speaking intermittently in a voice that was trying hard to suppress the trembling but still kept a hint of coldness. Xiao Chen, help Mo Li first, her condition seems to be worse, I can still hold on for a while. There was obvious torment in her voice, but she still prioritized her best friend. Xiao Chen. Well, the fantasy is shattered, but the fiancé is still watching him and seems to have amazing willpower, so she can still stay rational in this situation. He sighed helplessly, put away his unrealistic and charming thoughts, and put on a serious expression on his face again, at least it seemed so. He took out a jade bottle from his storage ring and poured out a light green pill that exuded a refreshing scent. This is the heart purification pill, which can alleviate the effects of various hallucinogenic and aphrodisiac toxins. He walked up to Mo Li, who seemed to be in an even worse condition. Mo Li was a little unsteady at the moment, looking at him with seductive eyes, her breathing hot, and she almost collapsed. Xiao Chen held her soft waist with one hand and carefully fed the pill into her mouth. The pill melted in her mouth and a cool medicinal effect spread instantly. At the same time, Xiao Chen's other index finger touched her brow again, and pure water-based spiritual power slowly flowed in, helping her to speed up the dissolution of the medicinal power and cleanse the scale powder toxins that corroded her mind. Emily let out a comfortable moan. The blush on her face began to fade at a speed visible to the naked eye, her blurred eyes gradually regained clarity, and the strange feeling of heat and emptiness in her body receded like the tide. After a while, she heaved a long sigh of relief and regained consciousness. Recalling her own loss of composure and the difficult feeling she had just experienced, her pretty face flushed again. She glanced at Xiao Chen sheepishly. Thank you. You're welcome. Xiao Chen smiled and released his hand that was holding her waist. At this time, Yi Qingxue on the side seemed to have reached her limit. She bit her lower lip tightly, even leaving a trace of blood. She relied on her strong willpower to barely stand, but her body was shaking more and more violently, her eyes began to become unfocused, and she let out unconscious, extremely subtle moans. Xiao Chen immediately walked to her side, naturally stretched out his hand and held her in his arms. Yi Qingxue's body stiffened at first, and then the strong masculine scent and warm embrace acted like a catalyst, instantly breaking down her last line of defense. She couldn't hold it in any longer, and with a moan, she fell limply into his arms, her hot cheek pressed against his chest. She rubbed against him unconsciously, seeking comfort, and her delicate hands even began to scratch his clothes restlessly. It's hot, so uncomfortable. She pleaded softly with a tearful tone, completely different from her usual cold appearance. Xiao Chen felt the warmth and softness of the woman in his arms, and her alluring moans, and his heart was also burning with anger. However, he remained calm and said to Emily, who had recovered beside him, I only have one heart purification pill left. I just gave it to you, Emily. In her current condition, other pills are useless. We must help her eliminate the toxins in her body as soon as possible. She needs a quiet environment and my spiritual power to assist her. Let's return to the cave as soon as possible. He said this in a serious tone. As for whether there was really only one Qingxin pill left, only he knew that. Emily looked at Yi Qingxue, who had completely lost her mind and was left with only her instincts in Xiao Chen's arms. Then she looked at Xiao Chen, who looked righteous and awe-inspiring. Her eyes were a little strange and ambiguous, but she was tactful and didn't ask any more questions. She nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll go collect all the crystal cores first. You guys, take care of Qingxue first." After saying that, she immediately turned around and went to deal with the corpses of the monsters, leaving space for the two of them. Soon, Emily collected the most valuable demon python crystal core, the crystal cores of the 5 demon butterflies, and some precious materials, and returned to the two of them. "Let's go back as soon as possible," Xiaochen said, and once again picked up Yi Qingxue, who had become soft as a pool of spring water and was twisting and rubbing in his arms. This time, Yi Qingxue did not resist at all. Instead, she stretched out her arms and hugged his neck tightly as if she had found support. She buried her hot little face in the crook of his neck, greedily breathing in his scent and whimpering like a kitten. Xiaochen held her in his arms, feeling the heat of her delicate body and the tempting friction. His heart was filled with joy, but he had to try hard to maintain a worried and serious expression on his face. Emily followed beside him, watching his friend's completely smitten look, then looking at Xiaochen's slightly raised lips. He knew everything in his heart like a mirror, and couldn't help but secretly roll his eyes and curse inwardly, "You little pervert, you're really good at pretending." The three of them quickly rushed towards the stone cave camp. On the way back, Xiaochen enjoyed himself to the extreme. Yi Qingxue was extremely restless in his arms, rubbing her body against him unconsciously, her slender fingers stroking his chest, her hot breath spraying on his neck, bringing waves of numbness, and her soft and seductive moans were intermittent, like the best aphrodisiac. Xiaochen held her in his arms, leisurely using his body skills to hurry on his way, feeling this incomparably erotic burden. He was so happy that he almost hummed a song. This was much more comfortable than holding an ice lump when he came here. Emily followed beside him, watching Xiaochen's secretly pleased yet forced composure. Unable to resist, she teased him in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Xiaochen, how are you feeling? Our Qingxue is usually so cold, I didn't expect she has such a warm side, huh?" Xiaochen coughed dryly twice and said righteously, "Emily, I'm saving people. No distractions. No distractions." "Oh? Really?" Emily stretched out her tone, her eyes sweeping over a part of him that seemed a little restless. "You seem quite excited to save people, don't you?" Xiaochen, see through but don't speak out. Emily chuckled and stopped teasing him. With Yi Qingxue's unconscious encouragement and Xiaochen's cheerful journey, the three of them quickly returned to the cave camp under the giant tree. Xiaochen held Yi Qingxue in his arms and strode into the stone cave, saying to Emily behind him, "Please stand guard outside and don't let anyone or any monsters disturb her. Helping her clear the poison requires absolute silence and no distractions." Chapter 36, Disillusionment. Xiaochen held Yi Qingxue, who was in a state of confusion and groaning in his arms. He was just about to walk into the stone cave to implement his unique counseling therapy when Emily's playful yet firm voice came from behind him. "Wait. That won't work." Xiaochen paused and turned around helplessly, only to see Emily leaning against the cave entrance with her arms folded over her chest. There was a hint of cunning and unquestionableness in her charming eyes. "At times like these, I have to watch over you, lest someone try to guide you and you lose your bestial nature." She deliberately emphasized the word guide. Xiaochen's righteous expression almost faltered as he tried to defend himself. "Do you think I'm the kind of person who takes advantage of others? I'm doing this for Qingxue's own good. I need an absolutely quiet environment." Emily rolled his eyes at him unhappily, took a few steps forward, and pointed at Yi Qingxue, who was twisting unconsciously in his arms with a dazed look in her eyes. You know whether you are that kind of person or not. Normally, it's okay to make a fuss and joke around, but in this situation, I can't let my Qingxue be alone with you. Besides." She paused, her tone tinged with both teasing and warning. "Aren't you afraid that once Qingxue regains consciousness, she'll remember what happened and, in her rage, chop you up and feed you to the monsters? You're probably well aware of her personality, right?" These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Xiaochen's head, instantly extinguishing the beautiful thoughts that were brewing in his mind. The terrifying scene of Yi Qingxue regaining consciousness, holding an ice sword, with a frosty face, chasing him immediately appeared in his mind. He shuddered. Indeed, with Yi Qingxue's stubborn personality, if he really took advantage of her while she was unconscious, when she woke up, it would definitely be a fight to the death. By then, let alone cultivating feelings, they would probably become mortal enemies. Alas! Xiaochen sighed deeply, his face filled with regret and indignation, as if the duck that was about to be caught had flown away. "My last fantasy is shattered." He shook his head, resigned himself to his fate, carried Yi Qingxue into the cave, and carefully placed her on the sleeping bag. At this time, Yi Qingxue seemed to have become even more restless because the drug had fully taken effect. She began to tear her clothes with her hands, revealing large areas of snow-white skin and delicate collarbones, and let out even more seductive moans. Emily also walked in and stood beside them with an expression that said, "I'm just watching your performance." Xiaoqian touched his nose, and under Emily's supervision, he very reluctantly poured out another identical heart-clearing pill from the jade bottle. He gently lifted Yi Qingxue's chin and fed the pill into her mouth. Then he did the same thing, placing his finger on her brow and slowly injecting pure water spiritual power into her to help her dissolve the drug's power and dispel the confusing scale powder toxins. Emily, who was watching this scene from the side, smiled knowingly and asked in a drawn-out tone, "Huh? Didn't you just say that there was only one Qingxin pill left and you had already given it to me? Then what is this one?" Xiao Chen remained calm, not even blinking. While concentrating on channeling his spiritual energy, he replied in a very natural tone, "Oh, this one? Maybe the fight was too intense just now, so I misremembered it. I looked it up and found another one hidden in the corner. Luckily. Emily." She almost laughed out loud. Could this excuse be any worse? This guy. He was definitely planning something bad. If she hadn't insisted on following him and watching over him, he would have definitely turned his fake act into reality. Under the dual effects of the Qingxin pill's medicinal power and Xiao Chen's water spiritual power, the heat in Yi Qingxue's body receded quickly like a tide, the blush on her face gradually dissipated, her blurred eyes began to focus, and her body stopped twisting, but there was still a trace of weakness after exhaustion and a huge confusion. When she regained consciousness, seeing Xiao Chen in front of her and Emily, who seemed to be smiling beside her, and then feeling her own disheveled clothes and the fragmented, yet extremely shameful memories in her mind, especially the image of herself hugging Xiao Chen tightly, rubbing against him, and making that sound. Boom! All the blood seemed to rush to the top of the head. Yi Qingxue's pretty face instantly turned red, even her neck and ears were stained pink. The huge sense of shame almost overwhelmed her. She sat up suddenly, frantically pulling her clothes, and wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, not daring to look Xiao Chen in the eye. I. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but found her throat dry and couldn't say anything. Question? Thank you? Or kill to silence the witness? Her mind was in a mess. Xiao Chen very tactfully took 2 steps back, keeping a safe distance, and put on an extremely serious expression, as if he was not the one whose regretful fantasy was shattered just now. He spoke first, seriously changing the subject. Alright, now that everyone is alright, that's good. The battle just now consumed a lot of energy, especially since you all inhaled a lot of the heart-confusing scale powder. Although you've been detoxified, your spiritual power and mental strength have been greatly depleted. The most urgent thing is to quickly meditate and regulate your breathing to recover. This secret realm is full of dangers, and we must maintain peak combat strength. He pointed to the cave entrance and said, I'll go reinforce the formation first to ensure it's absolutely safe. You guys hurry up and recover. After saying that, he didn't give Yi Qingxue any chance to get angry or embarrassed. He turned around and slipped out of the cave, moving as fast as the wind. Yi Qingxue and Emily were left looking at each other in bewilderment in the cave. Yi Qingxue watched Xiao Chen's fleeing figure, feeling filled with shame and embarrassment, with nowhere to vent. In the end, she could only glare fiercely at Emily beside her, and vent her anger on him. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? Emily spread her hands innocently, I screamed, you snuggled so tightly into Xiao Chen's arms, I couldn't pull you away. She deliberately imitated Yi Qingxue's tone just now, it's hot. It's so uncomfortable. Ugh. Ah. Don't learn it. Don't say it. Yi Qingxue was so embarrassed that she rushed over and covered Emily's mouth. The 2 girls immediately started making a noise, which dispelled a lot of the awkward atmosphere. After a while, both of them calmed down and realized that Xiao Chen was right and that recovering their strength was the most important thing. They looked at each other, and saw the fear and a trace of lingering shyness in each other's eyes. Then they tacitly agreed not to mention what happened just now, and each sat down cross-legged and began to practice qigong and regulate their breathing. Outside the cave, Xiao Chen was skillfully reinforcing the formation while savoring the erotic touch just now, and a smug smile could not help but appear on the corner of his mouth. Although Emily ruined the good things at the last moment, the benefits along the way were still quite good. Moreover, after this life and death together in some ambiguity, he felt that his relationship with Yi Qingxue seemed to be closer. At least, out of shame and anger, she didn't immediately draw her sword to kill him? This is progress. He thought happily, and his movements to reinforce the formation became more brisk. Chapter 37: Self-Cultivation of Waste. In the next few days, the three of them used the giant tree cave as their base and continued hunting deep in the secret realm. With their tacit cooperation and increasingly skilled tactics, they reaped rich rewards. A lot of peak-level second-order and early-level third-order monster crystal cores and materials were added to their storage rings, and their points also rose steadily. During this period, Xiao Chen still did not change his rogue nature. He would get close to Yi Qingxue whenever he had the chance, either accidentally touching her hand, or touching her waist under the pretext of checking her injuries, or protecting her from behind when she was concentrating on fighting the monsters, but in fact he was taking advantage of her. At first, Yi Qingxue would glare at him in embarrassment and annoyance, and warn him with an ice pick, but over time, perhaps because she had lost her temper, or perhaps because deep down she was not as averse to this kind of intimacy as she appeared on the surface, as long as Xiao Chen's behavior was not too excessive, such as trying to sneak a kiss or touch her chest, she would eventually choose to acquiesce with a blushing face, only occasionally pinching him hard when he went too far. This tacit consent undoubtedly fueled Xiao Chen's arrogance and made him enjoy it even more. Emily saw all of this and gave an ambiguous giggle from time to time, which made Yi Qingxue blush even more. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye it is the last day of the assessment. In the morning, Yi Qingxue looked at the storage ring full of harvest and said, "It's almost time. We should go back and reach the exit meeting point before sunset." "Well, let's go. We gained a lot from this assessment." Xiao Chen nodded with satisfaction. Emily also stretched, showing off her beautiful curves. "Yeah, I can go back and have a good rest and take a hot bath." The three of them packed up the camp and started their return journey. Compared to the tension and caution on the way here, the atmosphere on the way back seemed much more relaxed. After all, they had already seen the dangers of the core area, so the outer areas on the return journey were not very stressful for them. Xiao Chen couldn't sit still and continued his teasing while walking. "Qingxue, after we go back, shouldn't there be some new progress in our cohabitation life? Look how well I've behaved." Xiao Chen came closer with a smile. "Get lost." Yi Qingxue's answer was concise and to the point, but it lacked some of her previous coldness. "Emily," Xiao Chen turned to Emily again, "you must testify for me when we get back. I've diligently protected you this time, working tirelessly without complaint. Even if I haven't achieved any credit, I've worked hard. Shouldn't I deserve some reward?" Emily gave him a wink. "Reward? What kind of reward do you want? Do you want me to leave the door open for you tonight?" "Emily." Yi Qingxue pinched her best friend in embarrassment and anger. Xiao Chen was considering it seriously, this proposal. "Well, it's worth considering. Don't even think about your head." The two women laughed and cursed almost in unison. They laughed and joked all the way, mainly Xiao Chen teasing and the two girls fighting back, so it didn't feel boring. However, just after they had walked for about an hour, suddenly, a dazzling red flare rose into the sky not far ahead and exploded into a conspicuous red cloud. Distress signal. The three of them stopped in their tracks at the same time. Xiao Chen touched his nose, with an expression of expectedness on his face, and sighed, "Alas, this cliched plot is unavoidable. I knew that if the journey was too peaceful, it would definitely not be a good thing." Yi Qingxue looked at the distress signal, a hint of hesitation flashed across her cold eyes, but she still said, "Since we've seen it, we can't just stand by and watch someone die. Let's go take a look, and help if we can." Emily also nodded. "Well, let's go and take a look. What if it's someone we know? Okay, I'm a kind-hearted person after all." Xiao Chen shrugged, looking reluctant. The three of them quickened their pace and headed towards the direction where the signal was rising. Soon, they heard the sounds of fierce fighting and the roars of monsters coming from the front. After passing through a bush, the scene in front of me came into view. I saw three students wearing the uniforms of Tsinghua University and Peking University, their bodies covered in blood and looking extremely embarrassed. They were standing back to form a simple defensive formation, struggling to hold on under the siege of four burly, muscular and red-eyed violent apes. These violent apes were all at the second level, with immense strength and crazy attacks. The three students were obviously exhausted, with new wounds constantly appearing on their bodies, and were in danger all around them. Around them lay the corpses of several violent apes and other monsters. It was obvious that they had encountered a small group of violent apes. After a hard fight, they were still unable to escape. "They are Wang Hao and Li Jing from Class 2, and Lu Meng from Class 1. Yi Qingxue quickly recognized the three people. At this moment, one of the violent apes suddenly punched the sword out of the hand of the student named Wang Hao, and the other one took the opportunity to pounce on him with a roar, and blood was about to be splattered on the spot. Help! Yi Qingxue shouted softly, and instantly took out the ice blue sword and was about to rush forward. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen grabbed her. Under the two women's puzzled gazes, Xiao Chen slowly and methodically put his extraordinary-looking black longsword into his storage ring, and then he took out the shield defense magic weapon that was full of holes, dimmed with spiritual light, and seemed like it would fall apart at any time, and held it in front of him with a serious face. He looked at Yi Qingxue and Emily, and said in a heavy tone, "My two classmates. You've seen it too, my shield is almost broken, and my cultivation is too low, so I'll just be a drag if I go up. I'll leave these four crazy monkeys to you. I believe in you. Come on. I'm supporting you mentally. Yi Qingxue. Emily." The two women looked at this guy with a skilled look that said, "I'm a loser, hurry up and get on with me," and were speechless for a moment. This guy. He's playing dead again. He's clearly strong enough to fight a level 3 monster single-handedly, but he acts like a bear when he's in front of people. Yi Qingxue glared at him unhappily, but she also knew that now was not the time to argue with him, saving people was more important. She snorted coldly, "I'll settle the score with you when I get back." After she finished speaking, she and Emily exchanged glances, and they reached a tacit understanding instantly. Ice chain binding. Shadow attack. Yi Qingxue pointed the tip of her sword at the ground, and several chains made of ice instantly broke out of the ground and wrapped around the legs of the four violent apes, greatly restricting their movement speed. Emily's figure disappeared like a ghost, and the next moment he appeared behind the violent ape that was about to pounce on Wang Hao. The dagger, with a deadly glow, stabbed into his back. The sudden reinforcements boosted the morale of the three students who were on the verge of despair. It's Yi Qingxue and Emily. We're saved. Under Yi Qingxue's control and Emily's attack, the situation of the battle was reversed in an instant. The pressure on the three students who had been struggling to hold on was greatly reduced, and they almost cried for joy. Their eyes were full of gratitude and admiration when they looked at Yi Qingxue and Emily. And the guy holding a broken shield and hiding behind it tremblingly perfectly played the role of a lucky loser protected by the goddess. But no one noticed that behind the shield, the corner of his mouth was curled up into a smile that showed that he had a plan. Chapter 38 Assessment ends. The addition of Yi Qingxue and Emily quickly turned the tide of the battle like a landslide. The four violent apes, which had already consumed a lot of energy, could not hold out for long in front of the two talented girls of the third level. The frost freeze restricted their movements, while the shadow dagger was like the kiss of death, reaping lives with precision. But after a moment, the last violent ape also let out an unwilling wail and fell heavily to the ground. The three rescued students collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, their faces filled with relief at having survived the disaster and infinite gratitude to Yi Qingxue and Emily. Thank you, classmate Yi. Classmate Mo. I will never forget your life-saving grace. Lu Mang, the leader, struggled to get up, clasped his fists and saluted with a sincere tone. It's just a small favor, you're welcome. Yi Qingxue nodded lightly, sheathed the sword, and her demeanor remained cold, as if she had just done something insignificant. Emily smiled and waved her hands, don't worry, it's only natural for classmates to help each other. At this moment, a stream of light descended from the sky, and a teacher in charge of security inspections in the secret realm quickly arrived in a flying magic tool. He obviously saw the distress signal and came here. After landing, the teacher glanced sharply around the scene. Seeing the four newly dead apes and the three students, who were in a state of distress but not in danger of their lives, he breathed a sigh of relief. When his gaze fell on Yi Qingxue and Emily, a hint of understanding and approval flashed in his eyes. Yi Qingxue, Emily, did you solve it? The teacher asked with certainty in his tone. He obviously knew these two influential figures in the academy. Yi Qingxue bowed slightly, yes, teacher, we just happened to pass by. The teacher nodded, a look of satisfaction on his face. Well done. He looked at the three injured students again and said, you three are seriously injured. Come with me back to the meeting point. The three students naturally had no objection. At this moment, Xiao Chun, who had been shivering behind a tree, saw the opportunity and immediately ran over with his broken shield in hand. With a fawning smile on his face, he shouted to the teacher, Teacher! Teacher! Wait! Can you take us with you too? Look, this place is so dangerous, we don't want to stay here any longer. Upon hearing this, the teacher turned his gaze to Xiao Chen. Seeing the dim shield in his hand that seemed to be about to break at the next second, and the faint aura of an early second-level cultivator on his body, he frowned slightly. He had some impression of this loser with 5 attributes who got in through connections. The teacher did not answer Xiao Chen immediately, but turned an inquiring look to Yi Qingxue, obviously paying more attention to her opinion. Yi Qingxue glanced at Xiao Chen, who was winking frantically beside her. She felt both angry and amused, but she maintained a calm expression and nodded to the teacher. Yes, teacher, we don't plan to hunt anymore. We are preparing to return. Hearing Yi Qingxue say the same thing, the teacher stopped talking and nodded. Okay, everyone come up. The teacher's flying magic weapon is a lotus-shaped spiritual weapon. It has a large space and is more than enough to carry 6 or 7 people. Everyone climbed onto the lotus platform, and the magic weapon took off and flew towards the exit of the secret realm. Along the way, the 3 rescued students kept thanking Yi Qingxue and Emoli, their words full of admiration, completely ignoring Xiao Chen, who was also on the magic weapon, as if he was just a transparent pendant. Xiao Chen was also happy to be free and just enjoyed the scenery below. Soon, the lotus platform arrived at the gathering point at the entrance of the secret realm. Many students who had completed the assessment had gathered here. Some were excited, some were a little tired, and some were injured. The atmosphere was quite lively. The 3 of them jumped off the lotus platform, found the teacher in charge of recording the results, and handed in their scorecards one by one. After inputting their own spiritual power and binding it, this special jade card will automatically record the level and number of monsters killed. The teacher in charge of registration took the scorecards of the 3 people and checked them one by one using special spells. When the teacher saw Yi Qingxue and Emoli's scoreboards, he showed unsurprising admiration in his eyes and announced loudly. Yi Qingxue, assessment score excellent. Emoli, assessment score excellent. Suddenly, there was a burst of envious and admiring discussions around. As expected of Goddess Yi and Goddess Mo. Too strong. Excellent. There aren't many people who can get an excellent grade in this assessment, right? When the teacher checked Xiao Chen's scoreboard, he was obviously stunned for a moment, and confirmed it several times, with an extremely strange and unbelievable expression on his face. He looked at the scoreboard, then looked up at Xiao Chen, who looked harmless, innocent and naive, and then looked at Yi Qingxue and Emoli standing beside him, and seemed to understand something. He gave Xiao Chen a meaningful look, and finally announced according to the rules. Xiao Chen, assessment score excellent. Wow! At this moment, the discussions around suddenly changed. Excellent? Him? That useless Xiao Chen with 5 attributes? What a joke! Why is he so good? Is there even a need to ask? He must be trying to curry favor with someone. Didn't you see he came here with Yi Qingxue and Emoli? Holy crap! Is this even possible? Just slacking off the whole time and winning by doing nothing can get you an excellent grade? That's so unfair. Pa! He's so lucky. He can actually get 2 goddesses to take him flying. All kinds of contemptuous, jealous, and disdainful looks pierced Xiao Chen like needles. Almost everyone believed that Xiao Chen's evaluation was entirely due to Yi Qingxue and Emoli, and that he himself was simply a useless burden. Xiao Chen felt the contemptuous looks from those around him that were almost drowning him, and he immediately put on an embarrassed expression. He was very tactful and quickly distanced himself from Yi Qingxue and Emoli by a few steps, as if to draw a clear line between them, and trotted over to Zhao Kuo and Li Hao, who had also just handed in their scoreboards and were waiting for the results. Brother Chen! You're back! Zhao Kuo came up to Xiao Chen as soon as he saw him. With a look of admiration and curiosity, he lowered his voice and asked. Holy crap! Excellent? Tell me. How did you do it? Did you really let Yi and Mo take care of you the whole time? What's your relationship? Why are they so nice to you? Xiao Chen touched his nose, showing an expression that said, I don't really want to do that either. He said helplessly in a voice that was not loud but could be faintly heard by those around him. Oh, don't mention it. It's mainly because the elders in my family know each other and have some friendship. They just gave me a hand for the sake of the elders. In fact, I didn't help much. I was just a hindrance. I feel so embarrassed. His words were half true and half false. They not only explained the reason but also confirmed the fact that he had one without any effort. They perfectly met the expectations of those around him and also reduced his own presence. Zhao Kuo and Li Hao suddenly understood what was going on after hearing this, and patted his shoulders with envy and sympathy. Yi Qingxue and Emily couldn't help rolling their eyes when they saw Xiao Chun slipping away so quickly, trying to distance himself from them and making fun of himself. This guy was really good at pretending. After waiting for a while and confirming that no more students came out of the secret realm, the person in charge of this assessment, an old professor with a profound aura, stood up with a sad face. He glanced around at the students present and announced in a deep voice, "Time's up. The first year's secret realm assessment for Tsinghua and Peking University has officially concluded." He paused, his tone heavy. During this assessment, a total of 7 students, unfortunately perished, remaining forever in the Greenwood Demon Forest. I hope that those of you who are still alive will remember this lesson, cultivate diligently, and cherish your lives. The atmosphere at the scene instantly became somewhat depressing and solemn. The shadow of death made the students, who were previously immersed in their gains and achievements, sober up a lot. This is the world of warriors, cruel and real. Now, get on the bus. Return to the college, the old professor waved his hand. With mixed feelings, the students boarded the psychic bus back to the academy one after another. The vehicle started and slowly drove away from the Greenwood Demon Forest, which was full of dangers, opportunities, death, and some people's beautiful memories. Outside the car window, the scenery was rapidly receding. Xiao Chen leaned against the window, looking outside, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, an imperceptible arc. The assessment is over, the evaluation is received, and more importantly, the relationship with my icy fiancé seems to have unknowingly become a big step closer. This trip to the secret place was quite rewarding. Chapter 39 Rumors. A few days after the secret realm assessment, the news that Xiao Chun, Yi Qingxue and Emily had formed a team, and that Xiao Chen had won easily and received excellent evaluations, spread like wildfire among the first-year students of Tsinghua and Peking University. Along with this, there was also an explanation that he and Yi Qingxue were just acquaintances through family elders, and had a kind of old friendship, and Yi Qingxue had no choice but to bring him along as a burden just for the sake of the elder's face. This statement perfectly meets the psychological expectations of the vast majority of people. As expected. I was wondering why goddess you would fall for that kind of trash. So you relied on your family connections, bah. What a disgrace to us men. I'm so lucky to be able to team up with 2 goddesses. It's a pity that I'm a loser. I guess I can't even say a few words. Excellent evaluation? Ha, isn't it hot to handle this kind of achievement that comes from someone else's charity? Rumors filled every corner of the academy, and Xiao Chen's reputation as a person with connections and a loser was completely established. Wherever he went, he could feel the contempt, jealousy, and disdain from those around him. However, this also brought an unexpected benefit. Although Yi Qingxue's suitors were extremely unhappy that Xiao Chen was able to get close to the goddess, they generally believed that this was just a family arrangement. With Yi Qingxue's cold personality, it was impossible for her to fall in love with a good-for-nothing guy like Xiao Chen. Therefore, the cliched plot of Xiao Chen being troubled by various rivals in love is avoided. Of course, there are inevitable sour remarks. After class that day, Xiao Chen was walking towards the dormitory area with Zhao Kuo and Li Hao when some discordant voices came from the side. Hey, isn't this our outstanding Xiaodax Weiba? How does it feel to win by relying on a woman? A sarcastic voice sounded. It came from a guy in the next class who usually looked down on others. Another echoed, "Humph, don't think you're a big shot just because you got an evaluation. People with connections are just people with connections, and they're useless. Be careful not to fail the next assessment, or you'll be in big trouble." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen paused, a look of perfect confusion on his face. He looked at Li Hao beside him and asked in a low voice, "Haozi, what is this assessment they're talking about?" Li Hao pushed his glasses up and explained in a low voice, "The academy has a tradition where students who receive excellent evaluations in important assessments are eligible to be included in a special training list. It is said that they can have access to better resources and techniques." He paused and continued, "But before that, there's usually an additional assessment. The specific format is uncertain. Sometimes it's a solo mission, sometimes a group trial. I heard, it's quite dangerous, even life-threatening. After all, the academy wants to select the true elite, not. He didn't finish what he was saying, but his meaning was very clear. The people the academy wanted to screen out were those like Xiao Chen who were lucky." Xiao Chen's face immediately showed a miserable expression, and he sighed, "Ah? There's such a thing? Isn't that the end? With my strength, it seems that this evaluation is not so easy to get. I can only take it one step at a time." Sigh. Zhao Kuo carelessly put his arm around his shoulders and said, "What are you afraid of, Brother Chen? You're not forced to go. You can choose to give up. Anyway, you've already got the evaluation and the benefits. At worst, you can just not go for that special training. It's good to graduate safely. He winked and changed the subject, but seriously, Brother Chen, how did you feel after spending 7 days with Yi and Mo, the school beauties? Was it a great time? Did anything, exciting? Xiao Chen pushed his fat face away in annoyance. Get lost. Am I that kind of person? Ours is a pure fighting friendship. Although it is indeed pleasing to the eyes. He muttered softly at last, in return for Zhao Kuo's obscene laughter. The three of them joked around a bit, diluting the unpleasantness that had just occurred. In the evening, Xiao Chen said goodbye to his 2 roommates and returned to his villa off campus alone. When I opened the door with the key, a faint, cool and refreshing fragrance unique to Yi Qingxue wafted into my nose. He looked up out of habit, but was surprised to find that there was someone sitting on the sofa in the living room. Under the soft spiritual light of the living room, Yi Qingxue was wearing a light pink short-sleeved silk nightgown, curled up on the sofa, holding a thick book on formations in her hands, reading intently. The nightgown was not revealing in style, with the hem reaching her knees, but the fabric was soft and fitted, perfectly outlining her slender waist and the outline of her budding breasts. Her fair, slender calves were exposed, revealing a pair of bare feet, with 10 toes as round and lovely as pearls. Her long hair, which was usually tied up, was now softly draped over her shoulders, with a few strands of hair falling on the pages of the book. Her profile appeared particularly soft and quiet under the light. This is in stark contrast to her usual cold and serious appearance, which is always dressed in tight clothes or college uniforms, and is full of a lazy and defenseless temptation at home. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up when he saw it, and he suddenly felt a little itchy in his heart. This is the first time ever. In the past, Yi Qingxue would basically go straight back to her room after returning to her residence, and almost never appear in the living room and the public area in pajamas. It seems that after 7 days of living in the secret realm and fighting together, her guard against herself has been lowered a lot without her realizing it. Xiao Chen suppressed his excitement, changed into slippers, and deliberately greeted him in a normal tone. Hey, the sun is rising from the west today? Classmate Yi actually felt willing to move to the living room? Yi Qingxue raised her head when she heard the voice, and when she saw that it was Xiao Chen, a very subtle trace of unnaturalness flashed across her face, but she quickly regained her composure. She just said him lightly, and her gaze fell back on the page in her hand, as if it was just a casual response, but her slightly red ears betrayed some of the ripples in her heart. But Xiao Chen keenly caught her shyness and pretended calmness at that moment. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Instead of going back to his room directly as usual, he walked to the sofa very naturally and sat down next to Yi Qingxue. The sofa sank slightly under his weight. The distance between the two of them instantly became very close. Xiao Chen could even smell the fresh fragrance of her body after taking a bath and a faint hint of her unique cold body fragrance. Yi Qingxue's body stiffened almost imperceptibly, and the movement of turning the pages of the book paused, but she did not immediately dodge or scold. She just kept her head down, pretending to look at the book attentively. Only her slightly trembling eyelashes revealed her inner unrest. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked at her profile with a soft luster and her slightly pursed pink lips so close to him. He felt very pleased and in a good mood. He deliberately moved closer, almost able to feel the warmth emanating from her body, and asked softly with a lazy smile. What are you reading? You look so engrossed in it? Chapter 40 Invitation Home. Yi Qingxue pretended to be calm, her eyes still fixed on the page, but her slightly red ears betrayed her. Analysis of basic formations, an elective course. She tried to keep her voice steady, but there was a barely perceptible tremor in the ending. Xiao Chen became more and more aggressive and rubbed against her again, his whole body almost sticking to her, his arm even vaguely touching her smooth arm. He lowered his head, his warm breath practically brushing against her earlobe, his voice coaxing, formation? I know that, too, and I'm pretty good at it. Do you want me to teach you step by step? I guarantee you'll learn faster than in class. The 3 words hand in hand sounded particularly ambiguous when he pronounced them. Yi Qingxue felt a tingling sensation where he touched her, as if an electric shock had passed through her. Shamefully, she moved to the other side of the sofa, creating some distance between them. Her voice was filled with a hint of panic and insistence. No. No need. I can understand it myself. Seeing that she didn't immediately get angry and chase him away, but just dodged like a frightened little rabbit, Xiao Chen decided to stop while he was ahead and didn't force himself to get close to her. He just kept a very close distance, tilted his head, and looked at her with scorching eyes, which were so hot that it seemed to melt her. The living room became quiet, with only the sound of the two people breathing lightly and the occasional sound of pages turning, although Yi Qingxue could not concentrate on reading at all. Xiao Chen keenly noticed that the aura around Yi Qingxue seemed to be more condensed and profound than before. He raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise, "You've broken through to the middle stage of the third level?" Yi Qingxue didn't expect him to notice it so quickly. She was slightly stunned and nodded subconsciously. "Yes, when I was practicing today, it came naturally and I broke through." There was a hint of pride in her tone, but then she remembered her current situation and immediately frowned, trying to hide her shyness with a cold tone. "So, you'd better behave yourself. If you touch me again, I will be very rude." However, her pretending to be fierce made her even more adorable and charming in Xiao Chen's eyes. His eyes involuntarily slid down, passing over the small piece of snow-white skin and delicate collarbone at the neckline of her nightgown. Because the nightgown was made of soft fabric and she was in a slightly curled-up position, the neckline naturally hung down. Xiao Chen's gaze instantly became deep. He suddenly discovered, beneath the nightgown, there seemed to be nothing. That youthful yet alluring silhouette. It seems that girls are used to not wearing any clothes after taking a shower at home at night. Xiao Chen thought to himself, and a warm current instantly rushed to his lower abdomen. Yi Qingxue immediately noticed the change in his gaze and breath. His eyes seemed to have hooks in them, making her feel uncomfortable all over, and that kind of panic-inducing heat surged from deep within her body. She couldn't sit still any longer, so she closed the book and wanted to stand up and slip back to her room. I'm done reading, I'm going back to my room first." However, as soon as she made a move, Xiao Chen couldn't bear it anymore. He stretched out his arms and directly embraced her slender waist. With a little force, he brought her into his arms. "Ah!" Yi Qingxue let out a short cry of surprise, and fell onto Xiao Chen's legs, her back pressed tightly against his strong and warm chest. The rich masculine scent instantly enveloped her. She could even feel the obvious changes in his body pressing against her. She suddenly felt so ashamed that her whole body went limp and she began to struggle. "Let me go." "Xiao Chen. You scoundrel." Xiao Chen held her tightly, feeling the warmth and softness of her body in his arms and her alluring struggle. He rested his chin lightly on the top of her fragrant hair. His voice became a little hoarse, but with a hint of seriousness. "Don't move. I have something to discuss with you. Let me go first." Yi Qingxue was shy and anxious, twisting her body, but it made the contact and friction between them even closer. Not only did Xiao Chen not let go, he actually tightened his arms around her. Ignoring her protests, he said directly, "Come home with me in a few days." As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Qingxue, who was still struggling, suddenly froze and stopped. "Go home? Back to the Xiao family?" She was stunned for a few seconds before asking in a tiny voice, "Go home? What are you planning to do?" Her mind was a little confused by the sudden invitation and the ambiguous posture at the moment. Xiao Chen felt that she was no longer struggling. One hand was still around her waist, and the other restless hand naturally rested on her flat belly, and even had the tendency to continue exploring upwards. He replied, "Well, there's something going on with my cultivation, so I need to go back to the family secret realm. There are some resources that only my family has." "Oh, so that's how it is," she murmured, her mind a little complicated. For a moment, she forgot to stop the hand that was playing tricks on her lower abdomen. "How long will it take?" "About 3 days." Xiao Chen felt the warmth of the delicate skin under his palm. His fingers began to draw restless circles. His tone became lighter. "By the way, I'll take you there too. Let everyone see my wonderful fiancé." These words were full of obvious ridicule and pride, which made Yi Qingxue's ears burn, and she couldn't help feeling a little shy in her heart. Meeting him, his family? Is this an acknowledgement? However, just when she was shaken and relaxed her guard because of the sudden invitation to meet the parents, Xiao Chen's hand, which was originally circling her lower abdomen, suddenly moved upwards like lightning, accurately covering and grabbing the softness on one side of her body through the thin fabric of her nightgown. "Ah!" Yi Qingxue trembled violently like a frightened rabbit, and instantly woke up from her shyness. A huge sense of shame surged in her heart, and she immediately wanted to push him away. But Xiao Chen's movements were even faster. He tightened his grip on her waist, flipped her over, and easily pressed her against the soft backrest of the sofa. The posture of the two people instantly changed to man on top and woman on the bottom, which was more ambiguous and oppressive. Xiao Chen looked down at her condescendingly, with a fiery flame burning in his eyes, his hand still firmly grasping her fullness, and he even squeezed it lightly as if mischievously. You, let me go. Yi Qingxue was angry and anxious, her pretty face flushed red. She put her hands on his chest, but she felt sore and weak all over. Just as Xiao Chen lowered his head and was about to kiss the pink lips that were so close to him, Yi Qingxue turned her head away in panic. Ahem! A clear cough, filled with great surprise and amusement, came from the stairs on the second floor. Xiao Chen, who was about to bully others further, and Yi Qingxue, who was filled with shame and anger, froze at the same time and turned their heads abruptly to look at the source of the sound. I saw Emily had finished her shower at some point, and was now wearing a sexy black suspender nightgown, with her wet hair hanging loose. She wiped her wet hair with a towel, while staring with wide eyes at the two people who were almost stacked on top of each other on the sofa with great interest, her face full of excitement, as if she had seen something incredible. The air froze instantly. Yi Qingxue's brain buzzed, and the huge sense of social death made her want to faint immediately. Xiao Chen also paused, looking at the oversized light bulb at the stairs. The corner of his mouth twitched. Emily looked at the two people who were frozen in place, especially Yi Qingxue, who looked almost ripe, and finally couldn't help but burst out laughing, breaking the dead silence. Oh my! Did I come out at the wrong time? Chapter 41, Sexy Fight. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. When Yi Qingxue saw Emily smiling at the stairs, her mind went blank for a moment, and then an incomparable sense of shame completely overwhelmed her like a tsunami. She could even feel all the blood in her body rushing to her face, it was so hot. Ah! She let out a short and suppressed scream, and a burst of strength burst out from somewhere, and she suddenly pushed Xiao Chen, who was pressing on her, away. Xiao Chen was immersed in the pleasure of the tenderness and softness of the jade and the impending success, but was caught off guard by such a push. Adding to his feeling of being a little timid, he was actually pushed by her and staggered backwards, and sat down on the other side of the sofa. Yi Qingxue, who had gained her freedom, jumped up instantly like a frightened rabbit, and frantically pulled at her wrinkled nightgown, trying to cover the part of her body that had just been attacked. She was so embarrassed that she almost smoked. She didn't dare to look at Emily, let alone Xiao Chen. She just wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Emily! When did you come down? Yi Qingxue's voice was filled with tears and extreme panic. Emily leaned on the railing, laughing uncontrollably. She slowly walked down the stairs, her eyes flicking back and forth between the two of them, her tone full of teasing. Well, let me think. Maybe it was when someone asked me to go home with them? Or was it when I showed everyone my excellent Qingxue? With every word she said, Yi Qingxue's face turned redder, and in the end she almost buried her head in her chest. So Emily had come down a long time ago. He had been watching the show the whole time. Oh, I didn't expect that. Emily walked to the sofa, deliberately moved closer to Yi Qingxue, whose face was flushed, and lowered his voice. Our Qingxue appears to be so serious on the surface, but in private she's so passionate and unrestrained? It's even gotten to the point where she's meeting the parents? That's pretty fast progress. I didn't. You're talking nonsense. It's not what you think. Yi Qingxue was so ashamed and angry that she retorted incoherently and reached out to cover Emily's mouth. What are you thinking? Emily dodged nimbly and continued to tease. I saw it with my own eyes. Someone was pressed down on the sofa, and one of his paws was still not obedient. As she spoke, she deliberately imitated Xiao Chen's previous actions. Ah! Don't say that. Don't learn that. Yi Qingxue completely collapsed and chased after Emily to beat him. The two girls immediately started playing around beside the sofa. They were both wearing thin and tight nightgowns, and the play suddenly exposed their body parts and curvy figures. Especially since they all seemed to be in a vacuum state at the moment, the seductive swing and the looming outlines during their movements made Xiao Chen's eyes go straight and his mouth dry. This scene was really too erotic. He couldn't help but touch his nose and cough twice, trying to save the situation, or rather, to defend himself. Well, Emily, things are not what you think. We are just, discussing in depth the important matter of returning to my home secret realm for cultivation. When he said this excuse, he himself felt that it was a bit pale. Emily stopped dodging, turned around, rolled her eyes at him, and sneered, Oh? Do you need to put pressure on someone to discuss things? Do you even need to put your hands on their chests to discuss things? Your Xiao family's way of discussing things is quite unique. Xiao Chen, okay, there is no way to explain it. When Yi Qingxue heard Xiao Chen's lame excuse, she stamped her feet in anger and glared at him fiercely. Shut up. Emily adjusted her suspenders, which had been pulled askew, and cast a seductive glance at Xiao Chun before continuing to ask, "How's it? Our Qingxue feels good, right?" This question was extremely bold and explicit. Yi Qingxue, who had just recovered a little, blushed again. She glared at Emily in shame and anger. "Emily, you want to die." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun, far from feeling embarrassed, instead stroked his chin with an expression of deep enjoyment, and commented seriously, "It feels really good. It's the right size, soft and elastic, like the finest warm jade. It's hard to let go." Xiao Chun. Yi Qingxue was so angry that she picked up a pillow and threw it at him. Xiao Chun smiled as he caught the pillow. He then changed the subject and turned his gaze towards Emily, his eyes filled with provocation and amusement. "But, it's boring to just talk about Qingxue. Emily, looking at your figure, I'm sure you feel great in my hands, right? How about, let me review it too? I guarantee it'll be fair, just, and open." Now it was Emily's turn to be stunned. She didn't expect Xiao Chen to dare to tease her so directly. Feeling Xiao Chen's undisguised and aggressive gaze sweeping over her hot body, especially her chest and buttocks, she suddenly felt her cheeks getting hot and her heart skipped a beat. "You." Emily didn't expect Xiao Chen to be so bold and tease her in return. She was choked for a moment and two red clouds flew up on her pretty face. She originally just wanted to see Xiao Chen's embarrassment, but she didn't expect this guy to be thicker skinned than a city wall. "Bah! You little pervert. Wish you could do that." Emily spat softly, feeling like she was playing with fire and getting burned. She turned around and tried to sneak back upstairs. "I'm not going to play with you two anymore. I'm going back to bed." However, just as she reached the stairs, she seemed to remember something, stopped, turned around, cast a coquettish glance at the two people on the sofa, and said in an extremely ambiguous tone, "You two can continue, just pretend I don't exist, I promise not to peek." After saying that, she deliberately blinked. She was standing on the stairs at the moment, and when she turned around to speak, her body leaned forward slightly. And this angle, for Xiao Chun who was sitting on the sofa, was a godsend. Because the stairs were high, and Emily was wearing a loose-fitting suspender nightgown, the hem of her skirt naturally fell down when she turned around. Xiao Chen's gaze instantly deepened, as if drawn by a magnet, firmly locked onto a certain point. He remained calm in responding to Emily's teasing, "You're so considerate, but..." He deliberately dragged out his words, seemingly trying to organize them, but in reality, he was wasting no time, savoring the beautiful sight that had been inadvertently revealed at the stairwell. It was a pair of extremely sexy black panties with a hint of lace, tightly wrapped around her perky buttocks, forming a strong visual contrast with her snow-white skin. But this kind of good thing still requires the right time, place and people. Xiao Chen was talking nonsense slowly while greedily enjoying this unexpected benefit, and silently praised Emily's taste in his heart. Emily didn't notice it at first, and was still waiting for Xiao Chen's next words with a smile on his face. But after several seconds, he realized that Xiao Chen was just saying irrelevant words, but his eyes were staring straight at him, below? She subconsciously followed his gaze and looked down. "Ah!" A scream louder than Yi Qingxue's just now instantly resounded throughout the villa. Emily reacted suddenly, her legs folded like a frightened rabbit, her hands clutching the hem of her skirt tightly. Her entire face, including her ears, flushed red. She was both embarrassed and angry, pointing at Xiao Chen, her voice trembling, "Xiao Chen. You big rascal. Big pervert. Don't look." After cursing, she no longer cared about anything else. Like a frightened rabbit, she covered her skirt and ran upstairs quickly, disappearing at the end of the corridor. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze with a lingering feeling, touched his nose, and chuckled softly. "Black is also quite sexy." As soon as he turned around, he met Yi Qingxue's cold eyes that seemed to want to kill. Obviously, Yi Qingxue had seen all of his little actions and final comments. "Did you enjoy it?" Yi Qingxue's voice was as cold as ice, with a storm in it. Xiao Chen looked at her angry expression, and instead of being afraid, he found it amusing. He deliberately moved closer to her and asked with a wicked smile, "What? Is my fiancé jealous? How about, you show me yours too? I'll compare them. Maybe yours is better looking? Go to hell." Yi Qingxue was so angry that she picked up another pillow at hand and threw it at him, then stood up, blushing and walked quickly towards the stairs, wanting to go back to her room. However, after she took a few steps up the stairs, she suddenly stopped, turned her back to Xiao Chun, and said in a barely perceptible awkward tone, specifically, when will you leave? Let me know in advance." After she finished speaking, she continued to go upstairs. Xiao Chen looked at her back, pretending to be calm but with her ears flushed red. His evil amusement surfaced again. He deliberately used a low but clear enough voice, as if talking to himself, to comment. White, pretty good. Yi Qingxue, who was about to go upstairs, stumbled and almost fell. She instantly realized that Xiao Chen was commenting on the color under her nightgown. You! Hooligan! Yi Qingxue let out a scream of extreme shame and anger, no longer caring about anything else. She covered her back tightly with her hands, and rushed upstairs like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and slammed her door shut. Finally, Xiao Chen was the only one left in the living room. He recalled the extremely erotic scenes just now, especially the shy expressions of the two women, each with their own unique charm, and couldn't help but chuckle. This cohabitation life is really becoming more and more interesting. Chapter 42 Train Journey. For the next 2 days, the atmosphere in the villa was somewhat subtle. Yi Qingxue was obviously avoiding Xiao Chen. Except for necessary meetings, she locked herself in her room to practice most of the time, or stayed with Emily, eliminating any chance to be alone with Xiao Chen. Even if they occasionally met in the living room, she kept a cold face and did not look at him, as if Xiao Chen was air. Obviously, what happened in the living room that night made her feel ashamed and angry, and she didn't intend to give Xiao Chen any good face in the short term. Xiao Chen didn't care about it at all. Instead, he found her angry look quite interesting. He knew that this girl was thin-skinned and needed time to digest things, so he stopped teasing her. He let her practice and study the formations. He just looked at her with a meaningful look occasionally, which would make her run away quickly like a frightened rabbit. This day was the day to return to the Xiao family as agreed. The two arrived at the spiritual high-speed train station heading from the imperial capital to Lingnan early in the morning. Xiao Chen looked at Yi Qingxue beside him, and his eyes lit up. Her outfit today was very different from usual. She was no longer wearing a skirt, but a pair of smooth milky white wide leg trousers, paired with a simple white inner layer, and a light blue thin shirt on the outside. The buttons of the shirt were not buttoned, and the hem fluttered gently in the wind. She wore a pair of clean white shoes on her feet. Her long hair still draped softly over her shoulders, making her look fresh and neat, with a casual and lazy temperament, less cold than usual and more gentle like a girl next door. Xiao Chen moved closer curiously and asked with a smile, "Why aren't you wearing a skirt today? Don't you usually like skirts?" He remembered that many of her clothes were beautiful skirts. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxue rolled her eyes at him in annoyance, her tone hard, obviously still angry. "What do you care? I can wear whatever I like." She would never admit that it was because of what happened that night that made her feel more secure wearing pants. Okay, I don't care." Xiao Chen smiled obediently, reached out his hand naturally, and held her hand hanging by her side. Yi Qingxue's hand stiffened slightly, and she subconsciously wanted to pull it back, but Xiao Chen held it tightly. She struggled twice but failed to break free. In the end, she could only let him hold her hand with a red face, but she snorted and turned her head away without looking at him. Xiao Chen held her soft and slightly cool little hand, passed the ticket check happily, and boarded the psychic train heading to Lingnan. The interior of the train was spacious and comfortable, with soft seats. The two of them found their seats and sat down, which were double seats side by side. The train started and drove out of the platform at high speed and smoothly, and the scenery outside the window began to recede rapidly. After sitting for a while, Xiao Chen's old habit came back. He naturally put his hand on Yi Qingxue's thigh, which was covered by wide leg pants. Although there was cloth between them, he could still feel the shapely lines and warm elasticity of the legs, and his fingers even caressed them gently. Yi Qingxue's body tensed instantly, as if she had been electrocuted. She turned her head and glared at him, lowering her voice and saying in shame, "Take it away." Not only did Xiao Chen not remove it, but he even touched it twice more before muttering to himself with some regret, "It feels pretty good, but it's definitely more convenient to wear a skirt." The implication in these words made Yi Qingxue so angry that her teeth itched and her cheeks flushed. She wished she could chop off his claw. But she didn't dare to move too much, so she could only squeeze her legs together tightly, trying to isolate herself from his harassment. Then she turned her head again, staring at the scenery outside the window, facing him with the back of her head, trying to pretend she didn't see it. However, her obviously tense body and slightly red earlobes clearly told Xiao Chen that she was far from being as calm as she appeared. Xiao Chen looked at her cute angry look, smiled, and decided to stop while he was ahead. He did not take any further action, but his hand still stayed on her leg, as if that was its original place. Time passes slowly as the train speeds by. Yi Qingxue was on full alert at first, but perhaps it was because the train was running too smoothly, perhaps it was because the scenery outside the window was too monotonous, or perhaps it was because she didn't sleep well last night due to nervousness. Her tense nerves gradually relaxed, her thick eyelashes began to droop slowly like a small fan, and her head nodded. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Chun, who was browsing information on his phone, suddenly felt his shoulders sink. He turned his head and saw that Yi Qingxue had fallen asleep without him noticing. Her little head was tilted, resting squarely on his shoulder, her breathing was even and long, a few strands of hair hung playfully beside her fair cheeks, her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow under her eyelids, her pink lips were slightly open, she looked defenseless, quiet and cute, completely different from her usual cold appearance. Xiao Chen's heart softened instantly. He carefully adjusted his sitting position to let her lean more comfortably, then put away his phone and just quietly looked at her sleeping face. After looking for a long time, he suddenly had an idea. He took out his mobile phone again, found several angles and secretly took several photos of Yi Qingxue who was sleeping on his shoulder. Looking at her obedient appearance in the photo where she relied on him, Xiao Chen raised a wicked smile. He gently took the phone that Yi Qingxue had placed on her lap, found the photo she had just taken, selected the best one with the most intimate angle, and sent it directly to her. Then, he opened her phone settings and skillfully set the photo as her phone screensaver and wallpaper. After doing all this, he quietly put the phone back to its place with satisfaction. Yi Qingxue was unaware of the whole process and continued to sleep soundly. She even unconsciously rubbed against his arms, looking for a warmer and more comfortable position. Xiao Chen looked down at her peaceful sleeping face so close to him, feeling her warm breath gently on his neck. His heart was filled with peace, and he even had a glimmer of hope that this journey could be longer. He just looked at her silently, and time seemed to become gentle. After an unknown amount of time, a sweet female voice came from the train announcement. Dear passengers, please take note. The train is about to arrive at Lingnan Station. Passengers who wish to get off, please prepare in advance. The sound of the broadcast woke Yi Qingxue from her deep sleep. She opened her eyes drowsily, and the first thing that caught her eye was Xiao Chen's face with a gentle smile close to her. Then she realized that she had actually fallen asleep on his shoulder during the entire journey. Ah! She cried out softly and woke up instantly. She sat up straight like a frightened deer, her cheeks turned red. She frantically tidied up her messy hair and clothes, not daring to look at Xiao Chen at all. How could I have fallen asleep leaning on him? And I was sleeping so soundly. This is so embarrassing. Xiao Chen couldn't help laughing at her cute panicked look. He stretched his numb shoulders and said deliberately, Are you awake? Is my shoulder comfortable? You're drooling all over my clothes. Nonsense. I'm not drooling. Yi Qingxue felt so ashamed that she subconsciously touched the corner of her mouth. The train slowly entered the station and stopped. Xiao Chen stood up and took her hand again very naturally. Let's go, Qingxue, we're home. This time, Yi Qingxue only struggled slightly, then lowered her head, blushed, and let him lead her out of the car, but her heart was beating as fast as a drum. Chapter 43 Lingnan Village. The train arrived at the station and people flocked in. Xiao Chen held the hand of Yi Qingxue, who was still a little dizzy and had flushed cheeks, and followed the crowd out of Lingnan Station. A moist and warm air, completely different from that in the imperial capital, hits your face, mixed with the fresh scent of grass and trees and the faint fragrance of soil, which is refreshing. The air in Lingnan is so nice. Yi Qingxue couldn't help but take a deep breath, and felt that the embarrassment in her heart was diluted a lot. She tried to pull back Xiao Chen's hand. We're here, can you let me go? Why are you in such a hurry? We are unfamiliar with the place. If I get lost, where will I find such a beautiful fiancé? Xiao Chen not only did not let go, but held her even tighter, and led her straight to the designated waiting area outside the station. He glanced around outside the station and quickly locked onto a black psychic sedan that looked quite low-key but sleek and stylish. He pulled Yi Qingxue and walked straight over. Next to the car stood a middle-aged man who was well-dressed and had a kind face. Seeing Xiao Chen approaching, he immediately revealed a respectful and sincere smile and bowed slightly. Master, you're back. His eyes then fell on Yi Qingxue, who was being led by Xiao Chen, and his smile became even gentler. This is Miss Yi, right? Hello, I'm your family's driver, my last name is Li. Yi Qingxue suddenly felt a little reserved, and quickly responded with a slight greeting. Hello, Uncle Li, just call me Qingxue. Uncle Li, thank you for your help. Xiao Chen greeted him with a smile, and naturally let the still shy Yi Qingxue get into the car first, and then he got in himself. You're welcome, young master. This is my job. The driver, known as Uncle Lee, closed the car door thoughtfully, returned to the driving seat, and started the car smoothly. The car drove out of the station and merged into the traffic flow of Lingnan City. The architectural style of Lingnan City is different from the grand and majestic style of the imperial capital. It is more exquisite and beautiful, with a very high green coverage rate. Small bridges, flowing water, pavilions and towers can be seen everywhere, which has a unique flavor. Yi Qingxue leaned against the car window, watching the southern scenery passing by quickly outside the window, and couldn't help but sigh again. The scenery of Lingnan is really beautiful, it feels very comfortable. Hearing this, Xiao Chen naturally reached out his hand, put his arm around her shoulders, and pulled her into his arms. He smiled and said, "If you like, you can come often in the future. This place is half your home anyway." Yi Qingxue's body stiffened slightly. His intimate gesture and the mention of half a family made her heart beat faster and her cheeks felt hot again. However, she did not push him away immediately this time. She just lowered her head slightly and muttered softly, Who wants to come often?" Along the way, Xiao Chen pointed out some landmark buildings or scenic spots outside the window to introduce them to Yi Qingxue, and from time to time he lowered his head and teased her in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Yi Qingxue's ears turned red because of him. She could only turn her head to look out the window and pretend not to hear anything, but her slightly accelerated heartbeat could not be deceived. The car did not stay in Lingnan City for long. It soon left the city and headed towards the suburbs. The scenery outside the window gradually changed from urban buildings to lush mountains, forests, and fields. After driving for about half an hour, the car turned into a quiet road, and a small village that looked very ordinary, even quaint and quiet appeared in front of us. With white walls and black tiles, a small bridge and flowing water, and the sounds of chickens and dogs, it is not much different from an ordinary village. The driver, Uncle Lee, looked through the rearview mirror and politely introduced Yi Qingxue, "Miss Yi, we are almost there." Yi Qingxue looked at the ordinary houses outside the window, and a hint of doubt appeared in her eyes. The Xiao family lived in a village like this? This was a far cry from the grand mansions and pavilions she had imagined for a reclusive family. She couldn't help but turn her head and look at Xiao Chun, who was standing beside her with an indifferent expression. She asked hesitantly, "The Xiao family is here?" Xiao Chen looked at her puzzled expression, smiled, and said in a normal tone, "Well, this entire village belongs to the Xiao family." "The whole village?" Yi Qingxue's beautiful eyes widened instantly. She looked out the window at the seemingly ordinary houses and villagers again, and a wave of shock surged in her heart. The whole village belonged to the Xiao family? Then these villagers, were they all from the Xiao family? Doesn't it feel a bit too simple? Xiao Chen seemed to see through her thoughts. Yi Qingxue nodded honestly, "Well, I really didn't expect it to be so, back to basics." She used a more euphemistic word. Xiao Chen smiled and explained, "This is one of the Xiao family's main residences in the outside world. However, most of the core family members are usually practicing or busy in various places, so there are not many people who stay here permanently. Today, I guess only my mother is waiting for us at home." He paused, turned his head to look at Yi Qingxue, and said in a relaxed tone, "As for the real core of the family, I won't take you there this time, so as not to put too much pressure on you on your first visit. We can talk about it later when there is a chance." Hearing that the other elders were not there and that only Xin Yueli would be there today, Yi Qingxue's body, which had been a little tense due to being in an unfamiliar environment, involuntarily relaxed a lot. She had met Aunt Shen before. She was gentle and easy to get along with, which eased her tension a lot. The car drove through the village and finally stopped at a relatively spacious flat ground where several similar style vehicles were parked. "Master, Miss Yi, we're here." Uncle Lee got out of the car and opened the door for them. Xiao Chen got out of the car first, then naturally reached out his hand, took Yi Qingxue's hand and helped her down. "In front of me is a relatively open space. In front of it is a row of houses that look slightly larger and more ancient and heavy than other villagers' houses. They have towering white walls and black tiles with flying eaves. There are not many decorations at the door, only two inconspicuous stone sculptures, but they faintly reveal a long accumulated heritage and majesty. Let's go, my mother must be waiting anxiously." Xiao Chen took Yi Qingxue's hand and walked towards the heaviest-looking wooden door in the middle of the row of houses. Yi Qingxue took a deep breath, tidied her clothes in mood, and let him lead her. With a hint of nervousness, curiosity, and an indescribable expectation in her heart, she stepped into the gate of the Lingnan Xiao family, which seemed simple but was actually unfathomable. Chapter 44, Warm Hospitality. Stepping through the heavy wooden door, the scene inside was not as luxurious as Yi Qingxue had imagined. Instead, it continued the ancient style of the exterior. The courtyard is deep, elegantly and warmly decorated, with thriving spiritual plants and flowers everywhere. The air is filled with a refreshing faint fragrance, and the concentration of spiritual energy is much higher than outside. As soon as the two of them entered the front hall, a gentle and joyful voice came over. Xiaochen, Xingxue. You're finally here. Xin Yueli, wearing a simple and elegant long dress, was seen walking quickly out of the main hall, with a smile from the heart on her face. Her eyes passed directly over her son and fell on Yi Qingxue. Hello, Aunt Shen. Yi Qingxue hurriedly bowed slightly to greet her, appearing a little reserved. Okay. You must have had a hard time along the way. Come in. Shen Yueli enthusiastically took Yi Qingxue's hand and looked her up and down carefully. The more she looked, the more she liked her. Oh, it's only been a few days since I last saw her, and Qingxue seems to be more beautiful again. This outfit is so beautiful, so refreshing and generous. She completely ignored Xiao Chen beside her and pulled Yi Qingxue inside, asking about his well-being. Are you tired from the journey? Are you hungry? Are you adapting to the climate in Lingnan? Did Xiao Chen bully you? If he dares to bully you, tell your auntie and she will help you teach him a lesson. Xiao Chen, who was completely ignored, touched his nose and followed behind helplessly. Mom, am I your biological child? Xin Yueli glanced at him angrily, as if she had just seen him. How dare you say that? I told you to take good care of Qingxue, and look how much thinner she's become. It must be because you didn't do your best. Xiao Chen. I feel so wronged. Yi Qingxue felt a little embarrassed by Xin Yueli's enthusiasm and quickly said, No, Aunt Shen, Xiao Chen, he is very nice to me. As she said this, her cheeks flushed slightly. That's good. Xin Yueli smiled even more happily, pulled Yi Qingxue to sit in the living room, asked the maid to bring spiritual fruits and snacks, and then began to chatter about their life in the academy, especially the details of their interactions, her eyes full of anticipation. Yi Qingxue could only blush and answer with some irrelevant things that could be said, such as attending classes together, eating, team assessments, etc. Xiao Chen occasionally interjected, but was either glared back by his mother or secretly pinched by Yi Qingxue. He had no choice but to shut up and eat his fruit while watching the two women chat. The dinner was very sumptuous, with all Lingnan-style spiritual dishes that were colorful, fragrant, and delicious. It was also obviously made with Yi Qingxue in mind, with many nourishing water and ice dishes, which showed Xin Yueli's intentions. At the dinner table, Xin Yueli continued to pick up food for Yi Qingxue, completely ignoring her own son. She was like forgetting her son after having a daughter-in-law. Xiao Chen could only do it himself to ensure he had enough food and clothing. After dinner, Xin Yueli was still in high spirits. She even pulled Yi Qingxue and said, Qingxue, come on, I'll take you to visit the village and meet some people. And let those old guys see what a good wife my Xiao Chen has found. Yi Qingxue was a little surprised and at a loss, and subconsciously looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled and whispered, Go ahead. It's okay. Just take it as a chance to get familiar with the environment. The people living here are all the elders who are close to our family. So, Yi Qingxue was pulled by the enthusiastic Xin Yueli and began to visit several households in the village in the twilight. Wherever they went, they naturally attracted admiration and onlookers. Yi Qingxue could only maintain a decent smile and respond to the looks and greetings from the elders. She felt more tired than fighting. By the time we finished visiting and returned to the house, it was already completely dark. Xin Yueli was in a very good mood and was obviously very satisfied with Yi Qingxue's performance and everyone's reaction. Xin Yueli seemed to have just remembered the issue of arranging accommodations. She said to Xiao Chen, go clean up the guest room in the east wing. The bedding is new. Let Qingxue stay there tonight. Xiao Chen's eyes rolled when he heard this, and he immediately said, Mom, it's too much trouble to clean up the guest room. Qingxue can just stay in my room. My bed is big enough for her. As soon as these words came out, Yi Qingxue's pretty face flushed instantly. She was anxious and embarrassed, and quickly waved her hands to refuse. No. Auntie, I'll just stay in the guest room. It's very convenient, no need to bother. Letting her share a room with Xiao Chen? What a joke. How is that any different from letting a sheep walk into a tiger's mouth? Xin Yueli looked at her son with a sincere face, then looked at Yi Qingxue, who was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Suddenly, she showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and thought she understood something. She thought Yi Qingshui was shy because she was a girl, so she smiled and patted Yi Qingshui's hand, and said in a gentler tone, "Qingshui, when you come here, just treat it like your own home. Don't be polite or restrained. I am an open-minded person. You young people have good relationships. If you want to live together, then you can live together. I am very happy. Don't feel embarrassed." She was so happy. It seemed like her son and Qingshui were getting along even better than she'd expected. They were even living together. It looked like grandchildren were just around the corner. "No, Auntie, Yi Qingshui was anxious to explain, but was interrupted by Xin Yueli with a smile. All right, Auntie understands." Xin Yueli had an expression that said, "I understand everything," and winked at Xiao Chun. "Xiao Chun, why are you still standing there? Take Qingshui back to her room to rest. She's tired after sitting in the car all day. Take good care of Qingshui. Do you hear me?" "Okay. Don't worry, Mom." Xiao Chen received the order and immediately stepped forward. Without saying a word, he took up the hand of Yi Qingshui, who was still trying to struggle and explain, and gave his mother a smile as if to guarantee that he would complete the task. "Auntie, there's really no need." Yi Qingshui still wanted to make a final effort. Xin Yueli turned around and walked towards her room with a smile, waving her hand, "Go to bed early." So, in this half-hearted, confused and speechless situation, Yi Qingshui was dragged and coaxed by Xiao Chen out of the front hall and walked towards his room. Along the way, Yi Qingshui felt embarrassed and anxious, lowering her voice and saying, "Xiao Chen, let me go. I don't want to go to your room." Xiao Chen held her hand tightly, not with much force but making her unable to break free. With an innocent smile on his face, he said, "It's not that I don't allow you to stay in the guest room. My mother approved it. See how happy she is? We can't refuse her kindness, can we? Besides, my room won't eat you." You scoundrel. You obviously did it on purpose." Yi Qingshui was furious. "How could I do that on purpose? I just proposed the easiest solution." Xiao Chen smiled like a cat stealing some fish. Soon, the two arrived at Xiao Chen's room. Pushing open the door, the room was much simpler and more spacious than Yi Qingshui had imagined. It had an antique wooden structure and was kept clean and tidy. There was a light, refreshing scent like sunshine, which was very consistent with the feeling Xiao Chen gave people. Xiao Chen closed the door with his backhand, and there was even a slight click sound, as if he had fastened the bolt. Hearing this sound, Yi Qingshui's heart skipped a beat. She instantly became extremely nervous and subconsciously took 2 steps back, looking at him warily. What do you want to do?" Xiao Chen found her look, which was like a frightened deer, very amusing. He approached step by step, with a smirk on his face, and deliberately dragged out his tone. "A man and a woman alone in a room with the door closed. What do you think I want to do?" Chapter 45: An Uneasy Night. Xiao Chen approached step by step, with a playful smirk on his face and an extremely aggressive look in his eyes. The sentence "a single man and a single woman" in the same room was full of ambiguous hints. Yi Qingshui's heart was pounding so hard that it almost jumped out of her throat. She nervously backed away until her back hit the cold wall and she had nowhere to retreat. She instinctively shielded her chest with her hands, glaring at Xiao Chen fiercely, her voice trembling with nervousness. "Xiao Chen. You don't come over here. I'm warning you. If you come over again, I'll hit you. I really will." The ice spiritual power in her body was running subconsciously, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. She looked like she was ready to fight at any time, and it was obvious that she was really anxious. Xiao Chen looked at her cute appearance that seemed to be about to explode and bite someone in the next second, and finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. He stopped and no longer moved forward. Instead, he turned around and leisurely walked to the chair next to the desk and sat down. He picked up a book on the table and started flipping through it. "I was just kidding. Look how scared you are." He didn't even raise his head, his tone relaxed and natural, as if the person who was pressing him just now was not him. "Am I the kind of person who would take advantage of others in distress?" Yi Qingshui. She wanted to say yes loudly. But seeing him suddenly become serious and flipping through the book, her tense nerves relaxed a little, but the vigilance in his eyes did not diminish at all. "Let's take a shower first." Xiao Chen flipped a page of the book and said casually, "There are new towels and toiletries in the bathroom. You've been tired all day, so take a shower and rest early." Yi Qingshui looked at him warily, then looked at the closed door and hesitated. My body is indeed a little sticky, and a hot bath would be great, but you are not allowed to peek," she warned fiercely with a red face. Xiao Chen raised his head and gave her a frank smile. "Don't worry, I'm a gentleman." Yi Qingxue expressed serious doubts about his title as a gentleman, but ultimately could not resist the desire for cleanliness. She moved carefully, step by step, to the bathroom door, quickly opened the door and slipped in, then closed it with a bang, followed by a clear sound of locking. In the bathroom, she checked the lock to see if it was secure, then leaned against the door, breathed a long sigh, and felt her legs go a little weak. This bastard. He always scares her like this. Xiao Chen listened to the sound of the door being locked and the water running in the bathroom, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up again. He shook his head and continued to look at the book in his hand, but he didn't turn the page for a long time. Yi Qingxue finished her shower as quickly as possible, as if there was a flood or a beast outside. She changed into the conservative long-sleeved and long-pants pajamas she brought with her, took several deep breaths in front of the mirror, and then reluctantly opened the door and walked out. As soon as she came out of the bathroom, she saw Xiao Chen still reading in the same posture, and it seemed that he really had no intention of peeping. She felt a little relieved, but still did not dare to be careless. "I'm done washing," she whispered and stood at the bathroom door, feeling a little overwhelmed. Xiao Chen then put down the book, stood up, and smiled at her. "Well, then you go to sleep first, I'll go take a shower too, it will be quick." After saying that, he took his change of clothes and went into the bathroom, closing the door without locking it. Yi Qingxue stood there nervously, listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom. Her heartbeat began to accelerate again. She looked at the only big bed in the room and fell into a huge struggle in her heart. Sleep? Or not? Where to sleep? Finally, she slowly moved to the edge of the bed and carefully sat at the very edge, her body tense as a frightened bird. My mind raced with thoughts. Would he suddenly pounce on me? Could I trust his promise? What if he used force? Should I really hit him? Should I run away now? But where would I go? What would Anshin think? Just when she was feeling extremely confused, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. A few minutes later, the bathroom door was pushed open. Yi Qingxue subconsciously looked up, but after just one glance, she suddenly lowered her head as if she was scalded, and her cheeks turned red instantly. Xiao Chen walked out wearing only a pair of loose shorts, with his upper body bare, revealing his smooth, strong but not exaggerated muscles. There were still undried water droplets and warm water vapor on his body, his hair was wet and draped over his forehead, and his whole body exuded a strong scent of masculine hormones. He wiped his hair with a towel and walked towards the bed naturally. Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Yi Qingxue's voice changed and she didn't dare to look back at him. "Why wear so many clothes when sleeping? It's uncomfortable." Xiao Chen answered confidently and walked to the bed. Yi Qingxue's heart was pounding so hard that she almost suffocated. The moment he approached the bed, she flinched back like a frightened rabbit, her voice changing tone. You get out. Go sleep on the floor. Or sleep on the sofa." Xiao Chen stopped and looked at Yi Qingxue, who was wrapped up in the quilt with only her head sticking out. She looked terrified. He sighed helplessly and began to reason with her. "Qingxue, can you please be reasonable? This is my home, my room, my bed. You want me to sleep on the floor? How can that be justified? Then I'll sleep on the floor." Yi Qingxue said immediately. "That's even worse." Xiao Chen refused flatly. "If my mom knew about this, she'd think I was abusing you and would have me skinned alive. Then you can't sleep on the bed." Yi Qingxue was almost crying in anxiety, clutching the quilt tightly, as if it was her last line of defense. Xiao Chen looked at her pitiful and cute appearance, feeling both amused and distressed. He knew not to push her too hard. He didn't give her a chance to argue, he just walked to the other side of the bed, lifted a corner of the quilt, and lay down. But he deliberately lay at the very edge of the bed, leaving a large distance between him and Yi Qingxue, enough space for another person to lie down. He pulled part of the quilt over his waist, then turned around, facing away from Yi Qingxue, and said calmly, "All right, go to sleep. I promise I won't touch you. The line is in the middle. Whoever crosses it is a puppy, okay?" His movements were decisive and his tone lacked any ambiguity, which left Yi Qingxue stunned. She looked at his broad, still steamy back in the huge clear gap between them, and her tense nerves finally relaxed a little. He doesn't really seem to mean that? Did I really think too much just now? Yi Qingxue bit her lip and struggled internally for a long time. It seemed unrealistic to ask her to get out of bed and sleep on the floor or go out. In the end, she could only lie down carefully little by little, her body stiff as a piece of wood, tightly wrapped in her part of the quilt, curled up on the other edge of the bed, as far away from Xiao Chen as possible. However, not long after she lay down, she felt the quilt being pulled slightly. She shuddered with fear and turned her head sharply, only to see Xiao Chen still with his back to her. He had just reached back and pulled a portion of the quilt over his upper body, mumbling, "It's a bit cold, share some of the quilt." Yi Qing Xue. She was angry but dared not say anything, so she could only wrap the remaining quilt tighter. The room fell into an eerie silence. Both of them had their eyes open, looking in different directions, and neither of them was asleep. Yi Qing Xue could clearly hear her own rapid heartbeat and Xiao Chen's steady breathing coming from not far behind her. The masculine scent mixed with the fresh smell after bathing kept floating over and lingering at the tip of her nose, making it impossible for her to calm down. Although Xiao Chen had his back to her, his senses were extremely sharp, capturing every movement behind him. That subtle breathing, that faint cold fragrance, that tense body, all of them challenged his self-control. It is unknown how long this silent stalemate will last. Chapter 46, An Early Morning Accident edited. The room was silent, with only the sound of the two people's deliberately slowed breathing. Yi Qingshue's whole body was tense, like a fully drawn bowstring. All her attention was focused on the man with a strong presence behind her, for fear that he would do something wrong. Time passed slowly in the stalemate. Just when Yi Qingshue's consciousness began to become a little fuzzy due to extreme tension and mental exhaustion, and she was about to be invaded by sleepiness, Xiao Chen behind her suddenly moved. Yi Qingshue's nerves tensed up again in an instant. However, the expected attack did not come immediately. Xiao Chen simply turned over, from his back to her, to lying flat on his back. Yi Qingxue just breathed a sigh of relief, but she didn't expect that in the next second, a strong arm would pass under her neck very naturally and with irresistible force, and then the other hand would wrap around her waist. With a gentle embrace, he pulled her whole body into his arms with her back facing him, and she was in a position where he hugged her tightly from behind. Ah! Yi Qingxue screamed in fear and struggled instantly. "Xiao Chen! Let me go! You said you couldn't break the line. You don't keep your word." Xiao Chen's arms tightened a little, his chin resting on the top of her fragrant hair. His voice was hoarse and a little lazy, as if he had just woken up. He whispered, "Don't move. Just hold me for a while, just hold me, nothing else." His embrace was warm and strong, his chest pressed against her back, and his burning body temperature passed through the thin pajamas, almost melting her. Yi Qingxue was both embarrassed and anxious, but her struggle was in vain. Instead, the friction made the two of them stick closer. "You bastard! Let me go!" Her voice was filled with tears and she was anxious. Xiao Chen didn't let go, but instead held her tighter. His voice was filled with a subtle hint of fatigue and, perhaps some other emotion. "Let me hold you for a while, just a little while." His tone was different from his usual playful and scoundrel tone. Instead, it revealed a rare seriousness and a vague sense of dependence. Yi Qingshue's struggling movements couldn't help but stop. She could feel the strength of his embrace, the warmth from his chest, and the steady yet powerful heartbeat. This simple and tight hug made her feel a strange feeling inexplicably in her heart, and her strength to resist seemed to be a little weaker. The two of them quietly embraced each other in this ambiguous and strange posture. After a while, Xiao Chen's voice sounded again, breaking the silence. "Starting tomorrow, I might be out for 2 days." Yi Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously asked, "Where are you going?" She realized she was being overly concerned, and quickly added, "I mean, if Auntie asks, I can explain it." Xiao Chen seemed to chuckle, but didn't expose her. He explained, "I went to the deep end of the family secret realm to do something. As I mentioned before, there's a cultivation that requires the use of a place inside, so it might take some time." "Oh." Yi Qingxue responded, and after thinking for a moment, she said, "Then I'll just practice in seclusion in my room for 2 days. This not only avoids the embarrassment that may come from being alone with Xin Yueli, but also allows you to make full use of the rich spiritual energy here." Xiao Chen was silent for a moment after hearing this. His arms seemed to tighten for a moment, and his voice was filled with helplessness and gritted teeth. "You are good at making arrangements." "Really? Forget it." Just as Yi Qingxue was about to speak, she clearly felt the vitality behind her change. Yi Qingxue's body froze instantly, as if acupuncture points had been pressed. All the blood rushed to her cheeks and ears. A strong sense of shame that made her legs weak instantly swept over her. She could even feel the outline and heat of that thing, and through 2 thin layers of pajamas, its presence was terrifyingly strong. Xiao Chen obviously also felt the changes in himself. His body stiffened slightly, his breathing became noticeably heavier, and the muscles in his arms around her also tensed. Yi Qingxue was so frightened that she dared not move and even held her breath, fearing that any slight movement would irritate him. Out of shyness, she subconsciously wanted to use her ice spiritual power to calm herself down. A trace of icy cold air emanated from her body uncontrollably. Hiss! Xiao Chun, who was immersed in the warmth and softness of the beautiful girl in his arms and was a little distracted, suddenly took a breath of cold air. He felt a piercing chill instantly hitting him, which scared him to death. He almost instinctively let go of the hand that was holding Yi Qingxue, and suddenly shrank back, almost rolling off the bed. If he had reacted slower, his happiness for the rest of his life would have been in jeopardy. You! Xiao Chen covered the place where he was almost injured, looking at the curled-up Yi Qingxue in shock, anger, and fear. Yi Qingxue also realized that she had overreacted, but out of shame and anger, her voice was filled with tears. Who told you to get so close? You deserve it. Xiao Chen looked at her, who was shy and scared, with her eyes a little red, and his anger instantly turned into helplessness. He knew that this was the limit of what Yi Qingxue could accept. If he did anything excessive again, she would definitely get angry and attack without hesitation, and then it would be really difficult to resolve. Okay, it's my fault. Xiao Chen admitted his mistake and lay down again to hug her, but this time he deliberately kept a distance from her, not daring to get too close. Sleep, I promise I won't move. He forced himself to suppress the lustful thoughts in his mind, closed his eyes, and began to recite the heart cleansing technique silently. Maybe she was really too tired, maybe Xiao Chen was really obedient later, or maybe it was because the hug brought her a strange sense of security. After being nervous for a long time, Yi Qingxue actually fell asleep in a daze. In the early morning, soft sunlight shines into the room through the window lattice. Yi Qingxue gradually woke up from her sleep, feeling that she had slept exceptionally warm and peacefully. She subconsciously wanted to turn over, but felt as if her body was restrained by something. She opened her eyes drowsily, and the first thing that caught her eye was a piece of firm, masculine chest skin. She was stunned for a few seconds before she suddenly remembered what happened last night. She actually slept in Xiao Chen's arms all night. What made her pupils shrink even more was that she suddenly discovered Xiao Chen's restless hand. Even through the fabric of her pajamas, she could feel the warmth and outline of his palm. Boom! All the blood rushed to the top of the head in an instant. Xiao Chen! A scream of shame and anger that was loud enough to blow the roof off suddenly rang out. Right after, there was a muffled bang sound, accompanied by a painful groan. The defenseless Xiao Chen was kicked off the bed and fell to the floor. Ouch! Who? What happened? Xiao Chen was knocked unconscious by the fall. Holding his waist that was hurt by the kick, he sat up in a daze and looked blankly at Yi Qingxue, who was lying on the bed, wrapped in a quilt like a dumpling with only a pair of fiery eyes showing. You are a hooligan. Shameless. Vulgar. Yi Qingxue was so angry that she was incoherent and grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Xiao Chen finally realized what had happened. He looked at his own hand, which had just committed the crime, and then at Yi Qingxue's murderous expression. Knowing he was in the wrong, he quickly explained, it was a misunderstanding. It was a complete misunderstanding. I fell asleep. Seriously. It was a subconscious action. I promise. Yi Qingxue didn't believe his nonsense at all. She was embarrassed and angry, trembling all over, and pointed at the door. You. Right now. Get out. Xiao Chen rubbed his nose and stood up angrily, knowing that there was no point in explaining anything now. He rubbed the painful spot and muttered, Why are you so fierce? It wasn't intentional. Get out. Another pillow hit him. Xiao Chen dodged nimbly and spread his hands helplessly. Okay, I'll go out. Really, you're so grumpy when you wake up. He put on his clothes slowly, and just as he was about to reach the door, Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth and added, her voice filled with suppressed shame. You go down first. I want to take a shower. Hearing this, Xiao Chen muttered subconsciously, Why take a bath so early in the morning? These words were like lighting a powder keg. Yi Qingxue's face instantly turned red enough to fry an egg. Feeling embarrassed and angry, she grabbed another pillow and threw it at him, screaming, I want you to take care of me. Get out. Was she going to tell him that because of the accident just now and all the random thoughts she had about being held by him last night, she felt uncomfortable all over and had to wash herself immediately? This bastard. Okay, I'll get out of here. Xiao Chen caught another pillow and didn't dare to stay any longer. He quickly opened the door and slipped out, and even considerately helped her close the door. Standing outside the door, he could still hear Yi Qingshua's stomping feet in shame and anger, and her sobbing that seemed like crying. Xiao Chen touched his chin, recalling the wonderful touch in his palm just now, and thought about Yi Qingshua's angry look, and couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that we've gone a little too far. Chapter 47, Wind Blows Skirt. 2 days passed in a flash. Xiao Chen returned to the quaint house in the village exhausted. There was a trace of fatigue on his face that was hard to conceal, but his eyes were exceptionally bright, and the aura around him seemed to become more condensed and profound. As soon as he pushed open the gate, he heard brisk footsteps coming from inside. Yi Qingxue came out upon hearing the sound, and her outfit today made Xiao Chen's eyes light up again. She changed out of the pants she was wearing and put on a fresh and simple white floral dress. The hem of the dress stopped just above her knees, revealing her straight and slender calves. She was wearing a pair of clean white socks and white shoes, and her long hair was draped softly over her shoulders. She looked fresh and lively, like white jasmine with dew in the early morning, which complemented the mild climate of Lingnan. "You're back?" Yi Qingxue saw him, a natural smile appeared on her face, and she took the initiative to greet him. After 2 days of solitary retreat, she seemed to have adjusted her mindset and became much more natural when facing Xiao Chen. "Yeah, I just got back." Xiao Chen smiled, his eyes wandering over her body, not hiding his admiration. "You look very nice in this outfit today." Yi Qingshue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she subconsciously pressed her straight, white legs together. However, she didn't immediately get angry like she used to. Instead, she changed the subject. Emily just sent a message saying that the academy asked us to return early. It seems that there are some arrangements. I've already told Anshin, and she knows about it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Okay, then we'll go back early." He was not surprised by this, as the academy would occasionally make such temporary arrangements. At this moment, Yi Qingxue frowned slightly, carefully sensed Xiao Chen's aura, and asked in surprise, You broke through to the middle stage of the third stage?" She could feel that Xiao Chen's aura was stronger and more oppressive than 2 days ago, and it was obvious that his realm had improved. Xiao Chen smiled and admitted frankly, "Well, I was lucky. I just happened to have a breakthrough." But he immediately changed the subject, a sly look flashing in his eyes as he said, "But this time I went in, the main reason wasn't to improve my realm, but for this." After saying this, he moved his fingers very slightly, as if he was just flicking away non-existent dust. However, at the moment when his fingers moved slightly, an extremely precise and gentle small whirlwind appeared out of thin air, silently rolling up the hem of Yi Qingshue's white floral miniskirt. "Ah!" Yi Qingxue screamed, feeling a chill in her lower body. Her skirt flew up, revealing the white safety pants she was wearing underneath to prevent exposure. She hurriedly covered the hem of her skirt with her hands and feet, her pretty face flushed instantly. She glared at Xiao Chen with shame and anger. What are you doing?" But her embarrassment only lasted a second before it was instantly replaced by immense shock. She jerked her head up, staring at Xiao Chen's smiling face in disbelief, her voice distorted with surprise. "Wind? Was that a wind spell?" Xiao Chen looked at her shocked expression, nodded with satisfaction, and dropped his joking expression as he explained, "Yes, it's the wind element. This trip to the secret realm was mainly to cultivate this. I tried to fuse the wood and water spiritual energies and transform them, trying to derive the power of the wind element. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to have some initial success. The realm breakthrough was just a side effect." Wood and water interact and transform into wind? Yi Qingxue was stunned. He was only in the middle stage of the third level, yet he had successfully evolved the power of wind? And the lightning power before. She couldn't help but mutter, "Last time you were tested, you used the lightning element, and now you're using the wind element." He paused, looked at Yi Qingxue's still surprised expression, and said with a smile, "How is it? Your fiancé is quite capable, right?" Yi Qingxue finally came to her senses from her surprise. Thinking back to the embarrassing scene of her skirt being lifted up, she felt both ashamed and angry. She clenched her fist and punched his arm. "If you have the guts, don't use them in places like this. Hooligan." But she was genuinely shocked. Attribute fusion and transformation. This was a profound technique for utilizing spiritual power. He had already mastered 2 and put them into practice at the 3rd level? Just how terrifying was this guy's talent? Xiao Chen smiled and took her weak punch, saying, "Since we have something to do at the academy, let's pack up and get ready to go back." I was originally planning to take you to Lingnan for 2 days of fun, but that'll have to wait until next time. Yeah. Yi Qingxue nodded. After the two of them said a simple goodbye to Xin Yueli, Uncle Li drove them to the station and they boarded the psychic train back to the imperial capital. On the return train, the atmosphere seemed much more relaxed than when they came. Perhaps because of the experience of sleeping in the same bed that day, the invisible barrier between the two seemed to have faded a little. Not long after the train started, Xiao Chen chatted with Yi Qingxue for a few words, then leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Yi Qingxue originally thought that he was just resting his eyes, but after a while, she felt her shoulders suddenly sink. She turned her head and was surprised to find that Xiao Chen had tilted his head and leaned on her shoulder, breathing evenly and lightly. He had fallen asleep. Yi Qingxue's body stiffened at first, and she subconsciously wanted to push him away, but when she saw that he had his eyes closed, his eyelashes casting a faint shadow under his eyes, there was obvious fatigue between his brows, and his lips were even slightly pale, she swallowed back the rejection that was on the tip of her tongue. She remembered that he had gone to the family secret realm to practice alone these past 2 days, and had just demonstrated an attribute fusion technique that she had never heard of, and had also broken through the realm. All of this is probably not as easy as he appears, and his fatigue at this moment is real. Thinking back on the whole journey from Lingnan, apart from lifting up my skirt as a joke just now, he had indeed been well behaved the entire time, not touching me anymore, not even holding my hand. It seemed that his training over the past 2 days was much harder and more difficult than she had imagined. Thinking of this, Yi Qingxue's heart couldn't help but soften. She carefully adjusted her sitting position to make him lean more comfortably, and then just sat there quietly, letting him lean on her. The scenery outside the window was rapidly receding, and the carriage was very quiet. Yi Qingxue lowered her head and looked at Xiao Chen, who was sleeping soundly with his head resting on her shoulder. Looking at his defenseless sleeping face, a strange feeling welled up in her heart. There's a bit of heartache, a bit of curiosity, and a hint of an indescribable sense of security. This seemingly cynical guy who always takes advantage of her has actually been working hard to become stronger in a place where no one else can see. It seems that he has too many secrets and potential hidden in him. The train was running smoothly, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone through the window onto the two of them, casting a layer of warm glow on them. Yi Qingxue did not wake him up, but just silently acted as his support until the train broadcast sounded again, indicating that the Imperial Capital Station was about to arrive. Chapter 48 Elite Summoning. The psychic train drove smoothly into the Imperial Capital Station. Xiao Chen seemed to have slept very soundly until the announcement of the train arriving at the station sounded. He woke up in a daze and found that he had slept on Yi Qingxue's shoulder all the way, and Yi Qingxue did not push him away. He rubbed his eyes, sat up straight, and felt refreshed. He smiled at Yi Qingxue and said, "I'm sorry, I fell asleep. I hope I didn't numb you." Yi Qingxue moved her sore shoulders, with no expression on her face. She just set him lightly, then stood up and walked towards the car door first. However, her slightly red ears revealed her inner unrest. Xiao Chen looked at her pretending to be indifferent from behind, smiled, and quickly followed her. It was getting dark when the two returned to their villa outside the school. I opened the door with the key and a faint fragrance wafted to my face. I saw Emily wearing a silk suspender nightgown, curled up lazily on the sofa in the living room, watching the variety show on the psychic TV, holding a bag of snacks in her hand. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Emily turned around and saw the two people coming back together. Her charming eyes instantly lit up, flashing with gossip. "Hey, our loving young couple are back?" She put down the snacks, stepped barefoot on the carpet, and came over with a smile, her eyes scanning back and forth between the two of them. "How was your trip to Lingnan to meet your parents? Did any sweet stories happen that you couldn't tell anyone about?" She deliberately pronounced the word sweet story slowly and ambiguously. Yi Qingxue's face turned red in an instant, and she glared at her unhappily. "Nonsense. There's nothing." She walked around Emily and wanted to go upstairs quickly. Emily pulled her close, leaning close to her ear, and whispered in a low voice, loud enough for Xiao Chen to hear, "Really, nothing? I don't believe it. Look at you, you've been out for a while and your complexion has become much rosier. You can tell at a glance that you're nourished by love." M.O. Li. Yi Qingxue covered her mouth in embarrassment, and the two girls immediately started laughing again. Xiao Chen looked at the erotic scene of playfulness in front of him, smiled helplessly, walked to the sofa and sat down, picked up the snacks that Emily put down and started eating, while enjoying the beautiful scenery. After a while, Yi Qingxue finally broke free from Emily's clutches. She was panting as she tidied up her messed up hair and dress, her pretty face flushed. Xiao Chen finally spoke, interrupting their playful banter and getting down to business. Emily, what exactly is it that the academy wants us to come back to? Has the teacher told us? Emily heard this and stopped joking. He walked over to the other side of the sofa and sat down, shaking his head. The teacher didn't say anything specific, just told us to gather at complex building number 4 at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. It seems like there's something important to announce. Comprehensive building number 4? Yi Qingxue frowned slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her cold eyes. Isn't that a place that only the so-called elite class can enter? It is said that the training resources and facilities inside are the best in the academy. There is indeed an unofficial term elite class within Peking University and Tsinghua University, referring to those gifted students who are extremely talented and are given special attention and training by the college's top management. They have higher authority and access to better resources, and are usually located in Complex 4, which ordinary students rarely have the opportunity to enter. That's right. Emily nodded, his expression becoming slightly more serious. Besides the three of us, as far as I know, Lei Qian and Lu Jun were also summoned this time. Lei Qian? The one with thunder-type spiritual roots? Xiao Chen had some impression of him. He was a tough guy in the class and was said to have extremely strong fighting ability. Yes, that's him. The other one is Lu Jun, who has dual spiritual roots of fire and earth. He is also very powerful and ranks at the top of the class. Emily's eyes suddenly became playful as she spoke. She looked at Xiao Chen, a smile of anticipation playing out on the corner of her mouth. However, this Lu Jun, you might want to be a little careful. Pay attention to him? Why? Xiao Chen was a little confused. He seemed to have no connection with this Lu Jun. Emily blinked, motioned to Yi Qingxue who was pouring water beside him, and smiled softly. Because this guy is one of Qingxue's loyal suitors. He's been pestering her for a long time. Although Qingxue has never given him a good look, he has never given up. Now. She dragged out her words, her smile becoming even more mischievous. Now, the ice goddess in his mind has been ruined by you, and you even went out to meet his parents together. Tell me, if he knew, would he give you trouble? Puffy Qingxue, who was drinking water, nearly choked when she heard Emily's words. She retorted in shame and anger, Emily. What nonsense are you talking about? Who was ruined? And, I have nothing to do with that Lu Jun. After hearing this, Xiao Chen showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. He then touched his chin. Instead of being worried, he laughed, oh? So it's a potential love rival? Interesting. He looked at Yi Qingxue and said in a deliberately aggrieved tone, Qingxue, look at you, you're attracting a lot of attention outside. You've caused me trouble, haven't you? Yi Qingxue was so angry that she slammed the water cup on the table. Xiao Chen. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll turn you into an ice sculpture. That was all his wishful thinking. I've already clearly rejected him. Okay, I was wrong. Xiao Chen immediately raised his hands in surrender, but the playful smile on his face did not diminish in the slightest. Don't worry, since he's a defeated opponent, there's even less to worry about. If he really dares to cause trouble. Xiao Chen did not continue speaking, but a barely perceptible sharp light flashed in his eyes. Emily looked at Xiao Chen's nonchalant expression and became curious. Oh? So confident? That Lu Jun is a true early-stage third-level warrior, and his fighting style is quite fierce, right? Xiao Chen shrugged, his expression as if to say, I'm weak but I have support. What am I afraid of? Don't I have you two protecting me? If he dares to touch me, just beat him up. Yi Qingxue. Emily, I have never seen such a shameless person. Yi Qingxue was too lazy to pay attention to the two guys and turned to walk upstairs. I'm going back to practice. I have to get up early tomorrow. Xiao Chen looked at her back, smiled, and stood up as well. He said to Emily, I'll be going up first. See you tomorrow. Back in the room, the smile on Xiao Chen's face slowly faded. Elite class building number 4. Lei Qian, Lu Jun. And something else unknown. It seems that this peaceful campus life is about to be disturbed again. That Lu Jun. It's better not to mess with me. I'm in a good mood now and don't want to fight. Chapter 49, Training Room Incident. The next morning, Xiao Chen, Yi Qingxue and Emily arrived at the mysterious building number 4 on time. This building looks unremarkable from the outside, but once you enter, you can feel the obvious difference. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air is much higher than that outside. The ground and walls are engraved with complex array patterns, emitting faint energy fluctuations. Following the instructions, they came to a spacious and bright room with reinforcement formations engraved on the walls and floor. It looked like an advanced training room. As soon as I opened the door, I saw two people already waiting inside. One of them was tall, wearing a simple black training suit, with short hair standing on end, sharp eyes, and faint arcs of electricity flashing around him. It was Lei Qian, the thunder-type spiritual root from Class 1. When he saw the three people come in, he just nodded lightly as a greeting, and his personality seemed quite cold. The other person immediately fixed his eyes on Yi Qingxue. He was also tall and strong, with a somewhat defiant look on his face. He was wearing a reddish-brown combat uniform, and his aura was hot and heavy. It was Lu Jun, who had the dual spiritual roots of fire and earth. Lu Jun ignored Xiao Chun and Emoli, put on what he thought was a handsome smile, and quickly walked up to Yi Qingxue. He said warmly, "Qingxue, you're here. I couldn't find you during the assessment. Did you encounter any danger?" Yi Qingxue didn't even raise her eyelids, as if she didn't hear what he said at all. She walked straight past him and headed towards the open space on the side of the training room with an extremely cold attitude. The smile on Lu Jun's face froze for a moment, and a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. He seemed to have long been accustomed to Yi Qingxue's indifference. He turned to look at Emoli next to him, and a smile reappeared. "Emoli, you are here too. You look good." Emoli did give him some face, but only nodded lightly as a response, and had no intention of saying more. Lu Jun seemed to have just seen Xiao Chen behind Yi Qingxue. His eyes instantly became sharp and unfriendly. He looked him up and down, and a hint of undisguised sarcasm appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Hey, isn't this our famous relative Xiao Chen? What? You've come here to curry favor with someone? This isn't the place for a loser like you who relies on women to gain recognition." His tone was harsh and full of hostility. "I advise you to have some self-awareness and stay away from Qingxue. Don't be a toad wanting to eat swan meat and have some unrealistic fantasies. Qingxue is not someone like you can match." Xiao Chen muttered in his heart, "Sure enough, trouble is coming." But he immediately put on a cowardly look, waved his hands hastily, and stammered nervously, Brother Lu, you misunderstood. I'm really not fantasizing. I know myself very well. How could I be worthy of classmate Yi?" Seeing Xiao Chen's cowardly look, Lu Jun's disdain grew even stronger, and he snorted smugly, "You still have some." Before he could even utter the word "be sensible," the next scene made the smug look on his face freeze instantly, and turn into a dark one. Xiao Chun, who looked like a coward just now, suddenly walked quickly to Yi Qingxue without any warning, stretched out his hand very naturally, and held Yi Qingxue's hand hanging by his side. Then, he turned his head and gave Lu Jun, whose face was ashen, an extremely innocent yet provocative smile, and said in a relaxed tone, "Brother Lu, look, I'm really not imagining things. This is the truth. Qingxue, the air here isn't very good. Let's sit over there and wait for the teacher, shall we?" Yi Qingxue's hand was held by him, and her body stiffened slightly, but unexpectedly, she did not shake it off immediately. She just turned her head away, her ears slightly red, tacitly agreeing to his behavior. Pucci Emoli on the side couldn't help laughing out loud, and quickly covered his mouth with his hands, but his shoulders were shaking with laughter. Lu Jun's face instantly turned from blue to black, and then from black to red, as if he had been fooled. He felt like he was being played like a monkey. An uncontrollable rage rushed to his head. "You. Seeking. Death." Lu Jun squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth, and the reddish-brown spiritual energy around him exploded. A scorching airwave and heavy pressure instantly spread out, revealing the strength of the early 3rd stage. He took a sudden step forward, his fists clenched tightly, covered with blazing flames and hard rocks, ready to attack. The atmosphere in the training room suddenly became tense. Lei Chen frowned slightly and took 2 steps to the side, as if he didn't want to be affected. Emoli also restrained his smile and his eyes became alert. Yi Qingxue subconsciously tried to break free from Xiao Chen's hand and took a step forward, but was gently pulled behind by Xiao Chen. The playful smile on Xiao Chen's face also faded, his eyes turned slightly cold, and the spiritual power in his body was secretly circulating, preparing to meet the opponent's attack. At this critical moment, "Tisk, there's already something interesting to watch right after arriving? Not bad, it seems like this class of students is quite energetic." A young man's voice, with a hint of laziness and teasing, suddenly came from the door of the training room. As the words came out, a young man wearing blue casual clothes, looking somewhat unrestrained and uninhibited, walked in slowly with his hands in his trouser pockets. He had a playful smile on his face, and his eyes swept between Lu Jun and Xiao Chun, who were on the verge of a fight, as if he found it very interesting. His appearance instantly broke the tense atmosphere. Lu Jun suppressed his anger and gathered his spiritual power, but his expression remained grim. He stared at the strange young man who had suddenly appeared and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The young man smiled and introduced himself casually, "Don't be nervous. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Feng. I'm your senior. I'm temporarily in charge. Well, I'll be guiding you for the time being." Lin Feng? Senior? Xiao Chen and the others searched their minds and seemed to have never heard of this name. However, since he could appear here, his strength must not be underestimated. Lin Feng had just finished introducing himself, and before anyone could digest it, another slender figure walked into the training room. When they saw this figure, the eyes of several people in the training room, including the stern Lei Qian, lit up. The visitor was wearing a fitted aqua blue Tsinghua and Peking University uniform that outlined her beautiful figure. She had smooth waist-length hair, a beautiful and gentle face, a temperament as soft and tranquil as water, and a faint, spring-breezy smile on her lips. Xiao Chen and the others had seen photos of this person in the college forum and various selections. Mu Liuxi, a senior student 1 year older than them, has a natural spiritual root with water attribute and is also one of the recognized school beauties in the academy. Although she ranks slightly lower than Yi Qingxue, she is extremely popular for her gentle personality and strong strength. Mu Liuxi walked in and saw everyone in the room, especially Lu Jun with an unpleasant expression and Xiao Chen holding Yi Qingxue's hand. A hint of surprise flashed across her gentle eyes, but she soon returned to a smile and spoke softly. "Hello everyone, I'm Mu Liuxi, your senior. It seems I'm a little late?" Chapter 50 Lu Jun's Mistake. Lin Feng crossed his arms, looking as if he was anxious to see the world in chaos. He continued with a smile, "It's not too late. We just arrived too, so we caught up with the opening scene." He raised his chin towards Lu Jun and Xiao Chun. "These two juniors are about to have a sparring match. Junior sister Mu, are you a good judge?" Lin Feng's words, which were obviously instigating, made the originally tense atmosphere become a little weird. Lu Jun's face was gloomy. Although he was angry, he was not completely stupid. In this place where elites obviously gathered and senior students were watching, it would not be good for his reputation if he took the initiative to attack the waist for a woman. He snorted coldly, suppressed his anger, retracted the spiritual power that was about to explode, and said to Lin Feng sternly, "Senior, you are joking. It's just a small misunderstanding. There is no need to fight." Xiao Chen also let go of Yi Qingxue's hand, and put on that harmless smile again on his face. He agreed, yes, classmate Lu is right. With my limited skills, how could I dare to fight him? I was just joking just now to liven up the atmosphere. Seeing this, Lin Feng's playful smile widened. He touched his chin, seeming a little regretful. "No, don't be so modest. Young people should let out their anger. How uncomfortable is it to hold it in? Mu Xueme and I just got here, and we also want to see what the top players of your class are like. It's so boring to just stand there." As he spoke, he didn't give the two of them a chance to refuse, and casually pointed his finger at a formation node on the wall. Buzz! A layer of light blue translucent energy shield instantly rose from all sides of the training room, completely covering and isolating the central arena area. The protective magic circle has been activated. Alright, the venue and safety measures are ready. Lin Feng clapped his hands and gestured towards the ring. "You two, please? Just exchange a few moves, so we can have some idea of what's going on." Lu Jun and Xiao Chen's expressions were somewhat interesting. This senior, why didn't he play by the rules? Mu Liuxi, who was standing next to Lin Feng, still maintained a gentle smile. She added softly, but it was like a huge rock dropped on the hearts of the two men. "You two juniors, you must work hard, and don't hold back on your strength." Don't hold back your strength? These two words were like thunder, instantly making Lu Jun and Xiao Chun understand that this wasn't a mediation or just a fun watching exercise, it was a test of their strength. The seemingly lazy senior, Lin Feng, wanted to personally assess their strength. The hesitation and concern in Lu Jun's eyes were instantly replaced by a fiery fighting spirit. This was an opportunity to show off his strength in front of his seniors, especially to crush that annoying relative and prove to Yi Qingxue that he was worthy of her. He had to win beautifully. The cynical expression on Xiao Chen's face also completely disappeared, and his eyes became calm and deep. Since it cannot be avoided, we have no choice but to do it. Without saying a word, the two men walked silently onto the stage covered by the energy shield and stood facing each other. Below the stage, Lei Qian watched with his arms folded, his eyes sharp. Mo Li and Yi Qingxue also looked at the stage nervously. Lu Jun took a deep breath, and the dual spiritual power of fire and earth in his body began to circulate. The aura of the early third stage burst out without reservation, hot and heavy, with a sense of oppression. He planned to end the battle quickly with lightning speed and win the favor of his senior. However, just when his momentum reached its peak and he was about to take the initiative, Xiao Chen on the opposite side also moved. No fancy moves, just simply standing up straight. But the moment he stood up straight, an aura that was no weaker than Lu Jun's, and even more condensed and powerful, suddenly burst out from his body like a sleeping lion awakening. This aura is majestic and complex, containing characteristics of multiple attributes, but its core strength has reached the mid-third stage. What? Below the stage, Lei Qian, who was watching with his arms folded, showed a shocked expression for the first time, his sharp eyes filled with disbelief. Mid-stage, third stage? How is this possible? Lu Jun cried out in shock, his eyes wide open, as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world. That person with 5 attribute mixed spiritual roots that they had always ridiculed as trash actually had a higher cultivation level than him? This completely overturned his understanding. Wow! Mo Li couldn't help but curse. Her eyes widened as she pointed at Xiao Chen on the stage and exclaimed to Yi Qingxue beside her, "Qingxue. When did he break through? He's even faster than me? Is this guy a monster?" Although Yi Qingxue had known this for a long time, she was still moved when she saw Xiao Chen displaying the aura of the middle stage of the third stage without reservation. When she heard Mo Li's exclamation, she rolled her eyes at her and whispered, "You achieved a breakthrough in Lingnan. I taught you to play around instead of practicing." Mo Li's face immediately fell, as if he had been devastated. No, I'm so upset. I'm going to go into seclusion when I get back. You two are both perverts. Each one is more terrifying than the other when you practice. Are you going to give us a chance to live? On the stage, Lu Jun's face was so ugly that it was as black as the bottom of a pot. He felt like a clown. He had just been mocking the other person as a loser, but the other person's cultivation level was actually far superior to his. This huge psychological gap and humiliation made him almost vomit blood. All his previous sense of superiority and self-confidence were shattered at this moment. You hid your strength?" Lu Jun gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words, his voice trembling with extreme anger and disbelief. Xiao Chen looked at him calmly, his tone indifferent. "Student Lu, can we start now?" His calmness was a huge irony in Lu Jun's eyes. Asshole. So what if you're in the middle stage of the third level? You're just a piece of trash with 5 attributes, and your spiritual power is patchy and impure. Just wait and see how I beat you to pieces. Lu Jun was enraged and roared, no longer caring about any tactics or strategies. The reddish-brown spiritual power surged wildly, and he rushed towards Xiao Chen like an angry bull, carrying the power of blazing flames and heavy earth and rocks. He wants to use his absolute strength to save his face. The battle is about to begin. Chapter 51: Cruel Elimination. Lu Jun's roar echoed throughout the training room. He was enveloped in a russet-colored spiritual energy, like a human tank. With unstoppable momentum and raging energy, he charged towards Xiao Chen. Flames and rocks intertwined on his fists, emitting a heart-pounding wave of energy. This attack was launched in anger and without reservation. It was obvious that he wanted to decide the outcome with brute force and save his lost face. Lei Qian stared at Xiao Chen with a serious look, wanting to see how this guy who suddenly showed the cultivation level of the middle third stage would deal with this violent attack. Mu Liuxi still had a gentle smile on her face, but a hint of curiosity flashed in the depths of her eyes. Lin Feng crossed his arms over his chest with a playful smile on his face, as if he was looking forward to what was to come. Facing Lu Jun's angry charge, which was accompanied by flames and debris, Xiao Chen's eyes were calm and his feet did not even move. He simply raised his left hand, spread his 5 fingers slightly, and pressed forward. Rock barrier. A thick ochre-colored stone wall suddenly rose from the ground, blocking Lu Jun's forward path. Break it for me. Lu Jun roared, without dodging or evading, and smashed his flaming fist hard on the stone wall. Boom! The stone wall shattered, and smoke and dust filled the air. Lu Jun's momentum remained undiminished, and he tried to continue his attack through the smoke and dust. However, just as he broke through the stone wall, his vision was slightly obscured by smoke and dust. Green vines entangled. Several thick and tough green vines suddenly emerged from the ground beneath his feet like long lurking poisonous snakes, silently, wrapped around him like lightning, and instantly bound his legs and waist. What? Lu Jun's momentum suddenly stopped. He looked down at the vines wrapped around his body, shocked and angry. He didn't expect that the opponent's multi-attribute spells could switch so smoothly and quickly. Burn! He reacted quickly and immediately activated his fire spiritual power. Flames suddenly rose up around him, trying to burn these annoying vines. The flames were indeed effective, and the vines quickly became charred and broke, but in the brief moment when he burned the vines and his attention was distracted. Whoosh! 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 3 highly compressed, gleaming azure water arrows, like venomous snakes emerging from their dens, shot towards his face and chest in a triangular formation with incredible speed. Damn it! Lu Jun cursed inwardly, and in a hurry had to give up rushing forward, pressing his hands hard on the ground. To Sharibi! An arc-shaped earth wall suddenly rose up in front of him, trying to block the 3 sharp water arrows. Puff! 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 The water arrow pierced into the earth wall fiercely, splashing water everywhere. Although it failed to penetrate, it successfully blocked Lu Jun's vision and actions. And the next second after the earth wall rose? Sharp gold, piercing the sun. An extremely concentrated, hair-thin but incomparably sharp golden sword light cut through the unstable earth wall without any hindrance, just like cutting tofu. The earthen wall cracked silently like butter being cut by a hot knife. Xiao Chen's figure followed the sword light like a ghost. The black long sword in his hand had been unsheathed at some point, the tip of the sword flashing with an icy cold light. Under Lu Jun's horrified gaze, it stopped in front of his throat with incredible precision. Less than an inch away from his skin. The cold sword intent stimulated Lu Jun's Adam's apple to roll up and down involuntarily, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. The entire battle process, from start to finish, only took a few seconds. Xiao Chen stood still, hardly moving, and only used low-level earth wall technique, entanglement technique, water arrow technique and the last amazing golden sword move to easily break up all of Lu Jun's offensive and completely subdue him. Crush. A complete crush. It's not only a suppression of realm, but also a comprehensive crushing of combat awareness, application of techniques, and grasp of timing. There was silence in the training room. Lei Qian, who was sitting in the audience, had those sharp eyes filled with solemnity and a hint of fighting spirit. He completely put away any contempt he had for Xiao Chen. Emoli opened his mouth wide, and after a long while he murmured, "Oh. Oh my god. This is too handsome." Although Yi Qingshui already knew that Xiao Chen was very powerful, but when she saw him deal with the powerful Lu Jun so cleanly and neatly, almost like an artist, a hint of surprise still flashed across her cold eyes. Pa pa pa. The crisp applause broke the silence. Lin Feng clapped his hands and walked forward with a smile, his face full of undisguised admiration. Beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. The use of basic techniques is just right, the attribute switching is smooth and effortless, and the timing is precise and ruthless. Junior brother Xiao Chen, you really opened my eyes. To be able to cultivate 5 attribute mixed spiritual roots to this level, it's amazing. It's really amazing. His praise came from the heart. As a senior, he had seen many geniuses, but it was absolutely rare to find someone like Xiao Chen who could use multiple attributes to such a sophisticated level. Xiao Chen retracted his sword and nodded slightly to Lin Feng, saying calmly, "Thank you for the compliment, senior. It was just a fluke." At this time, Mu Liuxi also walked over, and her gentle eyes fell on Xiao Chen, with a hint of curiosity and appreciation. "Xiao Chen, you are indeed amazing. It seems that those rumors about you in the academy can be completely put to an end." Lu Jun, who was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat after having a sword pointed at his throat, turned red and white at this moment. Listening to Lin Feng and Mu Liuxi praising Xiao Chen, and recalling his vulnerable performance just now, the huge sense of humiliation and frustration almost overwhelmed him. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh. Lost? Just lose like that? Being easily defeated by a person whom he had always regarded as a waste and who relied on connections to get to the top, in such a nearly crushing way? He didn't even touch the corner of the other person's clothes. This huge gap and frustration almost completely shattered his self-confidence. After Lin Feng finished praising Xiao Chen, he turned his gaze to the distraught Lu Jun. The smile on his face faded a little, and his tone became a little indifferent. Junior Lu Jun is impulsive and easily angered. He lacks judgment and adaptability in actual combat. He easily loses his composure when facing unconventional opponents. Most importantly, he lacks character and is easily swayed by his emotions. With every word he spoke, Lu Jun's face turned paler. Finally, Lin Feng shook his head and announced the result directly. You can go back now. You can go back now. These 5 light words hit Lu Jun's heart like a heavy hammer. Go back? Go back where? This meant he just stepped into building number 4, a symbol of elite talent and resources, and before he even knew the details of the call, he was eliminated? Just because of this competition, which he had originally thought was a lesson for his rival. Why? I refuse to accept. Lu Jun suddenly raised his head, staring at Lin Feng with red eyes, and growled hoarsely, "It was just a sparring match. Why should I go back?" He just relied on his attribute restraint and good luck. Lin Feng shook his head, his eyes becoming somewhat cold. Luck? Attribute restraint is also a part of strength. What's more, you were led by the nose by him from beginning to end. The rhythm was completely under his control. Even without attribute restraint, you couldn't win. Your mentality is too bad. You can't afford to lose. This is a taboo. Let's go. Don't make me say it again. Lu Jun was speechless after hearing Lin Feng's words. His face turned pale as paper and his body trembled slightly. He looked at Lin Feng's cold eyes, then looked at the other people around him. He saw Lei Qian's indifference, Mo Li's sympathy and a hint of gloating, Yi Qingshua's disregard, and Xiao Chen's calm look as if he didn't take him seriously at all. He finally realized that this was not a joke. Great shame and despair surged in my heart. He gave Xiao Chen one last fierce look, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness, then turned abruptly and rushed out of the training room without looking back. Inside the training room, the atmosphere was a little quiet for a while. Lin Feng looked at Lu Jun's disappearing back and shrugged indifferently, as if he was just chasing away a fly. He turned his head, his lazy smile on his face again, and his eyes swept over the remaining 4 people. Okay, now that the troublesome guy is gone, let's talk business. Chapter 52, Traces of the Cult. After Lu Jun left in a panic with a feeling of humiliation and unwillingness, the atmosphere in the training room seemed a little solemn, but more of it was an indescribable solemnity. The remaining 4 people focused their eyes on Lin Feng and Mu Liushi, waiting for the so-called business. Lin Feng put away his cynical and lazy look. Although he still had a casual smile on his face, his eyes became much sharper. He cleared his throat and said, "Alright, now that all the outsiders have been cleared out, let me tell you the real reason why I called you here." He glanced at Xiao Chen, Yi Qingxue, Mo Li, and Lei Qian, and his tone became serious. A while ago, the Academy received reports of a series of bizarre deaths in several remote villages outside the imperial capital. The victims died in horrific conditions, their vital energies seemingly drained from their bodies. Even faint fluctuations of evil spiritual energy lingered at the scene. The Academy has sent an advance team to investigate. It was Mu Liushi who answered. Her voice was still gentle, but the content was chilling. Based on the latest intelligence they've sent back, we can basically confirm that there are traces of cult activity behind this. It's very likely that an organization practicing evil techniques is using the lives of ordinary people for some kind of evil practice. Cult. This word made the faces of the 4 people present become solemn. Unlike monsters, cultists are more dangerous and strange. They act without any bottom line and use cruel methods. They often master some evil magic that is difficult to guard against. Lin Feng continued, the advance team is understaffed and seems to have alerted the enemy. The Academy requires us to send reinforcements immediately to assist them in further investigating the size, strength, and purpose of this evil cult. If conditions permit. He paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Let's find an opportunity to completely annihilate them and eliminate any future troubles. Annihilate the cult. The content and danger of the mission clearly exceeded ordinary college assessments or training. This is no longer a competition between classmates, but a real fight with the possibility of bloodshed. The opponent is a cunning and cruel cultist who regards human life as worthless. There was a brief silence in the training room, and everyone's reactions varied. Lei Qian lowered his arms, his eyes flashing with lightning, full of eagerness to fight. It seemed that the stronger the opponent, the more challenging it would be for him. Mo Li licked her red lips, and a hint of danger and excitement flashed in her charming eyes, as if she had found some interesting toy. Yi Qingshue's pretty face was cold, and there was a determined light flashing in her cold eyes. She would obviously never sit idly by and watch such evil acts that harmed innocent people. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, his eyes deep, as if he was quickly analyzing the danger and various possibilities of the mission, but there was no fear on his face. Taking in the four people's reactions, Lin Feng's signature lazy smile appeared on his lips again, but his words were tinged with coldness. That's the mission. I don't need to explain how dangerous it is, right? But cultists won't play by the rules. They use all sorts of sinister tactics that are hard to guard against. Your life could be in danger at any moment. He paused, his eyes sweeping over the four of them, and offered a choice, so, I'll give you 10 minutes to consider. Now, if you don't want to participate, you can withdraw. There's no shame in that. Doing what you can is a basic quality for a warrior. Once you decide to participate, there's no turning back. However, he had just finished speaking. I'll join. Yi Qingshua's cold voice sounded first. Without any hesitation, she took a step forward with a firm look in her eyes. How can I be absent from such an exciting thing? Emily spoke almost at the same time, an enchanting yet dangerous smile reappearing on his face, and he licked his lips. Humph, it's a good time to stretch my muscles. Lei Qian said concisely, twisting his neck, making a slight crackling sound. Xiao Chen looked at the three people around him who had made a split-second decision, smiled, and took a step forward. His tone was calm but unquestionable. I'm joining too. It didn't even take 10 minutes, it could even be said to be an instant. All four of them chose to participate in this dangerous mission without hesitation. Lin Feng looked at the four students in front of him with determined eyes and no fear. The lazy smile on his face finally turned into true admiration. He clapped his hands vigorously. Good. Very good. Good courage. I was right about you. Mulioshi's gentle eyes also showed a look of relief. She said softly, since everyone has decided to participate, please go back and prepare well. Pills, talismans, and supplies, try to prepare as many as possible. This mission is different from the past. Safety and mission completion are the primary goals. She looked at Lin Feng, and after receiving his affirmative look, she continued, tomorrow morning, gather at the main entrance of the academy. Senior Lin Feng and I will be waiting for you there. We will tell you the specific destination and more detailed information then. Yes, senior sister, the four answered in unison. The mission had been issued, and the atmosphere became even more solemn. No one said anything more. After nodding to each other, they turned around and left the training room. They needed to make the most thorough preparations for tomorrow's unknown and dangerous action. After leaving the solemn atmosphere of complex building number 4, the sunlight outside seemed particularly bright. Emily breathed a long sigh of relief, then became excited again. She nudged Xiao Chen next to her with her elbow and smiled seductively, sure. You were so handsome when you were torturing Lu Jun on stage just now. Those moves were so clean and neat. Look at his dark face, it made me laugh to death. Xiao Chen smiled, glanced at Yi Qingxue beside him, and said meaningfully, who made him harass Qingxue all day long? It's annoying to watch him. This is a good opportunity to teach him a lesson so that he can have some self-awareness in the future. When Yi Qingxue heard what he said, her cheeks turned slightly red. She turned her head away and snorted, but did not refute. Emily watched the interaction between the two and smiled even more ambiguously, wow. You're protecting me already? I'm really the envy of others. At this moment, the usually taciturn Lei Qian suddenly walked up to Xiao Chen, staring directly at him with his sharp eyes. His voice was low and full of fighting spirit. Xiao Chen, you are very strong. If there is a chance, let's have a serious fight. Xiao Chen could sense Lei Qian's pure desire to challenge the strong and smiled, we'll talk about it when there's a chance. Lei Qian said no more, nodded, turned around and left alone, his figure quickly disappearing at the end of the path. What a battle maniac! Emily muttered as he looked at Lei Qian's back, then waved to Xiao Chen and Yi Qingxue, then I'll go back and prepare. By the way, you two shouldn't get too tired preparing tonight, because you still have to get up early for the mission tomorrow. After saying that, without waiting for Yi Qingxue to react, she ran away with a sweet giggle. Only Xiao Chen and Yi Qingxue were left there. Xiao Chen looked at Yi Qingxue and smiled, let's go, Qingxue, let's go back and prepare too? Yi Qingxue glanced at him and said in a cold tone, who wants to prepare with you? Everyone prepares their own. After that, she turned around and left, but her steps seemed lighter than usual. Xiao Chen looked at her slim back, smiled, and followed her. Tomorrow's mission is full of unknown dangers, but also contains opportunities and challenges. Chapter 53 Qicheng Town. The next morning, just as the sky was getting light, Xiao Chen, Yi Qingxue, and Emily arrived at the magnificent main entrance of Tsinghua University on time. The entrance to the academy was a little deserted in the early morning, with only a few early risers coming in and out. And a graceful aqua blue figure was already waiting there quietly, like a quietly blooming orchid in the morning light. It was Mu Liuxi. Today, she changed out of her college uniform and put on a light blue tight-fitting dress, similar in style to Yi Qingxue and Emily. It was a short skirt with a pair of slender legs wrapped in white mid-calf socks under the skirt, and a pair of white short boots for easy movement on her feet. Her soft long hair was not tied up, but naturally draped over her shoulders, gently swaying in the morning breeze. This outfit not only retains the freshness and gentleness of a girl, but also adds a bit of competence and heroism. Xiao Chen looked at Mu Liuxi's outfit, subconsciously touched his chin, and muttered softly, "TSK, this style of combat uniform is really popular among the girls." Emily, who was walking beside him, had sharp ears and immediately caught his muttering. She leaned close to his ear and whispered in a playful tone, "What do you think? Doesn't Senior Liuxi look really good in this outfit? Are you tempted by it?" Xiao Chen nodded subconsciously and said frankly, "Well, Senior Sister Mu has a gentle temperament. She really has a unique charm in this dress." Yi Qingxue, who was standing by, heard this and glanced at him with cold eyes. She snorted coldly and spat out 2 words, "Rogue." But the tone didn't sound like there was much real anger, but rather more like a habitual complaint. Xiao Chen spread his hands innocently. "Everyone loves beauty. This is called pure appreciation." At this time, Mu Liuxi also saw them, and a faint smile appeared on her gentle face. She came forward and said, "You are here, very punctual." "Good morning, Senior Sister Liuxi." Emily greeted with a smile. "Good morning, Senior Sister Mu." Yi Qingxue also greeted politely. Xiao Chen smiled and nodded. "Senior Sister, have you been waiting for a long time?" "No, I just arrived not long ago." Mu Liuxi smiled, and swept her eyes over the 3 of them, asking curiously, "I see you all came together, do you all live off campus?" Xiao Chen remained calm and replied naturally, "Yes, I found a quiet place near the academy. The environment is good, suitable for cultivation, and it's also quite convenient." He never mentioned the fact that he was living with Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue and Emily also tacitly didn't say anything more. Mu Liuxi nodded in understanding after hearing this, but didn't delve into it further. "I see. Having a quiet environment for cultivation is indeed very important." As a few people were chatting, 2 other people arrived. Lei Qian still had that stern look on his face, wearing a simple black combat uniform. He nodded slightly to everyone as a greeting. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was still as carefree as ever, even holding a grass stem in his mouth. When he saw Yi Qingxue, Emily, and Mu Liuxi, 3 beautiful women with different styles but equally outstanding, standing together, his eyes suddenly lit up and he whistled. "Wow! You 3 are truly dazzling today. The mission hasn't even started yet, and just looking at you makes me feel so motivated. It looks like this mission won't be boring." Yi Qingxue had a blank expression on her face. Emily gave a fake smile in return, while Mu Liuxi smiled gently and reminded him, "Senior, business is more important." I know. It was just a joke." Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand, pointing to a psychic off-road vehicle parked nearby that looked quite sturdy and had a spacious interior. "Get in the car, this is the one the academy has assigned us. Our destination is Qicheng Town, the closest village to the incident. We'll go there first to meet up with the advance team and get the latest information." Everyone got into the car one by one. Lin Feng naturally sat in the driver's seat, and Lei Qianma sat in the passenger seat silently. Seeing this, Yi Qingxue immediately pulled Emily and quickly got into the back seat. So, only Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi were left in the middle row. Xiao Chen touched his nose and made a pleased gesture to Mu Liuxi. "Senior Sister, please." Mu Liuxi smiled gently and elegantly sat down in the middle row window seat, while Xiao Chen sat next to her. The vehicle started, drove out of the imperial capital, and sped towards the suburbs. In the car, Lin Feng was driving while playing relaxing music, and occasionally chatting with the people behind him. Mu Liuxi sat quietly by the window, watching the scenery rapidly receding outside the window, with a faint smile on her lips. Xiao Chen sat next to Mu Liuxi and could smell the faint fragrance coming from her. It was different from the coldness of Yi Qingxue and the charm of Emily. It was a gentle breath that made people feel at ease and peaceful. He had to admit that this senior sister was indeed very charming. After driving for about 2 hours, the vehicle arrived at the destination of this trip, Qicheng Town. This is a fairly large market town. It is quite lively because it is close to the imperial capital and serves as a supply point for adventurers and mercenaries entering the outer mountain and forest areas. The town is bustling with people. In addition to local residents, you can also see many adventurers wearing various combat uniforms and carrying weapons. The air is filled with a rough and active atmosphere. Okay, we're here. Lin Feng parked the car in front of a hotel that looked fairly clean. Let's stay here first. I've already contacted the advance team, and they'll be joining us later. Everyone got off the bus and looked around curiously at this small town that was very different from the imperial capital. It's quite lively here. Emily looked at the various people on the street, and a hint of interest flashed in her charming eyes. Well, many adventurers who go into the mountains to hunt or gather will rest here. Mulyoshi explained softly. Yi Qingxue frowned slightly, as if she didn't like this noisy environment. Xiaoqin felt the atmosphere of the small town and narrowed his eyes slightly. This place was a mixed crowd of people, and it was the easiest place for cult members to hide and operate. It seems that the mission has begun since we set foot in this town. Let's go in and book a few rooms and wait for news. Lin Feng greeted everyone and walked into the inn first. Chapter 54 Twin-tailed Loli. In order to facilitate task communication and deployment, Lin Feng directly opened a suite with a living room at the front desk. There are 3 separate bedrooms in the suite. Although it is a bit crowded for a few people, it is sufficient for temporary accommodation. Everyone had just sat down on the sofa in the living room and had no time to discuss the next plan when there was a gentle knock on the door. Lin Feng stood up and opened the door, but the person standing outside was not the inn's waiter, but a petite girl. She was wearing a neat purple and yellow combat trouser suit and a pair of small short boots. The most eye-catching thing was her 2 lively ponytails, which swung back and forth as she leaned forward. She had a cute baby face and big, blinking eyes. She looked very young, like a high school student who had not yet graduated. She looked out and saw a large group of people sitting in the living room, especially 3 girls with different styles but equally dazzling. She was stunned for a moment, her big eyes full of confusion. She subconsciously took a half step back and looked at the house number. Huh? Am I in the right place? Brother Lin Feng, why are there so many people here? Are you having a party? Her voice is clear and pleasant, with the vitality unique to young girls. Lin Feng smiled when he saw her, and stepped aside to let her in. Lingxi, you've come just in time, come in and talk. A girl named Lingxi walked in suspiciously, her eyes scanning the people in the room curiously. She lingered on Yi Qingxue, Emoli, and Mulyoshi for a long time, muttering softly, wow, so many beautiful schoolmates. Lin Feng closed the door and introduced everyone with a smile. This is Xiao Lingxi, your senior, and also a member of the advance team. Don't be fooled by her small appearance, she is very capable. He then introduced them to Xiao Lingxi. Lingxi, these are the junior students sent by the academy to reinforce us. Xiao Chen, Yi Qingxue, Emoli, and Lei Qian are all outstanding students of this class. Xiao Lingxi blinked her big eyes, looking at the lineup in front of her, especially the 3 dazzling girls, and couldn't help complaining. Brother Lin Feng, are you here to carry out a mission or to participate in a beauty pageant? You brought 3 such dazzling schoolmates with you. Are you afraid that the cultists won't be able to find us? She spoke directly, with a bit of childish innocence. Lin Feng was amused by her. He looked at her deliberately and teased her. What's wrong? Is our Lingxi feeling inferior because the schoolmates are so pretty? Who's feeling inferior? Xiao Lingxi was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her fur instantly stood up, and both of her ponytails almost stood up. She glared at him angrily. I'm speaking from the perspective of the mission. Do you understand? Being low-key and ordinary like me is the best disguise. Mulyoshi, who was standing by, looked at Xiao Lingxi's cute angry look and couldn't help but smile gently. She said softly, Senior Lingxi, don't listen to what Senior Lin Feng said. You are also very cute and charming. Xiao Lingxi's expression brightened when she heard Mulyoshi's praise. She snorted and raised her chin towards Lin Feng. Look. Schoolmate Mu is still the one who knows how to talk. Lin Feng shrugged and added, well, her appearance is indeed lovely and impeccable, but her figure, TSK, she is indeed a little petite. There may not be much room for development in some aspects. Lin Feng. Xiao Lingxi was completely furious. Her face flushed crimson, and she waved her fists, ready to pounce on him and hit him. I'm going to fight you. I'm petite and exquisite. Concentration is the essence. Do you understand? The atmosphere in the living room became a lot more relaxed because of Xiao Lingxi's arrival and her bickering with Lin Feng. The corners of Yi Qingshua's mouth seemed to curl slightly, and Emily was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. Xiao Chen looked at this lively twin-tailed lowly senior with great interest, feeling that she was like a happy pill. After a while of arguing, Lin Feng finally restrained the ferocious Xiao Lingxi and got back to business. All right, enough joking, let's get down to business. Lingxi, why are you alone here? Where's Wang Tao? When it came to business, Xiao Lingxi immediately stopped playing around and became serious, but she still glared at Lin Feng angrily. She straightened her messy ponytails and said, Junior Wang Tao has already gone deep into Black Dragon Mountain to investigate. Similar situations have occurred in several more remote villages over there. He suspects the cult's lair may be hidden in the mountains. I'm responsible for keeping an eye on a suspicious person we spotted earlier in town. She wrinkled her small nose and said with some annoyance, but that guy seems to have noticed that I'm following him. He's been very cautious today and hasn't made any moves. I guess I have to find someone else to keep an eye on him. If I show up again, he'll definitely be recognized. Lin Feng nodded and asked, Is there any news from Wang Tao? Xiao Lingxi shook her head. I contacted him once this morning, but didn't find anything special. The signal in the mountains is not good, so the contact is intermittent. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said, It seems that the mountains are the key, but we can't let go of the line in the town. Since it's not convenient for you to show up now, let someone else do the surveillance. He glanced at the still bright sky outside the window, clapped his hands, and said, It's still early. Sitting inside just waiting for news is boring, and it's easy to miss clues. How about this? Let's split up and look around first to familiarize ourselves with the environment. We can also try our luck and see if we can find anything. What do you think? Everyone agreed that when you first arrive, it is better to actively collect information than to passively wait. Seeing that no one had any objections, Lin Feng looked around at everyone present. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Well, since no one has any objections, then I will divide the groups. Everyone turned their eyes to Lin Feng, waiting for his arrangements. After all, he was the senior who was leading the team this time. Lin Feng's eyes swept between several junior schoolmates, his finger gently tapping his chin, as if he was seriously thinking about how to match them. Well, how should we divide it? He deliberately dragged out his tone, and a cunning look flashed in his eyes. Chapter 55 Group Action. Lin Feng's eyes swept over everyone and he quickly made a decision. His work style seemed casual, but in fact he was extremely efficient. The situation over at Black Dragon Mountain is unclear, and it might be even more dangerous. Lin Feng spoke first, pointing to himself and Lei Qian. I'll go over there and take a look. Lei Qian, you follow me, is that okay? Lei Qian stood with his arms folded. He simply nodded his head upon hearing this and said coolly, okay. This arrangement obviously suited his taste very well. He preferred to face possible powerful enemies head-on rather than doing trivial tasks such as surveillance and inquiries in the town. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Xiao Lingxi who was whispering with Mu Liuxi, and said with a smile. Lingxi, as for you. Yi Qingxue and Emily, two of my junior schoolmates, are now in your care. You'll be a team responsible for exploring the outskirts of several villages near the town, looking for any new leads or suspicious individuals. You're familiar with the terrain here, so lead them. Be careful and focus on reconnaissance, and try not to alert any enemies. When Xiao Lingxi heard this, she immediately puffed out her chest, patted her chest, and promised solemnly, no problem. Leave it to me. I will definitely protect the two schoolmates well. She seemed to enjoy the feeling of being the big sister. Yi Qingxue had no objection to this arrangement and nodded coldly, okay. For her, a task is a task, and it doesn't make much difference who she's in the same group with. Emily happily agreed, sure. It will definitely be fun to be with Senior Lingxi. She seemed very interested in working with this lively twin-tailed lowly. Finally, Lin Feng's gaze fell on Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi. A playful smile appeared on his face. As for Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi, he paused deliberately, whetting everyone's appetite before continuing. Xiao Chen, you're quick-witted and responsive, while Mu is thoughtful, perceptive, and gentle, so you won't likely arouse suspicion. The two of you should form a team and stay in town. On the one hand, ask around for information and see if there are any rumors or unusual situations in places like the town's restaurants and markets. On the other hand, he looked at Mu Liuxi and handed over the task that Xiao Lingxi had mentioned earlier. The suspicious target that Lingxi is watching is now handed over to you. Find out what that guy is up to. Xiao Chen naturally had no objection to this arrangement. Being able to be in a group with a gentle and beautiful senior was simply a great job. He nodded immediately, no problem, senior. Mu Liuxi also smiled gently and nodded, I understand, Senior Lin Feng. She thought this arrangement was very reasonable. Although Xiao Chen sometimes looked a bit unserious, his previous performance proved that he was absolutely reliable and smart. Moreover, she was very aware of her own charm. If she were to lead the equally outstanding Yi Qingxue and Mo Li. Just thinking about the extremely high rate of turning heads and the possible commotion caused by the three of them walking together, let alone carrying out the reconnaissance mission in a low-key manner, it would probably be busy enough just to deal with all the stares and harassment. It would be more convenient to act in a group with Xiao Chen. Okay. That's settled. Lin Feng clapped his hands, appearing decisive. Seeing this, Xiao Lingxi immediately took out her phone and sent the photo of the suspicious person to Mu Liuxi. Liuxi, this is the photo of that guy. He often hangs around the restaurants and markets in the east end of the town. You should keep an eye on him. Okay, Senior Lingxi. Mu Liuxi took the photo, looked at it carefully, and wrote down the features. After the groups were formed, Lin Feng didn't hesitate and called Lei Qian directly. Let's go, Lei Qian, let's go into the mountains now and try to meet up with Wang Tao before dark. Lei Qian stood up without saying a word and followed, and the two of them left the suite first. Then let's set off too. Xiao Lingxi greeted Yi Qingxue and Mo Li with full of energy. Mo Li walked up to Xiao Chun with a smile and gave him a wink. If you're going to act alone with this beautiful senior, you must seize the opportunity. After saying that, without waiting for Xiao Chen's response, he smiled and took Yi Qingxue's arm. Qingxue, let's go. Yi Qingxue was pulled out by Mo Li. When she passed by Xiao Chun, her footsteps paused almost imperceptibly. She glanced at him with cold eyes, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she just said lightly, be careful. Then she followed Xiao Lingxi and Mo Li away. Looking at the backs of the three women leaving, Xiao Chen touched his nose and felt a little funny. This fiancé actually cares about others? In a blink of an eye, Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi were the only ones left in the suite. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet and subtle. Xiao Chen coughed lightly, breaking the silence. He looked at the gentle senior student beside him and asked, Senior Mu, where should we start now? Mu Liuxi tilted her head slightly and thought for a moment. The soft light shone on her face, making her look particularly peaceful and beautiful. She thought for a moment, then smiled sweetly and said, It's already noon, why don't we go get something to eat first? You must be hungry after traveling for so long. The restaurants and tea houses in town are often the places with the most up-to-date information. While we eat, we can listen to what people are talking about. We might even get some unexpected insights. Anyway, we don't have any clues right now. After we eat, we can go for a walk and see if we can run into our target person. Her arrangements sounded leisurely and practical. Xiao Chen naturally had no objection and nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll listen to you, senior sister. I'm a little hungry. The two of them then left the hotel and walked into the bustling streets of Qiqing town. The sun was shining brightly, shining on the bluestone paved road. Mu Liuxi's water blue figure looked particularly fresh and refined in the crowd, attracting a lot of attention, but she seemed to have long been accustomed to it, still maintaining a gentle smile and light steps. Xiao Chen followed her, feeling the admiring and curious glances from everyone around him. He couldn't help but chuckle and said, Senior sister, walking with you will really turn heads. Hearing this, Mu Liuxi turned her head to look at him, a playful smile in her eyes, and said softly, Are you making fun of me, Junior? But compared to junior sisters Qingxue and Mo Li, my attention is probably nothing, right? Xiao Chen touched his nose and smiled, That's different. Qingxue is too cold, which makes people feel daunted. Mo Li is too charming, which makes people have wild thoughts. But you are the most popular because you are gentle and kind, and you attract both men and women. Mu Liuxi was amused by his words and chuckled softly, Junior brother, you are really good at talking. It seems that you often make girls happy, right? It's unfair, senior sister, Xiao Chen immediately complained, looking sincere, I usually tell the truth. As the two chatted, Mu Liuxi glanced at the street and pointed to a two-story restaurant in front that looked quite popular and had a bit of an ancient style. That Wang Bailu looks good. Shall we go there? Okay. Xiao Chen naturally agreed. The two walked side by side towards Wangbei building. They seemed leisurely, but in fact they were listening carefully and keeping an eye on all sides. They began their reconnaissance operation in Qicheng town. The combination of the gentle senior sister and the clever junior brother was officially online. Chapter 56 Wangbei Tower. Wangbei Tower is indeed as its name suggests. The interior decoration is in antique style, with wooden structure, carved beams, and painted buildings. Even the waiters walking around are wearing the coarse cloth clothes of a waiter, with white towels draped over their shoulders. The shouts are heard one after another, which really gives a feeling of traveling through time and space. The arrival of Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi undoubtedly attracted the attention of many diners in the hall. Mu Liuxi's gentle and charming temperament and aqua blue figure are particularly eye-catching in this slightly rough environment, and many adventurers cast astonished and inquiring glances at her. Xiao Chen naturally took a half-step sideways, slightly blocking Mu Liuxi's side in front, blocking some of the overly direct sight, and then said to the waiter who came to meet him, "Please find a quiet seat by the window." "Okay. Please come this way, gentlemen." The waiter cleverly led them to a private seat by the window, where they had a good view and could hear the conversations in the hall. The two sat down. Xiao Chen took the menu, and skillfully ordered a few local specialties and a pot of tea. "Senior, do you have any food restrictions or anything you particularly want to eat?" Xiao Chen asked politely after ordering. Mu Liuxi smiled and shook her head. "I'm fine with either. The ones ordered by my junior students sound great." While waiting for the food to be served, the two seemed to be chatting casually, but in fact their ears were perked up, catching useful information from the noisy conversations around them. There were many people in the hall, talking about everything from hunting harvests and medicinal herb prices to family matters. No one had heard anything related to cults or mysterious deaths. At the same time, on the country road outside the town, Xiaolingxi took Yiqing Xue and Emoli out of Qicheng town and headed towards the nearby village where the accident happened. After walking along a mountain road for a while, Xiaolingxi touched her rumbling stomach, her face fell, and she sighed and complained. "Oops. What a mistake. We should have eaten in town before leaving. I'm so hungry now, and this investigation doesn't have a specific direction. Where should we go? We can't just wander around the villages blindly, right?" Yiqing Xue looked at this senior who seemed a little unreliable, and a hint of helplessness flashed in her cold eyes. She thought for a moment and said, "Senior Lingxi, since we're out now, why don't we go to the nearest village where the incident occurred? Perhaps we can find some details that we've missed, and..." She paused. "There are usually some farmhouses or small restaurants in the village. We can have lunch there and ask the locals for information. It's more efficient than just searching blindly." Upon hearing this, Xiaolingxi's eyes lit up and she clapped her hands fiercely. "That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Xingxue, you're so smart. Killing two birds with one stone. Okay, let's go to the village ahead to find food." "No, let's go investigate." So the three of them adjusted their direction and headed towards the nearest village. Soon, they found a farmhouse at the entrance of the village that looked relatively clean. As we walked into the yard, a middle-aged woman wearing an apron and with a simple face came up to us warmly and said, "Three girls, would you like to eat? Please come in." The three of them asked for a seat by the yard and sat down. Xiaolingxi couldn't wait to pick up the menu and ordered several local dishes, such as local chicken pot, scrambled eggs with wild vegetables, braised stream fish, etc. While waiting for their food to be served, Xiaolingxi curiously surveyed the simple yet clean courtyard. Yiqing Xue calmly observed the surroundings and the occasional passing villagers. Emoli, smiling, chatted with the proprietress, "Madam, your courtyard is quite elegant." The proprietress wiped the table and said with a smile, "We are in the countryside, so we just do it casually. I am sorry to make the girls laugh." Soon, all the dishes were served. The starving Xiaolingxi immediately started to devour them, praising them incoherently while eating. Delicious. This chicken is so fragrant." Emoli also tasted a few bites gracefully and nodded in praise. "It's really good, very authentic flavor." The proprietress beamed with praise and said proudly, "Of course. Our vegetables are all grown in our own fields, and our chickens are free range. They eat insects and wild vegetables, so of course they taste great. Much more authentic than those spiritual plants and foods you're used to." She looked at the three beautiful girls in front of her, who were all from outside, and couldn't help but say something more, lowering her voice. "But, ladies, you don't look familiar. Are you from out there? Things are getting a bit dicey around here lately. You're so pretty, so you better be careful, especially at night. Don't wander around alone." Upon hearing this, Yiqing Xue, Moli and Xiaolingxi, who were working hard, stopped at the same time. Yiqing Xue put down her chopsticks and took over the conversation. Her cold voice carried just the right amount of curiosity and worry. "Madam, we just got here. We heard the scenery here is beautiful, so we came here to play. Is it not peaceful? Did something happen? Seeing their interest, the proprietress looked around to see that there were no one around. She sighed, a look of fear and sympathy on her face, and lowered her voice even more. Oh, that's right. What a sin. Just a while ago, several girls from the families at the head of our village disappeared inexplicably at night. Her words made the three of them feel a chill in their hearts and exchanged glances with each other. Emoli also restrained his smile and asked, missing? Was he found later? The proprietress showed an expression of fear and trepidation on her face, and her voice lowered even more. We did find them, but they're all dead. And their deaths were so horrific. I heard their bodies were shrunken, as if something had sucked them dry. Even the guards couldn't find a clue. It's so weird. Shriveled? Drained? This description immediately matched the Academy's intelligence on the cult's methods. Yi Qingxue suppressed the shock in her heart and continued to ask calmly. Madam, did these things all happen at night? Before the incident, were there any strange or odd behaving people in the village? The proprietress nodded vigorously. It was all at night. He was fine during the day, but he's gone. As for the stranger. She frowned and thought for a moment. Our village is close to the mountains, and there are often people coming and going from outside, people gathering herbs, hunters, just passing through. There are always new faces every day. It's really hard to say. But. She seemed to want to say something, but then shook her head. Alas, maybe I'm overthinking it. You guys take your time eating. I'll go to the kitchen to see if the soup is ready. After saying that, she turned around and went about her business, seemingly unwilling to talk about these unlucky things anymore. The three people remaining at the table all felt heavy-hearted. Xiao Lingxi didn't even bother to complain about being hungry. Her face was tense. It seems the intelligence was correct. The cultists are indeed active in this area. They're specifically targeting young women. Emoli's eyes were icy. You deserve to die for using such evil methods to cultivate. Yi Qingxue summarized the information she had just received. The crimes were all committed at night, with a clear target of young women, and the methods were brutal. We need more detailed information, such as the specific days when the incidents occurred, and whether the victims had anything in common. They knew that the direction of the investigation was becoming clearer, and the farm meal became less and less tasty. Chapter 57. The target appears. Inside the Wangbei building, several special side dishes ordered by Xiao Chen and Mu Liushi were served one after another. The dishes were indeed exquisite and delicious, full of vitality, and had a unique local flavor. The two of them were enjoying the food while chatting leisurely. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. It didn't seem like they were carrying out a dangerous mission, but rather like an ordinary dinner together. This steamed mandarin fish is so tender and fresh, and cooked to the perfect temperature. Mu Liushi picked up a piece of fish and put it into her mouth elegantly, with admiration in her eyes. As long as you like it, senior sister. Xiao Chen smiled and poured her a cup of tea. It seems that this shop is really good. If you come to Qicheng again in the future, you can come here often. Junior, are you very knowledgeable about food? The dishes you ordered seem quite good. Mu Liushi took the teacup and smiled gently. It's not really research, I just have a greedy mouth and like to find delicious food everywhere. Xiao Chen shrugged. After all, besides practicing, you have to enjoy life. Mu Liushi covered her mouth and chuckled, that's right. In the way of cultivation, it is also important to have a proper balance between relaxation and tension. By the way, how do you feel about the academy? Are you adapting? I heard, you seemed quite low-key before? She asked more tactfully. Xiao Chen naturally understood what she meant. He took a sip of tea and said frankly, it's okay. The academy is pretty good. The teachers are very responsible, and the students are, well, very unique. He paused and smiled. As for keeping a low profile, it's mainly because I'm afraid of trouble. I'm a lazy person and don't want to get into too much trouble. Mu Liushi was slightly stunned when she heard this, then she smiled and said, this is a very special reason. She seemed to understand this idea but did not delve into it. Xiao Chen asked curiously, but you, senior sister, are so famous and are the dream lover of many people in the academy. But apart from on the forum, I hardly ever run into you in the academy. Mu Liushi gently stirred the tea in her cup and said calmly, I usually either practice on my own or take on missions outside to earn practice resources. I rarely hang out in the academy. This is actually very normal. Many seniors are in this state. Although the resources of the academy are good, if you want to improve faster, you still have to rely on your own hard work. I see. Xiaochen suddenly realized, touched his nose, and smiled. I was saying, senior sister, you are so famous, normally you should attract a crowd of onlookers like Xingxue and the others when you appear. Mu Liuxi covered her mouth with her hands and chuckled softly. Her eyes moved as she looked at him with a hint of teasing. Junior brother, what you said is true. You have become quite famous in the academy recently. The topics about you on the forum are as popular as mine. She had obviously heard the rumors in the academy, but there was no sarcasm in her tone. Instead, there was a hint of good-natured joking. Xiao Chen's face was as thick as a city wall. Far from being embarrassed, he climbed up the pole and said in a distressed tone, alas, the tree wants to be still but the wind does not stop. I am helpless too. Maybe this is just the result of being born beautiful and unable to give up. But Mu Liuxi really couldn't hold back her laughter this time and quickly covered it with her hands. Junior brother, you are really interesting. She found that although this junior student was sometimes smooth-talking, he had a very good attitude and was humorous and witty. It was very relaxing and pleasant to be with him. The two of them ate while chatting about interesting things in college, and the atmosphere was very pleasant. Mu Liuxi has a gentle personality and speaks well. It is very comfortable to get along with her. Xiao Chen is also happy to have lunch with such a pleasing and pleasant senior sister. During this time, Xiao Chen kept his ears open to the conversations around him. Although the hall was noisy, he still caught some fragmentary information. For example, a mercenary group suffered heavy losses in the mountains, the price of a certain medicinal herb has skyrocketed recently, and there are some casual chats about the unrest at night and reminding companions to return to town early, but this information is too vague to be directly linked to the cult. After dinner, we paid the bill and left Wanbei building. The two of them walked slowly along the busy streets, digesting their food while continuing their investigation. Xiao Chen seemed to be walking leisurely, but his eyes were like the most sophisticated radar, silently scanning the shops on both sides of the street. Passers-by and adventurers gathered to chat. His ears filtered through the surrounding noise, trying to catch any key words that might be useful. However, in sharp contrast to him, Mu Liuxi, who was walking beside him, seemed unusually relaxed. She seemed to be really enjoying this rare afternoon stroll, admiring the quaint buildings on both sides of the street, and occasionally showing a gentle smile to some exquisite little ornament or cute child. She seemed to be completely unconcerned about the so-called investigation mission. She neither took the initiative to inquire about the news nor deliberately observed any suspicious persons. She looked completely out of the matter. Only occasionally would she cast her gaze towards Xiao Chen, who seemed lazy but actually had sharp eyes beside her. Seeing him collecting information attentively and professionally, a barely perceptible admiration would flash across her gentle eyes. After walking for a while, Mu Liuxi suddenly spoke softly, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Junior brother, you look so professional in investigation. Have you done this kind of thing often in the past? Xiao Chen came back to his senses, smiled, and said vaguely, no, I just like to read some random books and think about it randomly. I can't compare to you senior sisters who are more experienced. Mu Liuxi smiled, without further inquiry, and said softly, it's already very impressive. It seems that Senior Lin Feng's decision to pair you with me was indeed a wise one. The two of them walked around for a while, but as the sun was setting, they had collected very little useful information. It seems like my luck today is just average. I didn't find anything special. Xiao Chen said with some regret, Senior, how about we go back to the hotel first and see if there's any news from the others? Mu Liuxi followed suit and nodded gently. Okay, I've been walking for so long, my legs are a little sore. The two of them then turned around and walked towards the hotel. However, just as they passed a relatively quiet street corner and were about to return to the main road, Xiao Chen suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye. He was a middle-aged man wearing gray cloth, with his head lowered and walking in a hurry. His profile was at least 70% similar to the suspicious person in the blurry photo sent by Xiaolingxi. Xiao Chen's footsteps suddenly stopped, his eyes instantly became sharp, and he lowered his voice and said to Mu Liuxi beside him. Senior, look at that man over there in gray clothes with his head lowered. Chapter 58, Unavoidable Disguise. Xiao Chen's low voice reminder made Mu Liuxi's gentle gaze instantly focus, and she looked in the direction Xiao Chen indicated. I saw a middle-aged man in gray cloth walking quickly on the street corner. His profile and temperament were highly consistent with the target person in the photo. It's him. Mu Liuxi's voice was still soft, but her tone was more affirmative. Target confirmed. The two exchanged glances, and without further words, they tacitly slowed down their pace at the same time, adjusted their direction imperceptibly, and followed from a distance. The man in gray didn't seem to realize that he was being followed. He walked at a moderate pace towards the west exit of the town. That direction was the direction leading to Black Dragon Mountain. Xiao Chen was highly focused, maintaining a safe tracking distance while carefully observing the target's every move and the surrounding environment. His tracking skills are extremely sophisticated. He uses pedestrians and stalls to naturally block and avoid sight, and his movements are smooth and covert. Mu Liuxi followed Xiao Chen quietly. She still looked relaxed, even more natural than when she was shopping just now, as if she was just a companion taking a casual stroll. She did not pay too much attention to the target, but cooperated with Xiao Chen and let him take the lead. As we got closer to the west exit of the town, the number of pedestrians on the street gradually decreased, and the surrounding buildings also became sparse. The difficulty of tracking increased suddenly, and it was easy to be exposed. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, his brain working rapidly, thinking about how to continue tracking naturally in this environment without arousing suspicion. At this moment, his eyes swept over the gentle Mu Liuxi beside him, and then looked at the outline of the continuous mountains in front of him, and an idea flashed through his mind. He suddenly stretched out his hand very naturally and gently held Mu Liuxi's slender hand hanging by her side. Mu Liuxi's body stiffened noticeably, as if she had not expected Xiao Chen to do this at all. She subconsciously wanted to pull her hand back, but Xiao Chen held it firmly and quickly and lightly stroked the back of her hand with his fingertips, while giving her a cooperative look. Mu Liuxi was such a smart person that she understood Xiao Chen's intention in an instant. She just paused for a moment, then her body relaxed. Instead of struggling, she bent her slender fingers slightly and naturally shook Xiao Chen's hand back, as if this was just a normal interaction between lovers. Only the white earlobe was quietly stained with a very light pink. Xiao Chen felt the coolness and softness of her palm, and secretly praised his senior sister for her wit and cooperation. He immediately got into the mood, a relaxed smile on his face, turned his head, and said to Mu Liuxi in a soft but intimate tone that was loud enough for someone a little further away to hear. "Sheer, look ahead is Black Dragon Mountain. I heard there are a lot of good stuff in the mountain recently. Once we find that red sun grass this time, the spirit stones we exchange for it will be enough for you to buy that defensive magic weapon you've been eyeing for a long time." He deliberately emphasized the red sun grass and Black Dragon Mountain a little bit, creating the image of them as an ordinary couple of monks who went into the mountains to collect herbs and hunt, and plan for the future. When Mu Liuxi heard this, she was stunned at first, then she couldn't help but smile and almost laughed out loud. "Sheer? This junior student really got into the role quickly." She immediately lowered her head in cooperation, revealing just the right amount of shyness and anticipation, and responded softly, "Well, I'll listen to Brother Chen. But the mountains are dangerous, so you have to be careful and don't be as reckless as last time." Her voice is as gentle as water, full of concern, and she perfectly portrays the image of a girlfriend who depends on her boyfriend. Xiao Chen mentally praised his senior's acting skills, and a confident smile appeared on his face. "Don't worry, we're well prepared this time, so there will definitely be no problem. Once we make this money, we'll..." The two of them walked hand in hand, talking in low and intimate voices as they walked slowly, looking longingly at the Black Dragon Mountain ahead from time to time. To others, they looked like a couple preparing to go on an adventure into the mountains. The man in gray walking in front didn't seem to have any doubts about the affectionate couple behind him. He didn't even have the interest to look back and turn straight into a more remote and narrow alley. Xiao Chen did not follow in immediately, but waited for a moment, estimating that the other party should have gone deep into the alley. Then he took Mu Liuxi's hand and walked into the alley. Not long after walking into the alley, about 10 meters deep, Mu Liuxi suddenly frowned slightly. And almost at the same moment she frowned, Xiao Chen, who was walking in front, turned around abruptly. Before Mu Liuxi could react, he opened his arms and hugged her tightly. At the same time, he gently pushed her back a step, letting her lean against the cold wall. "Sorry, senior sister, don't move, don't let anyone notice anything unusual." Xiao Chen's quick and low voice sounded in her ears, and his hot air sprayed on her earlobe, bringing a tingling sensation. Mu Liuxi's mind went blank in an instant. She had never expected Xiao Chen to suddenly make such a bold and intimate move. She had never been so close to anyone of the opposite sex in her life. The man's breath instantly enveloped her, and his warm body temperature came through the thin clothes, making her whole body stiff. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and her cheeks felt as hot as fire. Just when Mu Liuxi was flustered and her body stiffened because of this sudden hug, a cold and obscure spiritual force silently swept across the entire alley. Finally, It stopped at the young couple who were making out at the alley entrance. Xiao Chen cursed inwardly, knowing that the other party had become suspicious. Such a simple hug might not be enough to completely deceive the other party. He had to act more realistically. He made up his mind, lowered his head, looked at Mulyoshi's red cheeks that were particularly attractive because of panic and shyness, and deliberately whispered in a slightly frivolous tone, "Sheer, why are you so nervous? There's no one here. Can I kiss you?" The hand that was originally at the waist suddenly slid down and gently stroked the outside of Mulyoshi's thigh, and even very slowly rubbed the inside. The other hand slowly rose and reached towards her chest, which was slightly heaving due to nervousness. This action is too hot and excessive. Mulyoshi's body trembled violently as if she had been struck by an electric current. The huge shame and anger instantly overwhelmed her rationality. She almost instinctively used all her strength to push Xiao Chen away. "No. Don't!" She let out a suppressed cry, not daring to look at Xiao Chen again, and turned around and ran out of the alley. Xiao Chen staggered after being pushed by her. Looking at Mulyoshi's fleeing back, he said to himself, "It's over. She's overacting." But he reacted very quickly, an expression of annoyance and anxiety immediately appeared on his face. He chased after her while shouting, "Hey! Sheer, don't be angry. I was wrong. I just couldn't help myself." Just as the two of them ran out of the alley one after the other, the spiritual detection that had been lingering on them quickly receded like the tide and disappeared without a trace. Obviously, the other party regarded the scene just now as flirting and quarreling between a young couple, and temporarily dispelled his doubts. Xiao Chen chased out of the alley and saw Mulyoshi standing on the main road not far away, with her back to him, her shoulders slightly heaving, as if she was trying to calm down. He breathed a sigh of relief, walked quickly to her side, and whispered apologetically, "Senior sister, I'm sorry, the situation was urgent just now, Mulyoshi didn't turn around, but just raised her hand, signaling him not to say anything more. Her ears were still red, and her voice was trembling slightly, but it was very clear. "It's okay. I understand." Chapter 59, Evil Conspiracy. On the street outside the alley, Mulyoshi turned her back to Xiao Chen and took a few deep breaths, trying to calm her pounding heart and the heat on her face. Although she knew that it was a temporary measure taken in an emergency, the close contact and Xiao Chen's almost teasing words still made her, a girl who had never had such contact with the opposite sex, feel unprecedented embarrassment and panic. After a while, she slowly turned around. The blush on her face had not yet completely faded, and her eyes were a little evasive, not daring to look directly at Xiao Chen. However, her tone had returned to its usual gentleness, with only a slight tremor that was barely noticeable. "No. It's okay, Junior, let's keep following, don't lose us." Xiao Chen looked at her trying to pretend to be calm but unable to hide her shyness, and felt a little guilty and a little strange. He touched his nose and nodded guiltily, okay. The two adjusted their emotions and started to follow the direction where the target disappeared again. This time, there seemed to be a subtle layer of awkwardness between the two of them, and they tacitly kept a little distance. Fortunately, the man in gray seemed to have completely relaxed his vigilance because of the previous incident and did not go far. The two of them quickly locked onto his furtive figure again. The man in gray circled around the western edge of the town for a few times, and finally slipped into a small courtyard that looked quite dilapidated. Xiao Chen and Mulyoshi looked at each other and did not approach rashly. Xiao Chen signaled Mulyoshi to stay where she was and be on guard. He himself, like a civet cat, quietly moved closer to the courtyard wall, found a gap, and looked inside cautiously, while increasing his mental perception to the extreme. In the yard, besides the man in gray who just entered, there was another person. The man was skinny, dressed in black, with a sinister look in his eyes. He was sitting on a stone block, polishing a dagger. His aura was surprisingly at the middle stage of the third level. The man in gray was at the early stage of the third level. As soon as the gray-clothed man entered the room, he said to the skinny man in a complaining tone, "Number 3. You've been acting too recklessly lately. You've messed with so many people in a row, you've already attracted attention. I had to be so careful when I came back just now. I clearly felt like someone was keeping an eye on me these past few days." The skinny man called Number 3 raised his head and sneered hoarsely when he heard this. Number 5, you're just too timid. You're so hesitant, no wonder your strength has been stagnant and you can only help me. Aren't they just a few ordinary little girls? It's their honor to be our sacrifice." Number 5 seemed a little afraid of Number 3, but couldn't help but retort, "But nothing. Number 3 interrupted him impatiently, standing up and putting the dagger back into his waist. Things are getting a little tense in town lately. Let's go back to the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold and hide for a while. Anyway, the essence and blood of these little girls we recently obtained are enough for us to cultivate and digest for a while. Wu Hao sighed and said helplessly, "It's because of your mess that we have to hide here and there again." Number 3's eyes glared, "Stop talking nonsense. Pack up your things and head back to the mountain right now." Wait. Wu Hao suddenly seemed to remember something, and an obscene smile appeared on his face. "Since I'm going back, I just happened to run into a young couple on their way back to Black Dragon Mountain to hunt. That chick, wow, she's so pretty. She's better than everything I've gotten before combined. Absolutely top-notch." Outside the wall, Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi's hearts trembled at the same time. This young couple, weren't they talking about them? Wu Hao continued excitedly, "That guy is just a second-level useless little shrimp, not worth mentioning. We can grab that girl on the way and bring her back to present to the deacon. Maybe the deacon will be so happy that he will give us a reward, and we can even have a taste of the new thing." When number 3 heard the words top grade and water spirit, a glint of greed flashed in his sinister eyes. He licked his lips and said, "Oh? A second-level piece of trash? Did you see clearly? Absolutely right. That boy has a very weak aura. The woman also looks weak and delicate. She must be a young man or a young lady from a small family who came out to gain experience. She is definitely a fat sheep." Wu Hao patted his chest and guaranteed. "Okay." Number 3 made a quick decision. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Don't let the fat sheep get away." When Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi outside the wall heard this, they were both stunned and their faces became strange. They didn't expect that by following others, they would become fat sheep in the eyes of others. And the target was obviously Mu Liuxi. These cultists are truly ruthless. Not only do they use living people to practice, they also kidnap women. Hearing the sound of packing up from inside, Xiao Chen immediately made a retreat gesture to Mu Liuxi, who was not far away. Without hesitation, the two of them retreated quietly and quickly away from the courtyard and returned to the busy street. After blending into the crowd, Mu Liuxi looked at Xiao Chen, her tone still gentle. "It seems that their base is indeed in Black Dragon Mountain, and now they are targeting us. Junior, what are you going to do?" Her eyes fell on Xiao Chen. She obviously had complete trust in his judgment and decision-making ability and handed over the leadership to him. Xiao Chen looked at Mu Liuxi's docile appearance as if she followed your arrangements and everything, and then thought of the gray-clothed man's obscene words just now, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He thought quickly, a dangerous smile forming on his lips. "Senior, since there are only two of them, one in the middle stage of the third level, and one in the early stage of the third level, and they think we are fat sheep that can be taken advantage of at will, then we might as well take advantage of their strategy." Take advantage of the situation? Mu Liuxi's beautiful eyes flashed slightly. "That's right." Xiao Chen nodded, his thoughts clear. "Don't they think we're only at the second level and are planning to attack us on the way out of the city? Then we should do as they wish and leave the city normally, heading towards Black Dragon Mountain. When we reach a secluded spot and they reveal themselves and attack, that's our perfect opportunity to counter-capture them. Maybe we can even pry more information about the stronghold and the deacon from them. This is undoubtedly the fastest and most direct way to obtain intelligence at present." Upon hearing this, Mu Liuxi's eyes once again showed admiration. She nodded without hesitation and said softly, "Okay, I'll do as you say. I will cooperate with you. Then let's act like a pair of ignorant young lovers." Xiao Chen smiled and naturally took Mu Liuxi's hand again. This time, Mu Liuxi's hands only trembled slightly, and then she relaxed. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she smiled gently. The two of them walked hand in hand like a real couple, heading out of the town in the west, walking slowly and leisurely, as if they knew nothing about the upcoming hunt. Not far behind them, two snake-like figures were quietly following them. Chapter 60, Counterattack in the Dense Forest. Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi held hands, like a young couple truly immersed in their own world, and walked slowly towards the west entrance of the town. The setting sun stretched their shadows very long, giving them a warm golden edge, making the picture look warm and beautiful. "Sierre, when we come back from this hunt and earn some spirit stones, what do you want to buy?" Xiao Chen deliberately raised his voice carrying the longing and vitality unique to young people, to ensure that Tail, who was far behind him, could hear it. Mu Liuxi turned her head and glanced at him gently, showing a thoughtful expression in response. Her voice was soft and sweet. "Well, I want to buy a better spiritual pattern pen. I always fail when practicing drawing talismans. She perfectly portrayed the image of a young girl who was new to the art of talismans and was full of longing. No problem. Leave it to me. Xiao Chen patted his chest. Forget the spiritual marking pen. I'll buy you a set of the best talisman paper and cinnabar. Thank you. Mu Liuxi lowered her head slightly, and the blush on her cheeks seemed more natural. While the two were having these seemingly innocent and childish conversations, they were secretly paying attention to the movements behind them. I could clearly feel that the two cold auras were always hanging behind me, not too far away, like hungry wolves waiting for their prey to let down their guard. As we walked out of the west entrance of the town, there were fewer and fewer pedestrians, and the road gradually turned into a rugged dirt road with dense woods and rolling hills on both sides. The environment quickly became remote. After entering a woodland with almost no human presence, Xiao Chen gently squeezed Mu Liuxi's hand, signaling her to get ready. Sure enough, just as the two of them walked to a clearing in the woods, two sounds of breaking through the air suddenly came from behind them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures rushed out from behind the tree like ghosts and blocked their way. They were the gray-clothed man number 5 and the skinny man number 3, who had an even colder and more powerful aura. Both of them exuded a faint smell of blood and evil spiritual power fluctuations, staring at them greedily and cruelly, especially number 3, whose eyes were almost glued to Mu Liuxi, flashing with disgusting and obscene light. Hee, little beauty, you didn't expect it? We meet again. Wu Hao smiled sinisterly, his eyes scanning Mu Liuxi's exquisite curves. Number 3 licked his chapped lips and said in a hoarse voice, "She's truly a top-notch beauty. Such temperament and figure. It's a shame to give her to the deacon. Boy, if you know what's good for you, get out of here and leave this little beauty behind. We'll consider giving you a quick death." They didn't take Xiao Chen, who looked only at the second level, seriously at all, as if he was already a fish on the chopping board. However, facing the threats from the two, Mu Liuxi didn't even raise her eyelids, as if she didn't hear what they said at all. She just turned her head slightly, looked at Xiao Chen beside her with her gentle eyes, and asked softly, "Junior, can you handle it by yourself?" The question was asked casually, but it made the two people opposite him stunned at the same time. Xiao Chen grinned, loosened his grip on Mu Liuxi's hand, took a step forward, and protected her behind him. He replied in a relaxed tone, "No problem, senior sister, just watch from the side. They're just two little mice, and we'll take care of them soon." Arrogant. Court death. Number 3 and number 5 were completely enraged by Xiao Chen's arrogant attitude. A second-level loser dared to speak so arrogantly in front of them? However, before they could make a move, Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. The suppressed aura within him erupted like a volcano. The spiritual pressure of the third stage mid-stage swept across without reservation, instantly scattering the evil aura of number 3 and number 5. Mid-stage third stage? How is that possible? The lewd smile on number 3's face froze instantly, replaced by an expression of immense shock and horror. This guy who looked like a pretty boy, his cultivation level was actually the same as his? The intelligence was wrong. Wu Hao was so frightened that his face turned pale and he subconsciously took a half step back. You are hiding your strength. It's too late to know now." Xiao Chen sneered and did not give the two people time to react or adjust, and quickly formed seals with his hands. Fireball. Several blazing fireballs blasted down on the two men like a barrage of bullets, whistling loudly. Strike first, win. Rock barrier. Number 3 reacted the fastest. After all, he was in the middle stage of level 3 and had rich combat experience. He immediately condensed a thick earth wall to block in front of him. Boom! 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 The fireball hit the earth wall, causing a loud roar and flames. The earth wall shook violently, but it barely blocked it. Wu Hao took the opportunity to launch an attack. He waved his hands and several sharp wooden spikes instantly shot out from the ground, piercing toward Xiao Chen's lower body like spears. A stone shield emerged from the ground. A stone shield rose from the ground under Xiao Chen's feet, easily blocking the attack of the wooden thorns. Humph. You have some skills. But that's all. The fire snake bites my heart. After number 3 blocked the fireball, he roared and waved his hands. A ferocious fire snake condensed from flames appeared out of thin air and pounced on Xiao Chen with its fangs and claws. The temperature was extremely high. Facing this ferocious fire snake, Xiao Chen performed the flowing light steps and slid to the side and back like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the attack of the fire snake. The fire snake crashed into the open space, creating a charred pit. Where is he? Number 3 and number 5's attack missed, and they immediately looked for Xiao Chen vigilantly. The moment they glanced at him. Fire explosion talisman. Go! Xiao Chen's icy voice rang out from above them. He had already leaped onto a large tree, swung out 2 crimson talismans, and fired them accurately at the 2 of them. Oh no! It's a talisman! Number 3's face changed, but it was too late to dodge. Boom! Boom! The 2 pyroblast talismans exploded almost simultaneously, engulfing the 2 men with a massive fireball and shockwave. Although they hastily gathered spiritual energy shields to resist, they were still blasted to dust, their blood boiling, and a trace of blood oozing from the corner of number 5's mouth. Asshole! Number 3 was completely enraged. He pulled out a ghost head knife from his storage bag, gleaming with a faint glow. The blade was wrapped in a bloody aura, clearly an evil weapon. He roared and rushed forward to engage Xiao Chen in close combat. However, just as he took a step, the old strength was gone and the new strength had not yet been born. Xiao Chen's eyes flashed. The golden wood energy in his body merged at an unprecedented speed. Sizzle, sizzle. The dazzling lightning flashed again and appeared on the black sword in his hand. This time, the lightning was more concentrated and violent, carrying a destructive aura of judgment on evil. Thunderbolt. He seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning. He leaped from the tree at breakneck speed. The lightning sword in his hand sliced through the air with a piercing thunderclap, aiming directly at number 3's right arm, which held the ghost head knife. Number 3 only saw a blinding flash of lightning rapidly enlarging before his eyes. Alarm bells rang in his heart. He wanted to block or dodge, but it was too late. No! He let out a desperate roar. Swish! A flash of lightning passed by. An arm holding a ghost head knife rose into the sky with a rain of blood. Ah! Number 3 let out an extremely shrill scream, his broken arm was charred black, and the terrifying power of thunder and lightning was still corroding his wound, making him suffer excruciating pain. Thunder's spiritual power has a natural restraint on evil techniques. After just one encounter, number 3, who was in the middle stage of the 3rd stage, had one arm crippled. Mulyoshi, who was standing aside watching the game, once again had a hint of surprise flashing in her gentle eyes. Number 5 was already so frightened that his face turned pale and his legs went weak. Looking at Xiao Chen, who looked like the god of thunder, he didn't even have the courage to move forward. The battle seemed to have lost its suspense. Chapter 61 Intelligence Extraction. Number 3's shrill screams echoed in the silent jungle, making people shudder. He staggered back, covering the charred wound on his broken arm that was emitting smoke and black, his face full of pain and fear. The evil ghost head knife fell not far away along with its broken arm. Without the support of spiritual power, its light quickly dimmed. Number 5 was terrified. He looked at Xiao Chen, who looked like a murderous god, and then at number 3, who looked horrible. How could he possibly have the will to fight? He let out a strange cry, turned around, and tried to use his agility to escape into the depths of the dense forest. Want to run? Xiao Chen's eyes turned cold. How could he let him do that? He put his left hand together like a sword and pointed it in the direction of Wu Hao's escape. A slender but extremely fast lightning snake shot out from his fingertips, and it arrived first, hitting number 5's back accurately. Ah! Number 5 screamed, his whole body twitching violently, and he fell to the ground with smoke coming out of his mouth. Although he was not dead, he temporarily lost the ability to move and lay on the ground groaning in pain. Mercy, mercy! Sir, please spare me. I was forced to do it. I'll tell you everything. Please don't kill me. Wu Hao lay on the ground, cowed out and begged for mercy without caring about his image, tears streaming down his face. Although number 3 was in excruciating pain, a hint of ferocity and stubbornness still lingered in his eyes. He stared intently at Xiao Chen and roared, who the hell are you? Xiao Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and put the tip of the sword directly against number 3's throat. The cold sword intent stimulated his skin and gave him goosebumps. Now, I ask, you answer. If you dare to tell me a lie, I will make you wish you were dead. Xiao Chen's voice was as cold as ice. Where exactly is your base in Black Dragon Mountain? How many people are there? What is their strength? And who is that deacon? Number 3 felt the stinging pain in his throat and the threat of death. He looked at number 5, who was terrified and nodding desperately to signal him to speak quickly. The last bit of his resistance disappeared. He knew that he was doomed today, completely doomed. He endured the severe pain and panted heavily, saying, "The stronghold is in a hidden valley east of the main peak of Black Dragon Mountain. The entrance is obscured by an illusion array. The specific location. I can take you there. Get to the point." Xiao Chen applied a little force with the tip of his sword, and a trickle of blood flowed down number 3's neck. "Ah! I'll tell you." Number 3 screamed in fear. In this stronghold, including the steward, there are about a dozen people. Most of them are peripheral members like us, with strength ranging from 2nd to 3rd level. There are 4 core members, all in the late 3rd level or peak. The steward. He is a great master in the early 4th level. Early stage of the 4th stage. And 4 more at the late or peak stage of the 3rd stage. Xiao Chen's expression grew more serious. The 4th level was already a realm of qualitative change, far beyond the 3rd level. It seems that the strength of this cult organization is even stronger than expected. What's the deacon's name? What are his characteristics? What kind of evil skills does he practice? Mu Liuxi spoke softly. Her voice seemed to have a soothing power, which made number 3's tense nerves relax a little. Number 3 panted and replied, "Master Deacon, we all call him Black Deacon. He always wears a black robe, so your face can't be seen clearly. The cultivation method he practices is very strange, and he can control a blood-colored, extremely corrosive mist. He needs a large amount of virgin blood to cultivate." Virgin blood. This confirms the tragic disappearances and murders that occurred in the village before. Xiao Chen suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and continued to ask, "Where are the girls you captured being held? Are they still alive?" Number 3's eyes flickered, and he whispered, Most of them have already been used for cultivation. Maybe there are still 1 or 2 who were captured not long ago and are being locked up alone in the dungeon, waiting for the deacon to use for his next cultivation." Hearing this, even the usually gentle Mu Liuxi's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. "One last question," Xiao Chen stared into number 3's eyes. "What's the name of your organization? Where is your headquarters? Besides Black Dragon Mountain, do you have any other bases?" Number 3 shook his head, a look of fear on his face. "The organization, we, as peripheral members, have no right to know its name, and we have no idea where its headquarters is, and other bases. I think the deacon mentioned some activities in the south of the empire, but I don't know the details." Xiao Chen stared into his eyes and judged that he did not seem to be lying. This kind of low-level cultist might not have access to core secrets. Having asked this question, the basic information has been obtained. He nodded and said calmly, "Since you are useless, you can die." Upon hearing this, number 3's pupils suddenly shrank, and he screamed in fear, "No! Don't kill me! I'm still useful. I can take you to the stronghold. I can help you activate the formation. Please." However, his plea for mercy came to an abrupt end. Xiao Chen shook his wrist lightly, and the lightning sword slashed across his throat without hesitation. Phew! Number 3 opened his eyes wide, covering his bleeding neck. His body twitched a few times before he became completely silent. Xiao Chen would not show any mercy to this cultist who deserves to die. Number 5, who was lying on the other side, saw number 3 being killed without hesitation. He was so scared that he peed and shit, and completely collapsed. He knew that begging for mercy was useless, and when Xiao Chen was killing number 3, a trace of ruthlessness and despair flashed in his eyes. He suddenly bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood escape technique. A burst of blood light instantly enveloped his body, transforming him into a bloody shadow that shot towards the depths of the dense forest at an astonishing speed. This was clearly some kind of secret escape method that burned one's vitality. Want to leave? Xiao Chen's eyes became fierce, and he was about to use his skills to chase after him, however, just as he had the thought. Buzz! A clear sword sound suddenly rang out. A stream of aquamarine light shot out from behind Xiao Chen at a speed far exceeding that of a blood escape. It caught up with number 5, who had already turned into a bloody streak and fled hundreds of meters away, with incredible precision. It passed through like a candied hawse, unhindered and without hindrance. The blood dissipated instantly, and Wu Hao's figure reappeared. He looked down at the transparent hole as big as a bowl in his chest, his face filled with incredible horror, and then he fell to the ground with a thump, and his life was gone. The aqua-blue light drew an elegant arc in the air and flew back to Mu Liuxi, hovering there quietly. It turned out to be a slender long sword that was crystal clear and emitted soft blue light and water vapor. Control things. This is an ability that only a 4th level warrior can master. Using one's own spiritual power and mental strength to control the magic weapon from a distance, it is as easy as moving one's arm, with infinite power. Xiao Chen's pursuit froze in place. He slowly turned around, his face full of shock, and stared at Mulyoshi, who looked calm, as if she had just done something insignificant. The suspended aqua blue sword silently told a fact. This senior sister Mulyoshi, who has always presented herself as a gentle person, actually has more than just the 3rd level strength. She is at least level 4. Chapter 62: The Strength of the Academy Elites. Xiao Chen stood in place, staring blankly at the slender sword floating in front of Mulyoshi, emitting soft blue light and water vapor. The sword body is crystal clear, as if carved from the purest blue crystal. It is now slowly rotating, emitting a heart-pounding spiritual pressure. Control things. This is the undeniable mark of a 4th-tier warrior. Only after spiritual energy has been transformed into liquid and divine consciousness has initially condensed and formed can one so precisely control magical instruments through the air, as if they were moving their arms with the power of a 3rd-tier warrior. Xiao Chen was extremely shocked. He knew that Peking University and Tsinghua University were full of talented people and that the senior students were very strong, but Mulyoshi, she was only 1 year older than him. According to the information dug out by the gossipers on the college forum, Mulyoshi's birthday is still at the end of the year, and she is only a few months older than him. Such a young 4th level warrior? Is this the true strength of the Academy's top elites? Previously, he had been somewhat smug about being able to fight across levels, but now it seemed like he was just looking at the world from a well. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the turmoil in his heart. He thought of Lin Feng and the petite and cute senior Xiaolingxi. Senior Mu, Xiao Chen put away his sword and walked up to Mulyoshi, his tone filled with disbelief and inquiry. Are you at the 4th level? Mulyoshi smiled slightly, and with a thought, the water blue sword turned into a stream of light and disappeared into her storage ring. She looked at the undisguised surprise on Xiao Chen's face and nodded gently, her voice still gentle. Well, I had a lucky breakthrough some time ago, and now I'm in the early stage of the 4th level. A lucky breakthrough? Xiao Chen's mouth twitched slightly. This kind of talk is just for fun. He couldn't help but continue asking, then, Senior Lin Feng and Senior Lingxi? Mulyoshi seemed to have anticipated that he would ask this, and did not hide it, and said frankly. Senior Lingxi entered school 2 years earlier than me. She is at the late 4th stage. Senior Lin Feng, he is already at the peak of the 4th stage. It is said that he has already stepped halfway into the 5th stage. Late 4th stage. Peak 4th stage. Xiao Chen felt his heart beat violently a few times. A black demon deacon at the early stage of the 4th level, with a few 3rd level subordinates, what is he in front of these two? Especially Lin Feng, who is at the peak of the 4th level, I'm afraid he can destroy that stronghold by himself. This. Xiao Chen showed a strange look on his face. He pointed at the 2 cultist corpses on the ground and looked in the direction of Black Dragon Mountain. Senior, with the Black Dragon Mountain stronghold being so small, does it really require the 3 of you, especially Senior Lin Feng, to take action like this? Isn't that overkill? Mulyoshi smiled happily at Xiao Chen's metaphor, as if a spring breeze was blowing on her face. She smoothed a strand of black hair that had been messed up by the wind and explained, based solely on the intelligence we have so far, that Black Evil Deacon is only at the early 4th stage. So, it's true that Senior Lin Feng or Senior Lingxi alone would be enough to wipe out that stronghold. She changed the subject, a sly glint in her eyes as she looked at Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen, when the time comes for us to actually take action, Senior Lin Feng and Senior Lingxi may not necessarily take action. Xiao Chen was stunned at first, then suddenly realized something. He raised his hand and touched his nose, smiling helplessly. Okay. I understand. It seems that the dirty work of cleaning up the stronghold still depends mainly on us, right? This is what they call an assessment? Mulyoshi nodded approvingly, with admiration in her eyes. Smart. The Academy sent us out to eradicate the cult, but more importantly, to examine and hone new talents with potential. After all, true masters can't be cultivated in a greenhouse. Only by facing real life and death struggles can they grow fastest. Of course, she added, if the intelligence is wrong and the opponent's strength far exceeds expectations, they will naturally take action, but under normal circumstances, this is indeed a practical test for you. I see. Xiao Chen completely understood the nature of this mission. He had been wondering why the Academy would send such a powerful team to deal with a seemingly ordinary cult stronghold, but it turned out that the Academy had other intentions. Thinking of this, Xiaochen suddenly remembered something and his face instantly became a little embarrassed. He looked at Mulyoshi, his eyes wandering, and his tone became a little unnatural. Senior, since you're already at the 4th level and have the ability to detect with spiritual sense, then you already knew about that spiritual detection in the alley just now, right? And you could definitely easily avoid or interfere with it, so you wouldn't need me. He couldn't continue, remembering how he had just pressed Mulyoshi against the wall in a hurry, deliberately said some frivolous words, and even used his hands. At the time, he thought it was a clever response forced by the situation, but now thinking about it, in front of a 4th level master with divine consciousness, his little tricks were like monkey tricks. It was completely self-righteous and embarrassing. Mulyoshi obviously immediately recalled the scene in the alley, and her fair cheeks were suddenly dyed with 2 touching blushes, spreading all the way to her ears. She lowered her head in a panic, avoiding Xiaochen's gaze, and unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt with her hands. Her shy posture, like a little girl, formed a huge contrast with the calmness and indifference when she was flying the sword to kill the enemy just now. She didn't answer Xiaochen's question, but just mumbled in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "The situation is urgent, junior brother, you reacted quickly. This is equivalent to acquiescence." Xiaochen suddenly felt his face getting hot. He coughed twice and quickly changed the subject. "Ahem. Senior sister, then you just shot and killed that number 5 because you thought I had passed the test?" When the serious matter was mentioned, the blush on Mulyoshi's face faded a little. She raised her head, regained her gentle and serious expression, and nodded affirmatively. "Yes, when you act decisively and display your lightning attribute spiritual power, you will have passed." She paused and continued, "Your cultivation at the mid-3rd stage, your solid foundation, and your spiritual power far surpassing that of others at the same stage, are testament to your hard work. Your calmness and decisiveness during battle, your precise grasp of timing, and your flexible use of multi-attribute techniques all demonstrate your outstanding combat capabilities. Finally, and most importantly, your attribute fusion." Mulyoshi's eyes grew profound. Gold and wood derive thunder. Being able to initially master the fusion of 2 attributes at the 3rd level, and derive a more powerful and distinctive thunder attribute power, requires not only exceptional talent, but also a high level of comprehension and a deep understanding of the nature of spiritual power. Currently, there are only a handful of people who can do this at the 3rd level. This alone is enough to prove how outstanding you are. Xiaochen felt a little proud to receive such high praise from this 4th level senior. He clasped his fists and said with a smile, "Thank you for the compliment, senior. I will continue to work hard. This is the evaluation you deserve," Mulyoshi said with a smile. During the conversation, Xiaochen walked to the bodies of number 3 and number 5, bent down and picked up their storage bags. This is the most basic storage bag, which cannot recognize its owner. He opened it easily and probed it with his mental power. The contents of the 2 storage bags were similar. Apart from some scattered spirit stones, ordinary healing pills, spare clothes, and other sundries, there were not many valuable things. Obviously, as peripheral members, they were not rich. However, Xiaochen soon found the key item. In the corners of the 2 storage bags, there was a palm-sized black token lying quietly. He took out the token, which was cold to the touch. It was made of neither metal nor wood. The front was engraved with a strange, twisted pattern that could not be seen in its specific shape, and it faintly emitted a faint evil fluctuation. The back was engraved with the numbers 3 and 5. "Senior, look at this." Xiaochen handed 2 tokens to Mulyoshi. Mulyoshi took the token, sensed it carefully, and nodded. "There are faint formation fluctuations on this token, and the number corresponds to their code name. It seems that this should be the key for them to enter and exit the illusion formation of that stronghold. With this, it should be much easier for us to sneak in." Xiaochen also agreed. "Well, it saves the trouble of forcibly breaking the formation, and we can catch them off guard." After confirming the function of the token, Xiaochen casually popped out 2 fireballs, turning the bodies of number 3 and number 5 into ashes, and cleaned up the scene to avoid alerting the enemy. After finishing all this, Xiaochen looked at Mulyoshi and asked, "Senior, what should we do next? Should we go and meet up with the other groups immediately, or should we explore first?" Mulyoshi pondered for a moment, then looked up at the sky. The setting sun was almost completely sinking into the horizon, and night was about to fall. "It's getting late. It's very risky to go deep into the mountains at night. Let's return to Qicheng town to reunite with senior sister Lingxi and the others and share intelligence. We'll also wait for news from senior Lin Feng and junior brother Lei Qian. Tomorrow morning, we'll formulate a detailed action plan based on the specific situation." Okay, I'll follow your arrangements. Xiao Chen had no objection. The two of them did not delay any longer and used their skills to rush towards Qiqing town. As the night deepened, silence returned to the mountains and forests, with only the rustling of leaves in the wind, as if the short and fierce battle just now had never happened. But Xiao Chen knew that the Real challenge might not officially begin until tomorrow. The gentle yet incredibly capable senior sister beside him also gave him more expectations and confidence for this mission. Chapter 63 Silent Recognition. When Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi returned to the hotel suite, they found that Yi Qingxue, Emoli, and Xiao Lingxi had already returned. The spirit lamp in the suite's living room emitted a soft glow, illuminating the room. Yi Qingxue was sitting on a chair by the window, looking at the gradually deepening night outside the window. Her cold profile appeared a little hazy under the light. Emoli leaned lazily on another sofa, playing with a strand of her hair. Xiao Lingxi seemed a little bored. She was holding a bag of snacks that she had bought from somewhere, eating them in small bites, and looking around with her bright eyes. When they heard the door open, the three of them looked over at the same time. "You're back?" Yi Qingxue saw the two people coming in. Her cold eyes first swept over Xiao Chen. Seeing that he was fine, she looked at Mu Liuxi and nodded slightly. Although his expression remained unchanged, his concern could still be detected in the subtle details. "Xiao Chen, senior sister Mu, how is the situation? Did you gain anything?" Emoli was the most lively and immediately came forward and asked curiously. Her charming big eyes moved between Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi with a hint of inquiry. Xiao Chen walked to the table, poured himself a cup of tea and drank it all in one gulp. He was indeed a little thirsty after traveling for half a day and fighting. He put down his teacup and said, "It's been a busy day, and we've gained quite a bit. Qingxue, how's your investigation going? Have you found anything?" Yi Qingxue shook her head slightly and spoke in a cold voice. "We've visited several nearby villages and found the situation to be roughly the same. The missing and murdered individuals were all young women, and all occurred at night. Apart from further confirming the cultists' crime patterns and target characteristics, we haven't found any new clues about their base location." There was a subtle hint of helplessness in her tone, and she was obviously a little concerned about not being able to make a breakthrough. Emoli interjected, "Yes, those villagers are indignant, but they are only afraid and can't explain why. It seems the key lies in the big fish you are following." Xiao Chen nodded, his expression becoming serious. "We do have a major discovery here." He glanced at Mu Liuxi, and seeing the other party nod slightly for him to speak, he briefly recounted the whole process from how he tracked number 5, to being forced to disguise himself, to using the same trick to lure the other party out, and finally to counterattack and interrogate him in the dense forest. Of course, he naturally skipped over the unavoidable intimate details in the alley. As Xiao Chen spoke, the atmosphere in the living room gradually changed. When they heard that the other party's stronghold did have a 4th-level deacon and 4 core members who were in the late or peak stage of the 3rd level, Yi Qingxue and Emoli frowned slightly. When Xiao Lingxi heard that most of the abducted women had been killed and only 1 or 2 might have survived, she even forgot to eat her snacks, and an angry look appeared on her little face. "How outrageous! What a bunch of heartless bastards!" Xiao Lingxi slammed the table angrily, causing the teacups on the table to jump. Yi Qingxue was silent for a moment, her voice cold with a hint of chill. "So, those women who were unfortunately killed in the surrounding villages recently were most likely the work of those 2 people. Although she has a cold temperament, she is kind and upright in her heart, and she deeply detests such evil acts that harm innocent people." Emoli's charming eyes also turned cold, and her tone was no longer frivolous. "In other words, there may still be living girls being held in the dungeon, waiting to be used by that black demon deacon during his next training?" Xiao Chen replied, "Well, although we know the general location of the stronghold is in the valley east of the main peak of Black Dragon Mountain, it is obscured by an illusion array. The specific entrance needs to be carefully searched after entering the mountain tomorrow. Fortunately, we have obtained this." As he spoke, he placed the 2 black tokens he had searched from the 2 men on the table. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the token. "This is..." Yi Qingxue picked up a token and felt the faint evil fluctuations and traces of formations on it. "It should be their credentials for entering and exiting the stronghold," Xiao Chen explained. "With this, it will be much easier for us to sneak in, and we can avoid alerting the enemy by forcibly breaking through the formation." "Well done, junior brother Xiao Chen." Xiao Lingxi came over to look at the token, gave Xiao Chen a thumbs up, and smiled again. "This makes things much easier." Xiao Chen smiled, then looked at Xiao Lingxi and asked, "Senior Lingxi, has there been any news from Senior Lin Feng and Lei Qian?" Xiao Lingxi shook her head, her 2 ponytails swaying with it. I just contacted them. That unreliable Lin Feng said they are still wandering around in the mountains. They found some marks left by Wang Tao, but they haven't discovered the specific location of the cult's base, nor have they encountered Wang Tao himself. Brother Lei Qian seems a little exhausted, hee. Xiao Chen was not surprised by this. The Black Dragon Mountains were quite large and had no general direction. Trying to find a stronghold hidden by an illusion array was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He thought for a moment and said, in that case, we'll rest in town tonight to recuperate. Tomorrow morning, we'll head into the mountains and search according to the general direction given by the intelligence. At the same time, we'll meet up with Senior Lin Feng and the others as soon as possible to formulate a specific action plan. His arrangements were well organized, taking into account the current situation and subsequent steps, and appeared to be very prudent. At this time, everyone vaguely felt that Xiao Chen seemed to have become the temporary command core of this small team without realizing it. Yi Qingxue and Mo Li had no objection to this, and Xiao Lingxi was even more relaxed. Mu Liuxi, who had been sitting quietly by the side, listening to Xiao Chen's narration and arrangements, always had a gentle smile on her face, and her eyes fell on Xiao Chen with an imperceptible appreciation and recognition. She watched Xiao Chen calmly share intelligence, analyze the situation, make decisions, and communicate naturally with other members. His calmness, decisiveness, and the leadership he inadvertently revealed made her nod secretly in her heart. This junior not only has outstanding talent and strength, but also excellent character and ability. The comprehensive qualities he demonstrates are far beyond the scope of ordinary freshmen. Xiao Chen noticed Mu Liuxi's gaze, turned his head and looked at her, casting a questioning look, as if asking, "Is this arrangement okay with me?" Mu Liuxi smiled and nodded imperceptibly, expressing her support with her actions. This subtle interaction was observed by Mo Li, who was standing by. A hint of amusement flashed in her eyes. She gently nudged Yi Qingxue beside her with her arm and said with a low voice, so that only the two of them could hear, "Qingxue, look at senior sister Mu, isn't the way she looks at our Xiao Chen a little different?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxue swept her cold gaze over Mu Liuxi and Xiao Chen. There was no expression on her face. She just replied to Mo Li lightly, "Don't talk nonsense, senior sister Mu just admires his ability." But her fingers holding the teacup tightened slightly. Okay, now that the plan is set, I'm going to take a hot bath and relax. I'm exhausted after running all day. Mo Li stretched, revealing her beautiful curves, and she stood up first and walked towards her room. I'm going back to my room to regulate my breathing. Yi Qingxue also stood up, nodded slightly to everyone, then turned and left the living room. Then I'm going to rest too. I have to go into the mountains tomorrow. Xiao Lingxi skipped back to her room. In a blink of an eye, Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi were the only ones left in the living room. The atmosphere seemed to become quiet all of a sudden. Xiao Chen touched his nose, looked at Mu Liuxi, and took the initiative to say, "Senior sister, thank you very much for today." Mu Liuxi smiled and said, "Why are you thanking me? I didn't really help at all. You solved it all on your own." "If you hadn't been there to support me, I wouldn't have felt confident," Xiao Chen said sincerely. "Besides, if you hadn't intervened in the end, number 5 might have actually gotten away." Mu Liuxi shook her head slightly and said softly, "Even if I don't take action, with your skills, I'm sure there will be a way to keep him. However, there's no need to underestimate yourself. You did a really good job today." She paused, looked into Xiao Chen's eyes, and said with some encouragement, "When we enter Black Dragon Mountain tomorrow, we may encounter more unknown dangers. Maintain the calmness and judgment you had today. I believe you can handle it." "I will." Xiao Chen nodded solemnly. "Senior sister, go to bed early too." "Well, good night, junior." "Good night, senior." The two said good night to each other and returned to their rooms. As the night deepened, the suite gradually became quiet, but Xiao Chen and the other two knew that this was just a calm night before the storm. Tomorrow, what awaits them will be a tough battle deep in the tiger's den. After Mu Liuxi returned to the room, she did not rest immediately. She stood in front of the window, looking at the dark night sky outside. She recalled Xiao Chen's figure in the battle today and his calmness when arranging matters just now. The corners of her mouth unconsciously rose slightly. "Xiao Chen, maybe you can really bring some unexpected surprises," she whispered to herself, her eyes full of anticipation. Chapter 64 Separate Actions. The next morning, the sky was just getting light and the morning mist had not yet completely dissipated, covering Qiqing town with a hazy veil. The air was filled with the unique moisture and coolness of the mountains and forests. After a night of rest, everyone's spirits had recovered. Xiao Chen looked at everyone and said simply, "Let's go." Without any unnecessary nonsense, the five of them used their skills to leave the town and rush towards the Black Dragon Mountain in the west. The mountain road was a bit slippery in the early morning, but for these practicing martial artists, it was as easy as walking on flat ground. The Black Dragon Mountain range is rolling and undulating, with towering ancient trees and dense vegetation. After entering the forest, the light suddenly dimmed, with only a few mottled spots of light shining through the layers of leaves. The air is filled with the scent of soil and rotten leaves, and occasionally the cries of unknown birds and animals can be heard in the distance, making the mountains and forests seem even more secluded. After walking for about half an hour, Xiaolingxi, who was jumping in front and sensing something, suddenly stopped. "It's Lin Feng's message," Xiaolingxi said after looking at her phone. After a moment, the originally lively little face turned a little serious, and he looked at everyone. "There is news from Lin Feng, but it's not good news." Everyone's attention immediately focused on her. "What's going on?" Xiao Chen asked. Xiaolingxi frowned and said, "Senior said that they found a mark left by Wang Tao deep in Black Dragon Mountain yesterday, but when they tracked it near a dangerous rift valley, the mark was interrupted. They searched for a long time but couldn't find any trace of Wang Tao. Moreover, since midnight yesterday, they have been unable to contact Wang Tao at all, whether by phone or communication talisman." Lin Feng judged that Wang Tao might have been in trouble. The atmosphere suddenly became a little heavy. Although he had never met Wang Tao before, as a member of the college's advance team, he naturally felt bad when he heard the news that his companion might have died. Xiao Chen was silent for a moment, his brain working rapidly. The original plan was for everyone to gather together and search for a stronghold. However, to search for a person who might be in distress in the vast Black Dragon Mountain, Senior Lin Feng and Lei Qian obviously do not have enough manpower, and Senior Wang Tao has lost contact and the situation is unclear. If they delay any further, something unexpected may happen. He raised his head, glanced at everyone, and made a decisive decision. The situation has changed. Black Dragon Mountain is quite large. The cult stronghold is just one of the threats. The mountain itself also presents many dangers. Senior Lin Feng and Lei Qian have to search for Wang Tao while also being vigilant about possible dangers. They are indeed a bit short on manpower. We need to split up and support them. He looked at Xiaolingxi and said, "Senior Lingxi, why don't you take Qingxue and Moli with you and rush over to meet up with Senior Lin Feng and the others to help search for Senior Wang Tao? One more person means more strength, especially since you're so strong. You'll be better able to deal with any emergencies." Xiaolingxi nodded immediately. "No problem. I'm the best at finding people and working around in the mountains. Leave it to me." She seemed very confident. Emoli also nodded and said crisply, "Okay, we'll go now." "What about you guys?" Xiao Chen replied, "Senior Sister Mu and I will continue to search for the specific location of the cult stronghold as planned. Now that we know the general location, the two of us will be a smaller target and it will be easier for us to operate covertly." He paused and said, "Once we find the stronghold, we can sneak in and gather intelligence to find out the specific deployment and where the hostages are being held. If we encounter a danger we can't handle, with Senior Sister Mu's strength, it shouldn't be a problem for her to lead me in retreat." His arrangement took the situations of both sides into consideration and sounded reasonable. After all, there were only 2 tokens to enter the stronghold, and only 2 people at most could enter. "Okay. Let's not delay any further and set off to find Lin Feng." Xiaolingxi was an impatient person. After hearing the arrangement, she immediately pulled Emoli and was about to leave. However, at this moment, Yi Qingxue suddenly spoke, her voice clear but with an unquestionable firmness. "Wait, I will stay and help you find a stronghold." Everyone was stunned and looked at Yi Qingxue. Xiao Chen was also a little surprised and looked at her. "Qingxue, you." Yi Qingxue met everyone's gaze and analyzed calmly. Senior Lingxi is the fastest, so it would be most efficient if she goes first to support Senior Lin Feng. Moli is good at reconnaissance, so she can also play a big role if we go together. However, if I go with her, my agility is not my strong point, and it might even slow down the overall speed. She changed the subject and looked at Xiao Chen and Mu Liushi with cold eyes. "Only 2 of you can infiltrate the enemy stronghold. While flexible, it's also very risky. The situation inside is unknown, and what if you need outside support? I'll stay outside as a backup. If you're exposed or need backup, I can respond in time. Also, having one more person on guard outside can prevent unexpected situations." Her words were well reasoned. She acknowledged her own shortcomings in speed while fully considering the risks of the task and the need for teamwork. Xiao Chen looked at Yi Qingxue with some surprise, only to see that her pretty face was still cold, but her eyes were very determined. He understood that Yi Qingxue was worried about their safety. After all, there is a 4th-level deacon and several 3rd-level masters in the stronghold. It is indeed risky for him and Mu Liuxi to be alone. With her supporting them outside, it will undoubtedly be much safer. Xiao Chen looked at Yi Qingxue and was silent for a few seconds, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. Yi Qingxue did not urge him, but just looked at him quietly with a calm gaze. Finally, Xiao Chen nodded and smiled. Okay, you're right. With you supporting us from outside, we can feel more at ease. That's settled then. Qingxue, you will work with me and senior sister Mu and be responsible for supporting us from outside. Seeing that Xiao Chen accepted her suggestion, Yi Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, "Oh my, it seems someone is worried." Seeing this, Emily immediately smiled and joked, glancing back and forth between Xiao Chen and Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she glared at Emily, but did not refute. Mu Liuxi stood quietly by the side from beginning to end, with a gentle smile on her face, watching the discussion without interrupting. Only then did she softly say, "In that case, let's split up and act accordingly. Sister Lingxi, Emily, be careful on the road, stay in touch, and don't act rashly if you encounter any situation." "I got it, don't worry, junior sister Mu." Xiao Lingxi patted her chest and assured. Emily also smiled and said, "Don't worry, senior sister, we are not novices. You should also be careful. After all, there is a 4th-level cult leader in that stronghold. Keep in touch." Xiao Chen said finally. Good. After the agreement, Xiao Lingxi and Emily did not delay any longer. They identified the direction, jumped up and down a few times, and then disappeared into the depths of the dense jungle. Only Xiao Chen, Mu Liuxi and Yi Qingxue were left there. The mountains and forests seemed to become much quieter all of a sudden. Xiao Chen looked at the 2 women who remained, who had very different styles but were equally outstanding, and said, "Let's go too." According to the information provided, the stronghold should be in the valley east of the main peak. Let's search in that direction, paying special attention to areas with fluctuations in the illusion array or unusual terrain. Okay. Mu Liuxi nodded. Yi Qingxue also nodded slightly. The 3 of them said no more. Xiao Chen led the way, Mu Liuxi was in the middle, and Yi Qingxue was at the rear. They maintained a vigilant formation and carefully sneaked towards the east side of the main peak of Black Dragon Mountain. The dew in the mountain forest was heavy in the early morning, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of soil and plants. The deeper you went, the denser the trees became and the dimmer the light became. After walking for a while, perhaps feeling the atmosphere was too depressing, Mu Liuxi spoke softly, breaking the silence, "Xiao Chen, you seem to be very familiar with mountain forest operations?" Xiao Chen observed his surroundings warily as he replied, "When I was little, my family elders often threw me into the secret forests to train me. I've been through a lot of hardship, so I guess I have some experience." Yi Qingxue followed behind, listening to the conversation between the 2. Her eyes fell on Xiao Chen's steady back. Thinking of the previous secret realm assessment, her heart was slightly touched. This seemingly casual and even somewhat ruffian fiancé does have maturity and ability far beyond his peers. Mu Liuxi nodded in understanding. "I see, no wonder you have so much practical experience and are much calmer than your peers. This family's training method, although difficult, does allow people to grow rapidly." "Yes, now that I think about it, although I suffered a lot, I did benefit a lot." Xiao Chen smiled. The 3 of them continued to move forward, and the atmosphere once again fell into a subtle silence, with only the rustling sound of feet stepping on fallen leaves and the faint sound of wind in the mountains and forests. The sunlight shines through the gaps between the branches and leaves, casting changing spots of light. In this mountain forest full of unknowns and dangers, 3 figures approach their target cautiously and firmly. Chapter 65 in the Fantasy Valley. According to the information provided by number 3, Xiao Chen and his 2 companions sneaked carefully all the way, avoiding several territories of monsters with strong auras, and finally arrived at an area on the east side of the main peak of Black Dragon Mountain. The terrain in front of us gradually sank, forming a huge bowl-shaped valley entrance, but looking around, the entrance and the interior of the valley looked nothing special, except that the vegetation was more lush and verdant than the outside, and the fog seemed thicker. "This is it." Xiao Chen stopped and said in a low voice. He scanned the valley entrance and the surrounding environment with sharp eyes. Although he could not see anything unusual with his naked eyes, with his mental strength far exceeding that of ordinary people and his keen perception of the fluctuations of the formation, he could vaguely sense extremely weak energy ripples in the air ahead. Yes, it's a very strong illusion array fluctuation, covering a large area, covering the entire valley. Mulyoshi responded softly, her perception became clearer. If you didn't know in advance and had a token, even if you walked up close, you would likely miss it or be directed elsewhere. Yi Qingshua's cold eyes also stared forward. She could feel an invisible force hindering her exploration. She frowned slightly and said, "This illusion array is not simple." Xiaochen took out the 2 black tokens from the storage bag and handed the one engraved with 5 to Mulyoshi. "Senior sister, take this." He kept the token engraved with 3 for himself. Mulyoshi took the token and nodded. Xiaochen took out another light yellow communication talisman, turned around and handed it to Yi Qingxue, and said seriously, "Qingxue, this valley illusion array is very sensitive to communication interference. I'm afraid your phone won't have any signal here. Take this communication talisman and meet us outside. If you notice anything unusual, such as cultists or other unexpected situations, activate the communication talisman immediately to notify me. You must also be careful and keep your body concealed." Yi Qingxue looked at the communication talisman that Xiaochen handed over, then looked up at the unquestionable concern in his eyes. Without hesitation, she took the communication talisman and carefully put it away. Her cold voice was softened by a subtle softness. "Okay, I understand. You, be careful when you go in. Safety first. Don't worry, we will come out after we find out the situation clearly. We won't act rashly." Xiao Chen gave her a reassuring look. Mulyoshi also said softly to Yi Qingxue, "Sister Yi, I'll leave everything outside to you." Yi Qingxue nodded and said no more. With a flash of her figure, she quietly hid in the dense woods near the entrance, and her aura was restrained to the extreme. After making the arrangements, Xiao Chen and Mulyoshi looked at each other and nodded. They both clenched the tokens in their hands and injected a trace of spiritual power into them. The distorted pattern on the token lit up slightly, emitting a faint black halo that enveloped the two of them. "Walk!" Xiao Chen growled and walked side by side with Mulyoshi towards the seemingly ordinary valley entrance. The moment they stepped into the valley, the tokens in their hands flashed with black light, and the two of them felt a slight distortion in the space around them, as if they had passed through an invisible layer of water film, and the scene before their eyes suddenly changed. What originally looked like an ordinary dense valley entrance from the outside, changed drastically the moment one passed through the illusion array. There were steep cliffs and jagged rocks on both sides of the valley, and a narrow passage that could accommodate several people walking side by side extending inward. The light was dim in the depths of the passage, and it was filled with mist with a slightly sweet and fishy smell, which was completely different from the fresh air outside. Looking back, the way I came was blocked by the distorted light and I couldn't see what was happening outside. Indeed, there is another world. Xiao Chen whispered, looking around vigilantly. This illusion array not only obscured the valley, but also seemed to have changed the scene at the entrance to a certain extent. Mulyoshi felt the fluctuations of the surrounding formations, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and she whispered, "The grade of this illusion formation is indeed not low, and the arrangement technique is quite exquisite. The person who set up this formation must have a high level of attainment in formations. It is probably a cave defense formation left behind or abandoned by a formation master many years ago, and it happened to be discovered and used by these cultists." Xiao Chen agreed, "Well, I also don't think they can set it up. This is good. It means that they probably can't fully control this formation and can't mobilize its power to fight the enemy. Otherwise, we would have to face the formation attack as soon as we entered." Mulyoshi nodded and glanced deep into the valley. From the inside, this valley seems quite large, and the terrain is more complex than what we see from the outside. The fog reduces visibility, which makes it easier for us to hide our whereabouts. "That's right," Xiao Chen lowered his voice. "The most urgent thing is to confirm the specific situation inside, especially whether the information provided by number 3 is accurate. Senior sister, let's sneak in. Your spiritual sense has a wide range, so pay special attention to whether there are any secret sentries or patrols. It would be best if we can capture one without anyone noticing. Verify the information, especially the latest updates on the Black Evil Deacon and the captured woman." Mulyoshi understood what Xiao Chen meant. In this environment where the enemy is hidden and we are in the light, it is crucial to obtain accurate intelligence. She concentrated her mind, and her powerful spiritual consciousness spread out silently around her like water waves, carefully sensing any subtle fluctuations of spiritual power and breath of life in the mist. "Okay, come with me. The spiritual power fluctuations here are relatively chaotic, so it might be easier to find those who are alone." Mulyoshi sensed for a moment and pointed in a direction. There seemed to be some dilapidated stone building outlines looming in the mist. The two men restrained their breath and reduced their presence to the minimum. Like two ghosts, they took advantage of the fog, the undulating terrain, and the ruins to carefully sneak into the depths of the valley. The valley was unusually quiet, with only the occasional eerie sound of wind coming from deep in the fog. It sounded like sobbing or whispering, adding a touch of eeriness. After walking for about half an incense stick of time and passing several collapsed stone houses, Mulyoshi suddenly stopped, pulled Xiao Chen's sleeve, and said in a voice transmission. Behind the huge black rock on the left front, there's a presence, probably in the middle stage of the second stage. The spiritual power fluctuations carry a distinctly sinister feeling. It's probably a secret sentry. There's no other similar presence within 100 meters. Xiao Chen's spirits lifted, and he looked in the direction indicated by Mulyoshi. Sure enough, he saw a huge black rock about 2 people tall. There was a gap between the bottom of the rock and the ground. It was indeed a good place to set up a secret sentry. That's him. Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Senior, please help me keep watch around to prevent anyone from getting close. I'll bring him over to question him. Mulyoshi nodded. Be careful, make a quick decision, and try not to make any noise. Clear. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, and his aura was completely restrained. He performed the flowing light steps with his feet, and his figure moved silently towards the huge black rock like a ghost. A silent capture is about to begin at the edge of this evil cult stronghold shrouded in an illusion array. Chapter 66 Interception Outside the Valley. Outside the valley, the dense woods were silent, with only the rustling of leaves in the wind. Yi Qingxue leaned against an ancient tree that required several people to hug, her figure perfectly hidden in the shadow of the tree trunk and the hanging vines. Her cold eyes were like the calmest hunter, scanning the surroundings vigilantly, not missing any trace of movement. However, during this period of extreme concentration and vigilance, her thoughts drifted away uncontrollably, and every detail of her acquaintance with Xiao Chen emerged involuntarily in her mind. The embarrassment and shame when we first met seemed to still be before my eyes. That guy actually dared to break into her boudoir and look at her naked. When she thought of the scene at that time, a barely perceptible blush would still appear on Yi Qingxue's cold and pretty face. At that time, she was extremely disgusted with this fiancé who suddenly appeared with the title of useless spiritual root. She felt that he was a huge stain in her perfect life. Now that I think about it, besides being embarrassed, it seems, I was so angry that I wanted to kill someone. Later, under the forced arrangement of my mother and Aunt Shen, they began an awkward cohabitation life. This guy always annoyed her with his cynical attitude, and could make her lose her icy expression with just a few words. Looking back now, those seemingly shameless teasing and pranks have become an unexpected touch of color in the boring life of cultivation. In the secret realm assessment of the Qingmu demon forest, the three fought side by side. Facing the 1,000-year-old tree demon, he did not hesitate to leave his back to himself. When her spiritual power was over-depleted, he was the first one to help her to channel and restore her spiritual power. His focused expression at that time was completely different from his usual nonchalant look, which made her feel at ease to recover. At that moment, something seemed to be touched in her heart. Later, his bravery in fighting the demonic python alone, his exhausted appearance on the train back from Lingnan, his crushing of Lu Jun in the arena, the shocking display of his mid-stage third-order cultivation, and his calm analysis, decisive decision-making, and rational arrangements during this operation, all demonstrated a composure and leadership far beyond his years. These scenes flashed through her mind like a kaleidoscope. Unconsciously, Yi Qingxue discovered that she no longer resisted this engagement that she had once been extremely reluctant to. Even deep down in her heart, there was a hint of recognition that she herself didn't want to delve into. Her thoughts drifted further, back to when she first learned about the engagement. It was an evening when she overheard her father and mother arguing in the study about her child marriage with the Xiao family. My father's tone was excited. He believed that this was a great opportunity to resolve the Yi family crisis and deepen the relationship with the Xiao family, and it must not be missed. On the other hand, her mother, Su Wan, was more worried and reluctant. She didn't want her daughter's happiness to become a sacrifice to the family's interests, especially since the other party was a rumored useless spiritual root with 5 attributes. Later, her mother talked to her alone, and her tone was full of helplessness and apology, telling her the whole story of the engagement. Facing the expectant eyes of her father and mother, she was silent for a long time before finally nodding her head and saying, "I understand. I agree." At that moment, she felt as if her future was shrouded in a gray veil. The description of Xiao Chen in the intelligence was that apart from his useless spiritual roots, his character was quite decent. This was the only comfort in her heart at the time. But what about now? Yi Qingshua's lips unconsciously curled up slightly. Waste spiritual roots? That was probably this guy's most clever disguise. His strength overturned her cognition time and time again, proving his extraordinariness time and time again. He is like an iceberg hidden beneath the water, and you never know how many secrets he is hiding. However, when she thought of his ruffian look, and that night at the Shao family when they were forced to sleep in the same bed, although he finally held his bottom line, his restless hands and hot body. Yi Qingshua's cheeks instantly became hot, and the good impression that had just risen in her heart was immediately replaced by shame and anger. Bah! His character isn't right either. She spat inwardly, he's a complete bastard. Lecherous and a scoundrel. She shook her head vigorously, as if to throw all these chaotic and complicated thoughts out of her mind. Now was not the time to think about these things. The mission and vigilance were important. Just as she was forcing herself to calm down and focus her attention on the outside world again, her keen perception suddenly caught a strange sound coming from not far to the left front. It was an extremely light sound of footsteps on fallen leaves, but the rhythm was steady. It was obvious that someone was walking deliberately with light steps, not a monster. Yi Qingshua's heart trembled, and she immediately held her breath, restraining her own aura to the extreme, as if she was blending into the environment like ice and snow. She carefully pushed aside the vines in front of her and looked towards the source of the sound through the gaps between the branches and leaves. I saw a man in gray clothes and with a sinister face walking from a path not far away, heading straight for the entrance of the valley. This person was tall and thin, with eyes as sharp as an eagle. The spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from his body were not concealed at all, and had reached the peak level of the third stage. This is definitely one of the core figures in the cult stronghold. Yi Qingshua's heart instantly rose. Xiao Chen and senior sister Liuxi had just entered the valley. If this guy at the peak of the third level broke in at this time, it would probably alert the enemy and even put them in danger. We must not let him in. In a flash, Yi Qingxue made a decision. Without hesitation, she took out the communication talisman that Xiao Chen gave her, quickly injected a trace of spiritual power into it, and instantly transmitted the brief message: a third-level peak cultist was discovered outside the valley, and I am intercepting him, into the talisman. The talisman lit up slightly, then turned into a faint light, shooting silently towards the entrance of the valley. This was the simplest early warning signal. After doing all this, Yi Qingxue took a deep breath, and a hint of determination flashed in her cold eyes. She knew she had to stop this man to buy time for Xiao Chen and the others, or at least find out the origin of this guy who suddenly appeared. She slipped out silently from behind the tree, like falling snowflakes, and landed lightly in the middle of the path the gray-clothed man was taking. His white clothes were whiter than snow, his figure was tall and straight, and his cold temperament was incompatible with the gloomy environment around him. Yi Qingxue raised her cold eyes and looked directly at the man in gray, who suddenly stopped in his tracks with a look of surprise and doubt on his face because of her sudden appearance. Chapter 67: Thunder Decision. Xiao Chen's movements were as fast as lightning, not giving the sentry any chance to react. He was like a cheetah in the dark night, silently approaching from the shadow of the huge rock. At the moment when the second-level cultist sensed the danger and was about to shout, a precise hand knife mixed with spiritual power cut the back of his neck. The sentry collapsed to the ground without even a groan, losing consciousness. Xiao Chen quickly dragged him to the hidden place where Mu Liuxi was, and used a set of restrictive techniques to block his spiritual power and ability to move. Mu Liuxi kept his spiritual sense outward at all times, alert to his surroundings, and made sure that he did not attract any attention. A moment later, the secret sentry woke up slowly. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Chen's cold gaze and the tip of the sword against his throat, as well as Mu Liuxi, who was gentle but brought him invisible pressure. He was immediately scared out of his wits. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything." The instinct for survival made him surrender immediately, his voice trembling. Xiao Chen didn't bother to waste time and began to interrogate directly. How many people are still in the base now? What is their specific strength? What is that black demon deacon doing? Where is the captured woman being held? Faced with the threat to his life, the sentry spilled everything he knew. "Please spare me, sir. In the stronghold, besides the deacon, there are 2 captains, both in the late 3rd stage, and there are 7 or 8 instructors like us, all in the 2nd stage. Oh, and Captain 4 and Captain 0 are out on business and haven't returned yet. Captain 0 is at the peak of the 3rd stage. The deacon, he began his retreat yesterday, saying he was refining the last batch of sacrifices to reach the mid-4th stage. The remaining women in the dungeon were brought into the deacon's training chamber this morning. I heard that after refining this batch, the deacon will leave tomorrow. After hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes turned completely cold. The last batch of sacrifices would leave tomorrow. This meant that the captured women were probably in grave danger. Anything else? Xiao Chen's voice showed no emotion. No. No more. I've told you everything I know. Please spare my life, sir. I'm willing to. The sentry's plea for mercy stopped abruptly. Xiao Chen moved his wrist and the tip of the sword easily cut his throat. He would not show any mercy to this cultist who assisted the evil. He waved his hand and a small fireball popped out, quickly disposing of the corpse. It seems, we are still a step too late, he said in a deep voice, with a hint of suppressed anger in his tone. Those innocent women were ultimately unable to wait for rescue. Mulyoshi sighed softly, a layer of frost covering her delicate face. These inhuman beasts. She looked at Xiao Chen and asked, Junior, what are you going to do next? Continue to lie low and observe, or? Xiao Chen did not answer immediately. He frowned and fell into rapid thinking. His eyes subconsciously fell on Mulyoshi, scanning her up and down, as if evaluating something. His eyes were focused and sharp, with a purely calculating look. Mulyoshi felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by him, especially when his gaze seemed to linger on certain parts of her body, making her feel as if she was being stripped naked and examined. Her cheeks couldn't help but feel slightly hot, and her legs unconsciously moved closer together. She asked in a low voice with some embarrassment, Junior brother, what are you looking at? Xiao Chen finally came to his senses and realized his own misstep. He touched his nose, coughed awkwardly, and quickly asked seriously. Ahem, senior sister, sorry, I'm just thinking. Let me ask directly, if we were to fight head-on, how confident would you be against that black evil deacon? After all, he's a veteran in the early stages of the 4th rank. Does he have any hidden tricks? It turned out that he was evaluating the combat effectiveness. Mulyoshi breathed a sigh of relief, but the blush on her face had not completely faded. She calmed herself down and regained her usual gentle smile, but with a hint of confidence in it. Although I have just recently broken through to the 4th stage and my realm still needs to be consolidated, it is not a big problem for me to deal with an ordinary early 4th stage cultivator who relied on evil methods to forcibly improve himself and whose foundation must be weak. Even if he is in good condition, I have the confidence to contain him or even defeat him. Her tone was gentle, but it contained unquestionable strength and confidence. Okay. Xiao Chen's eyes flashed, and he made a decision in an instant, then I won't wait. He quickly analyzed, now's the best opportunity. The deacon is in seclusion refining the last batch of sacrifices, and he might not have broken through at this critical moment. Number 4 and that peak level 30 haven't returned yet, leaving only 2 late level 3 captains and some level 2 scabbies in the base. The 3 of us, senior sister, you deal with the deacon, and Xingxue and I will team up to deal with those 2 late level 3 captains and the scabbies. This is totally feasible. We must take advantage of his weakness and kill him. We can't let him harm any more innocent people, and we can't let him get away so easily tomorrow. Mulyoshi watched Xiao Chen analyze the pros and cons and come up with such a bold and decisive plan in such a short time. Her beautiful eyes shone with praise. Junior brother, you are truly courageous. Such decisiveness and confidence are truly rare. She discovered that this junior was not only amazing in talent and strength, but also in decision-making and courage. Hearing the praise from the beautiful senior, the embarrassment on Xiao Chen's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a hint of pride. He grinned. Hee, senior sister, thank you for your compliment. It's mainly because I have confidence in your ability. Besides, this kind of trouble should be eliminated as soon as possible so that we can feel at ease. Looking at Xiao Chen's somewhat cocky yet energetic appearance, Mulyoshi couldn't help but chuckle with her hands covering her mouth. This junior was sometimes really a little cute. At this moment, Xiao Chen's expression changed, and he quickly grabbed a communication talisman from the air that was faintly flashing with white light. This was the one he left for Yi Qingxue. There was only a very brief message on the talisman, but it made Xiao Chen's face change suddenly. Xiao Chen suddenly raised his head and looked towards the entrance of the valley, his eyes instantly becoming as sharp as a knife. Something happened with Qingxue. She intercepted a peak level 3rd level enemy. Chapter 68 Fenyan to the rescue. Outside the valley, the battle has already broken out. Yi Qingxue's white clothes were whiter than snow, and her figure was agile. As she swung the long sword in her hand, she brought up icy sword energy, which cut off or froze all the hideous vines that kept breaking out of the ground under her feet. Her face was as cold as ice, and her eyes were sharp as she stared at the sinister-looking man in gray in front of her. The man in gray was the third-level peak master that Yi Qingxue had discovered before, the captain of the cult codenamed Zero. At this moment, he had a playful smile on his face, like a cat playing with mouse, and his eyes greedily scanned Yi Qingxue's beautiful face and exquisite curves. Hee, little beauty, you have pretty good skills. You use the ice magic quite well. Zero licked his lips and spoke in a frivolous tone. However, I advise you to stop resisting. You're so delicate and tender, it would be a shame if you got hurt. Don't worry, come back with us. With your figure and beauty, the deacon will definitely take good care of you and make you feel like you're in heaven, huh? When the dirty words reached her ears, the cold light in Yi Qingxue's eyes became even brighter, but she knew that the other party was very powerful and she had to deal with it calmly. She did not answer, but just gripped the sword in her hand tighter. Fire snake bites the heart. Seeing that Yi Qingxue was unmoved, Zero sneered, formed seals with his hands, and a ferocious fire snake made entirely of hot flames appeared out of thin air, making a hissing sound as it broke through the air. It opened its mouth wide and pounced towards Yi Qingxue. The high temperature made the surrounding air distorted. Yi Qingxue did not dare to delay. She tapped the ground with her slender feet and floated backwards. The long sword in her hand drew a mysterious trajectory and she shouted delicately, "Mysterious ice barrier." In an instant, thick ice walls rose from the ground, layer upon layer blocking the fire snake. Boom! 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 The fire snake smashed 3 ice walls in succession, and its momentum was finally curbed. It eventually disintegrated into sparks in front of the 4th ice wall. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Qingxue turned her sword and raised her jade hand lightly, ice cone. 3 sharp ice cones emitting extreme coldness condensed into shape in an instant, and the finished shape shot towards the opponent like lightning with a sharp whistling sound. A mere trifle. Zero snorted coldly, his body swaying left and right like a ghost, easily avoiding 2 ice cones. At the same time, flames condensed in his right hand, and he smashed the ice cone that was shot at his face with one punch. However, at the moment when his body paused slightly, a gleam of light flashed in Yi Qingxue's beautiful eyes, and she uttered softly, "Explode." The 2 ice cones that seemed to have been dodged suddenly exploded not far behind Zero. Countless tiny ice crystals shot out in all directions like a rainstorm, covering a very wide area. This is Yi Qingxue's hidden backup plan ice explosion technique. Zero's face changed slightly. He had never expected this seemingly cool little beauty to be so cunning and ruthless in battle. He reacted quickly and growled, "Sun Luo Guardian." Green light surged around him, and the ground beneath his feet bulged instantly. Countless thick vines and wood fibers grew and intertwined wildly, instantly forming a thick wooden cocoon around his body, protecting him firmly inside. Puff, puff, puff. Dense ice crystals hit the wooden cocoon, leaving countless dents and frost of varying depths, but failed to completely break it. The wooden cocoon opened, revealing a disheveled Zero inside. His clothes were stained with ice chips and his hair was a little messy. Although he was not injured, he was obviously tricked, which made him furious. "You bitch. If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you," Zero said with a ferocious look. "I'll catch you back later and treat you well. I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death." Before he finished speaking, Yi Qingxue had already launched another attack, ice chain binding. Several chains condensed from ice emerged like snakes from a cave, wrapping around Zero from different angles, trying to restrict his movements. "Break it for me!" Zero roared, and a flaming long sword appeared in his hand. The sword flashed, and with a scorching airwave, it easily cut and melted several ice chains. "Take my blow too!" Blazing flame slash. Zero, taking advantage of the situation, clenched his blade with both hands and slashed forward fiercely. A huge crescent-shaped flaming blade tore through the air, crushing towards Yi Qingxue with terrifying heat. Yi Qingxue felt the power of the attack and did not dare to take it head-on. He used all his strength to retreat quickly to the side and rear, while swinging his sword repeatedly, setting up layers of ice shields in front of him. Boom! The flaming sword energy shattered several ice shields, and eventually the power was exhausted and dissipated, but the shockwave of the explosion still caused Yi Qingxue's blood to surge. He retreated more than 10 steps before steadying his body, and his breathing became slightly rapid. Continuously casting powerful spells consumed a lot of her spiritual energy. Zero noticed that Yi Qingxue's breathing was a little disordered, and the lust and cruelty in his eyes became even stronger. "Hey, you're out of energy now? Let's see where you can run this time." He didn't give Yi Qingxue any chance to breathe. He quickly formed a seal with his left hand and pressed it hard on the ground, wood dragon strangling. The earth shook, and two terrifying tree roots covered with sharp thorns broke out of the ground like giant pythons. One on the left and one on the right, with a whistling sound, they coiled towards Yi Qingxue at an astonishing speed. The range was so large that it almost blocked all her space to dodge. Yi Qingxue's face turned pale. She had just stabilized her breath when her spiritual energy stagnated for a moment. It was too late to cast powerful spells to resist or avoid this deadly entanglement. Zero showed a cruel smile of confidence, as if he had already seen this pure and innocent beauty being bound by tree roots, unable to struggle, just surrender and serve us well. Ha 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 ha. At this critical moment, a blazing crimson sword energy shot out from the woods on the side like a meteor from outer space. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air was burned and distorted. Burning flame slash. Cut it off. With a clear and cold shout, the crimson sword energy slashed across the middle of the two thick tree roots with incredible precision. Laugh. Like a hot knife cutting butter, the incredibly tough tree roots were severed the moment they came into contact with the sword energy, its extreme heat and sharpness severing them. The fractured area was charred black, and even burst into flames. The severed tree roots lost their strength and fell to the ground helplessly, turning into specks of light and dissipating. The sudden change froze Zero's smile on his face, and his triumphant laughter came to an abrupt end. Yi Qingxue only felt a tightening around her waist, and a gentle but firm force came, pulling her back and away from the danger area. She turned around in surprise, and what came into her sight was Xiao Chen's profile, which was filled with a hint of concern and an extremely cold expression. He arrived in time. The long sword in Xiao Chen's hand flashed with a red spiritual light. He stood tall and straight, blocking Yi Qingxue. He turned around and glanced at her, his eyes filled with concern and inquiry. Are you okay? Yi Qingxue shook her head lightly, her tone still cold, but with a subtle hint of dependence. It's okay, it's just that the spiritual energy consumption is a bit high. Xiao Chen nodded, turned to face Zero, his eyes instantly becoming icy cold, pointed his sword at him, and said murderously. Where did you come from, you stray dog? How dare you touch my people? You're looking for death. Chapter 69 Joining Forces Against the Enemy. Zero was startled at the sudden appearance of Xiao Chen, but then realized that he was only at the mid-third stage of spiritual power. A sneer of disdain and mockery suddenly appeared on his face. Humph. Who did I think it was? It turns out another clueless brat has come. A mere mid-level third-order cultivator dares to meddle in your grandfather's business? Perfect, I'll send you both off together. I'll kill the men and take the women away. Yi Qingxue ignored the other party's shouting and quickly whispered to Xiao Chen, What's the situation inside? Xiao Chen's gaze remained fixed on Zero as he replied succinctly, The deacon is in seclusion. There are 2 late-stage third-level cultivators and some small fry left inside. Senior Liushi is keeping watch. They're safe for now. Let's work together to finish off this mad dog first. Okay. Yi Qingxue nodded, and her cold gaze turned to Zero again, adding, This person is proficient in fire and wood dual-element magic, and his swordsmanship is fierce. Be careful of his flaming sword energy and the vines that attack from underground. The two people's conversation, which was as oblivious to the others, completely infuriated Zero. He felt ignored, especially when he saw the boy's caring attitude towards the beauty behind him, which made him even more jealous. Damn it! They turned out to be a pair of bastards. Zero spat, his face grim. Boy, you think you can imitate others and save the damsel in distress? You really don't know how to live or die. It's just right, I'll kill you first, and then I'll have some fun with your woman, so you know what happens if you offend me. Xiao Chen's eyes instantly turned as cold as ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years, and murderous intent spread out without any concealment. He gently pulled Yi Qingxue behind him to protect her, hooked his finger at her, and said with extreme contempt, No matter how loud the stray dog barks, it can't change the fact that you are a stray dog. Stop talking nonsense and come here to die. You're looking for death. Zero had never suffered such humiliation before, and roared angrily. His hands formed seals frantically, and several fire snakes that were thicker and more solid than before roared and pounced on Xiao Chen and Yi Qingxue with their fangs and claws. The scorching heat caused the surrounding grass and trees to begin to burn. Fire snake dance. Facing this powerful attack, Xiao Chen did not dodge or evade. Instead, he shouted to Yi Qingxue behind him, Qingxue, ice wall. Mysterious ice barrier. Yi Qingxue was well prepared. He swung his sword in a circle, and an arc-shaped ice wall emitting a chilling cold air instantly condensed, protecting the two of them behind him. Boom, boom, boom. The fire snake hit the ice wall, causing a loud roar. Ice chips and sparks flew everywhere, and the ice wall shook violently, but it firmly blocked this wave of attacks. Just as the explosion sound of the fire snake colliding with the ice wall covered Xiao Chen's feet, a flash of light appeared and his figure disappeared from the spot like a ghost. The next moment, he appeared behind the blood wolf. So fast. Number Zero's pupils shrank. He didn't expect Xiao Chen's movements to be so swift. But he was experienced in combat and had extremely quick reactions. He immediately turned his blade, condensed flames, and slashed towards Xiao Chen, fiery flame slash. A condensed flame blade tore through the air and headed straight for Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen faced this attack without dodging or evading. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and the long sword in his hand glowed brightly red as he slashed out with the same sword, burning flame slash. The crimson sword energy and the flaming blade energy collided fiercely, emitting a deafening explosion. A violent energy shockwave spread out in all directions, stirring up a cloud of dust. In this head-on confrontation, although Xiao Chen's cultivation was slightly inferior, his spiritual power was strong and pure, and he only swayed a little, and did not fall into a disadvantage. And just when Zero paused slightly due to the fight and his vision was disturbed by the explosion light, Xiao Chen swung his left hand extremely covertly. Two crimson talismans shot silently over each other's heads like two red lightning bolts. Fire explosion talisman? Bastard! Zero's pupils suddenly shrank, and he cursed angrily, no longer caring about his image. The spiritual power in his body exploded, and he kicked the ground hard, retreating quickly. Boom! Boom! Almost at the moment he retreated, two fire talismans suddenly exploded. The huge fireball and shockwave blew a charred pit where he had just stood. The flying mud and scorching airwaves still made him covered in dust and his blood surged. Ice chain binding. Just as Zero was forced back by the explosion and his body was unstable, Yi Qingshua's cold voice was like the verdict of the god of death. The spell that had been prepared long ago was activated instantly, and several freezing ice chains suddenly shot out from the ground under the opponent's feet and the surrounding void as if they had life, and wrapped around his legs, waist and right arm holding the knife in the blink of an eye. The biting cold instantly penetrated into his body, causing Zero's movements to suddenly freeze, and even the circulation of his spiritual energy became stagnant for a moment. What a great opportunity! Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with cold light. How could he miss such a good opportunity? He rushed towards the temporarily restrained Zero like an arrow, the long sword in his hand blazing with even more intense flames. Asshole! Open it! Zero was shocked and furious. He frantically urged the spiritual power in his body, and the scorching fire spiritual power burst out, trying to break the ice lock. At the same time, he hastily waved his left hand forward, thorn jungle. In an instant, countless tough vines covered with thorns broke out of the ground on the path Xiao Chen was rushing forward, growing wildly and interweaving into a dense obstacle, trying to block his steps. Burning flame blade. Facing the surging waves of vines, Xiao Chen did not dodge or evade. The long sword in his hand spun rapidly, and his whole body was like a burning gyroscope. Wherever he passed, those tough vines were ignited and crushed as if they had met their nemesis, and they could not stop him at all. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen broke through the obstruction of the vines, and with an indomitable momentum, he pierced the opponent's heart with his burning sword. Damn it! Zero's pupils reflected the flaming sword tip that was getting closer and closer, and the shadow of death loomed in his heart. He roared wildly, ignoring the restraint of the ice chains and the erosion of the cold air, and twisted his body forcibly, holding the flaming long sword across his chest. Laugh! The tip of the sword collided violently with the blade, causing a sharp friction sound and sparks to fly everywhere. Zero's hasty block failed to completely relieve the force, and he was knocked back repeatedly by Xiao Chen's sword, which was condensed with all his strength. The knuckles of his right hand holding the knife were cracked and blood was flowing. The ice chains wrapped around his body also broke into pieces under this violent impact. He barely managed to keep his balance, looking extremely disheveled, with disheveled hair, torn clothes, and a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Xiao Chen and Yi Qingxua with a look full of resentment and disbelief. He, a peak-level third-level cultivator, was actually pushed to this point by two mid-level third-level cultivators. These two men worked in perfect harmony, their tactics were ingenious, and they didn't seem like students at all, but more like seasoned hunters. Good. Very good. You two bastards. Zero wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice becoming hoarse and distorted due to extreme anger. I've changed my mind. I won't kill this brat right away. I'm going to break his limbs and cripple his cultivation. I'm going to make him watch helplessly as I toy with this ice beauty. I'm going to torture you so much that you can neither live nor die." Along with his resentful curse, a strong blood-red murderous aura suddenly erupted from his body. His eyes instantly turned red, strange blood-red lines appeared on the surface of his skin, and the aura around him began to rise wildly, becoming more violent and evil. "You are proud enough to force me to use the secret technique of blood evil. Now, feel the true despair." Chapter 70, Tacit Cooperation and Final Kill. Seeing the strong blood-colored murderous aura erupting from the other party, the aura became strange and violent, even faintly touching the threshold of the 4th level. A solemn expression appeared on Yi Qingshua's cold face, and she immediately warned. "Xiao Chen, be careful. There's something strange about his secret technique. His aura is much stronger." Xiao Chen felt the sickening bloody aura, his eyes becoming sharper. He said in a deep voice, "Yeah, I feel it. The power has increased significantly, and it's even more violent. Ha ha ha. Are you scared now? Too late." Zero laughed wildly, his voice becoming hoarse and unpleasant due to the influence of the evil spirit. "It is your honor to die under my blood evil secret technique. Take my move first, blood evil slash." He held the flaming long sword in both hands, but at this moment the sword was no longer wrapped in pure flames, but a strong blood-colored murderous aura blended with the flames, forming a dark red strange energy. He slashed out fiercely with his sword. A dark red blade aura, emitting a strong smell of blood and evil fire, slashed towards Xiao Chen with a shrill whistling sound like a slash from hell. The power was several times stronger than the previous fiery slash. "Xiao Chen!" Yi Qingxue exclaimed and subconsciously wanted to step forward to help. "Don't come over. I can block it." Xiao Chen growled. Facing this fierce attack, he did not choose to fight back head-on. Instead, he quickly took out the cracked khaki shield defense weapon he had used before from his storage ring. He madly injected all his spiritual power into it, and the shield burst out with the final yellow light, instantly growing larger and blocking in front of him. Boom! The dark red blood-killing blade slammed heavily on the khaki shield, making a deafening sound. The yellow light on the surface of the shield flickered violently, and the cracks that already existed on it spread rapidly like a spider web. With a crisp crack, it finally shattered completely, turning into countless fragments that flew everywhere. Xiao Chen's blood was boiling due to the overwhelming force, and he retreated 7 or 8 steps before he could steady himself. His arm holding the shield felt numb. He glanced at the completely scrapped remains of the shield in his hand, threw it away, and said to Yi Qingxue with a serious face, "Qingxue, this attack is very powerful, almost to the 4th level. Don't take it head-on, be careful to dodge. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tsk. Even her magic weapon is broken. How pitiful." Seeing this, Zero laughed triumphantly. "When I catch her, I'll strip her naked right in front of you and make her enjoy herself under my crotch. Let's see how long you can hide. Bloody fire snake." He pushed with both hands, and a giant snake that was even larger than before and made entirely of dark red bloody flames condensed into shape. This fire snake not only emitted high temperature, but also carried a bloody evil aura. It let out a silent roar and circled towards the two of them with astonishing power. Mysterious ice barrier. Yi Qingxue did not dare to delay and used all her strength to activate the ice spiritual power. An extremely thick azure ice wall emitting extreme coldness instantly rose from the ground and stretched across the front of the fire snake. Chi-chi-chi. The bloody fire snake hit the ice wall, not only erupting into blazing flames, but the thick bloody aura was like a thorn in the flesh, constantly corroding and melting the ice wall. The solid ice wall became dim and covered with cracks at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally shattered with a loud bang with a crack. At the moment the ice wall shattered, Yi Qingxue and Xiao Chen used their body skills to dodge to the sides and avoid the core area of the explosion. Ha ha ha. Hide? I wonder how long you can hide. Like 2 mice, you can only run away with your heads in your arms? Zero looked at the 2 people dodging in a panic and laughed wildly, his heart filled with the pleasure of cat and mouse. Xiao Chen steadied himself, brushed off the non-existent dust on his body, and revealed his somewhat ruffian and sarcastic smile as he spoke loudly to the other party. "TSK, you were yelling so loudly, I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out you're just a short-lived ghost who relied on evil magic to overdraw. Your bloody and evil energy is impure and mixed, hurting the enemy before hurting yourself. I'm afraid you'll be turned into a pool of rotten flesh before we even have to do anything, right? You're courting death." Zero hated being told he was incompetent, especially being mocked by someone he considered an ant. He was instantly enraged, his rationality drowned out by rage. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Blood slash. Another dark red blade with even greater power slashed towards Xiao Chun angrily. He decided to chop this foul-mouthed brat into a meat paste first. Come on. Xiao Chen's eyes flashed, and he used the flowing light steps to the extreme. His figure shuttled through the woods like a ghost, and he narrowly avoided the fierce slash again. The sword energy cut a large tree behind him in half, and the broken end was charred and corroded. Hide? I wonder how long you can hide. Bloody slash. Bloody slash. Number 0 looked like a madman, slashing out several sword auras in succession, madly chasing after Xiao Chen, who was constantly dodging and moving, and kept shouting. Run! Keep running! When I catch you, I'm going to tear your stinky mouth apart first. Relying on his exquisite body movements and prediction, Xiao Chen narrowly avoided attacks time and time again. Although he seemed to be surrounded by danger, his eyes were always calm, and in the process of dodging, he completely attracted the opponent's attention to himself without leaving any trace. Just as Zero's attention was completely attracted by Xiao Chen and he was attacking frantically, Yi Qingxue, who had been looking for an opportunity on the side, had already begun to quietly gather an extremely terrifying and cold energy in his hands. Her long sword was suspended in front of her, and her hands were forming complex and mysterious hand seals. The coldness around her was so strong that the water molecules in the air quickly condensed into tiny ice crystals that flew around her. A chill that seemed to be able to freeze the soul was rapidly brewing. After all, Zero was a veteran of many battles. In the intervals of his crazy attack on Xiao Chen, he keenly sensed the terrifying chill that was rapidly rising on the side. He was startled and turned to look at Yi Qingxue, shouting, "What do you want to do, bitch?" Just when he was distracted and looking at Yi Qingxue. Now! Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance. The long-awaited opportunity had finally appeared. The dual attribute spiritual energy of water and wood within his body merged at an unprecedented speed. Water and wood transformed into wind. Green light swirled around him, and his speed suddenly increased again. Flowing light step. He seemed to transform into a stream of light fused with the swiftness of the wind, his speed suddenly increasing several times. Almost the moment Zero turned his head, he had already crossed the short distance between them and appeared on his right side. Sizzle, sizzle. At the same time, the dazzling light of lightning blazed once more from the longsword in his hand. Gold and wood thunder. The violent force of thunder completely enveloped the blade. With unparalleled momentum, he judged evil and slew demons. Thunderbolt. The lightning sword cut through the air, leaving behind a trail of afterimages and a piercing roar of thunder. Its target wasn't the opponent's vitals, but rather the shoulder of his right arm, where he held the flaming sword tightly. Attack him, and he'll save you, and cut off his claws and teeth. What? No. Zero had just turned his head when he caught a glimpse of the incredibly fast lightning from the corner of his eye. Alarm bells rang in his heart. He wanted to draw his sword to block or dodge, but it was too late. Xiao Chen's long-planned lightning strike, combined with the accelerated power of the wind spirit, was faster than he could react. Swish! A flash of lightning passed by. An intact arm that was tightly gripping a flaming long sword was severed at the shoulder, and flew into the air with a pool of blood that was scorched by electricity. Ah! My hand! Zero let out a heart-wrenching howl. Not only was there severe pain in his broken arm, but the terrifying power of thunder and lightning was madly corroding his meridians and dantian, causing him to lose most of his combat power in an instant. His body twitched violently as he retreated backwards. And just as he was howling and retreating, Yi Qingxue's long-accumulated killing move was completed. Ice Phoenix, sky-splitting strike. Her cold voice was like the profound ice of the 9 heavens. The long sword suspended in front of her let out a clear phoenix cry and transformed into a divine bird, the Ice Phoenix, formed entirely from the ultimate icy condensation, its wings spread, ready to take flight. The Ice Phoenix was lifelike, emitting a terrifying chill that could freeze everything. With a flap of its wings, it instantly crossed the distance between the two of them as if tearing through space, and accurately hit the defenseless Zero. Snap, snap. The extreme coldness erupted instantly. The opponent's scream stopped abruptly, and his entire body, including his broken arm, was frozen into a lifelike ice sculpture in an instant. There was still an expression of extreme pain and unbelievable horror on his face, but all trace of life had completely disappeared. The shadow of the ice phoenix slowly dissipated, leaving only the humanoid ice sculpture standing there, reflecting a cold and dead light in the mottled sunlight. The next second, countless fine cracks appeared on the surface of the ice sculpture, and then with a bang, it completely shattered, turning into crystal ice powder all over the sky and dissipating into the air. Chapter 71 Strong Entry. Quickly taking out 2 soul-restoring pills, Xiaoqin took one himself and handed the other to Yi Qingxue. The pill melted in the mouth, and the pure medicinal power quickly replenished the spiritual power consumed by the 2 people in the fierce battle just now. Feeling the recovery of his spiritual power, Xiaoqin looked at Yi Qingxue beside him, whose pretty face was slightly flushed due to the consumption of spiritual power in the previous battle. A sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He suddenly reached out, put his arms around her slender waist, and brought her towards him. Ouch! Yi Qingxue was caught off guard and let out a soft cry. She felt the warm force coming from her waist and the smell of Xiaoqian mixed with sweat. 2 blushes instantly appeared on her cold and pretty face, spreading all the way to her ears, and her heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. She struggled hard and said angrily, "What are you doing? Let me go." Xiaoqin didn't let go, but leaned close to her ear, lowered his voice, and said in a teasing voice with a smile, "Why are you shy? Didn't you think we just worked perfectly together? We were so in tune with each other. I guess we really need to have more in-depth conversations tonight to cultivate our relationship. Maybe we'll even get even closer in the future." His warm breath sprayed on Yi Qingxue's sensitive earlobe, making her tremble all over, as if an electric current passed through her. The extremely ambiguous words made her feel embarrassed and annoyed, and even her neck was dyed pink. You are shameless. Let me go." Yi Qingxue was embarrassed and anxious, and pushed her elbow back hard. This guy is in a state of disarray after just experiencing a life-and-death fight. Xiaoqin felt pain, chuckled, and let go of her hand, knowing that now was not the time to flirt. He bent down to pick up the storage bag left by Zero and the long sword that fell to the ground. He probed his mental power into the storage bag and soon found a black token engraved with the word 0. He handed the token to Yi Qingxue, who was still blushing and trying to catch her breath. "Here, take this. You need this to get in." Yi Qingxue glared at him fiercely, snatched the token away, snorted unhappily, and didn't even bother to talk to him. Xiaoqian didn't care. His expression became a little more serious as he asked, "How is it? How much of your spiritual power has recovered? Can you still fight?" He glanced towards the valley entrance, his tone growing more serious. "There was quite a bit of fighting going on here just now, especially the spiritual energy fluctuations from your move. The people inside may have been alerted. We must get in and support Senior Liushi as soon as possible. We can't let her face the entire stronghold's enemies alone." Speaking of business, Yi Qingxue quickly suppressed the embarrassment in her heart, felt the spiritual power in her body recovering most of it, and nodded coldly, "No problem, we can fight." "Okay. Let's go." The 2 of them did not delay any longer. Holding the tokens, they passed through the illusion array at the entrance of the valley again and entered the valley shrouded in fog. As soon as I came in, I heard the sounds of fierce fighting and loud noises coming from the front. In the distance, in a relatively open space with dilapidated stone buildings, Mulyoshi was being besieged by 3 people. The leader was a figure wearing a black robe, surrounded by a bloody murderous aura. The spiritual power fluctuations he emitted were at the early 4th level. He was the Black Evil Deacon. As he waved his hands, streams of bloody violent energy bit towards Mulyoshi like a poisonous snake. The other 2, one is a burly man holding a ghost head broadsword, and the other is a thin man using a pair of poisoned daggers. Their spiritual power fluctuations are both in the late 3rd level. They should be the remaining 2 captains. They cooperated with the Black Evil Deacon and launched continuous attacks from the flanks, with flashes of swords and daggers, ruthless and cunning. On the periphery of the battle circle, there were 7 or 8 cultists wearing uniform gray clothing and with cultivation levels at the 2nd level. They were standing there with lewd and excited smiles on their faces, constantly making noises and shouting. "Master Deacon, you are so powerful. Take down this little bitch. Hey, this girl is really pretty, much better than those girls in the dungeon. Once she's captured, can you let us brothers have a taste of her too? Master Protector, please try harder. Cut open her clothes. Look at her thin waist and long legs. She must be very exciting when she twists her body. Ha ha ha." Dirty words can be heard all the time. Mulyoshi, who was besieged by 3 people, seemed unusually calm despite being in the center of the storm. Her movements were as nimble as a fish in water, and she always avoided the bloody energy of the black evil deacon and the fatal attacks of the two captains at the critical moment. As she swung the aqua blue sword in her hand, it brought up soft yet incomparably tough aqua blue light curtains, dissolving the attacks that could not be completely avoided one by one, defending herself perfectly. Her posture remained calm and elegant, as if the siege before her was just a breeze. But at this moment, a layer of frost appeared in those gentle eyes. Xiao Chen and Yi Qingshue's sudden intrusion immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. "Senior Liushi, we are here!" Xiao Chen shouted loudly, and at the same time as Yi Qingxue, he sped up and rushed into the field. Hearing Xiao Chen's voice, a smile flashed in Mu Liushi's eyes, and his figure floated back. The water blue sword light drew a perfect arc, forcing back the pursuing bloody force and two knife and dagger shadows, and landed lightly beside Xiao Chen and Yi Qingxue. "Are you okay?" Mu Liushi looked at the two of them and asked softly, his gaze especially lingering on Yi Qingxue's slightly red cheek for a moment. "We're fine. The one outside has been dealt with," Xiao Chen replied quickly. His eyes swept over the enemies on the opposite side who had temporarily stopped attacking because of their sudden appearance, with faces full of surprise and confusion, especially the black-robed butler. Under the hood of the black evil deacon, his gaze swept coldly over Xiao Chen and Yi Qingxue. Especially when he felt Yi Qingshue's pure ice spiritual power and extraordinary appearance, a trace of greed flashed in his eyes, and his hoarse voice was like sandpaper rubbing. "Two more reckless little brats have arrived. Well, we can catch them all in one fell swoop. That ice-type girl has excellent aptitude and is perfect for a top-notch cauldron." The thin captain on the side stared at Mu Liushi sinisterly. I still think this water-based one is more moist." Xiao Chen ignored their nonsense and quickly said to the two women beside him, "Qingxue, go clean up those onlookers and prevent them from interfering or escaping." "Hurry!" Yi Qingxue nodded, and her cold gaze instantly locked onto the second-level cultists on the periphery, with the long sword in her hand emitting a chilling aura. Xiao Chen said to Mu Liushi again, "Senior sister, I'll leave the fourth-level deacon to you." "Sorry for the trouble." Mu Liushi smiled slightly, a gentle smile but with absolute confidence. "Well, leave it to me. I just finished warming up and it's a good time to stretch my muscles." "All right." Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he locked onto the two captains of the late third stage. "Then I'll play with these two guys." Before he finished speaking, Xiao Chen had already activated the flowing light step, his figure transformed into a swift shadow, and he actually rushed towards the two captains in the late third stage. The long sword in his hand flashed with red light, and a powerful burning flame slash directly chopped towards the burly captain holding the ghost head sword. "Arrogant boy. You're looking for death." The burly captain felt greatly insulted when he saw that a boy in the middle stage of the third stage dared to attack the two of them. He roared and swung his sword to meet the enemy. The thin captain who was wielding a dagger had a cold glint in his eyes and disappeared from the spot like a ghost, obviously intending to launch a fatal sneak attack on Xiao Chen from the side or behind. At the same time, Yi Qingxue also moved. She descended like a goddess of ice and snow, her figure elusive, and she instantly rushed into the group of second-level cultists. As the sword flashed, cold air burst out, and two people were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. The remaining people were scared out of their wits, screaming and fleeing in all directions, but they were caught up and killed one by Yi Qingshue's sharp swordsmanship and ice magic. The battle to clear out the small fish was a one-sided crushing situation. On the other side, Mu Liushi, holding a water blue sword, walked towards the black evil deacon with light lotus steps. The smile on her gentle face remained, but the fourth-level spiritual pressure emanating from her body was like a turbulent undercurrent hidden beneath the calm sea surface, firmly locking onto the other party. "Your opponent is me." Chapter 72 Thunder Beheading. Xiao Chen took the initiative to attack, instantly igniting the battle. Burning Flame Slash. The crimson flaming sword energy collided fiercely with the burly captain's sword energy filled with evil fire, causing a violent roar and sparks to fly everywhere. To his opponent's surprise, he felt a burning and violent force coming along the blade, which made his arm numb. His feet involuntarily dang and he took 3 steps back before he could barely stabilize his body. On the other hand, Xiao Chen on the opposite side just shook his body slightly, and then stood there with his sword in his hand as if nothing had happened. The other person's face was filled with shock and disbelief. He was a true late-stage third-level cultivator, and strength was his forte. How could he be defeated head-on by a mid-stage third-level warrior in a single encounter? Number 2. Be careful. There's something strange about this kid. His spiritual power is ridiculously strong. Don't fight him head-on. The burly captain hurriedly and loudly reminded the thin captain who had quietly sneaked to the side and rear of Xiao Chen. "Oomph, you don't need to remind me. Number 1, watch me destroy him." Number 2's cold voice sounded. He was like a poisonous snake in the dark. He seized the brief stiffness that Xiao Chen had just experienced after fighting with Number 1, and suddenly jumped out from the shadows. The pair of daggers in his hands, which were tempered with dim light and carried corrosive dark spiritual power, stabbed at Xiao Chen's waist and back like poisonous fangs. "I've been waiting for you." Xiao Chen seemed to have eyes on his back. At the moment when the dagger was about to hit his body, he performed the flowing light steps skillfully and slid to the side in front like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the fatal backstab. At the same time, as if inadvertently, he flicked his left hand and a red talisman fell lightly on the place where he had just stood. Number 2's attack missed, and he felt something was wrong. Out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of the quietly activated talisman. Fire explosion talisman? Bastard! Number 2 was so frightened that his soul was about to leave his body. He cursed angrily and no longer cared about chasing. The dark spiritual power in his body surged out crazily, forming a twisted black shield in front of him, and at the same time he retreated desperately. Boom! The fire explosion talisman suddenly exploded. Although most of the scorching fireball and shockwave were blocked by the black shield, it still made Number 2's blood boil and his face was covered in dust. He looked even more embarrassed than Number 1 before. "Number 1. What the hell are you still standing there for? Are you watching the show? Let's go together and kill him." Number 2 was shocked and angry, and roared at Number 1 who was still shocked by Xiao Chen's strength. He realized that if any of them fought alone, it would be difficult for them to quickly defeat this strange guy. "Fire snake bites my heart." Number 1 was also aroused to his ferocity. He no longer held back and formed seals with his hands. A ferocious fire snake roared and rushed towards Xiao Chen, trying to restrain his actions. Rock barrier. Xiao Chen was not in a hurry. A thick earth wall rose up from the ground under his feet to block the fire snake. And at the moment when the earth wall rose, Number 2 approached Xiao Chen from another tricky angle like a thorn in the flesh, and slashed the dagger towards Xiao Chen's lower body. Green vines are entangled. Xiao Chen didn't even look at it. He pointed his left hand to the ground and activated the wood-type spiritual power that had been prepared long ago. Several thick vines broke out of the ground in an instant and wrapped around Number 2's ankles and calves like spirit snakes. Although they were quickly cut off by Number 2 with a dagger, they also successfully hindered his advance speed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Chen's feet flashed again, and his figure suddenly appeared beside Number 1 who had just released the fire snake technique, and the long sword in his hand ignited flames again. Burning flame slash. Another powerful and heavy chopped blow. Number 1 hastily raised his knife to block. Clang! There was another loud bang, and Number 1 was once again shocked by the powerful force and retreated repeatedly. The blood in his body was churning even more violently, and the hand holding the knife was shaking slightly. The look he gave Xiao Chen was filled with fear. This kid's spiritual power is so strong and his instantaneous explosive power is simply outrageous. It's not what a mid-level third-order person should have. Number 1 and Number 2 quickly moved closer, and when they looked at each other, they saw solemnity and a hint of barely perceptible horror in each other's eyes. Xiao Chen stood with his sword in hand, looking at the two men who were facing a formidable enemy, a mocking smile on his face. "What? Two late-stage third-level masters, this is all you can do together? You can't even defeat a mid-stage third-level warrior like me. You're such a weak captain, aren't you? It's better to end yourselves quickly and avoid bringing shame to your black-robed master. You arrogant kid. I'm going to rip your mouth apart." The two were completely enraged by Xiao Chen's trash talk, their rationality overwhelmed by anger. They roared simultaneously, one on the left and one on the right, and rushed towards Xiao Chen again frantically. Number 1's sword moves were violent, and flaming blade energy spread across the sky. Number 2's body was elusive, and his dagger was like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue, focusing on the vital points. Turbulent waves. Facing the two's furious combined attack, Xiao Chen didn't dodge or evade. The water attributed Qi spiritual energy within his body surged. He swung his sword forward, and a powerful surge of water attributed spiritual energy surged out like a flood, transforming into a massive blue wave that swept towards the two charging at him. The range was enormous, and there was no escape. Earth Spirit Wall. Shadow Barrier. Number 1 and Number 2's expressions changed, and they stopped charging at the same time, defending with all their might. A thick, ochre-colored spiritual energy wall condensed in front of number 1, while number 2 held up a constantly twisting black dark shield. Boom! The huge waves hit the two people's defenses, making a dull loud noise. Although it failed to break the defense directly, the surging impact force still caused the two men's bodies to shake, and the defensive shield flickered. More importantly, it forcibly broke up their originally tight formation. Just when the power of the water waves was about to fade and the two men's defenses were slightly loose. Ice chain binding. A cold and delicate shout came from the side. Yi Qingxue, who had quietly approached the battlefield, seized this perfect opportunity and took action. Several ice chains emitting extreme coldness shot out from the shadow under number 1's feet and the surrounding void as if they had life. While his attention was still attracted by the waves, they wrapped around his legs, waist and right arm holding the knife with incredible precision. The biting coldness instantly invaded, causing number 1's movements to suddenly freeze, and the circulation of his spiritual power became fatally stagnant. Oh no! Number 1. Number 2 was horrified upon seeing this and wanted to rescue, but was blocked by the aftermath of the waves that had not yet completely subsided, and was a beat too late. Now! Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and the wind-attributed spiritual power in his body was pushed to the extreme. Green light flowed under his feet, and his speed suddenly soared. He crossed the distance between him and number 1 as if teleporting. At the same time, the heart-pounding brilliance of lightning ignited once again from the long sword in his hand. Brilliant divine power, judging evil. Thunderbolt. The lightning flashed by, so fast that it was beyond imagination. Number 1, currently bound by ice chains and unable to effectively dodge or block, saw only a blinding flash of lightning magnified infinitely before his eyes. Then, he felt a chill on his neck and his vision spun around. Phew! Ahead, a face filled with astonishment and fear soared into the sky. The headless corpse, entangled in ice chains, stood rigidly in place, its broken neck charred black. No blood spurted out, only the traces of complete carbonization by the lightning. The captain of the late third stage, number 1, died. Number 1. Number 2, who had just broken free from the aftermath of the waves, watched his companion being beheaded in an instant and let out a roar of fear and despair. He turned his head suddenly and looked in the direction where the lightning came from, and at Yi Qingxue, who had appeared at the edge of the battlefield at some point in time. She was wearing white clothes as white as snow, holding a long sword without a drop of blood in her hand, and was looking at him with cold eyes. The small fry had been cleared out, and he and the butler seemed to be in an absolute disadvantage. A chill instantly rushed from the soles of number 2's feet to the top of his head. Chapter 73: The Deacon's Defeat. Deacon Haisha was still fighting with Mu Liushi. Although he could not gain any advantage, he was confident of his own cultivation level and had subordinates by his side. He felt that it should be easy to capture the three youngsters who suddenly broke in, especially the two girls, who had excellent qualifications and were the cauldron he had always dreamed of. But he never expected that in such a short period of time, the situation would take a turn for the worse. He saw with his own eyes that the two captains of the late third stage whom he relied on were killed as quickly as cutting melons and vegetables by the boy who was only in the middle third stage and his ice-type female companion. Even those second-level believers who were responsible for waving flags and cheering were completely wiped out by the ice-type woman. An icy chill and overwhelming rage instantly surged into his heart, especially when he saw Xiao Chen and Yi Qingxue's cold gazes turn to lock on him. He knew that the game was over. Waste. All of you are waste. Deacon Haisha was shaking with anger, his face twisted under the hood, and he roared like a wounded beast. The stronghold he had worked so hard to build and the subordinates he had trained were completely destroyed by three young men in such a short time. But he is a fourth-level warrior after all, and he knows the principle of keeping the Green Mountains. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, he did not hesitate. The spiritual power in his body circulated wildly, the bloody and evil energy around him surged, and he actually rose from the ground and hovered in the air several meters above the ground. This is a short period of flying that only fourth-level warriors can do. Although it consumes a lot of energy and cannot fly for a long time, it is very effective in escaping the battlefield or avoiding attacks at critical moments. He was suspended in mid-air, looking down at the three people on the ground. He especially glared at Mu Liushi and Yi Qingxue with lustful eyes, and laughed an unwilling and resentful grin. Good. Very good. I never thought that I, Haisha, would capsize in the gutter today and fall into the hands of you youngsters. But remember, if you offend my Blood Demon Hall, you will not have a good ending. One day, I will let you know the true power of the Blood Demon Hall. After uttering these harsh words, he thrust his hands forward fiercely, no longer holding back his spiritual energy, and roared, Raging Flame Snake. Several giant fire snakes, several times thicker than those previously unleashed by the Guardians, let out deafening roars and pounced towards Mulyoshi on the ground with their fangs and claws bared. The sound was terrifying, and it was obvious that he wanted to use this full-strength attack to stop Mulyoshi and create an opportunity for himself to escape. After releasing the fire snake, the black evil deacon didn't even look at the result. He turned around, blood flashing around him, and flew rapidly towards the exit of the valley. Wait, my two little beauties. Next time we meet, I will make you feel like you're in ecstasy under my crotch, wanting to live but unable to, and wanting to die but unable to. Ha ha ha. These cruel words full of obscene meaning were heard along with his receding figure. Want to leave? Have you asked me? Facing the several violent fire snakes, Mulyoshi's gentle smile on her face had long disappeared, replaced by a cold expression. She did not choose to fight head-on, but instead raised the aqua-blue sword in her hand in front of her, and a soft blue halo spread out from her as the center. Watery sky curtain. A huge, solid semicircular light curtain composed of countless flowing water waves instantly formed, protecting her as well as Xiao Chen and Yi Qingxue behind her. Boom 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 boom. Several violent fire snakes crashed into the watery sky one after another, causing continuous and violent roars. Fire and water vapor intertwined and filled the air, completely covering the area. The water curtain fluctuated violently, with ripples forming, but it still tenaciously withstood this ferocious attack. And at the moment when the fire and water vapor blocked the vision, the black evil deacon had already turned into a ray of bloodlight, and was about to rush out of the valley illusion. Oomph, leave something behind. Mulyoshi's cold voice penetrated the aftermath of the explosion. She obviously did not intend to let the other party escape so easily. She put her fingers together like a sword and pointed at the bloodlight that was about to escape. The water blue sword in front of her made a clear sword sound, and an unprecedented bright blue light burst out from the whole body. An unparalleled sharp sword intent rose into the sky. Kanglin breaking wave slash. The long sword turned into a stream of deep blue light that was condensed to the extreme. Its speed was so fast that it exceeded the limit of visual capture. It seemed to ignore the distance and space. It arrived first and caught up with the bloodlight in an instant, piercing through its back with incredible precision. Ah! You little bitch! How dare you hurt me! The black evil deacon's shrill scream came from mid-air. The escaping bloodlight suddenly stagnated, and the color dimmed in an instant. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. But his determination to escape was unwavering. He actually endured the blow head-on. Using the sword's impact, his speed actually increased. Burning his lifeblood, he roared, "Blood escape technique! Burn!" Puff! He spat out another mouthful of blood, and the bloodlight around him became thick again. He accelerated suddenly like a meteor, plunged into the exit of the illusion array in the valley, and disappeared. Only the thick smell of blood lingering in the air and the vicious scream proved his presence. The aqua-blue sword elegantly drew an arc in the air and flew back to Mulyoshi. The sword's brilliance was restrained, but if you looked closely, you could see a trace of dark red blood on the tip of the sword, which was slowly being purified and evaporated by the pure water spiritual power. Mulyoshi reached out to take the sword and put it back into the storage ring. A barely noticeable paleness appeared on her beautiful face, and her breathing became slightly faster. Obviously, the attack she had just made with the sword in the air that severely damaged the 4th-level warrior had also consumed a lot of her energy. She slowly turned around and looked at Xiao Chen and Yi Qingxue, who had just teamed up to kill number 2. At this moment, Xiao Chen had just pulled the long sword out of number 2's chest. Number 2 opened his eyes wide, and fell down with a look of unwillingness and fear on his face, without a breath left. Yi Qingxue stood beside Xiao Chen, her white clothes still clean, but there was a hint of sharpness after the battle in her cold eyes. "Senior Liushi, are you okay?" Xiao Chen asked with concern when he saw that Mulyoshi's face was a little pale. Although he was fighting fiercely with the two captains, he also paid attention to the movements of Mulyoshi. He knew that she must have consumed a lot of energy in order to keep the black evil deacon. Yi Qingxue also cast an inquiring look. Mulyoshi shook her head gently, revealing a slightly tired but still gentle smile. "I'm fine, I just used up a lot of my spiritual energy. I just need to calm down and breathe. Unfortunately, I let the deacon escape. I only had time to severely injure him, but I couldn't stop him." Xiao Chen walked over to Mulyoshi and said comfortingly, "Senior sister, you've done a great job. It's hard to keep a 4th-level warrior who's only trying to escape. Furthermore, you've severely injured him. He won't be able to do any more evil in the short term. We've achieved our primary goal and destroyed this stronghold. He paused, looked at the mess on the ground and the corpses of the cultists, and frowned slightly. However, the blood demon hall he mentioned at the end seems to be quite a problem. During the previous interrogation, those lower-level believers didn't even know the name of the organization. It seems that this black demon deacon knows more. Blood Demon Hall. Mulyoshi repeated the name softly, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes. I seem to have heard of this name somewhere. I need to report to the academy after returning and find out their background. Yi Qingxue also walked over, and her cold voice sounded, we can't stay here for long. Although the deacon escaped with serious injuries, there is no guarantee that there won't be other supporters or backup. Do we need to search this base immediately to see if there are any missed clues or survivors? When she spoke of the survivors, her tone was slightly lowered, and she was obviously thinking of the innocent women who might have been killed. Xiao Chen nodded. Qingxue is right. We need to search the place as quickly as possible and then leave immediately. Senior, you should take a break and recover your spiritual power. Qingxue and I will search to see if there is anything valuable or the location of the dungeon. Mulyoshi also knew that now was not the time to be polite, so she nodded and said, okay, you guys be careful, I'll recover as soon as possible. After saying that, she sat down cross-legged, took out a pill and swallowed it, then began to close her eyes and regulate her breathing. Xiao Chen and Yi Qingxue exchanged a glance and began to act in tacit understanding, launching a swift search in the cult stronghold that had just experienced a fierce battle and was filled with the smell of blood and burnt things. Chapter 74 The Name of Genius. Xiao Chen and Yi Qingxue searched the base carefully. Apart from some miscellaneous items left behind by cultists in some stone chambers, no other valuable clues were found. The location of the dungeon was also found. It was empty, with only dried bloodstains and some tattered women's clothes, indicating that innocent women had been imprisoned here, but no one was left alive. Both of them felt a little heavy-hearted. After silently cleaning up these traces, they returned to the place where Mulyoshi was regulating her breathing. Seeing the two people come back, Mulyoshi had just finished regulating her breathing and opened her eyes. The paleness on her face had faded, and her usual warm and radiant look had returned. She asked softly, did you find anything? Xiao Chen shook his head, his tone somewhat low, no, the dungeon is empty. Apart from some useless debris, there are no valuable clues. It seems that they destroyed it thoroughly. Mulyoshi sighed softly, stood up, straightened her dress, and said, in that case, let's go back. While I was recuperating just now, I received a message from Senior Lin Feng saying they've found Wang Tao. He's fine, just a little injured and in a coma, but his life is not in danger. They've already returned to Qicheng town. Upon hearing the news that Wang Tao was safe, Xiao Chen and Yi Qingxue both breathed a sigh of relief. This was a blessing in disguise. The three of them did not delay any longer and quickly left this valley full of blood and sin, returning towards Qicheng town. When I returned to the hotel entrance, the familiar college-style vehicle was already parked there. Lin Feng was lazily leaning against the car door. When he saw them come back, he smiled and waved. Emily sat next to the open car door, swinging her legs. In the passenger seat, Lei Qian was resting with his eyes closed, a trace of fatigue on his face. It seemed that the mission of the past 2 days was not easy for him. Hey, our heroes are back? Lin Feng still had that cynical tone, but his eyes were filled with undisguised approval. Well done. Not only did you take down the cult stronghold, but you also sent that black evil deacon fleeing in dismay. I heard you even took out 2 late-stage 3rd-level warriors and a peak-stage 3rd-level captain. This is enough to brag about in the academy for a while. Xiao Chen smiled and looked at Lei Qian in the passenger seat. Is Lei Qian okay? Lin Feng waved his hand. It's okay, he just consumed a lot of energy. Let him rest for a while. Lingxi took Wang Tao in another car to go back to the academy to report the situation. Let's not dawdle any longer. Get in the car and go. Everyone got on the bus. Yi Qingxue walked straight to the back row and sat down next to Emily. Emily winked at her ambiguously and whispered something in her ear, which made Yi Qingxue's ears turn slightly red and she pinched her lightly. Xiao Chen and Mulyoshi naturally sat in the middle row. The vehicle started and drove smoothly out of Qicheng town, heading towards the imperial capital. The atmosphere in the car was much more relaxed than when they arrived. While driving, Lin Feng looked at Xiao Chen through the rearview mirror and said with a tone of amazement, Junior Xiao Chen, I heard from Junior Lu Shi about your battle. You're amazing. At the mid-3rd stage, you've already mastered the integration of wind and lightning. Your speed and power are truly astonishing. Xiao Chen felt a little embarrassed by the praise, touched his nose, and said modestly, "Senior Lin Feng, you're too kind." "I'm still far from that. I was just lucky enough to have some opportunities and a more superficial understanding of the attributes of spiritual power. If I have to say who's the best, it has to be Senior Liuxi." As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Mu Liuxi, who was sitting quietly beside him, with sincere admiration in his eyes. Senior's sister is a true fourth-level cultivator. The sword strike that severely injured the fourth-level deacon at the end is still shocking when I think about it now. My heart has not yet completely calmed down. Compared with Senior's sister, my little tricks are really not worth mentioning. He truly admired her. Mu Liuxi looked gentle as water, but the calmness and strength she displayed when she took action left a deep impression on him. Hearing Xiao Chen mention Mu Liuxi, Emily in the back seat immediately became alert. She leaned against the back of the seat and looked at Mu Liuxi with sparkling eyes. "That's right. Senior sister Liuxi, you're really hiding your talent. Fourth level. You're only 1 year older than us, right? Your cultivation speed is simply inhuman." But Lin Feng, who was driving, couldn't help laughing when he heard this. He looked at Xiao Chen through the rearview mirror and complained, "Junior, I advise you not to compete with her. It's easy to damage your Taoism and it's too discouraging. Do you know what junior sister Liuxi's current status is?" His words immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the car, even Yi Qingxue and Emily who were whispering in the back seat, and Lei Qian who was pretending to be asleep, pricked up their ears. Lin Feng cleared his throat and announced in a somewhat exaggerated tone, "Junior sister Mu Liuxi successfully broke through to the early stage of the fourth level shortly before we set out on this mission. Now, she is the youngest student in the history of our Tsinghua Peking University to reach the fourth level. This record has been untouched for nearly 50 years. The youngest fourth-level person in history?" These words were like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing huge waves in the carriage. Xiao Chen widened his eyes. Although he knew that Mu Liuxi was extremely talented, he never expected her to be so monstrous. Tsinghua and Peking University are full of geniuses, and the title of the youngest fourth-level person in history is of such high value that it is hard to imagine. Yi Qingxue and Emily also showed expressions of shock. Although they knew that Mu Liuxi was very strong and a prominent figure in the academy, they did not expect that she would break the academy's historical record. Even Lei Qian, who had been resting with his eyes closed, couldn't help but open his eyes and look at Mu Liuxi. A complex light flashed in his eyes, which was the recognition of a true genius and the determination that he still needed to work hard. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on Mu Liuxi, who was sitting in the middle row and looked a little embarrassed because of Lin Feng's revelations and exaggerated tone. Feeling the burning gazes of the crowd, especially the gaze of Xiao Chen beside her that was full of amazement and curiosity, Mu Liuxi's fair cheeks quickly became covered with a touching blush that spread all the way to her ears. She lowered her head slightly in embarrassment, stretched out her delicate hand to gather the hair beside her ear, and said softly with a rare hint of embarrassment, "Senior Lin Feng. What nonsense are you talking about? How can it be so exaggerated?" Her shy look, which was completely different from her usual gentle and calm image, added a touch of charm to her, making everyone in the car stunned. This proud girl who broke the college's historical record now looks more like a shy girl next door. Chapter 75: The Journey Home. Lin Feng's words about being the youngest fourth-level student in the history of Peking University and Tsinghua University were like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves in Xiao Chen's heart. He looked at Mu Liuxi, whose cheeks were flushed with shyness, making her look even more charming. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head and he thought of something. Jiangnan accent, water attributed spiritual roots, reaching the fourth level at such a young age, surnamed Mu. His heart moved, and he leaned slightly closer to Mu Liuxi. In a very low voice that only the two of them could hear, he whispered in her ear, "Senior, excuse me, is your home in Jiangnan?" A warm breath brushed past her ears, carrying with it the unique masculine scent of a man, which made Mu Liuxi's already slightly red cheeks even hotter. She glanced sideways at Xiao Chen in surprise, then met his clear eyes that seemed to see through people's hearts. After a slight hesitation, she nodded gently and responded in a subtle voice, "Yeah." Although it was only one word, Xiao Chen already understood it in his heart, and he said to himself, as expected, "The Jiangnan Mu family." That was a hidden family on par with his own family, the Lingnan Shao family. Its background was unfathomable, its heritage was long, and it held a pivotal position in the hidden circles of China and even the entire Blue Star. No wonder Mu Liuxi is so talented that he broke the records of Tsinghua and Peking University at such a young age. behind him are the resources and heritage of the entire Mu family. However, Xiaochen only confirmed it and had no intention of delving deeper. Every hidden family has its own secrets and rules, and it would be bad to inquire about them rashly. He gave Mu Liuxi a knowing smile, then sat up straight again, as if the whisper just now had never happened. This little episode did not attract anyone else's attention. The topic in the carriage quickly turned back to the details of the mission and everyone's gains, and the atmosphere was harmonious. The vehicle sped all the way and finally returned to the prosperous imperial capital before it was completely dark and drove into Tsinghua University and Peking University. After getting off the car in the school parking lot, Lin Feng stretched and said to Xiao Chen and the other two, "All right, the mission is successfully completed. Although the leader escaped, we took down the stronghold, which is a great achievement. Lingxi and I will get the detailed report. You have worked hard these past 2 days, so have a good rest. Lei Qian, let's go." He patted the shoulder of Lei Qian, who was still a little tired, and the two of them left first. Only Xiao Chen, Yi Qingxue, Emoli, and Mu Liuxi, who was about to leave, were left there. "Thank you for your care this time." Xiao Chen sincerely thanked Mu Liuxi. Yi Qingxue and Emoli also expressed their gratitude to Mu Liuxi. Mu Liuxi smiled gently and shook her head. "We are all classmates, and we should look after each other. But you guys performed very well this time." As if she suddenly remembered something, she said to the three of them, "By the way, after this mission, your strength and potential have been recognized. Starting tomorrow, you can freely enter and exit Complex Number 4 for training and use." Comprehensive Building Number 4? Mo Li's charming eyes suddenly lit up, full of curiosity. Is it that legendary place that only elite students and special contributors can enter? What's it like inside? Are there any special treasures? Looking at Mo Li's curious look, Mu Liuxi couldn't help but smile and patiently explained. "It's nothing special, really. It's just that the facilities are quite complete and well equipped. There are professional training rooms for various attributes, as well as standard alchemy rooms, weapon refining rooms, talisman drawing rooms, formation training grounds, and so on. It's very convenient for students who need to practice side jobs or cultivate specific attribute spells." She paused and added the most crucial point. However, the most popular places inside are the independent training rooms. Each one is engraved with a high-level spirit-gathering array. The concentration of spiritual energy far exceeds that of the outside world. Moreover, as long as you are free, you can apply for use at any time, which is very helpful for improving the efficiency of training. High-level spirit-gathering array. Use it at any time. Mo Li's eyes lit up when he heard it, and even a hint of intention flashed in Yi Qingxue's cold eyes. For a warrior, what could be more attractive than a training environment with abundant spiritual energy and available at any time? "Thank you for telling me, senior sister." Yi Qingxue thanked softly. "You're welcome. You should go back and rest early. I'm leaving first." Mu Liuxi smiled and nodded to the three of them, then turned and left. Her aqua-blue figure quickly disappeared into the night of the campus. "Let's go, we're going back too." Xiaochen called out, and together with Yi Qingxue and Emoli, they walked towards the villa where they lived together outside the school. Leaving the serious mission atmosphere and college environment, walking on the quiet path home, Xiaochen seemed to switch modes instantly. The calm and steady temperament on his body disappeared, and he turned back into the Xiaochen with a bit of ruffian and scoundrel spirit. He looked at Yi Qingxue, who was walking side by side with him, still as cold as snow. His eyes rolled and evil thoughts emerged in his mind. He deliberately fell half a step behind, then stretched out his hand and naturally embraced Yi Qingxue's slender and soft waist. "Ah!" Yi Qingxue was caught off guard, her delicate body trembling like a frightened deer. A blush instantly appeared on her pretty face. She shouted in embarrassment and annoyance, "What are you doing? Let go!" She struggled hard, but Xiao Chen's arms were like iron hoops, motionless. Instead, he hugged her even tighter, so that half of her body almost leaned on his arms. A scent of male hormones mixed with a hint of sweat and sunshine penetrated her nose, causing her heart to beat uncontrollably. "Hey, what are you afraid of? It's pitch dark here and no one can see us." Xiao Chen lowered his head, leaned close to her red earlobe, lowered his voice, and spoke with a smile. "We're officially engaged, so what's wrong with a hug? Besides, just now in the car, I saw you chatting happily with Emoli, but why are you so cold around me? This won't do. Relationships require more communication, especially physical interaction." His warm breath and ambiguous words made Yi Qingxue feel weak all over and her cheeks felt incredibly hot. You are shameless. Who wants to have physical contact with you? Let me go. She was embarrassed and angry, and raised her hand to hit him with her elbow. Emily, who was watching the two flirting, had no intention of helping. Instead, she laughed so hard that her body shook uncontrollably, and started to make trouble, saying, "Oh my, they're hugging each other already?" It seems like their relationship has quickly warmed up during this mission together. Xing Xue, just give in to him. I can see that Xiao Chen really cares about you. Emily. Shut up. Yi Qingxue stomped her feet in anger, wishing she could sew this bad friend's mouth shut. Look, Emily said so. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows proudly, and took advantage of the situation to move his face closer to Yi Qingxue's blushing ear, lowering his voice and teasing. Qingxue, we're already engaged and living together. Isn't it time for some substantive progress? For example, come to my room tonight and we can discuss our life ideals in depth, or perhaps even discuss dual cultivation techniques? You are shameless. Vulgar. Who wants to practice dual cultivation with you? Yi Qingxue was so embarrassed by his explicit words that her whole body was burning, her heart was beating like a drum, and even her neck was dyed pink. She wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. This guy is indeed a complete bastard. The slight change in my opinion of him that had just occurred during the mission was instantly wiped out by this rogue behavior. The moonlight fell on the quiet path, stretching the shadows of the three people walking forward and backward. Ahead was their temporary home in the imperial capital, and with Xiao Chen's playfulness and Yi Qingxue's shyness and anger, the way home seemed to become less peaceful. Chapter 76 Daily Practice. The next day, Xiao Chen resumed his normal college life and arrived at the classroom on time. As soon as he sat down, Zhaokui came over, his round face full of gossip and curiosity. Brother Chen, you're finally back. Where have you been these past few days? You've been elusive, not even attending classes. Zhaokui lowered his voice and asked, Did you do something good again, secretly behind my back? Xiao Chen glanced at him, took out his textbook, and answered nonchalantly. Nothing, I went back home a few days ago to take care of some things, and then I went out with my senior to do a college mission. Senior? Mission? Zhaokui's eyes lit up and he asked, Which senior? Is she pretty? What's the mission? Is it dangerous? Is it exciting? The fat on his face trembled with excitement. Seeing Zhaokui's curious look, Xiao Chen smiled and didn't intend to hide it. After all, his story might spread later, so he said, It's senior sister Mu Liuxi. Mu Liuxi? Zhaokui's voice instantly rose an octave, causing several students in the front row to turn around and look at him. He quickly covered his mouth, moved closer, his eyes wide as copper bells, and asked in a disbelieving voice. It's senior sister Mu Liuxi, who's ranked second on the school beauty list, second only to the school beauty of Yi University? Oh my god. Brother Chen, are you kidding me? Are you going on a mission with senior sister Liuxi? Xiao Chen nodded calmly, yes, it's her. Zhaokui stared at Xiao Chen for 3 full seconds, then suddenly reached out and touched Xiao Chen's forehead, then touched his own, muttering. I don't have a fever. Brother Chen, you're having a beautiful dream. Going on a mission with senior sister Mu Liuxi? Do you know what senior sister Mu Liuxi's status is in the academy? She's the dream goddess of countless boys, an unattainable existence. Can she go on a mission with you? Wake up, stop dreaming. Looking at Zhaokui's face that looked like he was bragging, Xiao Chen smiled helplessly and was too lazy to explain too much. This kind of thing would only make things worse if he explained it more. They would know it eventually anyway. He changed the subject and asked, By the way, where's Li Hao? Why don't I see him? When Li Hao was mentioned, Zhaokui put away his joking expression and said with some envy and self-mockery. Haozi, he accepted a collection mission from the academy and set off yesterday. He's different from the rest of us who just eat and wait for death. Haozi is determined to make a name for himself with his own abilities. He's very hard-working. Xiao Chen nodded. He knew that Li Hao was calm, hard-working, and diligent. At this moment, the class bell rang, interrupting their conversation. When the bell rang, Xiao Chen did not rush to the cafeteria or back to the dormitory like other students. Instead, he followed Mu Liuxi's instructions and walked straight to the number 4 comprehensive building. After showing his student ID and successfully passing the access control, as soon as he stepped into the complex building, Xiao Chen clearly felt that the concentration of spiritual energy here was much higher than that outside, and the air seemed particularly fresh and pleasant. He followed the signs and came to the public training area. Pushing open the door of an empty training room, he was greeted by a richer aura, causing all the pores on his body to open involuntarily. The training room is not big, but the walls and floors are engraved with complex spirit-gathering array patterns, which are emitting a soft light and continuously gathering the surrounding spiritual energy. It really lives up to its reputation. The concentration of spiritual energy is no worse than those training rooms in the family. Xiao Chen nodded with satisfaction. It is indeed a great move for the college to open up such resources to outstanding students. He did not delay any longer and sat cross-legged on the cushion in the center of the training room. He collected his mind and started to practice the Tai Yin Ling Ju. The pure spiritual energy seemed to be attracted and rushed into his body crazily. It was quickly refined and absorbed by the 5 major attribute chi Cs. Practicing in this environment was much more efficient than usual. In the following days, Xiao Chen seemed to have entered a hard training mode. Every morning after entering the academy, he would go directly to the training room in the number 4 complex building and spend almost all his time practicing. Relying on the power of his skills and the high concentration of spiritual energy in the training room, his cultivation level has been steadily improving. Although he is still some distance away from the late 3rd level, his spiritual power has become more condensed and powerful, and his control over multi-attribute spiritual power has become more proficient. That day, Xiao Chen finished a day of training and felt refreshed, with his spiritual energy full. When he came out of the comprehensive building, it was already getting dark. He stretched his stiff body and walked towards the entrance of the academy. Just as I reached the door, I happened to see a familiar beautiful figure walking towards me from another road. It was Yi Qingxue. She seemed to have just finished training or classes and was about to leave the academy. Qingxue. Xiao Chen took a few quick steps and greeted with a smile. Yi Qingxue stopped when she heard the voice, turned around and saw that it was Xiao Chen. Her cold eyes flashed slightly and she responded with a soft Xiao Chen walked up to her and walked side by side with her naturally. Looking at the lights of thousands of houses gradually lighting up outside the academy, he suddenly had an idea. He turned his head to look at her and suggested with a smile. Come to think of it, we've never had a meal together before, right? So, Miss Yi, would you please do me a favor and have dinner together tonight? Yi Qingxue was slightly startled when she heard this, and subconsciously wanted to refuse. Dining out alone with this guy? Who knew what tricks he would come up with? But when the words were on the tip of her tongue, looking at Xiao Chen's eyes with a smile and a hint of expectation, and thinking of their shared experiences during this period and his annoying yet occasionally heart-pounding teasing, she found it difficult to say no. She tilted her head slightly to avoid Xiao Chen's overly direct gaze. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she asked in a cold voice, "What do you want to eat?" Hearing that she didn't refuse directly, Xiao Chen's smile became even wider. He thought for a moment, his eyes lighting up. The weather's getting a bit colder, how about something hot? I know there's a good barbecue restaurant that just opened in the food court outside the school. I heard the food is pretty good, and the ingredients are all low-level monster meat, which is also beneficial for cultivation. Should I give it a try? Barbecue? Yi Qingxue imagined the scene filled with smoke and frowned slightly. She actually preferred a quieter and more elegant environment. But seeing Xiao Chen's enthusiastic look, she was silent for a few seconds, and finally nodded gently, okay. Great. That's settled. Xiao Chen said happily, and naturally wanted to reach out and hold Yi Qingxue's hand. Yi Qingxue, however, seemed to have expected this and quickly retracted her hand, glaring at him with a warning look. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand awkwardly, not caring at all. He smiled and said, then let's go. I know the way. The two walked out of the academy gate side by side and blended into the bustling night of the imperial capital. The food street near the college is always bustling with various aromas mixed together, filled with the flavor of life, and the sounds of hawking, talking, and laughing are endless. Xiao Chen led Yi Qingxue through the bustling crowd with ease, and finally stopped in front of a store with a sign that read Manio Barbecue. The store was brightly lit, and the sizzling sound of grilled meat and the rich aroma of meat could be heard continuously. This is it. It looks nice, right? Xiao Chen turned and smiled at Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue looked at the noisy environment in front of her and sniffed lightly. The tempting aroma of meat in the air made her stomach, which had been indifferent, start to stir. She nodded, yeah. Then let's go in. Xiao Chen said, and took the lead in pushing open the glass door with the wind chime hanging on it. The crisp sound of the wind chimes indicated that a dinner time that might be a little different was about to begin. Chapter 77 Barbecue Chat. The decoration inside the barbecue restaurant has a somewhat rough and exotic style. Animal skins and weapon decorations are hung on the walls. The air is filled with the mouth-watering aroma of barbecue and the faint smell of charcoal fire. The hall is crowded and quite lively. Xiao Chen glanced at Yi Qingxue, who was frowning slightly beside him. Knowing that she didn't like noisy environments, he said to the waiter who came over, "Arrange a quieter private room for us." "Okay, please follow me." The waiter enthusiastically led them through the hall to a relatively secluded private room. The private room is not big, but it is clean and tidy, and the sound insulation is good. Once the door is closed, most of the noise outside is blocked out. After the two sat down, Xiao Chen picked up the menu and skillfully ordered several signature monster meats, some vegetables and mushrooms, and asked for 2 glasses of refreshing spiritual juice. The waiter quickly brought the ordered dishes and the grill. The various slices of low-level monster meat were bright in color, with distinct textures, and exuded a faint spiritual aura. Paired with fresh spiritual vegetables and special sauces, it was very appetizing. Xiao Chen naturally picked up the tongs and spread a few slices of fat and lean flame roasted beef on the hot baking tray. Immediately, a pleasant sizzling sound was heard, and the rich aroma of meat quickly spread along with green smoke. "Let me grill it, and you just eat it." Xiao Chen smiled at Yi Qingxue, who was sitting opposite him, and flipped the meat slices skillfully. Yi Qingxue looked at Xiao Chen, who was concentrating on grilling the meat. His eyes, which usually had a bit of a ruffian look, now seemed a little soft behind the steaming heat. She hummed softly, without objecting, but just watched quietly as the meat slices gradually changed color on the baking tray, the fat dripped, and the flames rose. For a moment, the only sounds in the private room were the sounds of barbecue and the faint aroma. "Try this." It's said that the flame barbarian beef has firm texture and the spiritual energy it contains is good for warming the meridians. Xiao Chen put the first batch of grilled meat slices on the plate in front of Yi Qingxue. "Thank you." Yi Qingxue thanked him softly, picked up a piece with chopsticks, dipped it in some sauce, blew it carefully, and then put it into her mouth. The meat was indeed tender and juicy, with a unique chewiness and a gentle aura. It was indeed much more delicious than the food she usually ate. Her cold eyes lit up slightly. Although she didn't say anything, her increased eating speed showed her approval of the barbecue. Xiao Chen looked at her reaction, the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised, and he continued to grill other slices of meat and vegetables. The two chatted occasionally while eating, and the topic gradually changed from barbecue techniques to the recent courses in the academy and the differences between the training rooms in the number 4 complex building. The effect of the spirit gathering array is indeed very good. Yi Qingxue rarely took the initiative to bring up the topic, with a hint of approval in her tone. "I'm practicing in the training room, and I feel that the speed of spiritual power gathering has increased a lot." "Yeah, no wonder so many people want to go in." Xiao Chen nodded in agreement and put a piece of roasted meat that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside into his bowl. Just as the atmosphere was becoming harmonious and the two were enjoying the delicious food and the rare peaceful time, the screen of Yi Qingxue's mobile phone on the table lit up and vibrated with a buzzing sound. She picked up her phone and took a look. It was a message from Emily. Just by taking a look at the content, a speechless look appeared on her cold and pretty face. On the phone screen, Emily's messages popped up like a barrage of bullets. "Qingxue. Help. Can you lend me your precious fiancé for a few days? Please." Yi Qingxue frowned coldly and asked a few questions. "What are you crazy about?" Emily immediately sent a frantic expression. "Ah. It's that annoying cousin of mine. He's going to have a party with some young masters from wealthy families in a few days. To put it bluntly, it's just a bunch of self-righteous guys bragging and comparing themselves to each other. My family insisted I go, saying it would make more connections. It's so annoying. At that kind of place, there's bound to be all kinds of flies flying around. I thought, let me borrow your Xiao Chen to use as a shield for a day, let him pretend to be my boyfriend and keep those annoying guys away. What do you think? Give me a hand." Yi Qingxue looked at the message, speechless for a moment. After thinking for a moment, she quickly replied with her fingertips, "Why don't you just go find him yourself?" Emily sent a smirking expression. "How can that be? He's your man. Of course I have to ask the queen for permission before borrowing a man, right? What if you get jealous?" Seeing the words "your man" and "the queen," Yi Qingxue's cheeks became slightly hot, and she replied unhappily. "What do you mean my man? I don't want him. You can give it to me." Emily, TSK, saying one thing and thinking another. I don't know who it was, but last time I saw Xiao Chun and Senior Liushi coming back together on a mission, that little look in his eyes was so sour. Yi Qingxue, you're talking nonsense. I didn't do that. Emily, alright, I'll stop teasing you and get down to business. Could you please ask Xiao Chun if he's free in the next few days? I've seen him spending every day in the practice room these days, and he seems very busy. Yi Qingxue was helpless and replied, can't you ask yourself? Emily sent a pitiful expression. I've been detained by my family for the past few days and haven't been back to the villa. Hello Qingxue, please help me out. Please ask for me. I'll treat you to a big meal later. Looking at the coquettish message sent by Emily, Yi Qingxue sighed helplessly. She looked up at Xiao Chun, who was concentrating on flipping a piece of mushroom, and hesitated. She didn't really want to get involved in this kind of thing, but Emily was her best friend after all. She put down her phone and cleared her throat. Ahem, Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at her, still holding the tongs in his hand. What's wrong? Not enough meat? I'll order some more. No. Yi Qingxue shook her head, avoiding his gaze and looking at the sizzling baking tray. It's Emily. She asked if you'd be free in a few days. She wants your help with something. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard this. Emily? She needs my help, why did she ask you? He remembered that Emily was not the type to beat around the bush. Yi Qingxue's expression remained unchanged as she calmly explained, she's been staying at home these past few days and hasn't returned to the villa. Maybe, she thought it would be more convenient for me to convey her message. Oh, so that's it. Xiao Chen didn't delve into it and thought about his next arrangements. I don't have any problems. I've been practicing these past few days, so my schedule is very flexible. What specific help does she need from me? Yi Qingxue had picked up her phone again and replied to Emily while answering Xiao Chun without even looking up. As for what's going on, you should ask her yourself when the time comes. She sent Emily 2 concise words, he's free. The phone immediately vibrated wildly. It was obvious that Emily was excitedly replying to a long message on the other end. Yi Qingxue just glanced at it, turned off the screen and ignored it. Xiao Chen found it a little funny to see Yi Qingxue, who obviously didn't want to talk anymore and even looked a little emotional, but he tactfully didn't ask any further questions. He picked up the roasted mushrooms and placed them on Yi Qingxue's plate. He smiled and said, here, try this roasted mushroom. It's very juicy. Yi Qingxue looked at the extra mushrooms on the plate, then looked at Xiao Chun who was still grilling meat seriously across from her. The inexplicable irritation in her heart seemed to slowly dissipate with the aroma of the barbecue. Chapter 78, Alone at Night. When the two returned to the villa from the barbecue restaurant, it was already late at night and the villa was quiet. Just as Yi Qingxue said, Emily had not returned. Xiao Chen went straight back to his room and took a comfortable hot shower to wash away the fatigue of training and the smell of barbecue. After changing into loose and comfortable home clothes, he wiped his half-dry hair and walked to the desk. He picked up a book on the detailed explanation of basic formations and began to read it in the soft light of the desk lamp. After reading for about half an hour, Xiao Chen felt a little thirsty, so he closed the book and went downstairs to the kitchen to get some water. As soon as he reached the living room, his steps couldn't help but pause. I saw that the warm yellow floor lamp in the living room was on, emitting a soft glow. Yi Qingxue was wearing a light pink silk nightgown and sitting on a large sofa with her legs curled up. The style of the nightgown was not revealing, but the soft fabric perfectly outlined her slender waist and budding curves. Under the hem of the skirt, a section of her white jade-like calves and delicate ankles were revealed. She seemed to have just taken a shower, her long black hair draped softly over her shoulders, emitting a faint fragrance. She lacked her usual coldness and had a touch of homely softness and laziness. She was hugging a soft pillow, staring intently at the huge TV screen hanging on the wall in front of her. A popular ancient fantasy drama was playing on it. The changing light and shadow reflected on her delicate profile, making her look particularly peaceful. This rare homely look made Xiao Chen's heart skip a beat for unknown reason. As if she heard footsteps, Yi Qingxue turned around and saw that it was Xiao Chen. Her cold eyes seemed to soften a lot under the warm light. She did not show her usual defensive look, but instead took the initiative to speak, her voice soft and gentle. You haven't rested yet? Are you practicing again? Xiao Chen came back to his senses, walked to the kitchen counter, poured himself a glass of water, took a sip, and then replied. No, I just read the formation book for a while and came down to have a drink of water. He leaned on the edge of the stage, his eyes fell on Yi Qingxue, and asked with a smile. What about you? Why are you suddenly interested in watching TV series? This is not like you. Yi Qingxue turned her gaze back to the TV screen, her tone still calm, but a little less cold. Emily was watching it before and thought the plot was quite interesting, so he just watched it casually. She seemed not to want to talk more about this topic. She suddenly turned her head and looked at Xiao Chen with a rare mischievous smile in her eyes and asked, You seem to be particularly diligent lately, spending every spare moment in the training room. Could it be that Senior Liushi has given you a hard time? Xiao Chen was dazzled by her playful smile, which was in stark contrast to her usual cold image. He was stunned for a moment, then said with a bit of a smile, Hey, do you think I'm such a pushover? I've always been very hardworking, okay? He paused, then added frankly. But, to be honest, Senior Sister Liushi's cultivation speed, it would be a lie to say that she wasn't stimulated at all. She's the youngest to reach the 4th level, it's really a bit scary. Seeing Xiao Chen's somewhat deflated look, Yi Qingxue couldn't help but burst out laughing. This smile was like the melting of ice and snow and the blooming of spring flowers. It instantly dispelled most of the coldness in her body and made her look bright and charming. She smiled and said, Actually, you don't have to worry too much. I heard that Senior Sister Liushi's cultivation speed is not only due to her talent and resources, but also to her special physique. It seems that she has an extraordinary affinity for water-based spiritual energy, so her cultivation is naturally more efficient. It was the first time that Xiao Chen saw her laughing so happily. He couldn't help but stare at her, his eyes fixed on her smiling lips and watery eyes. He forgot to speak for a moment. Stared at by his undisguised and infatuated gaze, the smile on Yi Qingxue's face gradually faded, and 2 blushes quietly crept up on her fair cheeks. She looked away uncomfortably and returned to the TV screen, pretending to focus on the plot. However, her slightly accelerated heartbeat and slightly heated ears revealed her inner turmoil. The atmosphere in the living room suddenly became a little subtle and quiet, with only the conversations of the characters in the TV series echoing. After a few seconds, Xiao Chen cleared his throat and, in order to cover up his previous gaffe, he spoke with a hint of teasing and counterattack. You know so well that Senior Sister Liushi's training speed is due to her special physique. It seems you've been paying close attention to her. So, are you also impressed by her training speed and are you secretly competing with her? No. Yi Qingxue denied immediately, her voice rising slightly with a hint of embarrassment. She turned her head and glared at Xiao Chen. I just heard it by chance. She would never admit that the moment she learned that Mu Liushi broke the record, she did feel a sense of urgency and competitiveness deep in her heart. Xiao Chen found her eagerness to deny it very amusing and stopped teasing her. He glanced at the slightly empty and quiet living room, as if he suddenly remembered something. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He slowly walked to the sofa and sat down beside Yi Qingxue under her slightly wary gaze. He leaned forward slightly, looked at Yi Qingxue with burning eyes, and said in an ambiguous voice. Speaking of which, Emily isn't coming back tonight, right? Yi Qingxue was startled by his sudden approach and question, and nodded subconsciously, yes, she went home. Xiao Chen's smile deepened. He met her panicked eyes and said word by word. In other words, we are the only 2 left in this huge villa tonight? He deliberately emphasized the words the 2 of us and his eyes moved over Yi Qingxue's delicate body in her nightgown. His intention was obvious. Yi Qingxue's heart skipped a beat at his naked gaze and suggestive words. Her cheeks quickly flushed red as she glared at him in embarrassment and annoyance. What are you thinking about? Xiao Chen looked at her cute, shy and anxious look, and he felt very happy. A sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said slowly. Now, the night is long, and we're alone in the villa. Isn't it time to do something that engaged couples should do to cultivate their relationship? His voice had a bewitching tone, and his eyes were fixed on Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue felt flustered when he looked at her, and she felt the air around her became hot. She subconsciously shrank back, clutching her nightgown tightly, and scolded in a timid tone. You, don't come over here. Who wants to develop that kind of relationship with you? I want to go back to my room. As she said this, she was about to get up from the sofa and escape from this dangerous guy. However, Xiao Chen's movements were faster. He stretched out his long arms and easily embraced Yi Qingxue's slender waist. With a slight force, he brought the soft and fragrant body into his arms. Ah! Yi Qingxue screamed and fell on Xiao Chen's legs, her back pressed against his strong and warm chest. She could clearly feel his burning body temperature through the thin nightgown. The strong masculine scent instantly enveloped her, making her mind go blank and her whole body limp. "Why are you running?" Xiao Chen lowered his head, his hot breath spraying on her sensitive ears and neck, his voice with a hint of laughter. "Didn't we sleep in the same bed last time at the Xiao family? Even though nothing happened, there should be some progress, right?" As he spoke, he tightened his arms, bringing their bodies closer together, while his other hand restlessly stroked her smooth, exposed arm. The delicate and warm touch made his heart flutter. You let me go. Bastard. Scoundrel." Yi Qingxue was embarrassed and anxious, and struggled slightly in his arms. "Don't move." Xiao Chen's voice became even deeper, with a hint of desire. He gently rested his chin on Yi Qingxue's shoulder, smelling the faint fragrance from her hair, feeling the softness and warmth of the delicate body in his arms, and the fire in his body seemed to be burning more and more vigorously. "If you move again, I can't guarantee what will happen next." Chapter 79, Confused and Infatuated edited. Xiao Chen looked at Yi Qingxue's shy and flustered appearance, and the fire in his heart burned more and more fiercely. On impulse, he suddenly stood up, and before Yi Qingxue could react, he bent down, put one hand through her legs, and put the other hand around her back, and easily picked her up. "Ah!" Her body suddenly hung in the air. Yi Qingxue uttered a short cry of surprise, subconsciously hugged Xiao Chen's neck, and stared at him in shock and anger. "Xiao Chen! What are you doing? Put me down now." Xiao Chen held her, feeling the light and soft body in his arms. A devilish smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He lowered his head close to her red ear and whispered, "Emily is not here. It would be a shame to waste such a good opportunity. Tonight, don't go back to your room. Sleep at my place." As he spoke, his warm breath sprayed all over her ears and neck, sending waves of numbness through those sensitive areas, making Yi Qingxue feel weak all over, her heart beating so fast it almost burst out of her chest. "You, don't even think about it. Let me go. I want to go back to my room." Yi Qingxue was both embarrassed and anxious. She struggled in his arms and kicked her legs wildly. But her strength was not enough in front of Xiao Chen. Instead, because of her struggle, her body pressed closer to him, and the friction ignited some dangerous flame. Xiao Chen ignored her protests, hugged her, and strode towards his bedroom on the second floor. He ignored Yi Qingxue's pounding and moans, walked straight into the room, closed the door with his foot, and then walked to the bed. His movements were not gentle at all, and he put her directly on the soft big bed. As soon as her body touched the bed, Yi Qingxue quickly retreated to the inside of the bed like a frightened rabbit, and at the same time pulled the thin blanket next to her and quickly wrapped herself tightly from head to toe. Only a pair of eyes, misty with shame and anger, were revealed. She stared warily at Xiao Chen, who was standing beside the bed, and her voice trembled. "You, don't come over here. I want to go back." Xiao Chen looked at her panicked and helpless appearance wrapped in the quilt and found it funny and cute. He stood by the bed, his arms folded across his chest, looking at her leisurely, his tone somewhat teasing. "Why are you so nervous? I'm not going to eat you. I just want to hold you and sleep. I promise I won't do anything wrong." "I wouldn't believe your promise." You always break your promise." Yi Qingxue clutched the corner of the quilt tightly, not believing his nonsense at all. This guy, hasn't he taken advantage of her enough times since they met? This time it's real, I promise. Xiao Chen made the promise but moved closer to the bed step by step. "Stop. Don't come over here. I want to go back to my room." Seeing him approaching, Yi Qingxue became even more nervous and shrank back again, but unfortunately there was no place to retreat. Xiao Chen looked at her alert expression, and he felt playful. He suddenly took a step forward and grabbed a corner of the quilt. "Ah! What are you doing?" Yi Qingxue exclaimed, grabbing the quilt tightly. "Grab the quilt." Xiao Chen grinned evilly and pulled hard. Amidst the exclamations, Xiao Chen easily snatched the quilt away and threw it aside. She was only wearing a thin light pink nightgown. Because of her struggle just now, the hem of the skirt rolled up to her thighs, revealing a large area of snow white and smooth skin. Under the soft light of the bedroom, it exuded an alluring luster. Without the protection of the quilt, Yi Qingxue screamed, subconsciously shielding her chest with both hands, curling up her body, and looking at Xiao Chen, who was approaching step by step with shame and fear. "You, don't come over here." Xiao Chen took this opportunity, went straight to the bed, and pressed her under him without saying a word, supporting her body with his hands on both sides, trapping her between him and the bed. The distance between the two people suddenly became so tight that they could hear each other's breathing. You go away. Let me go. Yi Qingxue was held firmly under him, and could clearly feel the weight and burning temperature of his body, as well as the aggressive masculine scent. She pushed his chest hard and tried to kick with her legs, but because of her posture, she had no power at all. All her struggles seemed futile and ambiguous. Xiao Chen lowered his head, looking at the person's cheeks flushed from struggling, his slightly rapid breathing, and his clear and moving eyes. His gaze was deep, and his voice was low and firm. Qingxue, you actually don't reject me, right? If you really dislike me that much, with your strength, even if you can't beat me, you can at least try your best to make some noise, right? Why are you just struggling in vain like this now? He paused, and gently brushed her hair scattered on the pillow with his fingertips. His tone was a little bewitching. Your body is much more honest than your mouth. I didn't. You're talking nonsense. Yi Qingxue seemed to have her most secret spoken of. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and even her neck was dyed pink. She retorted excitedly, but her eyes avoided him in panic, not daring to look him in the eye. She certainly didn't use her spiritual power, and her struggle wasn't desperate. Could it be that deep down inside, she really? Looking at the shyness and confusion flashing in her eyes, Xiao Chen felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, and the last bit of rationality was about to be swallowed by desire. He couldn't bear it any longer, so he lowered his head and accurately captured her pink lips that were slightly opened in surprise. Yi Qingxue's eyes widened instantly and her mind went blank. The warm and soft touch on her lips, with the domineering aura that belonged only to Xiao Chen, instantly took away all her ability to think. She froze there, forgetting to resist. At first it was just a simple touch of lips, but soon Xiao Chen was not satisfied with that. He tentatively used the tip of his tongue to pry open her teeth and entangled her small tongue, which had nowhere to escape. A strange and strong feeling spread from the touching lips and tongues, quickly spreading throughout the body. Yi Qingxue made a slight sound, and his body completely softened. The hand that was against his chest also lost its strength and slowly slid down. Her brain was groggy, as if floating in the clouds, and she could only passively endure the sudden and predatory kiss. Unconsciously, she slowly closed her eyes, and her long and curly eyelashes trembled gently like butterfly wings. Feeling her obedience and immature response, Xiao Chen's kiss became deeper and more passionate. He held the back of her head with one hand to deepen the kiss, while the other hand began to become dishonest and slowly covered her soft part. Yi Qingxue's body trembled violently, and a sound as thin as a mosquito came out from the depths of her throat, with a charm that she herself had never heard before. The burning big hand touched her through a thin silk nightgown, and an unprecedented strange feeling ran through her limbs like an electric current, making her tremble all over. She felt ashamed and had an indescribable strange feeling. Her remaining sanity tried to stop him, but her body betrayed her and became even softer. In his confusion, Xiao Chen's hands became bolder, sliding down her slender waist and lifting the hem of her nightgown. The cold touch and strong sense of crisis, like ice water, instantly awakened Yi Qingxue, who was sinking in desire. She suddenly opened her eyes, a trace of fear and clarity flashed in her eyes. Almost instinctively, the ice spiritual power that had been suppressed in her body suddenly burst out. No! She let out a short and sharp scream, and shame and an instinctive sense of self-protection instantly took over. Without even thinking, he subconsciously released his spiritual energy, gathering it in his right leg as he fiercely kicked forward, landing a solid kick on the defenseless Xiao Chen's lower abdomen. Well! Xiao Chen was immersed in the warmth and fragrance. How could he have expected such a sudden change? He felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen and groaned. The whole person was kicked backward by the huge force and fell to the ground with a bang, looking very miserable. Xiao Chen! You bastard! Rogue! Scoundrel! Yi Qingxue quickly sat up, pulled the quilt over herself and wrapped herself tightly again, pointing at Xiao Chen on the ground. She was so angry that her whole body was shaking, her pretty face flushed red, and her eyes were slightly red, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Xiao Chen rubbed his stomach, which was hurt by the kick, and looked at Yi Qingxue, who was extremely ashamed and angry on the bed. He also knew that he had been a little impulsive just now. He quickly raised his hands in surrender, his tone apologetic and soothing. Okay, it's my fault. It's my fault. I promise, I'll behave myself from now on and I won't mess around anymore. Don't be angry, don't cry. He made repeated assurances with a tone so sincere that he almost swore to heaven. Yi Qingxue stared at him, her chest heaving violently, and looked at him for a long time. Finally, perhaps because she was tired of tossing and turning, or perhaps because she subconsciously didn't really want to drive him away, she glared at him fiercely, wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, turned over and lay down with her back to him, and said sullenly, "Turn off the lights. Go to sleep." This was a tacit consent for him to stay in bed. Xiao Chen was delighted and quickly got up and turned off the bedside lamp. The room was suddenly plunged into darkness, with only the dim moonlight outside the window shedding a little light through the gaps in the curtains. He climbed onto the bed carefully and lay down behind Yi Qingxue. There was a little distance between them, so he could clearly hear her still rapid breathing. He kept his promise and didn't move anymore, just lying there quietly. In the darkness, their breathing gradually calmed down. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Chen heard the even, long breathing coming from beside him, and knew that she was truly asleep. He then turned slightly to the side, and in the faint moonlight, looked at Yi Qingxue's peaceful sleeping face. Her long eyelashes cast soft shadows under her eyelids, removing the coldness of the day and making her look particularly peaceful and beautiful. He smiled silently and closed his eyes. That night, the two of them lived in peace. Outside the villa, the night breeze was gentle and the chirping of insects gradually died down, as if everything had settled in this quiet night. However, some emotions that grew quietly flowed slowly between the two people's hearts like an undercurrent. Chapter 80 Emily returns. The early morning sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, playfully dancing on Xiao Chen's face and waking him up from his sleep. He subconsciously reached out to the side to grab something, but found nothing. When I opened my still sleepy eyes, I found that the seat next to me was already empty. Only a wisp of cool fragrance belonging to Yi Qingxue and the slight wrinkles on the bedsheet remained, proving that the beautiful scene and argument last night was not a dream. Xiao Chen sat up, rubbed his messy hair, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. Even though he was kicked off the bed in the end, that kiss seemed pretty good when he thought about it. He shook his head, dispelled the charming thoughts in his mind, and got up to wash. As he walked down the stairs, a faint aroma of food wafted over. He saw Yi Qingxue with her back to him, busy at the kitchen counter. She had changed into her college uniform, and her posture was straight, still looking as cool and pure as snow. Hearing the footsteps, Yi Qingxue paused slightly, but did not turn back. Xiao Chen walked into the dining room and looked at the 2 fried spirit bird eggs, a few slices of toasted spirit grain bread, and 2 cups of warm animal milk placed on the table. His smile widened and he took the initiative to greet them. "Good morning, Qingxue." Yi Qingxue put the last piece of bread on the plate, took her own portion and walked to the dining table and sat down, without looking at Xiao Chen the whole time, as if Xiao Chen was air. She picked up the knife and fork and began to enjoy her breakfast silently, not even bothering to give him a glance. Xiao Chen touched his nose. He had expected this. According to past experience, every time he provoked her too much, he would be treated coldly for a few days. He didn't care and sat down opposite her. He picked up his own breakfast and took a bite of the fried egg. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the heat was perfectly controlled. It tastes good," he deliberately exclaimed loudly. Yi Qingxue tightened her grip on the fork slightly, still not looking up, but a faint blush seemed to appear at the base of her ears. Xiao Chen smiled inwardly, knowing that she was shy. He stopped teasing her and quietly finished his breakfast. Although he was ignored, at least he had a share of breakfast. Was this considered progress? After breakfast, the two went out one after the other and walked towards the college. Along the way, Yi Qingxue always kept a distance of several meters from Xiao Chen, as if he was some kind of pathogen. When we arrived at the college's grand gate, it was rush hour and the place was bustling with people. Xiao Chen was just about to go directly to complex building number 4, but when he casually glanced around, he caught a glimpse of an exceptionally fresh and beautiful figure in the bustling crowd. I saw Mulyoshi standing not far from the door, seemingly waiting for a bus. She was not wearing the college uniform today, but a refreshing casual outfit. She wore a pair of slim light blue denim shorts, which perfectly showed off her long and white legs. She wore a simple pure white inner top and a beige thin jacket on the outside. She wore a pair of clean white shoes on her feet, and her ink black hair was softly draped over her shoulders. She looks fresh and energetic, yet gentle and elegant. She seems to have her own soft glow in the crowd, attracting the attention of many passing students. Xiao Chen's eyes were involuntarily attracted, and his gaze subconsciously lingered on the pair by catching long legs for a moment. He secretly praised them in his heart, then a smile appeared on his face and he walked over quickly. "Senior Liushi, good morning." Mu Liushi turned around when she heard the voice and saw Xiao Chen. A faint smile bloomed on her gentle face. "Good morning, junior brother Xiao Chen." Her beautiful eyes rested on Xiao Chen's face for a moment, and with a hint of curiosity, she said softly, "Junior brother, you seem to be in a good mood today, with a smile on your face. Did something good happen?" Xiao Chen was slightly stunned by her question. He couldn't say that he was still in a good mood because he succeeded in stealing the beauty last night, right? He laughed and cleverly changed the subject. His eyes fell on Mu Liuxi's outfit, which was very different from her usual college style. He smiled and asked, "Maybe it's because I can see such a beautiful scenery like Senior so early in the morning, so my mood is naturally good. Senior looks really beautiful today, are you going out?" Hearing Xiao Chen's words of praise, Mu Liuxi's face heated up slightly. She lowered her head to look at her clothes and explained softly, "Well, something happened at home, so I need to go back." She raised her head, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and looked at Xiao Chen with a hint of concern in her tone. "Junior, are you going to the training room? I heard from Senior Lin Feng that you've been a frequent visitor there recently and have been training very hard." "Yeah," Xiao Chen nodded, a smile on his face, and said half jokingly, "I can't help it. Senior, you're such a shining example. If I don't work harder, I might not even be able to see your back. It's really stressful." His exaggerated tone and expression made Mu Liuxi burst out laughing, and she gave him a reproachful look. "You're not exaggerating like that. Your talent and potential are obvious to everyone. Just proceed at your own pace and don't compare yourself too much with others." She paused and encouraged, "But hard work is always a good thing. Come on. Thank you for your kind words, senior sister. I will definitely work hard." Xiao Chen replied with a smile. At this time, a low-key black car slowly drove to the entrance of the college and stopped, obviously coming to pick up Mu Liuxi. "Then I'll go first, Junior." Mu Liuxi waved to Xiao Chen. "Goodbye, senior sister. Be careful on your way." Xiao Chen also said goodbye with a smile. After watching Mu Liuxi get into the car and the car merge into the traffic and drive away, Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and turned to walk towards the number 4 complex building. However, the image of Mu Liuxi's fresh and beautiful dress and gentle and encouraging smile just now emerged in his mind, intertwined with Yi Qingshua's face of shame and anger last night. He shook his head, put aside these distracting thoughts, and his eyes became firm again. Whether it is to cope with possible challenges in the future, or to be able to stand more calmly beside certain people, strong strength is always the greatest confidence. Quickening his pace, he once again immersed himself in the training day after day, which seemed boring but was full of strength and hope. In the next few days, Xiao Chen still maintained an unshakable rhythm, going back and forth between the academy's training room and the villa outside the school. And just as he expected, Yi Qingxue started the Cold War mode. Every night when he came back, she was either in her room or watching TV in the living room, but in short, she ignored his existence, didn't talk to him, and even tried to avoid eye contact. However, Xiao Chen discovered that no matter how late he came back, there would always be warm meals left for him on the table in the restaurant, and the dishes were different every day, obviously prepared with care. This made the slight depression in his heart caused by being ignored disappear. Instead, he felt that Yi Qingxue, who was so awkward, was indescribably cute. That evening, Xiao Chen finished a day of training and, as usual, dragged his slightly tired body back to the villa. He had just walked to the door of the villa and hadn't taken out the key when he keenly heard the voices of 2 girls coming from inside. In addition to Yi Qingshua's cold voice, there is also a more lively voice with a slightly charming tone. "It's Emily. She's back?" Chapter 81 Shield. Xiao Chen took out the key, inserted it into the keyhole, and turned it gently. As soon as the door opened, the bright light in the living room and the voices of 2 girls talking came to my face. Yi Qingxue was still sitting on the single sofa she usually sat on, holding a book in her hand, but it was obvious that her mind was not on the book. Emily was slumped on the sofa next to her in a completely ungraceful manner. She was wearing a pair of comfortable home shorts and suspenders, revealing a large area of snow-white skin and slender legs. She was chewing on a spiritual fruit while her smooth feet swayed from time to time, chattering something. Hearing the door open, both of them looked over at the same time. As soon as Emily saw Xiao Chen, her charming eyes lit up instantly and a sly smile appeared on her face. She immediately sat up straight, put the spiritual fruit aside, and said jokingly, "Hey! Our busy man is finally back? Have you done anything unspeakable to our Qingxue these days while I'm away?" As he spoke, his eyes glanced back and forth between Xiao Chen and Yi Qingxue in an ambiguous manner. Xiao Chen changed his shoes and walked into the living room, his eyes first falling on Yi Qingxue. When he looked at her, Yi Qingxue quickly looked away, pretending to concentrate on the pages of the book in her hand, but her slightly red ears betrayed her. Xiao Chen laughed inwardly, but his face showed a helpless and aggrieved expression. He spread his hands towards Emily. Emily, please don't wrongly accuse me. Do I look like I've done anything wrong? Miss E has been treating me like air these past few days. Not to mention doing anything bad, she hasn't even said a word to me. It's like I've been banished to the cold palace. It's so miserable. Humph. Yi Qingxue responded with a cold snort without even raising her head. Emily looked at the obviously abnormal interaction between the two, and the gossip fire in his eyes burned even more fiercely. She clapped her hands suddenly, pointed at Yi Qingxue, and said excitedly, Look! Look! Qingxue, there's definitely something wrong with your reaction. Our Qingxue isn't the type to get sulky with anyone easily, unless she's really been badly bullied by some bad guy. Come on, tell the truth. What exactly happened during the few days I was away? Emily. Yi Qingxue finally couldn't help herself and turned around to glare at her friend who was anxious for the world to be in chaos. 2 blushes appeared on her cold and pretty face, and her tone was filled with shame and anger. You, what nonsense are you talking about? There's nothing. If you keep talking nonsense, don't even think about sleeping in my room tonight. Oh my, are you angry out of shame? Emily was not afraid at all. Instead he came over and bumped Yi Qingxue with his shoulder, winking and saying, Looks like I guessed right? It's okay, we're all adults, I understand. You, what do you know? No means no. Yi Qingxue was so angry that she picked up the pillow and was about to cover Emily's mouth. The 2 girls immediately started laughing and making a noise on the sofa. Xiao Chen looked at the scene, shook his head helplessly, walked to the sofa beside him, sat down, and poured himself a glass of water. His eyes fell on Emily, who was playing around, and he suddenly sensed the faint spiritual power fluctuations emanating from her body. He said in surprise, Emily, you have broken through to the middle stage of the 3rd level? Emily, who was fighting with Yi Qingxue for the pillow, paused, and immediately showed a smug expression on his face. He puffed out his chest and said proudly, Hee hee, that's right. I'm also in the middle stage of the 3rd level now. I've finally caught up with you 2 perverts. How's that? Impressive, right? She was obviously not idle during these days at home, and finally broke through the bottleneck. Xiao Chen was genuinely happy and said with a smile, Congratulations. It seems you've gained a lot from going home these past few days. Of course. Emily raised his chin, then suddenly seemed to remember something important. His expression became pitiful, and he clasped his hands together and faced Xiao Chen. Oh, right, Xiao Chen, let's get down to business. Tomorrow you must help me. Is that what you asked Qingxue to ask me before? Xiao Chen put down his water cup and looked at her. Tell me specifically, what do you want me to help you with? How can I help you? Emily immediately moved closer and said with a bitter face. It's that annoying cousin of mine. He pulled some so-called young masters from wealthy families out of nowhere and insisted on organizing some kind of party. It's called a relationship exchange, but in reality, it's just a blind date for me. It's so annoying. My family even insisted I go. So, tomorrow you pretend to be my boyfriend, go with me, and help me fend off those flies. She clasped her hands together, blinked her big eyes, and looked at Xiao Chen expectantly. Please, please. Just think of it as a free meal. Show up, demonstrate your formidable strength and, well, decent looks, and let them back off. It's that simple, right? As she spoke, she nudged Yi Qingxue next to her with her elbow and added, Qingxue has agreed to lend you to me. Xiao Chen did not answer immediately, but turned his head, looked at Yi Qingxue with a hint of amusement, and asked, Oh, so that's what happened. But, Qingxue, are you just going to lend your man out so easily? You know, according to the general development of the story, this kind of pretend boyfriend scene can easily become real. By then, you two, who are good friends, might end up becoming good sisters, you know? Puff Emily almost spit out the water he had just drunk. He started coughing violently, his face flushed red. Yi Qingxue was even more furious at Xiao Chen's blunt words. She slammed the book shut, glared at Xiao Chen with cold eyes filled with anger, and said in shame and anger, Xiao Chen. You, what nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by my man? I don't want him. You can help whoever you want, it has nothing to do with me. Whoever wants it can take it. After saying that, he seemed to feel unsatisfied and added, You're a guy who attracts bees and butterflies everywhere anyway. Hey, this is unfair to me. I'm obviously very loyal, okay? Xiao Chen complained, but his eyes were full of smiles. That's right. Emily immediately chimed in, but she was targeting Xiao Chen. She put her hands on her hips and said in a fierce manner, "You're dreaming. You want to be hugged by women? You're just a prop I borrowed temporarily. Stop dreaming." Then she paused and yelled, "Don't change the subject. Are you going to help me or not? If you don't go, I'm really going to be annoyed to death by those guys tomorrow. Can you bear to watch a lively and lovely beauty like me fall into dire straits?" Looking at her pitiful appearance, Xiao Chen smiled. It wasn't a big deal, so he nodded. "Alright, considering your sincere request and Qingshua's generosity, I'll do you a favor." "Yeah. That's great. Xiao Chen, you're the best." Emoli cheered immediately, the sadness on his face disappeared, and he became very happy. "It's a deal then. I'll call you tomorrow afternoon and we'll go together. You have to behave yourself and not embarrass me." "Don't worry, I promise not to embarrass you," Xiao Chen said with a smile. "That's settled then. I'm exhausted after a busy day, I'm going to take a shower first." Emily was in a good mood. She jumped up from the sofa, threw a coquettish glance at Xiao Chen, made a face at Yi Qingxue, then hummed a song and ran back to her room to take a shower. In the living room, only Xiao Chen and Yi Qingxue were left. The atmosphere seemed to become subtle and quiet again because of Emoli's departure. Yi Qingxue picked up the book again, but it was obvious that she could no longer concentrate on reading. Xiao Chen looked at her profile that was pretending to be calm, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, but he did not tease her again. Some things should be done in moderation, and too much is as bad as too little. Tomorrow looks like it will be an interesting day. Chapter 82 Shuiyu Villa. The next day, Emily didn't contact Xiao Chen until the afternoon. At this time, Yi Qingxue was usually still practicing in the academy and had not returned. Xiao Chen waited at the gate of the villa for a while, and then saw a rather luxurious car drive up and stop. The door opened and Emily jumped out of the car. She was wearing a black suspender skirt today. The hem was slightly fluffy and swayed gently with her movements, giving her a playful and sexy look. She was wearing a pair of small black leather boots, which made her legs look straight and slender. Her long hair, like a waterfall, was not tied up, but naturally draped over her shoulders, adding a bit of freshness that was rarely seen in her daily life to her charm. "Have you been waiting for a long time?" Emily saw Xiao Chen, greeted him with a smile, and walked forward naturally. "It's okay. I just arrived a while ago." Xiao Chen smiled, his eyes lingering on her for a moment, and praised, "You look beautiful today." "Of course." Emily accepted the compliment without any modesty, raised her chin, like a proud black swan. Emily looked up and down at Xiao Chen's ordinary casual clothes and wrinkled her delicate nose. "You're just wearing this? Never mind. You're pretty good anyway, so whatever you wear will do. Let's go." The two got in the car and drove towards Xianling outside the imperial capital. In the car, Xiao Chen naturally reached out and held Emily's small hand on his side. Emily's body suddenly stiffened, as if she had received an electric shock. She subconsciously tried to pull back, and her cheeks instantly flushed. She whispered in a panic, What are you doing?" Xiao Chen held her cool and soft hand tightly and whispered, "We have to act the whole way. We're a couple now. How can a couple get out of the car one after the other? That would be too easy to expose. Relax and be natural." Emily bit her lip when she heard that, knowing that he had a point. She took a deep breath, tried to relax herself, and let Xiao Chen hold her hand. However, her slightly accelerated heartbeat and still hot cheeks showed her inner turmoil. She muttered softly, "I know." The two came to Shuiyu Villa at the foot of Xianling Mountain. The environment here is quiet, surrounded by mountains and water, and it is a typical classical garden-style manor. This is obviously not an ordinary consumption place, but a high-end place specially provided for the gatherings of these children from wealthy families. The car stopped in front of the magnificent gate of Shuiyu Villa. The two got out. Xiao Chen held Emily's hand and walked side by side with her naturally. Emily was a little stiff at first, but she quickly adjusted herself and even leaned slightly towards Xiao Chen, with a sweet smile on her face, as if they were really a couple in love. There are pavilions, towers, bridges, and flowing water inside the villa, and the spiritual energy is much richer than that outside. It is indeed a good place. There was already a well-dressed and smiling young man waiting at the entrance. When he saw Emily, he immediately came over to greet him. His gaze lingered on Xiao Chun and her hand for a moment, a barely perceptible gloom flashing across his eyes, but his smile remained unchanged. "Cousin, you're finally here. Who is this?" This man was Emily's cousin, Sun Liang. He was of medium build and had a decent appearance, but his eyes were a little superficial. "Cousin, this is my boyfriend, Xiao Chen." Emily took Xiao Chen's arm and introduced him with a smile, her tone carrying a hint of intimacy. "Boyfriend?" The smile on Sun Liang's face froze for a moment, then quickly recovered and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Xiao Chen. "Brother Xiao Chen, right?" "Hello, I'm Emily's cousin, Sun Liang." "I didn't expect that my cousin would quietly get a boyfriend. It really took us by surprise." Xiao Chen could sense the subtle hostility in Sun Liang's handshake, but he remained impassive and responded with a smile. "Hello, brother Sunday. I often hear Emily mention you, and today I finally see you." Sun Liang laughed and led the two into the manor. "Come on, let me introduce you to the friends who are here today." In an elegantly decorated pavilion, there were already 3 men and 1 woman sitting. When they saw Sun Liang coming in with Emily and a strange man, they all looked over with curiosity and scrutiny. Sun Liang introduced them with a smile. "These are all my classmates from Huajing College. This is Wang Shua, an early-stage 3rd-level firemaster and the best in our class." He pointed to a tall man with a kind smile and said. Wang Shua stood up and nodded politely to Xiao Chen and Emily. "Hello, I'm Wang Shua." His gaze lingered on Xiao Chen for a moment, with a hint of friendly inquiry. "This is Zhang Yu, Wang Shua's girlfriend." Sun Liang pointed to a pretty woman next to Wang Shua who was wearing a goose-yellow long skirt. Zhang Yu also greeted the two of them with a smile. "This is Wu Tao, the funny guy in our class." Sun Liang patted the shoulder of a boy who looked a little thin but had lively eyes. Wu Tao smiled and bowed. "Beautiful Emily, long time no see." Finally, Sun Liang's gaze turned to a handsome young man who had been sitting quietly in the corner of the pavilion. The young man was well dressed, but his face was a little pale, his eyes were sharp, and he had a faint arrogance. "This is Sun Yuxuan, my cousin's son. He's a sophomore at Magic City Pearl Academy, and his strength has reached the mid-3rd level. He's the best of our Sun family generation." When Sun Liang introduced him, his tone was clearly flattering and admiring. Sun Yuxuan simply raised his eyelids slightly, and his gaze swept over Xiao Chen like a cold knife, especially lingering for a moment on Emily's hand that was holding Xiao Chen's arm. His eyes became even gloomier, and he didn't even nod in greeting. Sun Liang seemed a little embarrassed and quickly introduced Emily to the others. "This is my cousin Emily, the genius from Peking University and Tsinghua University whom I often mention to you." His tone was filled with pride. Emily greeted them generously, then tightened her grip on Xiao Chen's arm again, and introduced with a sweet smile. "This is my boyfriend, Xiao Chen. Like me, he's also a student at Tsinghua University. Brother Xiao Chen is also a top student from Peking University or Tsinghua University?" "I'm so sorry." Wang Shua once again extended his hand and shook hands with Xiao Chen, his attitude still friendly. Zhang Yu and Wu Tao also greeted with a smile again. Only Sun Yuxuan snorted inaudibly, picked up the teacup on the table, and drank it by himself, completely ignoring Xiao Chen. The atmosphere seemed a little subtle and awkward for a moment. Seeing this, Sun Liang quickly tried to smooth things over and suggested with a smile. "Ha, it looks like we all know each other. It's time for dinner too. I've already had some food and drinks prepared. Let's eat and chat. Tonight, I'll take you all out for some fun in this villa. There are a lot of fun activities here." Okay. I've heard that the spiritual food at Shuiyu Villa is unique. We must try it today." Wu Tao immediately agreed, trying to liven up the atmosphere. Wang Shua and Zhang Yu also smiled and nodded. Sun Yuxuan still didn't say anything, but he didn't object either. "Then let's go over there." Sun Liang led the way with a smile, his eyes sweeping over the tightly clasped arms of Xiao Chen and Emily, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Xiao Chen saw it all, still with a faint smile on his face. He held Emily's hand and walked inside with the crowd. He knew that this meal would probably not be so peaceful. The guy named Sun Yuxuan and Sun Liang, who seemed enthusiastic but actually had a lot on his mind, obviously had feelings for Emily, and this boyfriend who suddenly appeared had undoubtedly become a thorn in their eyes. Chapter 83 King's Game. The restaurant at Shuiyu Villa was elegantly and exquisitely decorated. The huge round table was filled with all kinds of delicious dishes made with low-level monster meat and spiritual plants. The air was filled with fragrance and spiritual energy. During the meal, Emily diligently played the role of a caring girlfriend, picking up food for Xiao Chun from time to time, and occasionally whispering a few words in his ear with a sweet smile, behaving very intimately and naturally. Xiao Chen also cooperated throughout the whole process with a gentle smile on his face. He accepted all of Emily's care and occasionally picked up some of her favorite dishes for her. The interaction between the two seemed to be in perfect harmony. Wang Shuai is cheerful and talkative, and he is responsible for livening up the atmosphere at the dinner table. He smiled and said to Xiao Chen and Emily, "Brother Xiao Chen, sister Emily, you two have a really good relationship. You are a perfect match, really enviable. Come, I'll toast you a glass and wish you a long and happy life together." As he said that, he raised his glass. Xiao Chen and Emily also quickly raised their glasses in response. "Thank you, brother Wang Shuai." Emily thanked him with a smile, but secretly pinched Xiao Chen's arm, signaling him not to reveal the truth. Xiao Chen remained calm and smiled. "Brother Wang Shuai, thank you for your compliment. We also want to toast you." After Wang Shuai put down his glass, he said to Xiao Chen, "Brother Xiao Chen, Tsinghua University and Peking University are the top universities in China. Those who get in are all geniuses. It must be quite stressful, right?" Xiao Chen replied modestly, "Brother Wang Shuai, you're too kind. Huajing College is also a prestigious school. Pressure exists everywhere. We're just learning from each other." At this time, Sun Yuxuan, who had been silent and arrogant, suddenly spoke. He shook the wine glass in his hand, looked at Xiao Chen with a hint of provocation, and said in a tone of disapproval, "While Peking University and Tsinghua University are undoubtedly top-tier institutions, our Shanghai Pearl Academy is no less impressive. Whether in terms of faculty or resource investment, it's on par with them. Especially in recent years, the performance of our students has been quite impressive." He seemed to be boasting about his own academy, but everyone could hear the competitive tone in his voice. Xiao Chen just smiled faintly and didn't respond, while Emily curled her lips and didn't bother to pay attention to him. At this time, Sun Yuxuan made another suggestion. He looked at Sun Liang and said, "Brother Liang, I think the scenery in Xiaoyun Ridge is quite nice. I heard there are quite a few low-level monsters active there. Since we all have nothing to do tomorrow, why don't we get together and go hunting in the mountains? We can stretch our muscles and test our combat skills. Wouldn't that be more interesting than staying at the manor?" This proposal was immediately approved by Wang Shuai, Wu Tao, and others. Hunting? That's a good idea. It's a good opportunity to exercise. Wang Shuai rubbed his hands, looking very interested. "I think so too." Wu Tao nodded. Zhang Yu seemed a little worried and whispered to Wang Shuai, "Is there any danger?" Wang Shuai patted her hand and comforted her, "Don't worry, the outskirts of Xiaoyun Ridge are full of first and second level monsters. With us here, everything will be fine." Seeing everyone's interest, Sun Liang smiled and agreed, "Yuxuan, that's a good suggestion. Then it's settled. Tomorrow morning, we'll go hunting in Xiaoyun Ridge." Emily frowned slightly when she heard this. She had originally planned to go back to the academy with Xiao Chen after the party today and did not want to spend the night here. She said, "Cousin, I won't go hunting tomorrow, right? Xiao Chen and I have plans tomorrow." Before Sun Liang could say anything, Sun Yuxuan spoke first, his tone holding a hint of refusality. "Miss Emily, it's a rare occasion for us all to get together and have fun. Why spoil the fun? It's just hunting. It won't take up too much time. Besides, you geniuses from Tsinghua and Peking University are really afraid of a mere low-level monster?" His words contained a hint of provocation. Sun Liang also chimed in, "Yeah, cousin, since everyone's going, why don't you go and have some fun together? I've already arranged the rooms. Brother Xiao Chen, what do you think?" He threw the question to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen glanced at Emily and saw reluctance in her eyes, but if he forcibly refused at this moment, it would seem out of place. After all, Sun Liang was Emily's cousin, and their relationship couldn't be made too awkward. He pondered for a moment, smiled at Emily, and said, "Since everyone is so interested, let's go and take a look together. Anyway, there is nothing important to do tomorrow." Hearing Xiao Chen say the same thing, Emily knew he couldn't refuse anymore, so he nodded helplessly, "Okay then." Seeing Emily agree, a glimmer of success flashed in Sun Yuxuan's eyes. After dinner, everyone moved to the living room of the luxurious suite that Sun Liang had booked in advance to rest. The living room is spacious and bright, and the huge floor-to-ceiling windows offer a beautiful night view of the villa. Sun Liang looked at the time and saw it was still early, so he suggested, "It's still early, and it's boring to just sit there. How about we play some games?" "Play games?" "Sure. What to play?" Wang Shuo was the first to respond. Zhang Yu and Wu Tao also expressed no objection. Sun Yuxuan leaned lazily on the sofa and nodded indifferently. Sun Liang's eyes swept across everyone's faces, finally landing on Xiao Qian and Emily. A barely perceptible arc curved up the corners of his mouth, and he said with a smile, "Then let's play the King's Game. It's simple and exciting, how about it?" "King's Game?" Emily's face changed slightly when he heard it, and he immediately objected, "No. This game is too that. Let's change it. The rules of the King Game are simple. The person who draws the king can command other numbers to do anything. In such occasions, it is easy to make some embarrassing or even excessive instructions, especially when there is someone like Sun Yuxuan who obviously has feelings for her." Sun Liang seemed to have anticipated Emily's objection and said calmly, "Cousin, don't be such a dampener. It's just for fun. We're all adults, so what's there to be afraid of? Let's do this." He paused and proposed a compromise. If anyone feels the king's orders are truly impossible to carry out, they can choose to drink a glass of wine instead of punishment. That's fine, right? Just to liven things up. A penalty drink? Emily looked at the strong spirit wine on the table and was still a little hesitant. Her alcohol tolerance was actually average. Wang Shuo also advised, "Sister Emily, just have some fun. It's fine as long as there's a punishment mechanism. At worst, you can just drink." Sun Yuxuan also spoke lightly, with a hint of provocation in his tone. "I think it's great. The King's Game tests luck and courage. Or is Miss Emily afraid that your boyfriend can't afford to play?" Provoked by him, Emily's temper also flared up. She glanced at Xiao Chen, who looked calm beside her, gritted her teeth, and thought that with the option of drinking a penalty, it shouldn't be a big problem. She couldn't always be looked down upon by Sun Yuxuan. "Okay. Let's play." Emily finally agreed reluctantly. Sun Liang showed a satisfied smile on his face and took out the lottery box he had prepared long ago. "Then it's settled. The rules are simple. There are 7 lots here. One has the king written on it, and the other 6 have numbers 1 to 6 on them. The person who draws the king can order 2 numbers to do something. If the person being ordered can't complete it, they have to drink a glass of wine as a penalty. Come on, everyone, draw lots." The game began in this atmosphere where everyone had their own thoughts. Chapter 84. The game begins. At the beginning of the game, Sun Liang, as the initiator, shook the lottery box first and everyone drew one. Sun Liang unfolded his lot, a smile on his face, and showed it. "Looks like I'm lucky. I'm the king in the first round." Everyone's eyes were focused on him, waiting for his instructions. Sun Liang's eyes swept across the faces of several people, lingering for a moment on Emily and Zhang Yu in particular, and then he announced with a mischievous smile, "My order is, number 1 and number 3, look deeply into each other's eyes for 5 minutes. No laughing allowed." Everyone immediately checked their numbers. Wang Shuo showed the number 1 with a bitter face, while Sun Yuxuan showed the number 3 with a grimace. 2 grown men are going to stare at each other affectionately for 5 minutes? The living room suddenly fell into an eerie silence, and then uncontrollable laughter broke out, and even Zhang Yu couldn't help covering his mouth. Wang Shuo looked at Sun Yuxuan with disgust, and Sun Yuxuan looked even uglier, as if he had eaten a fly. "Liangzi, you did it on purpose," Wang Shuo complained. Sun Liang chuckled, "The king's orders must be carried out. Otherwise, you'll be fined." Sun Yuxuan's face turned pale. It was an insult to him to let him look at a man affectionately. He snorted coldly and picked up the full wineglass on the table. "I drink." Seeing this, Wang Shuo immediately grabbed the wineglass with a relieved look on his face. "I'll drink too. This order is disgusting." The 2 men tilted their heads back and drank the wine in their glasses, thus skipping the awkward instruction. The first round ended in this somewhat funny atmosphere. The second round began, and the one who drew the Chinese king was Wu Tao. He looked at his lot and said, "Number 3 and number 6. Let's drink to each other." This time, the one who showed number 3 was Wang Shuo, and number 6 was his girlfriend Zhang Yu. Wang Shuo laughed heartily, seemingly unconcerned. He took the initiative to pick up the wine glass and said to Zhang Yu, "Yeah, come on, let's have a drink." Zhang Yu's face turned slightly red and she felt a little shy, but she still cooperated by picking up the wine glass, interlaced her arms with Wang Shua, and drank the cup of wine. The atmosphere suddenly became relaxed and ambiguous. Watching this scene, Xiaochen tilted his head slightly, leaned close to Emily's ear, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. "When you guys, the children of the aristocratic families, get together, do you usually play so openly?" Emily felt the warm breath beside his ear, his cheeks slightly hot, and he grumbled unhappily. "Open your head. Who knows what's up with Sun Liang and the others? We normally don't play such boring games." She was obviously very unhappy with Sun Yuxuan's proposal of hunting and the current game. Xiaochen heard this, a wicked smile appeared on his lips, and he also lowered his voice and said, "I think this game is pretty good and exciting. If we have a chance in the future, we can call Qingxue and let the three of us play it together." When Emily heard this, her charming eyes suddenly widened. She looked at Xiaochen with a hint of disbelief. Then she smiled slyly and lowered her voice to counterattack. "Oh? Just looking for me and Qingxue? Do you want to invite senior sister Liuxi as well? I see you have a pretty good relationship with her." Xiaochen's eyes lit up, as if he was really considering this possibility. He touched his chin and said, Your suggestion sounds pretty good. You wish." Emily was so angry that he actually dared to think so that he pinched his arm secretly and whispered with gritted teeth. When I get back, I'll tell Qingxue that you were plotting something bad against Senior Liuxi." Seeing that she dared to threaten him, Xiaochen narrowed his eyes slightly and refused to be outdone. The hand on the sofa slid down silently and covered Emily's thigh in a black miniskirt. The warm, smooth and elastic touch made Xiaochen's heart flutter. Ah! Emily's body stiffened suddenly, and she felt the clear touch of the hand on her leg. Her cheeks turned red all of a sudden. She turned her head away in shame and annoyance, glaring at Xiaochen fiercely, silently accusing him of his hooliganism. Xiaochen seemed unaware of anything, still with a nonchalant smile on his face, his eyes looking straight ahead, as if the hand gently stroking her leg was not his at all. No matter how Emily tried to kill with her eyes, he just wouldn't take his hand away. Emily didn't dare to move too much for fear of attracting other people's attention. She could only endure the strange numbness in her legs and the shame and anger surging in her heart, and continued to torture Xiaochen with her eyes. The two of them were engaged in a silent confrontation in a corner where no one was paying attention. Just then, the third round of drawing ended. Xiaochen unfolded his lot, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. He showed the lot and said slowly, "Looks like it's my turn. I'm the king." Everyone's attention focused again, and Emily suddenly felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Xiaochen's gaze swept across everyone's faces, finally landing on Emily's nervous and warning face. He smiled slightly and announced his order. "My order is, number 2 and number 3, have a dance, any dance will do." "Ha?" Emily's heart skipped a beat. She quickly looked at her lot. It was number 2. She showed it to him, wanting to cry but unable to. On the other side, Zhang Yu showed the number 3 pick. "Let Emily and Zhang Yu dance?" This instruction seemed to sound more normal than the previous two, but it was still a bit embarrassing for Emily and Zhang Yu, who did not want to dance in front of strange boys. Emily raised his head and looked at Xiaochen with a mixture of resentment and anger, as if to say, "You did it on purpose." Zhang Yu also seemed a little embarrassed and looked at Wang Shua. Wang Shua scratched his head and said to Xiaochen, "Brother Xiaochen, this, 2 girls dancing, isn't it a bit?" Xiaochen spread his hands and said innocently, "I don't know who I'll call. It's pure luck. Rules are rules. Either you complete it or you drink a penalty, right, cousin Sun Liang?" He threw the question back to Sun Liang, who made the rules. Sun Liang laughed dryly, "Ah, that's right, that's the rule." Emily glared at Xiaochen fiercely, bit her lip, and then felt the warm touch on her leg. She made up her mind and picked up the wine glass on the table. "I'll drink." Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Emily chose to drink, and quickly picked up the wine glass. "I'll drink too." So, under the watchful eyes of King Xiaochen, Emily and Zhang Yu each drank a glass of wine as punishment. As Emily tilted his head back to drink, he felt the spicy liquid passing through his throat, bringing a burning sensation, and at the same time, he became more determined to go back and settle the score with Xiaochen. Xiaochen looked at her angry face as she drank, and the smile on his face deepened. The game continued in an atmosphere that seemed lively, but in fact everyone had their own thoughts. Chapter 85: A Kiss on the Cheek. The next few rounds of the game seemed to be controlled by some invisible force. The one who drew the King of Kings was either Sun Liang or Sun Yuxuan, and the targets of the commands were frequently Emoli and Zhang Yu. Although the instructions were not extremely excessive, they mostly required physical contact or were slightly ambiguous. Number 2 feeds number 5 a grape with his mouth. Number 4 sits on number 6's lap to complete a round of the game. Number 1 and number 3 hold hands until the next king is born. Emoli and Zhang Yu were fed up with it and chose to drink penalty drinks in almost every round. The spirit wine on the table had a mellow taste but a strong aftertaste. After a few drinks, the cheeks of the two girls were quickly flushed with an attractive blush, and their eyes began to become a little blurred, obviously because of the alcohol. Emoli's already charming temperament became even more delicate and lazy. She leaned on the armrest of the sofa and glared at Xiao Chen beside her from time to time, with a drunken and accusing look in her eyes. Xiao Chen watched coldly, looking at Sun Liang, who was maintaining order but with a flickering look in his eyes, and his gaze inadvertently swept over Wang Shua, who was standing beside him. Wang Shua not only did not stop Zhang Yu from drinking, but every time Zhang Yu chose to drink as punishment, he would considerately fill her glass with a barely perceptible smile on his lips. Xiao Chen understood in his heart that it seemed that tonight's king's game was a trap from the very beginning. Sun Liang and Sun Yuxuan's target is obviously Emoli, and the seemingly friendly Wang Shua also has ulterior motives. He probably wants to take the opportunity to get his girlfriend drunk. However, Xiao Chen was too lazy to meddle in other people's affairs. His attention was mainly focused on Emoli. With him by his side, he just had to make sure that nothing happened to Emoli. He still sat there calmly, his hand even gently patting Emoli's smooth thigh, as if soothing an anxious kitten, although this kitten now wanted to bite him more. At this moment, a new round of drawing ended. Zhang Yu, already feeling a little dizzy, unfolded his lottery ticket and said vaguely, I'm the king. She shook her head, trying to focus her eyes, looked at the signature, and then announced loudly, My order is, number 3 kiss number 5. She was obviously drunk and her instructions became bolder. Everyone checked the number immediately. Emoli felt the sign in her hand was a little hot. She took a deep breath and showed it to herself. It was number 3. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, slowly revealed his number 5 pick. The living room was silent for a moment, and everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them. Sun Liang and Sun Yuxuan's expressions darkened almost instantly, especially Sun Yuxuan's, whose eyes were so cold that they seemed to be spitting fire. Emoli's heart was pounding. Looking at Xiao Chen's face with a half-smile on it, she felt embarrassed and anxious. She subconsciously wanted to grab the wineglass. I want a drink. Hey! The drunk Zhang Yu refused to listen. She grabbed Emoli's hand and started to make trouble. Emoli! What's wrong with this? Isn't he your boyfriend? What's wrong with a kiss? We're all watching. Don't play tricks. Wang Shua also laughed and joined in, seemingly trying to smooth things over, but in fact he was adding fuel to the fire. That's right, Sister Emoli, kissing your boyfriend isn't too much of a punishment. Just think of it as showing off your love to us. Sun Liang looked unhappy, but due to the rules of the game and the fact that the king was Zhang Yu, he couldn't object directly. Sun Yuxuan stared at Xiao Chen intently, secretly clenching his fists. Emoli was being pulled by Zhang Yu, and listening to Wang Shua's instigation, she was in a difficult situation. She looked at Xiao Chen for help, but saw that this guy was still calm and composed, as if it had nothing to do with him. This bastard! Emoli cursed him 1,000 times in his heart. Finally, Emoli made up her mind, stood up suddenly, closed her eyes and kissed Xiao Chen on the cheek as lightly as a dragonfly touching the water under everyone's gaze. The soft lips separated at the touch, leaving behind a hint of warmth and a faint aroma of wine. After the kiss, Emoli immediately took several steps back like a frightened rabbit, his face as red as a boiled shrimp. He didn't dare to look anyone in the eye, and his heart was beating so wildly that it seemed like it was going to jump out of his chest. Xiao Chen touched the place where he was kissed, and there seemed to be a little moisture and softness left there. He glanced at Emoli, who was so embarrassed that she almost wanted to find a hole to crawl into, and knew that she had reached her limit. He stood up and said at the right moment, Well, it's getting late. I think Emoli and Zhang Yu are almost drunk. Let's end the game here tonight. Wang Shua immediately agreed. He supported Zhang Yu, who was already a little unsteady, and said with a smile, Brother Xiao Chen is right. It's almost time. Yeah is also drunk. I'll take her back to her room to rest first. Deep in his eyes, there seemed to be a subtle glint of anxiety. Although Sun Liang and Sun Yuxuan were unwilling to give in, they saw that Emily was obviously drunk, Xiao Chen had a clear attitude, and Wang Shuo was about to leave, so they didn't want to force him to continue. Sun Liang could only laugh dryly. Okay, let's stop here for tonight. Everyone should get some rest early. We still have to go hunting tomorrow. Xiao Chen looked at Emily, who was looking down beside him, and said to Sun Liang, Emily is drunk. I'm worried about her being alone. I'll stay in the same room with her tonight so I can take care of her more easily. As soon as these words came out, Emily's already red face became even hotter. She protested shyly in a low voice, Who wants to live in the same room with you? Sun Liang's face changed, and he immediately wanted to stop her. This isn't appropriate, right? My cousin is a girl. Before Xiao Chen could say anything, Emily raised her head. Although she was drunk, her mind was not completely confused. She knew that Xiao Chen was doing this to protect her and prevent Sun Liang or Sun Yuxuan from taking advantage of her drunkenness and doing something. Rather than facing those two guys who obviously have bad intentions, it is better to trust this shield who was a bit of a bastard but at least still reliable for now. She bit her lip and interrupted Sun Liang, her voice subtle but firm. No need, cousin, just do as Xiao Chen says. He is my boyfriend, so it's his responsibility to take care of me. After she finished speaking, she seemed to have used up all her courage. She didn't dare to look at the ugly faces of Sun Liang and Sun Yuxuan anymore. She lowered her head and took the initiative to reach out and grab the corner of Xiao Chen's clothes. Xiao Chen smiled slightly, ignoring the cold looks from Sun Liang and Sun Yuxuan. He naturally put his arm around Emily's shoulders and said to everyone, Then we'll go back to our room. Good night, everyone. After saying that, he half supported and half hugged Emily, whose steps were unsteady, and walked towards the guest room that belonged to him and Emily. Sun Liang looked at the two people leaving with a gloomy expression. Sun Yuxuan drank the remaining wine in the glass fiercely, with a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. Wang Shuo couldn't wait to help Zhang Yu walk in another direction. Xiao Chen supported Emily and walked into the room, then closed the door with a click, blocking out the complicated gazes outside. There were only the two of them in the room, and the faint smell of alcohol and a hint of indescribable ambiguity filled the air. Chapter 86 Hunting Prelude. In the room, the soft night light emits a hazy glow. Xiao Chen looked at Emily, whose cheeks were flushed, frowned, and asked, Can you still go to the shower by yourself? Do you need help to walk you over? Emily, who was still a little dazed, took a step back like a cat whose tail had been stepped on when she heard this. She crossed her arms over her chest, clamped her legs together, and stared at Xiao Chen with a wary look on her face. Her voice rose an octave. What do you want to do? I'm warning you, don't try to take advantage of others. Xiao Chen looked at her, looking as though she was facing a formidable enemy. He rolled his eyes helplessly and said unhappily, You're overthinking it. I just think you smell like alcohol. Go wash up and go to bed. The bed is yours, and I'll sleep on the sofa, okay? He pointed to the large double bed in the room and the sofa next to it that looked quite comfortable. After hearing what Xiao Chen said, and seeing that his eyes were clear and he did not seem to have any ill intentions, Emily's tense nerves relaxed a little. She herself also smelled the smell of alcohol coming from her body, which was indeed not very pleasant. Humph. You still have some conscience. Emily snorted, still wary, and walked towards the bathroom with a somewhat floating step. You are not allowed to peek. He walked to the door and turned back to warn Xiao Chen. Then he closed the door with a bang, and the clear sound of the door being locked came from inside. Xiao Chen listened to the sound of the door being locked and shook his head in a confused manner. This girl was really defensive. After a long while, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. After a while, the bathroom door was cautiously opened a crack. Emily stuck half of his head out and saw Xiao Chen sitting obediently on the sofa playing with his mobile phone. Then he slowly walked out. She changed into a silky black suspender nightgown that only reached mid-thigh, revealing two straight, white, long legs. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and she exuded the fragrance of a bath. Her face, washed clean of makeup, had a natural blush, which made her look less charming than usual and more pure and innocent. She didn't dare to look at Xiao Chen. She lowered her head and quickly got into the bed, wrapping herself tightly with the quilt, leaving only a small head exposed. Xiao Chen glanced at her and said nothing more. He stood up, picked up his clothes, and walked into the bathroom. When he quickly finished his shower and came out wearing a loose t-shirt and shorts, he found that Emily had fallen asleep. She lay on her side, facing the other side of the bed, her breathing even and long, her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow under her eyelids, and her sleeping face was as quiet as a child. But her slightly furrowed brows seemed to indicate that she was not sleeping very soundly. Xiao Chen walked over lightly, pulled the quilt that she had kicked open again, and tucked in the corners carefully. After doing all this, he returned to the sofa and lay down. The sofa was not spacious, but for him, it was not a problem to spend one night there. He closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. In the early morning, sunlight shines into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Emily woke up slowly, her head still feeling a little heavy from a hangover. She rubbed her eyes and subconsciously looked towards the sofa. I saw Xiao Chen still sleeping on the sofa, in a proper posture, covered with a thin blanket, and breathing steadily. Emily was stunned for a moment, then quickly lowered her head to check her nightgown, only to find that it was intact and she didn't feel anything unusual. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief and her tense heartstrings relaxed. Looking at Xiao Chen's sleeping face that looked quite peaceful in the morning light, and recalling his behavior of sleeping on the sofa last night, Emily's heart moved slightly, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. This guy, although he usually acts like a rogue and likes to take advantage of her verbally and physically, but at the critical moment, he seems quite reliable? But just as this thought came to mind, the memory of the sudden kiss on the cheek during the game last night suddenly flooded into my mind like a tide. That soft touch, that breath so close to me, my heartbeat and my cheeks that were almost burning. Ah! Emily let out a moan full of shame, and suddenly pulled up the quilt, covering her entire head with it. She curled up into a ball in the quilt, with her toes curled up awkwardly. This is so embarrassing. Why did I kiss her? Even though it was just the cheek, it was still a kiss. She felt embarrassed in the quilt for a long time until she heard movement on the sofa. She quickly adjusted her expression, pretended to have just woken up, and lifted the quilt. Xiao Chen also woke up. He sat up, stretched, and looked at the bed. Are you awake? Does your head still hurt? Not bad. Emily whispered, not daring to look him in the eye. The two of them washed up separately. Emily changed into a set of clothes that were easy to move around in, slim white denim shorts, a black t-shirt, white socks, and clean white shoes. Her long hair was still loose, and she looked refreshed and full of energy, regaining her usual cool and charming appearance. However, when her eyes occasionally met Xiao Chen's, a barely perceptible hint of shyness would flash across her face. After packing up, the two of them went to the public hall of the villa suite together. At this time, everyone else was already there. Sun Liang, Sun Yuxuan, and Wu Tao had all changed into combat uniforms suitable for outdoor activities, looking capable and energetic. Wang Shuai and Zhang Yu had also arrived. Unlike last night, Wang Shuai had an unconcealable look of triumph and joy on his face, his eyes were bright, and a smile was always on his lips. Zhang Yu held his arm tightly, her cheeks flushed, her eyes flickering, and she was obviously shy. Even the way she walked seemed a little different, as if she was a little uncomfortable, but she was trying hard to act natural. Xiao Chen glanced at Wang Shuai and Zhang Yu, especially Zhang Yu's shy expression and slightly awkward walking posture, and he immediately understood. It seems that Wang Shuai got what he wanted last night. No wonder he was so active in getting Zhang Yu drunk last night. His purpose was indeed not pure. Emily obviously noticed Zhang Yu's abnormality. She was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand something. A trace of disgust flashed across her face, and she subconsciously moved a little closer to Xiao Chen. In contrast, she suddenly felt that although Xiao Chen was a bit of a bastard last night, he was at least still a gentleman. When Sun Liang saw Xiao Chen and Emily coming over, especially seeing that they were both in casual clothes, he frowned slightly and said, "Cousin, brother Xiao Chen, why haven't you changed into your combat uniforms? We're about to set off into the mountains, and wearing casual clothes is inconvenient and dangerous." Before Xiao Chen could say anything, Emily spoke first. She took Xiao Chen's arm and spoke with a matter-of-fact tone. "We don't plan to go too deep into the hunt. We're just going to wander around and see the scenery. There's no need to wear such formal combat uniforms. It's better to be light, right, Xiao Chen?" Xiao Chen nodded in agreement and said calmly, "Well, we can just take a casual walk. You guys follow your plan and don't worry about us." His implication was clear, the two of them would not participate in the core hunting activities of Sun Liang and others. Seeing this, Wang Shuai smiled and tried to smooth things over. "Oh, it's okay, it's okay. There aren't any powerful monsters outside Shayun Ridge anyway. Let's just dress casually. It's getting late, let's get going quickly and try to get something before nightfall so we can come back and have a barbecue." Seeing Xiao Chen's resolute attitude and Mo Li's apparent support for him, Sun Liang suppressed his displeasure and nodded. Alright, everyone, check your equipment and get ready to go. Sun Yuxuan's gaze swept gloomily between Xiao Chen and Mo Li, especially lingering for a moment on Mo Li's legs, which looked even more slender and straight against the backdrop of her denim shorts. A hint of unwillingness and possessiveness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Everyone began to take a final inventory of the weapons, pills, and other items they carried with them. Zhan Yu whispered to Wang Shua, "Brother Shua, I feel a little uncomfortable. Can you?" Wang Shua patted her hand, his tone gentle but unyielding. Yeah, it's okay, just take a walk, breathing some fresh air is good for your health. Just follow me closely. Zhan Yu bit her lip and finally nodded. The hunting team assembled in this atmosphere of apparent harmony, but actually everyone having their own thoughts, and prepared to march towards Xiayun Ridge. Chapter 87 Intimate Freeze. The group left Shuiyu Villa and officially entered the area of Xianling. The air in the mountains and forests suddenly became fresh and moist, carrying the fragrance of soil and grass. The sunlight shone through the dense leaves, casting mottled light and shadows. Sun Liang was obviously quite familiar with this place. He looked at the map, sensed the direction, and said to everyone, "This outer area is mostly infested with first-tier monsters. It's not very challenging, and the rewards are small. I know there's a valley further in where second-tier monsters are more active. Let's head there directly. If we move quickly, we should be able to arrive before noon." He said this mainly to Wang Shua, Wu Tao, and Sun Yuxuan. Wang Shua was embarrassed when he heard this. He put his arm around Zhang Yu, who was walking in an unnatural manner, and said to Sun Liang, "Liangzi, you two go ahead. Yeah, isn't feeling well and can't walk fast. The two of us will follow slowly from behind. You go ahead and we'll rush over to meet up as soon as possible." Sun Liang glanced at Zhang Yu, who was nestled in Wang Shua's arms. A hint of subtle disdain flashed across his eyes, but he still smiled and nodded. "Okay, then brother Shua, you guys be careful and keep in touch. Yuxuan, Wu Tao, let's go." After saying this, he quickened his pace, leading Sun Yuxuan and Wu Tao, who were already impatient, and their figures quickly disappeared in the dense tree-lined path ahead. Xiao Chen and Mo Li had no intention of joining them from the beginning. Xiao Chen put his hands in his trouser pockets, looking relaxed. Mo Li was even more like he was out for a spring outing, admiring the surrounding scenery with great interest, with no intention of hurrying on his way. So, the team naturally split into three groups. Sun Liang and his threesome served as the vanguard, advancing quickly. Wang Shua and Zhang Yu served as the central army, moving forward slowly, and Xiao Chen and Mo Li fell behind, leisurely, as if taking a walk. Sun Liang, who was walking in the front, made sure he was far away from the two groups behind him. His face darkened and he complained to Sun Yuxuan beside him in a low voice. "Damn it, that kid named Xiao Chen messed things up this time. I thought that with the help of games and alcohol, I could help you take down cousin Mo Li, but I didn't expect this guy to be so close and Mo Li to be on his side." Sun Yuxuan's eyes were sinister, and he snorted coldly, "A brat who came out of nowhere dares to compete with me for a woman? I must have Mo Li. She's not only beautiful, but the Mo family behind her, as well as her own talents, are all very useful to me. If it doesn't work this time, I'll try next time. I can always find a chance to get her out alone." Sun Liang nodded, a flattering smile on his face. "Don't worry, Yuxuan, I will definitely help you. After the matter is done, I hope you can say a few good words for me in front of your uncle." Sun Yuxuan glanced at him proudly and said in a condescending tone, "Don't worry, as long as Mo Li becomes mine, you will definitely benefit from it. We in the Sun family also need people as sensible as you." The two of them planned in low voices while speeding towards the designated hunting spot. At the back of the line, the atmosphere was completely different. It's finally quiet. Mo Li looked at the direction where Sun Liang and others disappeared, breathed a long sigh of relief, and a relaxed smile from the heart appeared on his face. She opened her arms as if to embrace the refreshing forest and said to Xiao Chen cheerfully, "The scenery here is really nice. It's much better than being stuck in the manor. Let's walk slowly and just take a look around." Xiao Chen looked at her cheerful expression, like a bird out of a cage, and couldn't help but smile. "Whatever you say. You are the protagonist today anyway, so you have the final say. That's it." Mo Li raised his chin proudly and began to appreciate the scenery along the way with great interest. When she sees a cluster of unknown magical flowers in full bloom, she will squat down to take a closer look. When she hears strange birds singing, she will look around curiously. When she encounters a clear stream, she will run over and touch the cold stream water with her hands. Xiao Chen, Look over there. That tree is so strange. It's tilted like that, but it hasn't fallen yet. Wow. Was that lightning rabbit running over there just now? He was so fast. The air here is so good. Much more comfortable than in the city. A smile from the heart filled her face as she kept pointing at various things for Xiao Chen to see. Her clear voice echoed in the woods, dispelling a lot of the dullness. After walking for a while, Emily saw a small hill covered with wildflowers. The background was lush green mountains and blue sky and white clouds. The scenery was beautiful. Her eyes lit up, and she ran up the hillside. She turned around and shouted to Xiao Chen below, "Xiao Chen. Quick, take a picture for me. This angle looks great." As she spoke, she deliberately struck a pose, placing her hands behind her back, slightly tilting her head, with a bright smile on her face, her long hair fluttering gently in the wind, the sunlight shining on her, as if she had been plated with a layer of gold, blending in with the natural beauty around her, indeed as beautiful as a painting. Xiao Chen took out his phone and smiled helplessly. Okay, I'll take a picture for you." He found a good angle and pressed the shutter button several times in succession. After taking one photo, Emily ran to the stream again and insisted on taking a picture of the flowers reflected in the water. Xiao Chen let her do what she wanted and patiently acted as a photographer. After taking a few solo photos, Emily looked at the photos on his phone and felt that something was missing. She rolled her eyes and ran to Xiao Chen. She naturally reached out and held his arm, leaning her head slightly against his shoulder. With a sweet and slightly mischievous smile on her face, she said to the front camera of her phone, "Come on, let's take a photo together to commemorate this unforgettable trip." Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment by her sudden intimate behavior, but he quickly reacted and smiled cooperatively. Crack! The photo is frozen, and in the picture, the handsome boy and the bright girl are snuggling together intimately, with lush mountains and clear streams in the background. The sun shines on them, and they look harmonious and beautiful. Emily took the phone and looked at the photos she had just taken happily. However, when her eyes fell on the photo on the screen, the smile on her face froze slightly. In the photo, she and Xiao Chen were very close. She had her arm around his, her head almost resting on his shoulder. Both of them had smiles on their faces, and they looked like a couple on a date. That natural sense of intimacy is clearly conveyed through the screen. She was so focused on posing and taking pictures before that she didn't pay much attention to it. But when she calmed down and looked at the photo, she suddenly realized how ambiguous the posture between the two of them was. A heat surged uncontrollably to her cheeks, instantly turning her fair skin crimson. It's a pretty good shot. Emily looked away in a panic, not daring to look at the photo again, nor at Xiao Chen beside her, trying to hide her embarrassment. Xiao Chen noticed her reaction and found it amusing, but he didn't point it out. The two continued to stroll along a path beside a stream, enjoying this rare quiet moment. However, as he walked, Xiao Chen's brows suddenly furrowed slightly. He stopped and sniffed the air carefully. The scent in the mountains and forests is very complex, with the fragrance of grass and trees, the fishy smell of soil, and the faint smells left by various small animals. But among this complex smell, Xiao Chen keenly caught a very subtle and strange fragrance. Seeing Xiao Chen suddenly stop and his expression turn serious, Emily couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong? Did you find anything?" Xiao Chen did not answer immediately. He carefully confirmed the source and characteristics of the smell, and his face gradually darkened. He turned his head and looked at Emily with sharp eyes, and said in a deep voice, "I smell the scent of the demon-luring incense." Chapter 88, The Bait Game. Demon-luring incense? Emily heard this, a hint of doubt flashing in her charming eyes. "What is that?" Xiao Chen's expression was solemn as he quickly explained, "It's a kind of incense made from a special spiritual plant called the demon-luring grass. When it's lit, the scent it emits is extremely attractive to most demonic beasts. It's often used to set traps or lure them away." He paused, his tone cold. "However, even the lowest grade demon-luring incense is worth far more than what you'd get from hunting a few ordinary second-tier demon beasts. Using it here to deal with these low-level demon beasts outside of Xiaoyun Ridge would be a sheer loss, not worth the effort." Emily wasn't stupid, she immediately understood Xiao Chen's implication. Her expression grew serious. "So what you're saying is, someone is using the demon-luring incense here, not to hunt demon beasts, but for some other purpose?" 9 out of 10, Xiao Chen nodded, his eyes scanning the direction from which the fragrance came. It was the gently sloping path that Wang Shuo and Zhang Yu had chosen earlier. Also, the direction from which the fragrance came happened to be the direction Wang Shuo and Zhang Yu were walking. Emily's heart trembled. Thinking of the danger Zhang Yu might be facing, she immediately said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and take a look." Zhang Yu. Although she was a little angry with Zhang Yu for not fighting back, they knew each other after all, and as a fellow woman, she could not sit idly by and watch the tragedy that might happen. "Let's go." Xiao Chen no longer hesitated and took Mo Li's hand. The two of them stopped strolling leisurely and moved like two wisps of smoke, rushing silently towards the source of the fragrance. At the same time, in the clearing in the forest where Wang Shuo and Zhang Yu were, the scene was in a mess, with several monster corpses scattered on the ground. It was obvious that they had just experienced a battle. At this moment, Wang Shuo was sitting on the ground with a pale face, his back leaning against a big tree. There was a deep wound on his left shoulder that could be seen to the bone. Blood stained his combat uniform red. He was breathing weakly, and it was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. Zhang Yu knelt beside him, her face covered with tears. She was trying frantically to use the medicine she carried with her to stop the bleeding, but her hands were shaking so badly that it had little effect. Opposite them stood two men wearing gray suits and with fierce faces. The two men exuded an undisguised early-stage third-order spiritual pressure, and looked at Wang Shuo and Zhang Yu with greedy and playful eyes, as if they were looking at prey caught in a trap. The man with the scar on his face kicked the corpse of a second-level demon wolf at his feet and said with a grin, "Brother, it seems this bait is really effective. With a little trick, these self-righteous rich kids helped us kill the monsters we lured here, saving us a lot of effort." The one-eyed man known as Big Brother swept his cold gaze over Wang Shuo and Zhang Yu, finally settling on Zhang Yu's face, which was now tender and touching due to crying in fear. He licked his lips and laughed hoarsely. "Hee, that's natural. These rookies from the academy only have a little bit of cultivation, but they're far from having any actual combat experience. Just a little bit of demon luring incense will make them too tired to deal with the demon beasts. Then we can sneak attack them from behind and easily take them down. Looks like we're lucky today. Not only can we make a fortune, but we can also have some meat." His words made Zhang Yu tremble all over and his face turned even paler. Wang Shuo endured the severe pain and raised his head. His eyes were filled with anger and a hint of fear. He gritted his teeth and said, Who are you? Do you know who we are? If you dare to touch us, the Wang family will not let you go." "Bah!" Scarface spat, saying disdainfully, "Don't use your family to scare people. In this desolate wilderness, if we kill you and throw you into the mouths of monsters, who would know it was us? Be smart and hand over all the valuables on you. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I can even leave your bodies intact." The one-eyed man waved his hand, his lustful eyes wandering up and down Zhang Yu's exquisite body, and he laughed. "Second brother, don't be so anxious. Look at this young lady, she's so delicate and tender, and when she cries, it's even more pitiful. Killing her like this, what a pity." He took a step forward, looking down at the trembling Zhang Yu, his tone full of threats and temptations. "Little beauty, do you want to save your lover?" Zhang Yu looked at him in horror and subconsciously hugged Wang Shuo's arms tightly. Wang Shuo shouted angrily, "What do you want to do? Stay away from her." The one-eyed man ignored Wang Shuo and continued to say to Zhang Yu, "It's very simple. Just take off your clothes and serve us two brothers well. If you treat us well, we might be so happy that we can spare your life. How about it? This deal is a good deal, right? You are shameless." Zhang Yu was so angry that her whole body was shaking and her tears flowed even more violently. Wang Shuo's eyes were bloodshot, and he struggled to stand up, but it agitated his wound. He gasped in pain and fell back to his seat, only to roar feebly, "Assholes! If you dare to touch her, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." Scarface kicked Wang Shuo impatiently, causing him to groan. "Shut up, you idiot. You don't have the right to speak now. My dear lady, hurry up. Our patience is limited. Do you want to watch your lover die now, or obey me? It's your choice." Under the threat of their fierce gazes, and looking at Wang Shuo beside him whose face grew paler and paler due to pain and blood loss, Zhang Yu's psychological defenses completely collapsed. I'll take it off. Please, don't kill him." Zhang Yu's voice was filled with tears and endless humiliation, and tears kept dripping. Her hands were shaking violently as she began to unbutton her combat uniform jacket. The first button was undone, revealing the white lining and a small piece of snow-white skin. The two gangsters' eyes lit up instantly, their breathing became heavier, and obscene and impatient smiles appeared on their faces. Wang Shua's eyes were bloodshot and he wanted to stop it, but the scarred man's blade was holding him down so hard that he could only whimper in pain. Just as Zhang Yu's trembling fingers were about to unbutton the second button, tears of humiliation blurred her vision. Something strange happened suddenly. A dagger as black as ink silently and accurately pierced the one-eyed man's heart from behind. The one-eyed man's laughter stopped abruptly. He lowered his head in disbelief, looking at the pitch-black blade tip protruding from his chest, his eyes filled with fear. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out, and his body fell forward limply. Almost at the same time, an extremely sharp sword light, carrying a cold murderous intent, flashed from another angle. The man with the scar felt a chill on his neck and his vision instantly went dizzy. The last thing he saw was his headless body still standing, with blood gushing out of his neck. Plop! Plop! The two bodies fell to the ground almost at the same time, making a dull sound. The blood quickly dyed the grass beneath them red, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. This sudden change shocked Wang Shua and Zhang Yu, who were originally in despair. They stared with wide eyes, watching the two robbers who had been so arrogant just now turned into two corpses in the blink of an eye. It was not until then that they saw clearly that behind the bodies of the two robbers, two people had been standing quietly. Xiao Chen held a long sword in his hand and looked at the corpse on the ground with cold eyes. Emily stood slightly behind him, playing with a dagger in her hand. Her charming face was now covered with frost, and her eyes were as sharp as a knife. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves and shone onto the two men, outlining their tall figures like gods of death descending to earth. Wang Shua and Zhang Yu looked at Xiao Chen and Emily, who suddenly appeared, and instantly understood who saved them. The relief of surviving the disaster and the humiliation and fear she had just faced were intertwined. Zhang Yu cried out wow and threw herself into Wang Shua's arms, her body still shaking. Wang Shua was also frightened. He looked at Xiao Chen and Emily with a complicated expression. He opened his mouth and wanted to thank them, but because of his injuries and emotions, he couldn't speak for a while. Chapter 89, Overwhelming. Wang Shua endured the severe pain in his shoulder, looked at Xiao Chen and Emily, and said in a hurried voice, "Brother Xiao Chen, sister Emily. Thank you, thank you. But there are more than just these two. I just heard them talking, and they have an accomplice who is even more powerful. He has already gone to find Sun Liang and the others." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and turned his gaze to Emily. Although Emily didn't have a good impression of Sun Liang and Sun Yuxuan, and even felt quite disgusted with them, she also knew what was important. She bit her lip, her tone filled with helplessness. Although Sun Liang and Sun Yuxuan are annoying, if they really die here, it will be difficult for both the Sun family and our Mo family to explain. We can't just stand by and watch them die. Xiao Chen nodded. He didn't care about it, but since Emily asked, he naturally wouldn't refuse. He glanced at the seriously injured Wang Shua and the frightened Zhang Yu, and said to Emily, "You stay here and take care of them. Treat their wounds and be on guard. I'll go over and take a look." Emily knew the situation was urgent, so he didn't act pretentiously and nodded immediately. "Okay, be careful. That accomplice is probably quite powerful." "Don't worry." Xiao Chen responded without any delay. He moved his body and used the flowing light steps to the extreme. He rushed towards the direction where Sun Liang and the other two had gone deep before, and disappeared into the dense forest in an instant. At the same time, in a clearing in the forest deeper in Xianling, the scene was even more tragic than Wang Shua's. There were no less than 10 corpses of monsters lying on the ground, some of which were at the peak of the second level. Sun Liang, Sun Yuxuan, and Wu Tao were all seriously injured at this moment. They collapsed to the ground in a mess, their weapons scattered around, and they had lost their combat effectiveness. There was a hideous claw mark on Sun Liang's chest, and blood was dripping. Wu Tao was holding his obviously deformed arm, his face was pale and cold sweat was pouring down. The most seriously injured was Sun Yuxuan. Not only did he have multiple wounds on his body, but one of his legs was unnaturally bent, obviously broken. His face was pale, and his eyes were full of pain and fear. Standing in front of them was a middle-aged man wearing gray tights and with a stern face. The spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from this person had surprisingly reached the late third stage. He was the accomplice of the two robbers and the mastermind behind this ambush. The middle-aged man didn't even look at the corpses of the monsters on the ground. His eyes swept over Sun Liang and the other two, and finally stopped at Sun Yuxuan, who was dressed the most luxuriously. He walked slowly to Sun Yuxuan, looked down at him, and said in a cold and emotionless voice, "Hand over all the valuables on you. This will save me the trouble of having to find someone to erase the spiritual marks on them after I kill you." Sun Yuxuan had never suffered such humiliation before. He endured the severe pain and roared fiercely. Do you know who I am? I'm from the Sun family. If you dare to touch me, the Sun family will never let you go. Sun family? The middle-aged man sneered disdainfully. If I kill you here, who would know it was me? Before he finished speaking, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly raised his foot and stepped hard on Sun Yuxuan's intact arm. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of bone breaking was clearly heard. Ah! Sun Yuxuan let out a shrill scream, his entire arm twisted, and the severe pain almost made him faint. Sun Liang and Wu Tao's scalps went numb and their bodies went cold, and they didn't even dare to breathe. My patience is limited. The middle-aged man's tone was as cold as if he had just stepped on a branch. If you don't hand over the things, the next kick will be your head. As he spoke, he pretended to lift his foot again. Sun Yuxuan was completely frightened, tears streaming down his face. He no longer cared about the dignity of a noble family and cried out, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Don't kill me. I'll give you everything. However, the middle-aged man seemed to feel that the deterrence was not enough, or perhaps out of pure cruelty, he raised his foot again and aimed at Sun Yuxuan's right knee. No. No. I'll give it to you. I'll give it all to you. Sun Yuxuan screamed in horror. But the middle-aged man's foot still fell without hesitation. Crack. Another crisp sound. Ah! Sun Yuxuan's screams became even more shrill, and he curled up, twitching in pain. Just as the middle-aged man was enjoying the pleasure of controlling other people's life and death and preparing to receive the spoils, his keen intuition, which he had developed from years of walking on the edge of life and death, suddenly sent him a crazy alarm. An extremely obscure yet fierce murderous intent suddenly erupted from the woods behind him and pierced his back. Ha! The middle-aged man's face changed drastically, and without thinking, the third-stage spiritual power in his body burst out, and his body was forcibly twisted to the side, while the long sword in his hand was blocked backwards. Clang! A sharp sound of metal clashing rang out. A sword shadow wrapped in wind spiritual power, with an extremely fast speed, collided fiercely with his long sword. The huge force came, and it actually made his arms numb. His body uncontrollably stepped back 5 or 6 steps before he could barely stabilize himself. However, before he could see the attacker's appearance clearly, the ground beneath his feet suddenly squirmed, and several thick and tough vines broke out of the ground, instantly wrapped around his legs, and quickly spread upwards, trying to restrain his movements. Wood-based magic? The middle-aged man was shocked and angry, and hurriedly mobilized his spiritual power to try to break the vines. But at the moment when he was distracted, a scarlet talisman appeared less than a meter away from him, and the patterns on the talisman instantly lit up with a dazzling light. Fire explosion talisman? Bastard! The middle-aged man's pupils suddenly shrank. He wanted to dodge, but his legs were entangled by vines and his movements were half a beat slow. Boom! The flame explosion talisman suddenly exploded. A huge fireball and violent shockwave instantly engulfed him. Although the spiritual power shield he hastily condensed blocked most of the damage, it was still blown to pieces. The shield flickered violently and almost broke. The blood and energy in his body churned violently, and he felt dizzy. After suffering heavy blows one after another, the middle-aged man was shocked and angry. He forced himself to suppress the surging blood and energy, frantically circulated his spiritual power to shatter the charred vines on his body, and scanned the surroundings fiercely, trying to find the attacker who was hiding his head and showing his tail. However, just when he had just stood firm and his vision was still a little blurry, a figure, like a ghost, appeared silently in front of him with the help of the dust raised by the explosion and the chaotic spiritual energy fluctuations. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling and blinding flash of lightning rapidly enlarged before his eyes. The lightning condensed on a long sword, and its speed was extremely fast. The middle-aged man only had time to see a pair of cold and ruthless eyes, and then he felt a chill in his chest. A violent force instantly invaded his body, frantically destroying all his vitality. He lowered his head and looked in disbelief at the long sword flashing with lightning in front of his chest. Thunder, thunder element. He opened his mouth and uttered a few vague syllables, his eyes full of despair. Xiao Qin shook his wrist, and the power of thunder burst out, instantly crushing his heart. The middle-aged man's body twitched violently, the light in his eyes completely dimmed, and he fell heavily to the ground, without a breath left. From the moment Xiao Qin appeared to the moment this late-stage third-tier robber leader was killed, the entire process took only a dozen breaths. It was truly a devastating blow. Only at this moment did the raised dust slowly settle. Xiao Chen stood with a sword in his hand, the lightning gradually subsided, and his eyes calmly swept over the charred and pierced corpse on the ground, as if he had just done something insignificant. Sun Liang, Sun Yuxuan and Wu Tao, who were lying on the ground, were already stunned by this sudden counterattack. They stared at Xiao Chen with their mouths wide open, their eyes filled with incredible shock, and a hint of unspeakable fear. Chapter 90, Happy Homecoming. Xiao Chen walked to the body of the late-stage third-order robber leader with an expressionless face, bent over and took off the storage bag from his waist, and put it away without even looking at it. Then, a red flame shot out from his fingertips and landed on the corpse. The flame spread rapidly and soon devoured the corpse, turning it into a pile of ashes. After doing all this, he turned around, glanced at Sun Liang, Sun Yuxuan and Wu Tao, and said in a calm tone, "Leave here quickly if you can still move. The forest is not safe." After he finished speaking, without waiting for the three people to respond, nor even glancing at their miserable state, he turned around, walked back along the way he came, and with a few jumps and falls, he disappeared behind the trees. Sun Liang and the other two looked at the direction where Xiao Chen disappeared, then looked at the pile of ashes on the ground that was still emitting green smoke, and felt mixed emotions. The relief of surviving the disaster and the other party's indifference as if they didn't take them seriously at all made them feel extremely complicated. Sun Liang gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain in his chest, struggled to get up, and laboriously carried Sun Yuxuan, who was almost fainted due to broken arms and legs, on his back. Wu Tao also barely supported himself to stand up. The three of them supported each other and moved towards the villa in a miserable state. On the other side, Xiao Chen quickly returned to where Emily and the others were. Seeing Xiao Chen return safely, Emily was visibly relieved and quickly stepped forward to ask, "How are you? Are you okay? Where are Sun Liang and the others?" Xiao Chen shook his head and said succinctly, "I'm fine. The three of them are not dead, just injured. They are following behind and should be back soon. We can't stay here for long. Let's go back to the villa first." Emily breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Sun Liang and the other two were not dead. Although he hated them, knowing that they were safe saved him a lot of trouble. She nodded and looked at Zhang Yu and Wang Shua beside her, "Then let's go back quickly." Zhang Yu looked at Xiao Chen and Emily with gratitude, and supported the pale-faced Wang Shua. The four of them returned to Shuiyu Villa along the way they came. Not long after they returned to the villa, Sun Liang and the other two also came back in a very miserable state. Sun Liang carried Sun Yuxuan, who had fainted from the pain, on his back, while Wu Tao limped behind him. All three of them were injured and looked miserable, which attracted the attention and panic of the staff at the villa. Almost immediately after they returned, several luxury vehicles clearly bearing the Wang family logo came speeding over. It was obvious that Wang Shua had contacted the family before. Several guards with calm demeanor and an old man got out of the car and quickly began to check the injuries of Wang Shua, Zhang Yu, Sun Liang and others and provide preliminary treatment. Before leaving, Wang Shua, supported by Zhang Yu, walked up to Xiao Chen and Emily, bowed solemnly, and said sincerely, "Brother Xiao Chen, Sister Emily, thanks to you for coming to our rescue this time, otherwise Yaya and I would have been thank you so much. I, Wang Shua, will remember this kindness. If you need me in the future, the Wang family will do our utmost to help." Zhang Yu also thanked him with red eyes. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said calmly, "It's just a small favor. Brother Wang Shua, you don't have to be polite. Your injuries are serious. Go back and get treatment." Emily also nodded, "Yes, go back quickly, it's important to recover from your injuries." After saying goodbye to Wang Shua and Zhang Yu, Xiao Chen and Emily also boarded the car back to the city. The car drove smoothly on the way back to the imperial capital. Inside the car, Emily could no longer suppress her inner joy. She leaned back in the comfortable seat with a smile on her face. "Ha ha ha. It's so satisfying." Emily couldn't help but laugh out loud. You didn't see how miserable Sun Liang and Sun Yuxuan looked when they came back. Sun Liang was gasping for air like a dead dog, and Sun Yuxuan fainted with his arms and legs broken. He deserved it. They set their sights on me, and even resorted to such despicable tactics. They've fallen flat on their face this time. Let's see if they dare to do it again. She became more and more excited as she spoke, and was obviously very happy about the humiliation suffered by Sun Yuxuan and Sun Liang. Xiao Chen looked at her unconcealed happiness, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He turned his head and looked at Emily's face, which was particularly bright and charming due to her excitement, and said teasingly with a hint of joking, "Yes, some people are happy now. But, Emily, have you forgotten something?" "Ha, Forgot something? Emily turned her head and looked at him puzzledly. Xiao Chen leaned forward slightly, approaching her, with a half smile on his face, and said slowly. Look, this time I not only played the perfect boyfriend role, helping you ward off the flies, but I also came to the rescue at the crucial moment, saving you from potential danger. Each and every one of these things, each and every one of them, must have been a significant contribution, right? He paused, with a mischievous look in his eyes, and continued. If it weren't for me, with my alcohol tolerance, I'd probably have been eaten up by now, hiding under the covers and crying, right? So, how are you going to thank me properly? Listening to Xiao Chen's words that were obviously full of ridicule and self-righteousness, especially the part about eating and drinking and hiding under the quilt crying, Emily's face turned red in an instant, feeling embarrassed and annoyed. She thought of the kiss on the cheek last night and the restless hand he placed on her leg. This bastard actually dared to make demands. Thank you so much. Emily grabbed the pillow on the seat next to her and threw it at Xiao Chen, saying angrily. You still have the nerve to say that? I haven't even settled the score with you for taking advantage of me. And you still dare to ask for a thank you gift? You're dreaming. Xiao Chen easily caught the pillow and laughed, not caring at all. Hey, you can't say that. That was my acting, my professionalism. Besides, I saved you, that's a fact. You can't just burn your bridges. Who is crossing the river and destroying the bridge? Emily glared at him, but his eyes flickered and he was obviously lacking in confidence. She knew that what Xiao Chen said was right, and it was indeed thanks to him this time, but she just couldn't stand the way this guy took the opportunity to blackmail her. Then tell me, what kind of thank you gift do you want? Emily asked unhappily, intending to hear his conditions. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes deliberately scanned Emily's body, from her slender neck, to her plump breasts, to her slender waist, and finally to her beautiful legs that were particularly eye-catching under her denim shorts. His eyes were full of amusement and scrutiny, as if he was evaluating a work of art. Emily felt uncomfortable under his undisguised gaze. She subconsciously crossed her arms over her chest and brought her legs closer together. She said in a shameful and angry tone. Hey! What are you looking at, pervert? I'm warning you, don't even think about that. It's absolutely impossible. She thought Xiao Chen was up to something evil. Xiao Chen looked at her frightened and defensive posture and couldn't help laughing. He looked away and said lazily. Your thinking is too unhealthy. I haven't even told you what it is, and you've already got the wrong idea? You! Emily was so angry that he couldn't speak. How about this, Xiao Chen said, concluding his efforts while still maintaining his composure. You'll owe me this favor for now. When I figure out how you want me to repay you, I'll tell you. How about that? Emily looked at him suspiciously, always feeling that this guy had bad intentions, but it was still much better than some excessive demands. Humph. I'll keep my debt. But I'm warning you, if you dare make any unreasonable demands, I'll tell Qingshui. Emily finally agreed and brought out Yi Qingshui as the last weapon. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen just smiled indifferently, closed his eyes and began to doze off, not taking her threats seriously at all. Emily was even more furious when she saw him like this, but she couldn't do anything about it and could only sulk there. The car fell into a brief silence, with only the scenery outside the window rapidly receding. The shocking scene at Xianling seemed to have passed, but something seemed to be quietly changing. Chapter 91: A New Journey. Time flies, and in the following days, Xiao Chen's life seemed to have pressed the repeat button, but it was moving forward steadily in peace. He still maintained a very high intensity of practice and spent almost all his time in the practice room in complex building number 4. The practice of Tai Yin Ling Ju requires huge resources. With the help of the spirit gathering array, his cultivation has steadily improved, and his control over the fusion of wind and thunder has become more and more proficient. Rumors about his strength, like ripples caused by a stone thrown into a lake, gradually spread among the first grade and even higher grades. Although the details were vague, the news that the useless Xiao Chen possessed the strength of a mid-level third stage still attracted the attention of many people. One day in the classroom, Li Hao looked at Xiao Chen, whose aura was becoming increasingly unfathomable, and couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Chen, you're such a hidden talent. I used to think you were, well, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I was really wrong. Xiao Chen just smiled without further explanation. It's just luck, a little opportunity. Zhao Kuo, who was standing by, had a sad face. He patted Xiao Chen's shoulder vigorously and wailed. Brother Chen. No, Master Chen. It turns out I'm the clown. I used to think we were just in the same boat, just hanging out together, but it turns out you're the boss pretending to be a newbie. I'm the only loser. How unfair. His exaggerated expression and tone caused the surrounding students to burst into laughter, and Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly. Although Zhaoque said this, he was cheerful by nature and was not really jealous. Instead, he felt very proud to have a big-shot friend. Of course, Xiao Chen also started teasing Yi Qingxue in the academy. When the two occasionally met in the academy, he couldn't help but come forward and tease her, which made Yi Qingxue feel embarrassed and annoyed. She stared at him with cold eyes, but she no longer left with a cold face like she did at the beginning. At most, she would quicken her pace to shake him off, but her slightly red ears always betrayed her inner feelings. The peaceful and fulfilling days passed quickly, as if in the blink of an eye, winter passed and spring came. When the spiritual plants in the academy sprouted again, the new school year arrived quietly. Xiao Chen, Yi Qingxue, Emily and others were officially promoted from first-year freshmen to second-year seniors. Looking at the new students who entered the campus with dreams of the future and a bit of ignorance, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel a little emotional. A year ago, he was also one of them. And his strength, through unremitting hard work, naturally broke through to the late third level. The spiritual power is more powerful, and the use of attribute power has reached a new level. On this day, Xiao Chen finished a day's practice in the practice room of the number 4 complex building as usual. Feeling that the spiritual power in his body had improved a little, he walked out with satisfaction. As soon as I walked to the door of the building, I met an acquaintance. Lin Feng still looked as carefree and unrestrained as ever, leaning against the doorpost, seemingly waiting for someone. Seeing Xiao Chen coming out, his eyes lit up and he waved with a smile. "Hey, Xiao Chen, what a coincidence, I was just looking for you." "Senior Lin Feng?" Xiao Chen was a little surprised and walked over. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Let's talk while we walk." Lin Feng naturally put his arm around Xiao Chen's shoulders, feeling the spiritual energy fluctuations that had become much more condensed around him, with a hint of surprise and approval in his eyes. "Great job, kid. It's only been a short while, and you've already achieved another breakthrough? You've already reached the late third stage? Your cultivation speed is almost catching up with that perverted junior Liushi. We old guys are ashamed of ourselves." Xiao Chen smiled modestly and said, "Senior, you're too kind. I'm still far behind you. It's just that I'm lucky and my skills are more suitable for me. Don't try to be so rude. Excessive modesty is a sign of pride." Lin Feng patted his shoulder, his tone casual but with a hint of seriousness. "Rapid improvement in strength is a good thing, but you also have to pay attention to your foundation." "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Senior." Xiao Chen nodded. The two chatted along the way, passed through several tree-lined avenues, and came to a relatively secluded 2-story building. This building is usually where academy instructors or elite student teams hold tactical meetings and discuss important missions. "Why did you bring me here? Is there a mission?" Xiao Chen looked at the building and had some guesses in his mind. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously and opened the door of a conference room. "You'll know when you go in." Xiao Chen followed him in. The conference room was not big and simply decorated. There was a long table in the middle and a few chairs around it. At this moment, a beautiful figure was sitting near the window. She was wearing a light blue college uniform that outlined her slim figure, and her long hair flowed softly behind her shoulders like a waterfall. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she turned around, revealing a gentle and beautiful face with a gentle smile on her lips that was as refreshing as spring breeze. It was Mu Liushi. "Senior Liushi?" Xiao Chen was surprised again. He didn't expect that Lin Feng was looking for him and Mu Liushi was also there. Mu Liushi smiled gently when she saw Xiao Chen, then stood up and said softly, "Xiao Chen, you're here." Lin Feng closed the door, walked to the table, pulled out a chair, sat down, crossed his legs, and looked at Xiao Chen and Mu Liushi. The smile on his face faded a little and became more formal. "I've asked you to come here because I have a customary task at the academy. I wanted to ask for your opinion. I'm wondering if the time is inconvenient for you." "Please speak, Senior," Mu Liushi said softly. Xiao Chen also nodded to show that he was listening. "It's like this," Lin Feng explained. "As one of the top 5 colleges in China, our Tsinghua and Peking University College arranges for a group of outstanding students to visit other colleges for an exchange program at the beginning of each year. This lasts for about a month. On the one hand, this is to promote friendship and academic exchanges between colleges, and on the other hand, it is to showcase the elegance of our Tsinghua and Peking University students to the outside world. He paused, then continued, this year, after careful consideration, the Academy plans to send you two as representatives from Peking University and Tsinghua University for an exchange program. I wonder if your schedule is convenient for the next period of time? Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi looked at each other and saw intention in each other's eyes. This kind of cross-college exchange not only broadens one's horizons and allows one to see the talents of other colleges, but is also a kind of honor and recognition in itself. I have no problem. Xiao Chen was the first to speak out. I can also coordinate the time on my side. Mu Liuxi also nodded slightly. Okay. Lin Feng smiled when he saw the two agreed. I knew you guys were reliable. At this time, Mu Liuxi asked, Senior Lin Feng, I wonder which college we are going to for exchange this year. Lin Feng smiled, glanced at the two of them, and said the name of the destination. Demon City, Pearl Academy. Chapter 92 Jealousy at Home. Seeing that Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi both agreed readily, Lin Feng showed a casual smile on his face. He leaned lazily on the back of his chair, crossed his legs, and said, although it sounds good, saying we're going to exchange ideas and promote friendly relations between colleges, but, our Tsinghua and Peking University College holds the title of being the top of the 5 prestigious universities. Often, other colleges are bound to feel a little unconvinced and try to weigh our weight. This is especially true of Shanghai Pearl College, which has experienced rapid development in recent years and has been eager to compete with us. He paused, his tone somewhat teasing. So, this time, I think there will be some friendly exchanges. You don't have to be too polite then. Just strike when it's time. Just don't get anyone killed and show the style of Peking University and Tsinghua University. Let them know that our #1 title is not just a boast. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but complain. I'm familiar with this plot. Usually, a prodigy like us from a prestigious school goes there, and then is used as a stepping stone by a hidden or suddenly rising protagonist from the other academy. We give them a good beating and make them famous, right, senior? Lin Feng laughed and pointed at Xiao Chen. That's right. That's the routine. So you better do your best and don't become the villain in other people's stories. Mu Liuxi, who was listening to the conversation between the two, couldn't help but chuckle and said softly, I seem to have seen quite a few of the scenes described by junior brother Xiao Chen in some popular novels. Ha! Xiao Chen and Lin Feng turned their heads at the same time and looked at Mu Liuxi in surprise. Lin Feng widened his eyes exaggeratedly. Junior Liuxi, you are watching this too? It was really hard for him to connect the girl in front of him, who looked like a lady from a noble family, with those popular books. Mu Liuxi felt a little embarrassed by the two people's stares, her cheeks slightly red, and she explained softly, after practicing, I occasionally read it to relax, just to pass the time. Xiao Chen found her slightly shy look very interesting. He didn't expect that this gentle senior sister had such a side to her. Lin Feng burst into laughter. Ha, I didn't expect that. But then again, art comes from life. Anyway, this time when you go there, your roles may have to be reversed. He put away his smile and said with a bit of confidence and dominance, just don't beat them too badly. As for the rest, you can do whatever you want. After explaining some precautions, Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi left the meeting room. Xiao Chen went straight back to the villa outside the school. When I opened the door, a warm atmosphere hit me. In the living room, Yi Qingxue and Emily were sitting side by side on the sofa, watching the program on TV. Yi Qingxue still looked cold but relaxed, while Emily leaned lazily on the armrest of the sofa, holding a bag of snacks in his hand. Seeing Xiao Chen coming back, Yi Qingxue just glanced at him and continued to look at the TV, as if she had no interest. Emily smiled and greeted him. Hey, our busy man is back? Have you been spending the whole day in the training room again? Xiao Chen walked naturally to the sofa and sat down next to Yi Qingxue. Then he stretched out his arm and skillfully put his arm around Yi Qingxue's slender and soft waist, pulling her into his arms. Yi Qingxue's body stiffened slightly, but she did not struggle violently or scold him coldly like she did at the beginning. She just nudged him lightly with her elbow symbolically, glanced at him with her cold eyes, with a hint of helpless anger, and let him hug her. After Xiao Chen's persistent offensive for some time, in the relatively private space of the villa, as long as Xiao Chen did not go too far, Yi Qingxue had already acquiesced to his intimate behavior. Feeling the softness and faint fragrance of the person in his arms, Xiao Chen felt happy and said, I might have to go out in a few days. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxue turned around, with a hint of inquiry in her cold eyes. Where are you going? What are you doing? Xiao Chen didn't hide anything and said directly, the college has arranged an exchange mission. Senior Liushi and I will be going to Mingzhu College in Shanghai for a month-long exchange visit. Modu Pearl Academy? Exchange? Before Yi Qingxue could say anything, Emily beside her immediately became interested. She put down her snacks and glanced back and forth between Xiao Chen and Yi Qingxue with her charming eyes, her tone full of exaggerated ridicule. Just the two of you going? A man and a woman, traveling to the Magic City, spending a month together day and night? Qingxue, can you be assured of this? What if someone gets the upper hand and takes advantage of you? Wouldn't that be a huge loss for you? Yi Qingxue's cheeks were slightly hot when Emily asked her this. She pinched Xiao Chen's hand on her waist hard, trying to break free, while pretending to be indifferent and said, "He can go wherever he wants and with whomever he wants. I don't care about him." But the tone of voice carried a subtle hint of anger. Xiao Chen felt pain, but he hugged her tighter, grinning. Instead of explaining, he followed Emily's words with an expression of longing on his face. Now that you mention it, I suddenly think this mission is pretty good. The Magic City is bustling, Pearl Academy is full of beautiful women, and I have the gentle and beautiful Senior Liushi as my companion. TSK, it's simply, Before he could finish his words, Yi Qingxue twisted the soft flesh on his waist hard, causing him to grimace in pain. You wish. Yi Qingxue glared at him in embarrassment. Emily also added fuel to the fire, fanning the flames at Yi Qingxue. That's right. Qingxue, you can't let him get too proud. But. She changed the subject, a sly look in her eyes as she looked at Xiao Chen. Come to think of it, Senior Liushi seems to be living in the college dormitory, right? After this exchange, you two must have become even closer. How about, why not just have Senior Liushi move in with us? There's an empty room on the third floor anyway. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. A beautiful picture of three beautiful women with different styles living under the same roof instantly emerged in his mind. He nodded subconsciously. This proposal seems. Don't even think about it. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by two simultaneous shouts, both filled with shame and anger. Yi Qingxue and Emily turned their heads at the same time, staring at him with murderous eyes. Yi Qingxue pushed him away forcefully, stood up, her pretty face frosty, and said without question, "Don't even think about that room on the third floor, even if it's empty. You should pack your things quickly. Don't talk nonsense here." Seeing Yi Qingxue's reaction, which was obviously filled with jealousy, Xiao Chen and Emily couldn't help laughing. Xiao Chen knew the joke had almost run its course, so he decided to call it a day and quickly raised his hands in surrender. Okay, no more joking. I'll go upstairs and clean up. Watching Xiao Chen's back as he turned and went upstairs with a smile, Yi Qingxue sat back on the sofa angrily, but the inexplicable feeling of irritation in her heart could not be shaken off. Emily came over, nudged her with his elbow, and said with a low laugh, "You still say you don't care? Look how nervous you are." Yi Qingxue pushed her away angrily. "Shut up. Watch TV." But her flickering eyes and slightly red cheeks revealed that she was not really indifferent. The impending separation seems to make some hidden emotions become clearer. Chapter 93: The Demonic City arrives. The next evening, accompanied by the pleasant sound of electronic announcements, a high-speed train from the imperial capital slowly stopped at the magnificent and modern station in the Magic City. Xiao Chen and Mu Liushi followed the crowd off the train. The air in the Magic City had a hint of moisture unique to a port city, completely different from the dryness of the imperial capital. The interior of the station is full of technology, with holographic projection signs, automatically operated luggage robots, and warriors in colorful costumes, all demonstrating the vitality and prosperity of this international metropolis. As you walk out of the exit, the scene in front of you is even more eye-catching. Skyscrapers are lined up one after another, flashing neon lights, and the streets are bustling with traffic, full of technological elements. However, what attracted passers-by's attention more than the scenery of the Magic City was Mu Liushi standing next to Xiao Chen. Her outfit today was still fresh and refined, a slim-fitting light blue windbreaker, which was open, revealing a pure white dress underneath, the hem of which swayed gently with her steps. She wore a pair of clean white socks and simple white sneakers on her feet. Her long black hair, like a waterfall, was naturally draped over her shoulders, fluttering slightly in the evening breeze. She just stood there quietly, her gentle temperament forming a wonderful contrast with the technological and fast-paced environment around her, instantly attracting the attention of many passers-by. Both men and women could not help but take a few more glances at this stunning beauty who seemed to have walked out of a painting. Wow, that girl is so beautiful. She has such a great temperament, she feels like she stepped out of a painting. The boy next to her is pretty good too. Is he her boyfriend? I could faintly hear whispers and admiration coming from all around. Xiao Chen naturally noticed the gazes from all around and smiled at Mulyoshi. Senior, it seems that no matter where you go, your attractiveness is top-notch. Hearing this, Mulyoshi tilted her head slightly, with a helpless smile on her face, and said softly, "Don't make fun of me, Junior. It's getting late. Let's find a place to settle down first and then report to Mingzhu College tomorrow." Okay. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. The two left the station and took the convenient urban rail transit directly to the hotel cluster area near Magic City Pearl College. However, after they inquired about several good-looking hotels, they received unexpected news: all the rooms were fully booked. Strange, it's not the peak tourist season yet, why are all the hotels full? Xiao Chen muttered in confusion. With a try-it attitude, they walked into the 4-star rated hotel, the Pearl International Hotel, which was also the closest to Mingzhu College. Walking to the front desk, Xiao Chen said to the uniformed receptionist, "Hello, could you please give me 2 single rooms?" The receptionist fiddled with the computer for a few times, then smiled apologetically. "I'm very sorry, sir, our hotel only has 1 standard room left, and all the others are fully booked." "There's only 1 room left?" Xiao Chen frowned and turned to look at Mulyoshi. "Senior, how about we try another one?" The receptionist heard their conversation and added, "Sir, I'm afraid the situation at other nearby hotels is similar. A lot of warriors have been coming to the Magic City lately, and the hotels are very tight on room availability. Our last standard room was only vacated this afternoon when a guest checked out early. If you two don't want it, it'll probably be booked soon." "A lot of warriors have come?" Xiao Chen keenly caught this information and asked, "Are there any recent activities or events?" The receptionist shook her head, saying she didn't know the specific reason. "I'm not sure about that, but I've noticed that among the guests who've checked in recently, a very high percentage are warriors, and they don't seem to be tourists." Xiao Chen and Mulyoshi looked at each other and saw a hint of solemnity in each other's eyes. A large number of warriors gathered in the Magic City. There must be something complicated behind this, but at the moment, accommodation is a practical problem. Mulyoshi looked out the window at the sky that had already darkened completely. Thinking of the fact that several hotels had been fully booked before, she knew that if she continued looking, she might not be able to find a place to stay. A faint blush appeared on her fair cheeks, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly, as if she was struggling fiercely in her heart. Asking her to share a room with a boy, even a junior student with whom she had a good relationship, this was really beyond her psychological bottom line. Xiao Chen also saw Mulyoshi's embarrassment, and he didn't want to embarrass her, so he said, "Senior, how about we look for more? Or maybe contact the Academy's office in Shanghai to see if they can arrange accommodation?" Mulyoshi was silent for a moment, and finally shook her head slightly. She knew that further searching would probably be futile, and contacting the college office would also be troublesome. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. She raised her head, her eyes flickering a little. She didn't dare to look directly into Xiao Chen's eyes, and said shyly, "Forget it. Since there's only 1 room left, and it's a standard room with 2 beds, it should be okay, so let's just take this one." After saying this, her ears turned red and she quickly lowered her head, pretending to tidy up the corners of her clothes, which were not messy at all. Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel moved when he saw Mulyoshi, who was so shy yet trying to remain calm. He knew how much courage it took for the gentle and conservative Mulyoshi to make this decision. He is not a pretentious person. Since the senior student has agreed, it would be hypocritical and embarrassing for him to refuse. So he turned to the receptionist and said, "Okay, then I'll take this standard room." "Okay, sir and madam, please show us your IDs." The receptionist maintained a professional smile, as if she was no stranger to this kind of situation. After completing the check-in procedures and getting the room card, the two followed the waiter's lead and took the elevator to the upper floors of the hotel. When you open the door, you will see a spacious and clean standard room. As the front desk said, there were 2 single beds placed side by side in the room, separated by a bedside table and a separate toilet and bathroom. The environment was pretty good. However, when the door clicked shut behind them, and they were the only 2 left in the room, a subtle and ambiguous atmosphere involuntarily filled the air. Chapter 94: Hazy Phantom. When you walk into the room and close the door, the space seems to be isolated in an instant. Under the bright light, 2 clean white single beds were placed side by side. The aisle in the middle, which was neither wide nor narrow, seemed to have become an invisible boundary, making the atmosphere in the room a little subtle. Mulyoshi stood near the door, her eyes wandering a little. She didn't dare to look at the two beds, let alone Xiaochen beside her. She only felt her cheeks getting a little hot, and even her breathing subconsciously became much lighter. Although her mind told her that this was just a temporary solution and there were two beds, it was the first time for her to spend the night in the same room with a boy, and the shame and nervousness in her heart could not be shaken off. Xiaochen also felt a little uncomfortable. Although he usually appeared quite thick-skinned in front of Yi Qingshui and Emily, he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed and strange when he was alone in a room with the usually gentle and dignified senior Mulyoshi, especially when he thought about sleeping in the same room tonight. Looking at Mulyoshi's bewildered look, Xiaochen coughed lightly and broke the suffocating silence. Senior, you must be hungry after such a long car ride, right? How about we go down to the hotel restaurant and have something to eat first? This proposal immediately received a positive response from Mulyoshi. She nodded almost immediately, her voice a little more hurried than usual. Okay. Let's eat first. It seemed as if leaving this room would make her feel relieved. The two then left the room again and went to the restaurant on the second floor of the hotel. The restaurant has an elegant environment and soft music flowing, which distracts a lot of attention. After ordering, while waiting, Mulyoshi took the initiative to find a topic to ease the awkwardness and asked softly, Xiaochen, have you been to the Magic City before? Xiaochen took a sip of water and replied, I came here a few times with my family when I was very young, but my memories are a bit vague. Later, I started to focus on cultivation and rarely had the opportunity to go out. The Magic City has changed a lot and is more prosperous than before. Yes, the technology in the Magic City has been developing very rapidly. Mulyoshi agreed, then she remembered what the receptionist had said before, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and her tone was filled with thought. By the way, Junior, what do you think of what you told the front desk about the large number of warriors gathering in the Demon City recently? Speaking of business, Xiaochen also collected his thoughts and pondered, there must be something wrong when things are out of the ordinary. To make so many warriors gather in one place without any prior arrangement, there must be something attracting them. He looked at Mulyoshi, senior sister, you are very knowledgeable. What do you think the reason is? Mulyoshi tapped the tabletop lightly with her slender fingers and said thoughtfully. There are several possibilities. One is that a new secret realm might be about to open nearby, which would be the biggest attraction for warriors to flock here. The second is that the Magic City might be hosting a large auction or trade fair soon, revealing some incredible treasures or resources. The third possibility is that a major force is planning a large-scale event and needs to gather manpower. She paused and added, of course, it could also be a combination of factors. Xiaochen nodded, feeling that the analysis made sense. Whatever it is, since we've come across it, it might be an opportunity. When we get to Pearl Academy tomorrow, let's ask around. If there's anything good, maybe we can join in the fun. It wouldn't be a wasted trip. Mulyoshi smiled slightly, well, we'll see what happens when the time comes. The two of them ate and chatted, and the atmosphere gradually became much more natural. Mulyoshi's gentleness and talkativeness and Xiaochen's interesting experiences made the dinner end in a relaxed atmosphere. However, when they returned to the only guest room again, that subtle sense of awkwardness seemed to spread quietly as the door closed. The lights in the room were still bright, and the presence of the two beds became extremely strong. Xiaochen felt that this stalemate was not a solution, so he took the initiative to speak. Senior, you're tired today too. Why don't you take a shower first? Then go to bed early. When Mulyoshi heard this, her cheeks flushed uncontrollably again. Taking a shower. This meant that she needed to do this relatively private thing in a room where boys were present. She subconsciously glanced in the direction of the bathroom, and her heart beat faster. But she knew that this was an inevitable process and she couldn't just not take a shower. She took a deep breath and tried to make her voice sound calm. Okay. Then I'll go wash up first. She lowered her head, walked quickly into the bathroom, and then locked the door gently with a click. Xiaochen listened to the subtle sounds coming from the bathroom, picked up the remote control, turned on the TV on the wall, and tried to distract himself. However, his eyes were soon involuntarily drawn towards the bathroom. In pursuit of modernity and transparency, the bathroom design of this hotel uses a large frosted glass on the wall close to the room. From inside the bathroom, the privacy is quite good and only the blurred external light and shadow can be seen. But from the outside, under the bright light of the bathroom, the picture is completely different. Although the frosted glass couldn't reveal the specific details, it perfectly outlined the silhouette of the person inside. The silhouette is like a soft light filter, which adds a hazy and fatal temptation. Xiao Chen saw that Mu Liuxi's figure was clearly projected on the glass. She seemed to be taking off her outer garment, her movements graceful and slow. The delicate curves were outlined by the hazy light and shadow, the slender neck, the round shoulders, the plump and proud figure, the waist that could be grasped with one hand, and the perky buttocks and slender legs. Every line seems to have been carefully carved by the creator, appearing and disappearing in the hazy light and shadow, full of endless beauty and imagination. Then, the sound of dripping water came from inside. The mist from the hot water began to rise, making the figure on the glass more hazy, but also more vivid. Xiao Chen could see her raising her arms to comb her long hair, applying shower gel, and her arms stroking all over her body. This is even more fascinating than seeing it directly. Xiao Chen only felt his throat was a little dry, and his heart began to beat uncontrollably. He forced himself to turn his gaze back to the TV screen, but just a few seconds later, the hazy and attractive silhouette seemed to have magic, and it attracted his eyes again. His reason told him not to look at anything inappropriate, but as a normal young man full of vigor and vitality, the visual and psychological impact of such an erotic and obscure scene was enormous. His eyes seemed to be nailed to the frosted glass and could no longer be moved away. Some images emerged in my mind uncontrollably, and my breathing became heavy unconsciously. The air in the room seemed to become hot and ambiguous because of the silent performance in the bathroom. He picked up the water glass on the table next to him and took a big gulp, trying to suppress the restlessness in his heart, but the effect was minimal. At this moment, he finally deeply understood what torture was. Chapter 95, Mingzhu's First Encounter. Perhaps because she knew that after taking a shower, she would have to face the awkward situation of being alone with Xiao Chen in a room, Mu Liuxi stayed in the bathroom longer than usual. The sound of water dripping lasted for a long time. And Xiao Chen outside also experienced a test of his willpower during this long period of time. Most of the time, he couldn't take his eyes off the frosted glass that outlined the graceful curves, and his mind was in a mess. It was not until he heard the sound of water stop and heard the rustling sound of clothes inside that he suddenly came to his senses. He turned his head towards the TV screen quickly as if he was guilty, pretending to be watching the news attentively, but his slightly hot ears revealed his inner unrest. Click! The sound of the bathroom door lock turning gently. Xiao Chen then turned around as if he had just heard some noise and looked towards the bathroom door. Mu Liuxi walked out. She had changed into a light blue silk pajamas. The style was conservative, but silky and close-fitting, vaguely outlining her exquisite body curves. Her long, washed hair was draped over her shoulders, wet, with crystal water droplets on the ends. Her fair cheeks were tinted a faint pink by the hot water, like a newly blooming peach blossom. Compared with her usual gentle image as a senior schoolmate, she had a bit more of a homely laziness and friendliness, which made Xiao Chen's heart skip a beat. She was a little afraid to look at Xiao Chen, her eyes lowered, and she said softly, "I'm done, you can go wash now." "Okay." Xiao Chen tried his best to make his voice sound calm. He stood up, picked up the clothes he had prepared long ago, and walked into the bathroom without looking around. Only when she heard the sound of the bathroom door closing did Mu Liuxi seem to breathe a sigh of relief and walked to her own bed and sat down. She picked up the hairdryer and dried her hair, but her eyes inadvertently swept across the frosted glass wall of the bathroom. At this moment, it was Xiao Chen's turn to take a shower inside, and the light also projected his figure on the glass. Although not as graceful as a woman's curves, the upright figure and broad shoulder outlines are equally clearly visible. Seeing this scene, Mu Liuxi suddenly remembered what happened when she was taking a shower in there just now. Then Xiao Chen, was he also? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Mu Liuxi's cheeks turned red, and even her neck was stained crimson. A huge sense of shame and panic instantly overwhelmed her. Her hand trembled and the hairdryer almost fell to the ground. She quickly put it down, and then, as if ashamed, she suddenly threw back the quilt, crawled into it, buried her hot cheeks deeply in the soft quilt, and let out a whimper of shame. "Oh my God! This is so embarrassing." Xiao Chen showered very quickly and came out in less than 10 minutes wearing a simple t-shirt and casual pants, his hair still wet. He saw Mu Liuxi curled up in the quilt with even her head covered. He was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand something. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but it quickly disappeared. He walked to his bed and sat down, wiping his hair with a towel, and said softly, "Senior sister, I'm done." The quilt moved a little, and Mu Liuxi's muffled voice came from inside, with obvious embarrassment, "Yeah, I know." Xiao Chen could imagine her expression of being too embarrassed to face anyone. He thought it was funny but couldn't tease her anymore, so he said, "Well, it's getting late. Let's go to bed early. We have to go to Mingzhu Academy tomorrow. Good night, senior." "Good night, junior." The voice under the quilt was still muffled. Xiao Chen turned off the main lights in the room, leaving only a dim bedside lamp on his side, and then lay down on the bed. The room fell into darkness and silence, with only the faint breathing of the two people audible. However, this night was destined to be a sleepless night for both of them. Xiao Chen closed his eyes, but the hazy and attractive silhouette behind the frosted glass kept replaying in his mind, and he couldn't calm down. On the other bed, Mu Liuxi was even more confused. As soon as she closed her eyes, she would think of the shame of being admired. All kinds of chaotic thoughts intertwined together, making her toss and turn in bed. It was not until the second half of the night that she fell asleep in a daze out of exhaustion. The next morning, sunlight shone through the curtains and woke up the room. After a night of buffering, when the two met again, although there was still a moment of unnaturalness when their eyes made contact, at least they had returned to their usual composure on the surface. Mu Liuxi changed into clothes that were more suitable for going out, a light-off white coat, a simple white t-shirt underneath, a pair of slim-fitting wide-leg jeans that made her legs look longer, and a pair of clean white shoes on her feet. Her long hair is still naturally loose, and she looks fresh and refined, gentle and generous, with a sense of casual fashion. After having a simple breakfast in the hotel restaurant, the two set off for the destination of this exchange, Magic City Pearl College. Mingzhu College is located in the eastern district of Shanghai. The college gate is designed with a very modern and technological feel, and is very impressive. As soon as they reached the entrance of the college, a girl who had been waiting there came up to greet them. The girl has a pretty face and capable temperament. She is wearing the standard uniform of Mingzhu College and has a warm yet polite smile on her face. Hello, are you Mu Liuxi and Xiao Chen from Tsinghua University? Welcome to Mingzhu College. The girl greeted them with a smile and introduced herself. I'm Lu Yu, a fourth-year student. I'll be in charge of hosting you too. For the next period of time, I'll assist you with all matters related to the academy. Hello, senior sister Liu Yu, thank you for your help. Mu Liuxi responded with a smile, her voice as gentle as ever. Hello, senior sister Lu Yu. Xiao Chen also nodded in greeting. It's no trouble. It's my honor to host the geniuses from Tsinghua and Peking University. Lu Yu spoke very appropriately. She looked at Mu Liuxi, a glint of surprise in her eyes. I've heard for a long time that schoolmate Mu is a rare genius that only Peking University and Tsinghua University can find once in a century. Seeing her today, I can see that her reputation is indeed well deserved. Mu Liuxi smiled modestly. Thank you for the compliment, senior sister. Lu Yu looked at Xiao Chen again, her eyes full of curiosity. Xiao Chen is also a promising young man. I heard that his strength is very impressive. Xiao Chen still said the same thing. Thank you for your compliment, senior. I still need to learn more from you seniors. After a few pleasantries at the door, Lu Yu said enthusiastically, come on, I'll take you around the academy first so you can get familiar with the environment, and then we'll go through the relevant exchange visit procedures. Just as they were about to step into the academy gate, a figure rushed out from inside the academy, shouting as he ran. Oh my! Sorry. I overslept. Sister Lu Yu, am I not too late? A few people stopped to look, and saw a handsome boy with a lively temperament running towards them. He was wearing the uniform of Mingzhu College, but the clothes were a little crooked and a tuft of his hair was sticking up unruly. When Lu Yu saw the newcomers, he held his forehead helplessly and introduced them to Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi. This is Bai Yu, a third-year student in our academy, in the same class as Mu Xueme. Don't be fooled by his appearance, he is a well-known know-it-all in our academy and is very well informed. Then she said to Bai Yu, who came running over, Bai Yu, these two are exchange students from Tsinghua University and Peking University, Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi. Bai Yu stopped, patted his chest to breathe, and then his face was immediately filled with a bright smile. His eyes stayed on Mu Liuxi for a moment, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes without any concealment. Then he looked at Xiao Chen, stretched out his hand, and said in a lively tone. Hello everyone. Welcome to Mingzhu. I'm Bai Yu, Bai means white, and Yu means feather. If you have any questions in the Magic City, feel free to ask me. I promise there's nothing I don't know. Chapter 96, The Bai Family in the Magic City. Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi greeted Bai Yu, who looked a little eccentric, and shook hands with him in a friendly manner. Hello, classmate Bai Yu. Mu Liuxi smiled and nodded. Senior Bai Yu. Xiao Chen also greeted him briefly and showed some interest in this senior. Oh, don't be polite, just call me Bai Yu. Bai Yu seemed very easygoing and enthusiastic. He rubbed his hands and said with a smile. When you get to Mingzhu, just treat it like your own home. Sister Lu Yu will take care of the official procedures, and I'll be responsible for taking you out for food, drinks, and entertainment. No, I'll be familiarizing you with the local customs and ensuring that your time here is fulfilling and enjoyable. Lu Yu glared at him unhappily from the side. Bai Yu, be serious. Don't scare the guests. Hey, Sister Lu Yu, I'm just showing off our Mingzhu's hospitality. Bai Yu responded with a playful smile. Come on, let me show you around our Pearl Academy. Even though our history isn't as long as Peking University and Tsinghua University, our hardware facilities and psychic technology are absolutely first class. So, under the guidance of Lu Yu and Bai Yu, Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi began to visit Ningzhu College. This is our main teaching building. Most of the theoretical courses are held here. Lu Yu pointed to the most magnificent building in front and introduced it. There is an observation deck on the top floor. The night view of Shanghai is amazing. I'll take you there next time. Bai Yu added immediately. That's the comprehensive training area. It has training rooms of various attributes, fighting arenas, etc. The facilities are no worse than the number 4 comprehensive building of Peking University and Tsinghua University. Lu Yu continued to introduce. Yes. Especially the simulation training room. They have just introduced the latest designed environmental simulation formation, and the effect is great. If you are interested, Xiao Chen, you can go and try it. Bai Yu added, putting his arm around Xiao Chen's shoulder. The lake in front is called Starlight Lake. At night, from a certain angle, you can see stars twinkling at the bottom of the lake. It's so beautiful. Oh, by the way, that little wood over there is commonly known as the Mandarin Duck Forest. It's a dating spot for couples in our college. Singles, beware. Bai Yu was indeed a competent tour guide with excellent eloquence. He spoke eloquently and humorously, and made jokes from time to time, making the tour not boring at all. While admiring the unique environment of Mingzhu College, Mu Liuxi casually asked softly. Senior Lu Yu, classmate Bai Yu, we just arrived in the Magic City yesterday and found that many warriors have come to the city. The hotel is almost full. Is there anything special happening in the Magic City recently? Hearing Mu Liuxi's question, Bai Yu snapped his fingers and said frankly. This matter is no longer a core secret in the Magic City. Many people know about it. It's because a secret trial realm is about to open near the coast of the East China Sea in the past few days. Secret trial realm? Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi both showed an interested look. That's right. This secret realm is said to be a trial site for an ancient sect. It has been dormant for many years. For some unknown reason, the space is fluctuating abnormally, and it is about to reopen. Bai Yu nodded and explained. The most important thing is that this secret realm has very strict spatial restrictions, and only warriors with a cultivation level of 4th level or below are allowed to enter. Above the 4th level, they will be directly repelled or even counterattacked by the rules of the secret realm. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. I see, no wonder it attracts so many warriors. The secret realms below the 4th level are the main stage for competition between the major academies and the younger generation of warriors. Lu Yu beside him added, yes, many students in our college have been eager to try their luck and seek opportunities lately. It's really a coincidence that you two came. If you are interested, you can go with the students from our college and look after each other. Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi looked at each other and saw intention in each other's eyes. The secret trial realm of an ancient sect must contain great opportunities, and it is extremely attractive to practitioners at their stage. We're certainly interested, Xiao Chen stated on behalf of the two. It would be a shame to miss such an opportunity. It would be even better if we could join the students from your academy. Mu Liuxi also nodded slightly. Thank you for troubling Senior Liu Yu. Lu Yu smiled and waved her hand. No trouble, since you are exchange students, this kind of event should naturally invite you to participate. Once the specific opening time of the secret realm is determined, I will notify you as soon as possible. At this moment, Bai Yu's eyes turned, he moved closer, lowered his voice, and said to Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi. Since you two are also interested in entering the secret realm, I do have some information about the internal situation of this secret realm that I can share with you. I guarantee that it is more detailed and reliable than what is circulating on the market. Oh? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu looked at Bai Yu with some surprise, with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Although she knew that Bai Yu was well informed, she didn't expect that he even had access to the internal intelligence of such ancient secret realms. You know, this kind of information is often very valuable. Mulyoshi was very attentive and knew that such valuable information could not be easily leaked. She first expressed her gratitude sincerely, "Thank you very much, classmate Baiyu." Then he changed the subject and asked politely, "I wonder what we need to do to share this information. Or what are your requirements?" She thought Baiyu would propose some terms of exchange, such as spirit stones, resources, or mutual assistance in the secret realm. However, Baiyu waved his hand and said generously, "Request? No need. It's just a little information, what's wrong with sharing it with a friend?" His words stunned Xiao Chen, Mulyoshi, and Lu Yu. Friends? We've only just met, right? Baiyu looked at the two people's puzzled expressions, and his smile became even wider. He swept his eyes over Xiao Chen and Mulyoshi's faces, and finally fixed on Xiao Chen, and said meaningfully, "Ms. Mu is the daughter of the Jiangnan Mu family, and Junior Xiao Chen, if I'm not mistaken, he should be from the Lingnan Xiao family, right?" Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with understanding. He looked at Baiyu and asked tentatively, "Could it be that you are?" Baiyu straightened his chest, with a hint of pride on his face, and said with certainty, "That's right. I am Baiyu, the most handsome and elegant of this generation from the Bai family in Magic City." The Bai family of Magic City. A hidden family on par with the Xiao family of Lingnan and the Mu family of Jiangnan. Xiao Chen and Mulyoshi understood instantly. No wonder Baiyu was so enthusiastic and willing to share valuable information for free. It turned out that there was a family connection behind it. Although the several hidden families develop independently and their connections are not particularly close, they belong to the same circle and there is indeed an invisible tacit understanding and affection between them. In this situation, Baiyu's actions seem reasonable. The smile on Mulyoshi's face softened a bit, and she said softly, "I see. Thank you so much, brother Baiyu." She changed the address appropriately to appear more approachable. Xiao Chen also smiled and patted Baiyu on the shoulder. "Brother Baiyu, that's very kind. We would be very sorry to refuse this information." Lu Yu watched from the side, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. Although she didn't know the specific details, she guessed that there might be an unusual family connection behind these three people. Chapter 97 Xiantian Secret Map. Baiyu led Xiao Chen, Mulyoshi and Lu Yu, and did not go to any reception room, but went straight to his dormitory in Mingzhu College. This turned out to be an independent small villa. Although it was not particularly luxurious, it had a quiet environment and complete facilities. It could be seen that Baiyu had a high status in the academy, or that the support given by the Bai family was quite sufficient. Come on, don't be polite, sit anywhere you want, just treat it like your home." Baiyu warmly invited the three to sit on the sofa in the living room, then he skillfully brewed a pot of the best spiritual tea and poured a cup for each of them. "Brother Baiyu, the conditions in your dormitory are pretty good." Xiao Chen looked around and teased with a smile. Hee, it's not bad, I can make a living." Baiyu said modestly, but there was a little pride on his face. "It's mainly convenient and quiet, suitable for someone like me who likes to inquire about news but hates noise." Lu Yu seemed very familiar with this place. She picked up her teacup and took a sip. She smiled and said, "Baiyu, stop showing off and get down to business." "Okay." Baiyu didn't keep the secret any longer. He put down the teacup, took out an old-looking map from his storage ring, and slowly spread it out on the coffee table in the living room. "Here, this is the internal map I got of the Xiantian secret realm that is about to open." Baiyu pointed at the map with his finger, with a smug look on his face. This was drawn by a senior who had entered it before. Although it's been a long time and the interior of the secret realm may have changed a bit, the general framework and core area should be correct. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the map. The map is drawn quite finely, and the general outline of the secret realm can be seen. Baiyu's finger first pointed to the central area of the map, which was clearly divided into 5 connected but relatively independent blocks. For slightly larger areas are distributed in a square shape, and above the center of the area they surround, there is a separate golden symbol. Look here, the center of the secret realm is the core area. Baiyu's expression became more serious. Divided according to the 5 elements, they are the greenwood sea, the flame domain, the thick earth spirit platform, the mysterious water pond, and the central area, the Gengjin sword peak. Notice the area representing the Gengjin sword peak, its sign is floating in the air, quite unique. He paused and emphasized, it can be said that more than 80% of the precious resources in the entire Xiantian secret realm are concentrated in these 5 core areas. If you want to reap a big harvest, you must find a way to enter the core area. Then, Baiyu's finger moved to the outskirts of the core area, where there was a wider area separated from the core area by a winding river. This is the outer area. It's very large and has complex terrain. All of us adventurers entering the secret realm will be randomly teleported to any location in the outer area when we pass through the entrance. Lu Yu looked at the map and asked thoughtfully. In other words, after we enter, we first need to determine our location, and then find a way to cross this surrounding boundary river and reach the core area? That's right. Bai Yu nodded affirmatively. He pointed his finger at several specific locations on the boundary river on the map. There are 5 clearly recorded passages leading to the core area. Look here. He pointed to a broad bridge across the river in the middle. This is the central bridge, and also the largest passage. It's said to be open to traffic at any time without any additional restrictions. Then, his fingers moved in several other directions. On the eastern boundary river corresponding to the Qingmu Forest, there's the East Mysterious Suspension Bridge. In the western area corresponding to the Huta Spiritual Platform, there's the West Great Gate. And in the central area, near the Liwa Flame Domain and the Xianshui Yutan, there's a very narrow natural passage on each side of the river, known as the Flame Path and the Dark Stream Channel. It's important to note, Bai Yu said in a more serious tone, that these 4 passages at the back are inaccessible when the secret realm is first opened. We need to find and obtain the corresponding pass tokens in the outer area before we can open them for use. Xiao Chen's gaze lingered on the central bridge for a moment, and he said in a deep voice. It seems that the location of this central bridge, which is always accessible, has become crucial. I'm afraid it will become the most fiercely contested area in the early stages. Bai Yu gave him an affirmative look. Xiao Chen is absolutely right. The central bridge connects to the center of the core area and is well connected. It's definitely a battleground. A large number of troops will flock there in the early stages, so chaos and fighting are inevitable. After introducing the method of entering the core area, Bai Yu's expression became more serious. He took a deep breath and said. However, compared to how to get in, there is a more critical and more serious problem: how to get out. Upon hearing this, Mu Liushi frowned slightly and asked softly, are there any restrictions on evacuation? Yes. And it's very demanding. Bai Yu nodded heavily, his finger fell on the map again, pointing to 3 places marked with special runes. Look, there are only 3 clear records of the evacuation teleportation array in the Xiantian secret realm. Look here, there are 2 evacuation teleportation arrays on the periphery. The first one, he pointed to one of them. This teleportation array can be activated at any time, but when you leave the secret realm through it, you cannot take away anything you have obtained in the secret realm. This includes the spiritual herbs, spiritual stones, magic weapons, etc. that you find. They will be stripped away by the rules of the secret realm and left in the secret realm. It's like going in for a walk, but you can't take anything away. This. Lu Yu's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Then what is the significance of this teleportation array? Save your life. Xiao Chen answered for Bai Yu, his eyes sharp. For those who have nothing to gain inside, or have encountered irresistible danger and just want to get out alive, this is the last resort. Bai Yu glanced at Xiao Chen and nodded, that's right. As for the second teleportation array outside. He pointed to another sign. This teleportation array can carry away harvest, but to activate it, you need to pass a trial level set up nearby. The content of the trial is unknown, but the difficulty is said to be quite high. Failure will result in injury at best, and possible death at worst. Finally, his finger moved to the edge of the core area, a mark near the junction of the Qingmu Forest and the thick Earth Spirit platform. The most important thing is the core teleportation array near the core area. This teleportation array is the most stable and safest, and it can bring out all the harvest intact, but... He paused, glanced at the 3 people with serious expressions, and said word by word. Its activation conditions are also very demanding. Someone needs to successfully enter at least 2 different core areas and find and activate the corresponding array eyes within them before this teleportation array will be activated. As soon as these words were spoken, the living room fell into silence. Lu Yu gasped, explore at least 2 core areas? This is too difficult. Not to mention the difficulty of entering the core area itself, the 5 core areas have different properties and are full of dangers. If you want to open the array in 2 of them, you will have to face at least 2 completely different extreme environments and potential dangers. Mu Liushi's expression was also extremely solemn. She gently stroked the area on the map that represented the core area, and her soft voice was tinged with heaviness. Furthermore, this has to be accomplished amidst the interference of numerous competitors. The rules of the Xiantian secret realm are indeed harsh beyond imagination. Xiao Chen stared at the map with sharp eyes. He understood that this was not just a treasure hunt, but also a brutal elimination competition. Starting from the randomly scattered periphery, fighting for a passage into the core area, and then exploring at least 2 core areas to obtain the qualification to leave. Every step is full of unknown dangers and fierce competition. It seems that this trip to the secret realm will not be easy. Xiao Chen spoke slowly, but there was no fear in his tone, instead there was a hint of aroused fighting spirit. Chapter 98 Intelligence Summary. After sharing the strict rules and key information of the Xiantian secret realm, Baiyu added some other details he knew. Information such as some known dangerous areas and specific monsters that might appear were shared with Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi without reservation. Finally, he added a key message. Oh, by the way, there's another important detail. When entering the secret realm, you can form a team of up to 3 people, teleporting together. This way, after entering, team members will appear at the same random location and can look after each other. He spread his hands and said with some regret. But I already have teammates here, 2 very capable classmates, so I can't act with you. Xiao Chen quickly said, Brother Baiyu, you're so polite. We're incredibly grateful for sharing so much valuable information. We'll figure out how to handle our teammates' problems ourselves. We'll remember this favor. Mu Liuxi also thanked him sincerely. Yes, Brother Baiyu, thank you very much. Baiyu chuckled and waved his hand. I told you to be polite. We're just friends. Let's go. I'll continue to show you around other parts of our college. While it can't compare to the historical heritage of Peking University and Tsinghua University, some places are still quite interesting. In the following time, accompanied by Baiyu and Luyu, Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi continued to visit some special venues of Mingzhu Academy, such as the holographic tactical deduction room, the multi-attribute spiritual test field, etc. During the process, Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi both seemed a little worried, and were obviously still digesting the serious information about the Xiantian secret realm. In the evening, Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi declined Baiyu and Luyu's invitation to dinner and returned to the hotel where they were staying. Returning to the room where they were alone, the atmosphere was completely different from last night, less awkward and more solemn. Mu Liuxi took off her off-white coat and hung it on the hanger. She turned to look at Xiao Chen, who was sitting on the sofa, and asked softly. Xiao Chen, after listening to what Baiyu said, what do you think of this trip to the secret realm? Xiao Chen leaned back slightly on the sofa, frowned slightly, and said slowly. The situation is far more complex and severe than we anticipated. Random teleportation, 5 core areas, and harsh evacuation conditions. It's like putting all entrants in a giant arena, forcing us to compete and fight. He paused, his tone becoming somewhat heavy. It's foreseeable that competition within the secret realm will be extremely fierce, even bloody. Conflict over resources, passages, and evacuation qualifications will be almost unavoidable. He looked at Mu Liuxi with a frank look. Senior, to be honest, what I'm most worried about right now is our strength. If we were to encounter someone who has reached the peak of the 4th level in the secret realm, such as some senior students or geniuses from other forces, I'm afraid, we wouldn't even be qualified to compete head-on. At that time, we would most likely have no choice but to escape in a panic. Mu Liuxi nodded, a layer of worry covering her pretty face. Yes, strength is indeed the biggest problem. The gap between each small realm of the 4th level is not small, not to mention facing those who have been immersed in the 4th level for a long time. We really need to be more cautious. She thought for a moment and said, perhaps. I can try to contact them and see if there are any other seniors in the academy who I have good relationships with who are interested in coming. If we can find strong teammates, our safety and competitiveness will be greatly improved. Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Mu Liuxi with a teasing tone and said with a smile. Senior, it seems we really need to find a way to curry favor with someone this time. Otherwise, once we get in, let alone fighting for opportunities, we'll probably just be hiding like rats, and it'll be a question whether we can even get out safely. After hearing what he said, Mu Liuxi couldn't help but smile, and that gentle smile dispelled some of the solemnity. She nodded and said, I have already informed Senior Lin Feng of the situation in the secret realm and the intelligence we have. Let's see if he has any plans or suggestions. Senior Lin Feng? Xiao Chen's spirits perked up upon hearing this. Can he come over? I haven't seen him truly in action yet. I only know that he's at the peak of the 4th rank and his strength is unfathomable. Thinking of the senior who always had a lazy smile, seemed cynical, but was actually thoughtful, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel a little expectant. If Lin Feng could come, the strength of their team would undergo a qualitative change. Mulyoshi imagined Lin Feng's scene in the secret realm and couldn't help but chuckle. The smile was gentle but with a certainty. If Senior Lin Feng can really come, then as long as we don't get trapped in a desperate situation where we're surrounded and attacked by a large army, we can basically walk around freely in the secret realm. Her tone was full of confidence in Lin Feng's ability. As one of the leading figures of Peking University and Tsinghua University, Lin Feng's reputation is not exaggerated. With his cultivation at the peak of the 4th level and his rich combat experience, he is definitely qualified to occupy a place among the top powerhouses in the Xiantian secret realm. Walking sideways. Xiao Chen savored the word, a longing smile appearing on his face. That must feel great. I hope there's good news. After discussing the serious matters, the atmosphere in the room became a little more relaxed, but soon, the embarrassing question from last night came up again. Mulyoshi bit her lower lip lightly, a barely perceptible blush appeared on her cheeks, and she said to Xiao Chen in a voice as thin as a mosquito. Junior, could you go out for a moment? Xiao Chen was stunned at first, but then he saw Mulyoshi's shy look and her subconscious glance towards the bathroom, and he instantly understood that she wanted to take a shower. Recalling the hazy silhouette behind the frosted glass last night, Xiao Chen's heart beat faster. He immediately stood up and said very considerately. No problem, Senior. I'm a little hungry, so I'll go downstairs to find something to eat. I'll also pack some for you. What do you want to eat? Mulyoshi was obviously relieved when she heard this. She glanced at Xiao Chen gratefully and said quickly, anything is fine, something light. Thank you, Junior. It's no big deal. I'll be out first. Please do as you please, Senior Sister. Xiao Chen waved his hand, turned around and left the room, closing the door gently. Hearing the footsteps outside the door fading away, Mulyoshi finally relaxed completely. She leaned against the door panel and gently patted her slightly hot cheeks. She shook her head, not thinking anymore, picked up her pajamas and walked towards the bathroom. Chapter 99, Powerful Help. The next day, Xiao Chen and Mulyoshi came to the Magic City station again. Standing at the exit, Xiao Chen looked at the bustling crowd and curiously asked Mulyoshi beside him. Senior, which senior from the academy is coming here? They're so mysterious. Mulyoshi had a gentle and mysterious smile on her face, and kept it a secret. You'll find out in a moment. He's a very powerful helper. Not long after, a particularly conspicuous figure jumped out from the crowd at the exit. She had smooth, shoulder-length hair tied into two lively ponytails that swayed with her movements. He was wearing brown overalls, a bright yellow long-sleeved t-shirt underneath, and canvas shoes. The face looked delicate and exquisite, with big eyes blinking and full of spirit, and the whole person looked like an energetic middle school student. It was none other than Xiao Lingxi, a fifth-year senior at Tsinghua University. Junior Liushi. Junior Xiao Chen. I'm here. Xiao Lingxi saw them at a glance and immediately ran over, waving her arms with a bright smile on her face. Senior Lingxi? Xiao Chen was stunned when he saw the person coming. He didn't expect that the helper sent by the academy would be this harmless-looking lowly senior who was actually in the late 4th stage. Mulyoshi went up to her with a smile and gave Xiao Lingxi a gentle hug. Senior Lingxi, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard at all. I'm happiest when there's fun going on. Xiao Lingxi said with a smile, then looked at Xiao Chen, deliberately put on a stern face, and said in a condescending tone. Why, junior brother Xiao Chen, are you disappointed to see me? Do you think I'm not good enough? Xiao Chen quickly waved his hands and said with a smile, how could that be possible? We couldn't be happier to have senior sister Lingxi here. With a late-stage 4th order master like you by our side, we'll be much more confident on this journey to the secret realm. That's pretty good. Xiao Lingxi nodded with satisfaction and smiled again. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the three of them headed to Mingzhu College together to meet up with Lu Yu and Bai Yu. When Lu Yu saw Xiao Lingxi, who looked like an underage girl, beside Xiao Chen and Mulyoshi, her face showed obvious surprise and confusion. She looked at Xiao Lingxi, then at Xiao Chen and Mulyoshi, and asked uncertainly, Xiao Meimu, is this your relative's child? Why did you bring him here? She really couldn't connect the high school-looking girl in front of her with the dangerous secret adventure. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen and Mulyoshi both showed somewhat strange smiles on their faces. Before Mulyoshi could answer, Bai Yu's eyes lit up, as if he recognized the person. He stepped forward, with surprise and a little respect on his face, and asked tentatively. Could this be senior sister Xiao Lingxi from Tsinghua University? Xiao Lingxi blinked her big eyes, looked at Bai Yu, tilted her head and asked, do you know me? Bai Yu received the confirmation, and his smile grew wider, his tone becoming more enthusiastic. It's really Senior Lingxi. I've heard so much about you. I'm Bai Yu from Mingzhu College. I've long heard that there's a fifth-year senior at Qingbei College who's incredibly talented but, childlike. Seeing her today, I can see she's truly worthy of her reputation. He almost said that he looked like a middle school student, but fortunately he braked in time. Fifth grade? Senior Xiao Lingxi? When Lu Yu heard Bai Yu's words, she finally reacted and looked at Xiao Lingxi, her face instantly filled with shock. She really couldn't connect the twin-tailed girl in front of her with the elite senior students at Tsinghua and Peking University. Xiao Lingxi seemed to be accustomed to Lu Yu's reaction and didn't care. She said with a smile. That's right, I'm Xiao Lingxi, junior sister Lu Yu, junior brother Bai Yu, hello. The two sides introduced themselves to each other and exchanged greetings. After Lu Yu and Bai Yu learned that Xiao Lingxi was a powerful reinforcement sent by Peking University and Tsinghua University, their attitudes became more serious. Several people exchanged the latest information about the secret realm, and Lu Yu said, according to the accurate information the Academy just received, the fluctuations at the entrance to the Xiantian secret realm have stabilized, and it is expected to officially open tomorrow. Bai Yu also added, the entrance location has been determined. It is in a hidden valley on the coast of the East China Sea. Our academy and the teams from other forces will gather there early tomorrow morning. After chatting about a few more details, Lu Yu and Bai Yu stood up and said goodbye. Lu Yu said, you three, we still need to go back and make final preparations, so I won't bother you any further. Tomorrow morning, we will gather at the academy gate and head to the entrance of the secret realm together. Bai Yu also said, that's right, see you tomorrow. I hope we can all gain something in the secret realm. Xiao Chen, Mu Liuxi, and Xiao Lingxi also returned to the hotel. As soon as she entered the room, Xiao Lingxi's bright eyes began to look around. When she saw the two single beds placed side by side in the room, a mischievous smile immediately appeared on her face. She glanced back and forth between Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi and said in a long tone, wow, one room, two beds. Junior sister Liuxi, junior brother Xiao Chen, your communication is quite in-depth. Mu Liuxi blushed at her words and quickly explained. Senior Lingxi, stop talking nonsense. The hotel is full and there's only one room left. We have no other choice. Xiao Chen seemed much calmer. He shrugged and said calmly. Senior Lingxi, the Magic City has been crowded with warriors lately, and housing is tight. We're lucky to have found this standard room. Otherwise, do you think we could live together? His last sentence was filled with a hint of helpless sarcasm. Xiao Lingxi looked at Mu Liuxi's flushed cheeks and Xiao Chen's calm expression, smiling like a kitten stealing some fish, obviously not completely believing what they said. Jokes aside, accommodation became a real problem. There were 3 of us but only 2 beds. Mu Liuxi looked at Xiao Lingxi who looked like she was enjoying the show, then looked at Xiao Chen who looked innocent, and sighed softly. Of course, she couldn't let Xiao Chen sleep on the sofa alone. After all, they were going to enter the secret realm tomorrow and needed to be in good condition. She pondered for a moment and said to Xiao Lingxi, Senior Lingxi, please sleep in the same bed with me tonight. We can squeeze together and let Junior Xiao Chen sleep on his own. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingxi immediately cheered, rushed over and hugged Mu Liuxi's arm, and said coquettishly, Okay. I love sleeping with my classmate Liuxi the most. She's so nice and soft. She turned around and made a face at Xiao Chen. You're in luck, Xiao Chen, you get to live with 2 beauties. Xiao Chen looked at the 2 senior sisters who had quickly formed an alliance and smiled helplessly. Okay. Thank you seniors for taking me in. This saved me from living on the streets. So, the accommodation arrangement was decided. Just thinking that there would be 2 beauties with very different styles in the room tonight, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel a little strange. Tomorrow's journey to the secret realm has not yet begun, but tonight's test seems to have come first. Chapter 100 Xintian Secret Realm. The next morning, Xiao Chen, Mu Liuxi and Xiao Lingxi followed the large group from Mingzhu Academy and arrived at the entrance to the secret realm on the coast of the East China Sea. This is a remote coastal cliff, rarely visited on weekdays, but it seems unusually lively at this moment. Below the cliff, above the originally empty sea, a rippling and twisted silver light gate appeared, emitting strong spatial fluctuations. That was the entrance to the Xintian secret realm. What surprised Xiao Chen was that the team from Mingzhu Academy that came to participate in the exploration of the secret realm was not large in number. At a glance, there were only more than 30 people, and they all had a condensed aura and sharp eyes. They were obviously selected elites. It seems that after receiving the information provided by Baiyu, the teachers of the academy realized the danger of the secret realm and deliberately controlled the number of participants in order to achieve quality rather than quantity. Sweeping his eyes across the crowd, Xiaochen saw a familiar figure, which made his eyes turn slightly cold. It was Sun Yuxuan, who was indirectly rescued by him and Xianling before, but had broken arms and legs. At this moment, Sun Yuxuan has recovered as before after treatment, but his face still has a sickly paleness. He stood at the edge of the Pearl Academy team with a sinister look in his eyes. When his gaze met Xiaochen, he immediately revealed undisguised resentment and hatred, but he seemed to be hesitant about something and quickly looked away. He's quite lucky and has recovered well. Xiaochen sneered in his heart and did not take this person seriously. A defeated general with flawed character is not worth his attention. Baiyu and Luyu also saw Xiaochen and the other two, and came over to say hello. Junior Xiaochen, Miss Mu, Senior Lingxi. Are you ready? We're about to set off. Baiyu still looked enthusiastic. Luyu said, the situation in the secret realm is complicated. If we run into each other, please remember to take care of each other. Mulioshi responded gently, of course, we, Tsinghua University, Peking University and Mingzhou University, have always been on good terms, so we should help each other. Xiaochen also nodded and said, okay, we'll see what happens when the time comes. Luyu also smiled and nodded in greeting, the three of you should be careful. Behind the two of them, there was a male student with a reserved and calm aura. He just nodded slightly to Xiaochen and the other two as a greeting, but did not say anything and seemed very silent. Baiyu didn't seem to have any intention of introducing him specifically, and just said vaguely, this is our senior. Xiaochen guessed that this was most likely one of the teammates Baiyu had mentioned before, and his strength should not be underestimated. The crowd did not stay at the entrance for too long. Following the instructions of the leading teacher, more than 30 students from Mingzhou Academy entered the huge silver light gate one after another. Xiaochen and the other two followed closely behind and stepped into the light gate. A strong sense of spatial distortion and weightlessness came over me, and a bizarre scene appeared before my eyes. When their vision cleared again, they were in a completely different place. This is an extremely spacious ancient square. The ground is paved with huge bluestone slabs, and is covered with traces of time. At the end of the square, one can vaguely see the boundary river surrounding the core area, as well as the outlines of 5 core areas emitting light of different attributes in the distance. At this moment, a dense crowd of people had gathered in the square, and the noise was deafening and extremely noisy. Looking around, there were probably no fewer than thousands of people. These people were dressed in different clothes and came from all over the country. Most of them were between the 3rd and 4th levels, with the 3rd level warriors making up the majority. The air was filled with various fluctuations of spiritual power, as well as a complex atmosphere mixed with excitement, tension, greed, and murderous intent. Wow! There are so many people. Xiao Lingxi couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise as she looked at the sea of heads in front of her. Her big eyes were full of curiosity, and she wasn't too nervous. Mulioshi's eyes swept across the faces in the square, some young, some mature, some excited, some blooming, and she sighed softly, and said with a soft voice, opportunities are so exciting. I just don't know how many of these people will be able to return safely when the secret realm ends. Xiaochen's expression was much calmer. He said calmly, this is the path of cultivation. It involves competing with the heavens, the earth, and people. Every step carries risks, but also opportunities. Since you've chosen to enter, you must be aware of the situation. At this moment, a soft light appeared in front of almost everyone entering the square. The light spots quickly condensed and turned into a simple-looking small cloth bag, floating in front of everyone. This is the special storage bag. Xiaochen whispered to the 2 senior students. According to Baiyu's information, this storage bag generated by the rules of the secret realm is specifically used to store all items obtained in the secret realm. Before leaving the secret realm, anything obtained in the secret realm cannot be placed in one's original storage ring and can only be placed in this bag. This also means that if the bag is lost or stolen, all the gains will be lost. Xiaochen, Mulioshi, Xiao Lingxi, and those around them who knew the inside story or were quick to react, quickly put away this special storage bag. Some confused warriors, after seeing others' actions, hurriedly followed suit, grabbed the ball of light, and turned it into a cloth bag to put it away. Almost at the moment when everyone put away their storage bags. Buzz! Countless complex and ancient runes suddenly lit up on the ground of the entire huge square, and a supergiant teleportation array covering the entire square was activated. A dazzling white light rose from under their feet, and strong spatial fluctuations enveloped everyone again. It's about to begin. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed. He knew that they would be randomly teleported to various corners of the outer area next. Without hesitation, he immediately stretched out his left hand and tightly grasped Mu Liuxi's soft hand beside him. At the same time, his right hand quickly grasped Xiao Lingxi's slightly small but equally soft wrist. "Senior sister, hold on tight," Xiao Chen said in a deep voice, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Mu Liuxi felt the firm strength coming from the hand, and her cheeks turned slightly red, but she did not struggle. Instead, she gently shook hands with him. Xiao Lingxi chuckled, grabbed Xiao Chen's wrist with her backhand, and said excitedly, "Got it. Don't lose me." The next moment, the dazzling white light completely engulfed the figures of the three people, and the huge teleportation force acted on them. Thousands of figures in the square, at the same moment, transformed into countless streams of light, like flowers scattered by fairies from heaven, shooting towards the vast and unknown land outside the secret realm. The trial in Xiantian's secret realm officially kicked off its bloody and cruel prologue at this moment. Chapter 101 Hazelan. The strong sense of spatial teleportation disappeared, and the feeling of being grounded came. Xiao Chen, Mu Liuxi, and Xiao Lingxi looked around intently. They were in a dimly lit woodland. The surrounding trees were tall and strange, with bark a deep dark brown and dense branches and leaves that blocked out most of the sunlight. The ground beneath my feet was moist black, and the air was filled with a faint smell of humus and a faint fishy odor. Xiao Chen quickly looked around and, using the map he had memorized in his mind, quickly determined their location. "We're not very lucky," Xiao Chen said with a serious tone. "This should be the middle section of the eastern outer area, an area known as the Black Slough Forest. The land is dark and moist, and the trees are strange and distinctive." "Hazelan?" Xiao Lingxi blinked her big eyes and looked around curiously. "So what should we do now, junior brother Xiao Chen?" She naturally handed the decision-making power to Xiao Chen. Mu Liuxi also stood quietly by the side, her gentle gaze falling on Xiao Chen, waiting for his analysis. Xiao Chen squatted down, dipped his fingers in some black mud and rubbed it, quickly planning the route in his mind. "From our current position, there are two main directions," Xiao Chen said, while making simple gestures on the ground with his hands. "Going downstream, that is, in the direction of relatively low terrain, you will pass through this black swamp forest and enter the dangerous and muddy black swamp. If you can successfully cross the black swamp, you will reach the Dongxian suspension bridge leading to the core area of the Qingmu Forest Sea." He paused. "The other direction is upwards. After leaving the Black Lake Forest, you will enter an area called the Black Desert. In the middle of the Black Desert, there is a narrow passage leading to the core area of the mysterious water pond, the Undercurrent Waterway." He pointed in another direction. "If we keep going, crossing the entire Black Desert, we'll reach the central ruins of the outer area. That's where the central bridge, which can be used at any time, is located." He clearly laid out the pros and cons of the two routes. After listening to this, Mu Liuxi asked softly, "So, Junior, what do you think we should choose?" Xiao Chen pondered for a moment and analyzed. "Going directly to the central bridge seems the most direct route, but that's where the fighting will inevitably break out first. Although we're not weak, getting involved in the melee at this early stage isn't a wise move. The Dongxian suspension bridge requires crossing the dangerous black swamp, and whether we can find the token is another matter." He raised his head and looked towards the top of Hazelan. "My suggestion is that we search Hazelan first, then go up to the Black Desert and see if we can find the pass token required to open the Undercurrent Waterway. If we can find it, we will try to take this passage. Although it is slower, the competition will be much less, which will allow us to enter the core area more smoothly. If we can't find the token..." He spread his hands helplessly. "Then we can only cross the Black Desert and try our luck at the central bridge. We'll see what happens then." Mu Liuxi nodded lightly without any hesitation and said gently, "Well, that's a very thorough analysis. Let's do as you say, Junior." After the plan was finalized, the three began to explore the Black Lake Forest carefully. Xiao Lingxi was like a bird out of a cage, full of energy. She ran to the left and parted the bushes to take a look, then jumped behind a big tree on the right to look around, humming an unknown tune. She was full of novelty about this adventure and there was no tension at all. "Xiao Chen, look at this flower. It's so strange. It's black. Wow. A big, furry spider just ran by. Here, this rock looks like a turtle. Is there a treasure hidden here? That mushroom looks delicious, Well, the color is too bright. Never mind. She seemed to have completely forgotten about the task of finding tokens and being on the lookout for danger, and was simply enjoying the outing. Mulyoshi, on the other hand, was a completely different story. She followed Xiao Chen gracefully, half a step behind him. She did not disturb his investigation, but was always available to provide support. Her eyes were not searching, but rather lingered on the strange plants around her and the small animals that occasionally passed by in the woods. There was a peaceful smile on her beautiful face, as if she was really just appreciating the scenery of a primeval forest. Her calmness and leisure were incompatible with the potential crisis around her. Xiao Chen looked at these two senior sisters who had very different styles but were equally unemployed, and couldn't help feeling speechless. He couldn't help but complain, seniors were exploring and searching for treasure in a dangerous secret realm, not on a spring outing. You could at least help keep an eye on the surroundings for any tokens or signs of danger. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingxi came back jumping up and down, and said confidently, "Oh, using your brain is so tiring. I'll leave this kind of tiring work to you. I'll be in charge of the fighting. If we encounter a blind guy or a powerful monster, it's up to me to beat it up." She waved her little fists, as if to say, "I'm responsible for the output." Mulyoshi felt a little embarrassed by what Xiao Chen said, her cheeks slightly red, and she explained softly, I believe in your judgment and ability, junior brother. Moreover, if you maintain a calm mind, it will be easier to detect subtle spiritual fluctuations and anomalies in the environment." Her explanation sounded reasonable, but combined with her leisurely expression of enjoying the scenery, it was not very convincing. Looking at Mulyoshi's gentle and innocent eyes, Xiao Chen suddenly remembered that during the last mission at the Black Dragon Mountain cult stronghold, Mulyoshi seemed to be like this, appearing very calm and even a little leisurely most of the time. It seems that this gentle senior student does have a go-with-the-flow side to her character and is used to handing over decision-making power to people she trusts. All right. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly and resigned himself to his fate as the team's brain and scout. Then I'll take care of finding the token and exploring the way, and leave the fighting and enjoying the scenery to the two seniors. While carefully sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him and searching for the place where the token might be hidden, he thought to himself, this team, a combat loli with excessive energy and a gentle goddess leisurely enjoying the scenery, the pressure of leading the team is really enormous. The three of them maintained their formation and marched forward in the Heizei forest for about half an hour. At this moment, not far ahead, a few faint complaints filled with impatience and dissatisfaction were heard, breaking the silence in the forest. Damn, what a hell of a place. I've been wandering around for ages, and I haven't found anything but these broken trees and mud. Exactly. They said there was some secret treasure. I think they just came in to feed the mosquitoes. Stop talking nonsense and quickly look for a way out. I don't want to stay in this haunted forest any longer. Judging from the voices, there seemed to be 3 men. Xiao Chen immediately raised his hand, signaling Mulyoshi and Xiao Lingxi behind him to stop, and quickly found a dense bush to hide. There's someone in front, Xiao Chen said in a low voice, looking sharply in the direction where the sound came from. Chapter 102 Blood Devil Ant. Xiao Chen peered through the gaps in the bushes and carefully observed the 3 cursing men in front of him. The 3 of them were all at the 3rd level of cultivation, dressed in ordinary clothes, and looked like independent cultivators or from small forces. At the moment, they were groping around in the woods with gloomy faces, obviously having no idea what to do. Xiao Lingxi leaned close to Xiao Chen's ear, lowered her voice, and asked with a little excitement. Xiao Chen, there are only 3 level 3 rookies here. Should we capture them and ask them about the situation? Maybe they know something? Xiao Chen shook his head and whispered, looking at them, they don't look like people with intelligence or gains. They're probably just random stragglers who were randomly teleported here and are wandering around in this black slough forest. There's no need to make things complicated. Just as Xiao Chen finished speaking, Mulyoshi, who had been quietly sensing the surroundings, suddenly frowned slightly and reminded him softly. No, something's approaching, underground. Her perception is extremely sharp. Almost at the moment she finished speaking. Puff! The black land next to the 3 men in front suddenly exploded. A blood-red shadow sprang out from the ground. It was a giant ant covered with a dark red shell and had a ferocious mouthpart. It was the blood demon ant. The blood demon ant was extremely fast and appeared so suddenly that the 3 men had no time to react. One of them only had time to let out a short scream before being grabbed by the blood demon ant's pincer-like mouthparts around the waist. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking was heard, and the man's protective spiritual power was easily broken like paper, and blood splattered instantly. Ah! Help! His screams stopped abruptly, and his body was dragged into the hole that had just been dug by the blood demon ants, leaving only a pool of glaring blood on the ground and the terrified screams of his companions. Third brother. What the hell? The remaining two men were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they subconsciously turned around and ran away. However, it was too late. Puff! 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 The sounds of breaking ground rang out around them one after another, and one after another, slightly smaller but equally ferocious blood demon ants emerged from the ground and instantly surrounded the remaining two people. Their scarlet blood eyes locked onto their prey, and a creepy hissing sound came out of their mouths. Not good. Xiao Chen growled, reacting extremely quickly. He exerted force on his feet, leaped a few times, and climbed up the branch of a tall tree nearby silently, hiding his body with the help of the dense leaves. Mu Liuxi and Xiao Lingxi's movements were even more graceful. Without any help, they soared lightly into the air and landed steadily on the thick branches of another big tree near Xiao Chen. Their breath was restrained and they almost merged into the environment. The three of them held their breath in the tree, watching the cruel scene below. The two men surrounded by the blood demon ants waved their weapons desperately to resist and killed several blood demon ants that rushed to the front, but these monsters were numerous and fearless. But in just a few breaths, accompanied by shrill and desperate screams, the two were completely overwhelmed by the swarming blood demon ants, torn into pieces, and even their bones were chewed and eaten. The scene was extremely bloody. Xiao Lingxi, standing on the tree, looked at the bloody scene below and wrinkled her small nose, but she didn't feel too uncomfortable. She just curled her lips and said, "These big ants are disgusting." Looking at the blood demon ants frantically gnawing at the corpses of the three people and the bodies of their slain mates below, Xiao Chen's eyes remained calm as he whispered his analysis to the two senior students. These blood demon ants are typical social monsters, usually lurking near fixed nests. The appearance of a small group of blood demon ants here means their nest must be nearby. The reason they left their nests to move around is probably because something attractive appeared nearby, such as some spiritual plant or mineral containing pure blood or special energy. Xiao Lingxi looked at the ferocious ants below, wrinkled her nose, and asked, "So what do we do now? Should we go down and get rid of these ugly things?" Xiao Chen shook his head. "That's unnecessary. The blood devil ants aren't particularly strong individually, but they're numerous and have hard shells. It takes a lot of spiritual energy to deal with them, and they make a lot of noise. If they alert other adventurers, it's not worth it." He pointed to the blood demon ants that were retreating back to their burrows below and explained. Aside from being sensitive to the smell of blood, the blood demon ants' other sensory abilities are actually quite poor. It's difficult for them to spot us hiding in the trees. So what you mean is? Mu Liuxi seemed to understand Xiao Chen's plan and continued softly. "That's right," Xiao Chen said with a smile on his face. "The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. We can wait for them to continue their search, then quietly follow them, follow the clues, and grab the thing." Xiao Lingxi thought it made sense and nodded. "Oh, I see. You're really smart, Junior." His plan sounded very sound, and Mu Liuxi and Xiao Lingxi both agreed. However, just when Xiao Chen thought that the blood demon ants below would retreat after enjoying their feast, something strange happened. Several blood demon ants that were gnawing on the corpses of their own kind suddenly stopped, raised their ferocious heads, and turned their scarlet compound eyes in unison towards the big tree where Xiao Chen and the others were hiding. Hiss! They let out a sharp hiss, as if they had discovered something. "What's going on?" Xiao Chen was shocked and stunned. "How could they find us? We have already concealed our presence very well." According to common sense, the blood demon ant's perception should not be so sharp. Just as Xiao Chen was puzzled, Mu Liuxi, who was standing on the branch beside him, seemed to suddenly think of something. She remembered what Xiao Chen had said earlier: the blood demon ants were extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. Thinking of this, her fair cheeks turned red all the way to her ears. A trace of panic and extreme embarrassment flashed in her eyes. She subconsciously closed her legs and moved her lips slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she couldn't say it. Xiao Chen and Xiao Lingxi's attention was drawn to the ant colony that was beginning to stir below, and they did not notice Mu Liuxi's abnormal reaction at that moment. They started climbing the tree. Xiao Lingxi pointed downwards, where she saw the few blood demon ants that had noticed something unusual, using their sharp legs to hook onto the rough bark and climbing up the tree at a steady pace. The other blood demon ants seemed to have followed suit, abandoning the debris on the ground and rushing towards the tree like a tide. Seeing that his hiding place was about to be exposed and surrounded by the ant colony, Xiao Chen looked at the rapidly approaching red figures and sighed helplessly. It seems that there is no way to follow quietly. Xiao Chen's eyes were stern, and he no longer worried about why he was discovered. He made a quick decision. Get ready. Make it quick and decisive, and try not to make too much noise, or you'll attract more trouble. Chapter 103 Blood Essence Flower. Seeing the blood demon ants surging like a red tide, Mu Liuxi reacted extremely quickly. She flipped her jade hand, and a formation plate engraved with intricate formation patterns appeared in her palm. Her fingertips flashed with light, and she quickly tapped the array plate a few times, then shouted softly, "Go!" Whoosh! 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 Several streams of light flew out, and they turned out to be several small formation flags. These formation flags were precisely inserted in several corners of the area where the three people were. An almost transparent light blue curtain rose instantly, covering the area and the blood demon ants swarming below. This is a simple soundproof and concealing formation. It can temporarily isolate the movement and spiritual energy fluctuations here to avoid attracting other troubles. Mu Liuxi explained softly. She was still standing on the tree branch, her clothes fluttering and her posture calm. Almost at the same time as the formation was formed, Xiaolingxi moved. "Hey! Look at me!" She shouted tenderly and took out a short-handled hammer with flashing lightning patterns all over it from her storage ring. She aimed at the place where the ant colony was most densely populated, swung her arm violently, and smashed the lightning-patterned hammer down like a stone. Boom! When the hammer landed, it wasn't a simple physical impact, but a circle of dazzling lightning burst out. The violent power of thunder spread out like ripples, instantly electrifying 7 or 8 blood demon ants, leaving them charred and falling to the ground twitching. And this was not over yet. Xiaolingxi jumped down from the tree. While her body was still in the air, the war hammer she had smashed out seemed to be summoned and flew back into her hand with a whoosh. And in the process of flying back, the war hammer grew longer in the wind and instantly turned into a giant warhammer that was several times taller than Xiaolingxi. Xiaolingxi's petite body formed a sharp contrast with the huge warhammer, but she seemed to be swinging it with ease. She seemed to have transformed into a leaping bolt of lightning, rushing into the ant colony. She swung her huge warhammer like a windmill, accompanied by the terrifying crackling sound of thunder. Bang! Boom! Crack! Each hammer blow was accompanied by a thunderous explosion and the sound of bones and shells breaking. Wherever she passed, the blood demon ants fell down in groups like harvested wheat, and broken limbs mixed with the smell of burning flew everywhere. The violent and efficient killing method made Xiao Chen's eyes twitch. This is too violent. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. Not daring to delay, he jumped down from the tree and joined the battle. He did not choose to fight head-on, but instead wandered around the edge of the battlefield like a ghost, the long sword in his hand flashing with red or blue light, accurately and swiftly finishing off the blood demon ants that were missed or injured by Xiaolingxi. His swordsmanship was tricky and ruthless, and he could often penetrate the gaps in the blood demon ant's shell with one sword, easily ending its life. Mu Liuxi, on the other hand, always stood on the tree branch, like an elegant commander. Her aqua-blue flying sword transformed into a deadly blue streak of light, moving nimbly through the ant colony. With every flash, at least one blood demon ant would be pierced through the vitals or cut in two by the sharp sword energy. Her attacks seemed gentle, but they were extremely efficient, and most of her attention was actually on Xiao Chen. Whenever a blood demon ant tried to attack Xiao Chen from the side or behind while he was wandering, the blue light would always appear in time, killing it accurately and clearing the obstacles for Xiao Chen. Although this was the first time the three of them worked together, they seemed to have a good understanding of each other. Xiaolingxi was responsible for the frontal crushing, Xiao Chen was responsible for roaming and finishing off the enemies, while Mu Liuxi was responsible for overall coordination and precise support, especially protecting the relatively vulnerable Xiao Chen. In the face of the dimensionality reduction attack power of the two 4th-level senior sisters, this group of nearly 100 blood demon ants could not cause much waves at all. The battle was over in just a stick of incense. Within the pale blue light curtain, the ground was littered with the charred or broken corpses of blood demon ants, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood and burnt food. Xiao Chen looked at the mess before him, then at Xiaolingxi who had put away her giant hammer, and couldn't help but sigh. Level 4 is indeed a huge watershed. With this combat power, it's like a dimensionality reduction attack against these level 2 and 3 monsters. They can slaughter them without blinking an eye. Upon hearing this, Xiaolingxi raised her chin proudly. That's right. Otherwise, do you think I'm called senior sister for nothing? But junior brother Xiao Chen, you're not bad either. You're very timely in finishing off the enemy, and your body movements are quite agile. Mulyoshi also landed lightly from the tree, waved his hand to take back the formation flag, and the light blue light curtain disappeared. She looked at Xiao Chen and said softly, "It's very rare for you, my junior brother, to be able to handle this kind of chaotic battle with ease with your late third stage cultivation." Xiao Chen smiled, and without saying anything, he began to quickly collect the crystal cores of the blood demon ants on the ground. After collecting the crystal cores, Xiao Chen stood up, looked around at the messy battlefield, and said, "Okay, the problem is solved. Now, we should find out what exactly lured these blood demon ants out of their nest." Mulyoshi nodded, and the three of them began to search carefully around the battle site. Not long after, in a hidden crevice about a few hundred meters away from the battlefield, Xiaolingxi cried out in surprise, "Come and see! It's this thing!" Xiao Chen and Mulyoshi rushed over immediately and saw 7 or 8 strange flowers growing at the bottom of the damp crevice. These flowers are dark red in color, with thick petals, emitting a rich and pure blood energy, and the surrounding ground is faintly dyed with a layer of light red. Blood essence flower. Xiao Chen recognized this spiritual plant at a glance, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. No wonder it attracts blood demon ants. The blood essence flower contains extremely pure blood essence, which is a great tonic for bloodthirsty monsters like the blood demon ants, promoting their evolution and expanding their population. These plants look quite old, they must be good stuff. Mulyoshi looked at the dark red flowers, and a look of satisfaction appeared in her gentle eyes. The blood essence flower is not only a treasure for monsters, but also one of the main ingredients for refining high-level qi and blood elixirs. Taking it directly can quickly replenish qi and blood and treat internal injuries. This time, my efforts were finally not in vain. Xiaolingxi happily got to work, carefully digging out the blood essence flowers with their roots and placing them into the secret realm's unique storage bag. Hee, a good start. Looks like I'm pretty lucky following junior brother Xiao Chen. After obtaining their first good resource, the three of them felt a lot more relaxed. They identified the direction and continued to move towards the upper reaches of the Black Lake Forest, which is the direction of the Black Desert. After this little episode, they became more confident and expectant about their next exploration in the secret realm. Chapter 104: Portable Bamboo House. Xiao Chen skillfully collected the storage bags of 3 adventurers who wanted to rob them but were killed instead. A flame popped out from his fingertips, turning the bodies into ashes and cleaning up all traces. Along the way, they tried their best to avoid encountering other teams of adventurers, but there were always some guys who were blinded by greed. When they saw the 3 of them, they thought they were soft persimmons and wanted to squeeze them. This is the 3rd batch they have dealt with since entering the secret realm. Xiaolingxi clapped her hands, looked at the newly added ashes on the ground, curled her lips and complained. "Don't these guys have any brains left? They don't even realize I'm here. With their mediocre skills, they dare to come and attack us? They really want to die." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile and looked at Xiaolingxi. She was still wearing the purple and yellow combat pants suit today, with twin ponytails. Combined with her baby face, she looked like a middle school student who had sneaked out to play. It was really deceptive. "You can't blame them entirely," Xiao Chen teased. "Who made you, Senior Lingxi, look so, well, harmless? No one would associate you with a late-stage 4th order expert at first sight." Mulyoshi also covered her mouth and chuckled, echoing softly, "Sister Lingxi is indeed easy to let people down." Xiao Chen turned his gaze to Mulyoshi again, and seeing how she still maintained an elegant and calm demeanor even after going through several battles, he couldn't help but jokingly said, "But then again, Senior Lyoshi, your charm is truly detrimental. If you think about it carefully, it seems like these 3 groups of people are basically coming for you, and the 2 of us seem to be just incidental." What he said was true. In the eyes of some people, Mulyoshi's pitiful temperament could easily arouse evil thoughts. Mulyoshi was slightly startled when she heard Xiao Chen's joke, but then she showed a rare mischievous look, blinked her eyes, pretended to think seriously, and said, "Then, how about I wear a mask? Maybe that would save me some trouble?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen quickly waved his hands and said seriously, "No. Absolutely not. We have such a beautiful view, how can we hide it? If you put it on, we won't be able to enjoy it, and the scenery along the way will be greatly diminished." He was telling the truth. It was indeed a pleasure to travel with such a pleasant senior sister. Humph. Xiaolingxi, who was standing by, snorted in dissatisfaction upon hearing this. She put her hands on her hips and glared at Xiao Chen. Men are really all lecherous and superficial. Xiao Chen felt a little embarrassed by what she said. He quickly coughed twice, changed the subject, and looked up at the sky. There seemed to be an alternation of day and night inside the secret realm. At this time, the sky had gradually darkened, and only the last ray of afterglow remained in the distant sky. Ahem, well, it's getting late. We've been traveling and fighting today, and we've consumed a lot of energy. We need to find a suitable place to rest and recover our spirit and spiritual power, Xiao Chen said. Mulyoshi glanced around after hearing this. They were currently in a relatively flat clearing in the woods, offering a wide view. Let's rest here, Mulyoshi said softly, but her tone was full of unquestionable certainty. Here? Xiao Chen looked at the open space with some doubt. Isn't this place too open? It's not very safe. How about we find a cave or a more secluded place? Although he himself did not have high requirements for the resting environment, considering the privacy of the two girls around him, he felt that he should find a more secluded place. However, Mulyoshi did not directly answer his question. She walked to the center of the open space, and her jade hands moved again, this time taking out a smaller and more exquisite formation plate. She skillfully inserted the formation flag into the ground at a specific position, then formed seals with her hands, and a soft light spread out from her. Buzz! A pale white light shield that was more complex than the previous soundproof and concealing formation was formed instantly, covering the entire open space. The surface of the light shield was glittering with colorful lights, with faint runes flashing, emitting a solid defensive power and an illusionary wave that disturbed perception. This is a defensive illusion formation, which has both defensive and confusing effects. Unless someone is proficient in formations or has strength far exceeding ours, it will be difficult to discover and break through, Mulyoshi explained softly. But that's not all. After setting up the formation, Mulyoshi flipped her wrist, and a stream of emerald green light flew out from her hand and landed in the center of the open space covered by the formation. The light grew in size as it was blown by the wind, and under Xiao Chen's stunned gaze, it turned into an exquisite bamboo house in the blink of an eye. This bamboo house may not look big, but it has a complete structure, doors, windows, and even a small eaves, which looks very elegant. Wow! Junior sister Lioshi's mobile villa is out again. Xiao Lingxi cheered, as if she had returned to her own home. She couldn't wait to push open the bamboo door and ran in. It was obvious that she was already accustomed to this scene. Xiao Chen stood there, looking at the bamboo house that appeared out of thin air, then looked at Mulyoshi, who had a calm face. He opened his mouth and finally uttered a sentence. What is this operation? Is this how the daughter of the Mu family travels? He considered himself a direct descendant of the Lingnan Xiao family and had seen many treasures, but this kind of magical treasure that could be carried with him and turned into a house was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. This level of convenience completely overturned his understanding of camping in the wild. It was just a bit of a waste of money. Basically, no one would spend this much money to make such a magical treasure. Mulyoshi looked at Xiao Chen's shocked expression and couldn't help but smile. She said softly, "It's just a small gadget. Besides providing shelter from the wind and rain and a relatively comfortable resting environment, it doesn't have much practical use. Its defensive power is also very limited. It's mainly for convenience." Xiao Chen listened to her light-hearted explanation, then looked at the solid bamboo house before him and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Senior, you call this a trifle? We're both from secluded families, but the gap, isn't it a bit too big?" He felt that as the young master of the Xiao family, he seemed to have been completely outdone in terms of quality of life. Mulyoshi chuckled at his words, her eyes flickering. "Junior brother, you are joking. These are just external things. Real strength is the foundation. Go in and have a rest. We still have to travel tomorrow." As she spoke, she also walked towards the bamboo house. Xiao Chen suppressed the emotion in his heart and followed her in. The interior of the bamboo house is more spacious than it looks from the outside. Although the furnishings are simple, they have everything you need. In the middle is a small living room with bamboo tables and chairs. There is even a cushion in the corner for meditation and breathing regulation. There is a small room on each side, separated by bamboo curtains, and it seems to be equipped with simple beds. It seems that during this trip to the secret place, I don't have to worry about sleeping in the open air. Chapter 105 Iron-Winged Ant Colony. After a night's rest in Mulyoshi's magical bamboo house, the three of them regained their spirits and spiritual powers to their best condition. The next morning, Xiao Chen spoke first. "We've pretty much exhausted the area around the Black Swamp Forest. Aside from those few blood essence flowers, we haven't found any other valuable clues or resources. I suggest we stop wasting time and head straight for the Black Desert to cross this area as soon as possible. Mulyoshi nodded slightly in agreement. Well, the Black Lake Forest is vast, and blindly searching is too inefficient. It is indeed wise to go directly to the next target point. Xiao Lingxi even agreed with both hands. Hurry up and go. I'm getting tired of looking at this dark forest for a long time. Let's go to the next place and see if there's anything fun to do. With everyone agreeing, Mulyoshi waved his hand to put away the bamboo house and the formation. The three of them identified the direction and quickly moved towards the upper reaches of the Heizei Lin, which is the direction of the Black Desert. However, the moment they actually stepped out of the edge of the Black Forest and into the Black Desert, Xiao Lingxi's expectations were instantly shattered. Before my eyes was a boundless sea of black sand, the sand reflecting a dazzling light under the sun. A wave of hot and dry air blew in my face, and the moisture in the air seemed to be evaporated in an instant, and even breathing was accompanied by a burning sensation. Wow! It's so hot! What the hell is this place? It's even more disgusting than Kurosawa Forest. Xiao Lingxi immediately complained. She felt that her twin ponytails were about to be burnt. Her little face quickly turned red and she kept fanning herself with her hands. In comparison, Xiao Chen and Mulyoshi seemed much more calm. The water-attributed qi in Xiao Chen's body was moving slightly, and an extremely thin layer of water-blue halo enveloped his body surface, effectively isolating some of the high temperature. Mulyoshi was even simpler. When she practiced her skills, a warm mist naturally surrounded her body. That was the natural advantage brought by her water-attributed spiritual roots, which allowed her to remain refreshed in this environment. Seeing Xiao Lingxi jumping with heat, Mulyoshi smiled gently and waved to her. Sister Lingxi, come closer to me. The warm moisture around her seemed to bring a hint of coolness. Xiao Lingxi immediately moved closer to Mulyoshi as if she had found a savior. As expected, she felt the temperature around her drop a bit. She sighed comfortably. It's still cooler next to junior sister Lyoshi. Xiao Chen looked at the vast and scorching black desert before him, frowned, and said, "The Black Desert is a harsh environment with a wide field of vision, making it easy to expose our whereabouts. I think we shouldn't linger or search here for too long, but should head directly towards the waterway. If we're lucky, someone will have found the token and activated the restriction, and we might be able to get through. If no one has, then we can stick to our original plan and cross the Black Desert directly to the central ruins to look for opportunities." This suggestion was immediately approved by Xiao Lingxi. Okay. Let's get out of this damn place. I don't want to stay any longer. It's so hot and sandy. After determining the target, the three of them moved forward quickly in the black sea of sand under the scorching sun. The gravel under my feet was soft and hot, and I would sink a little with every step, which was a considerable drain on both my physical and spiritual strength. After walking for about an hour, Mulyoshi, who had been quietly sensing her surroundings, suddenly stopped. She raised her hand and pointed to the distance in front of her right. "Look over there." Xiao Chen and Xiao Lingxi looked in the direction she pointed. In the distance, near a black sand dune, there was a large black shadow moving rapidly, and faint spiritual power collisions could be heard continuously. Mulyoshi focused her eyes and looked carefully. A trace of solemnity appeared on her delicate face. "It seems like a person is being attacked by a swarm of flying insects. It's a girl, judging by her clothes. She seems to be a student at Mingzhu Academy. She's quite powerful, at the peak of the 3rd level, but the situation seems very bad." Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed when he heard this. A student from Mingzhu College? Although they are competitors, there is the relationship between Bai Yu and Lu Yu, and they are both from the academic school. It seems unreasonable to watch them die without helping. "Go and take a look, and save them if we can." Xiao Chen made a prompt decision. The three of them immediately changed direction and rushed towards the commotion area. As the distance got closer, they could see the specific situation there clearly. I saw a girl wearing the uniform of Mingzhu College in a ponytail, waving a thin sword and struggling to hold on. She was surrounded by a dense swarm of tiny flying insects. These flying insects were completely black, their wings gleaming with a metallic luster, and they made an annoying buzzing sound. They fearlessly and continuously attacked the girl's protective aura and sword curtain, and each collision made a ding-dang-dang sound like metal clashing. Although the girl's swordsmanship was sharp and she could cut down several flying insects with every swing of the sword, there were too many of them and they were simply impossible to kill. Her protective aura was already crumbling, and there were several bite wounds on her body. The blood oozing out made the flying insects even more crazy. "It's the iron-winged ant. Mulyoshi recognized this difficult monster and frowned. While these monsters are weak individually, their shells are as hard as iron, and their wings, in particular, are incredibly sharp. They also exist in vast numbers, often numbering in the tens of thousands. Once entangled, it's incredibly troublesome. Their mouthparts contain paralyzing toxins, which aren't fatal, but can severely affect their movements. Looking at the iron-winged ants surging like a black tide, Xiaochen also felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. This number must be no less than tens of thousands. No wonder that peak level 3 girl was in dire straits. There are too many of them. If we rush in to rescue them, we might get entangled and the cost will be huge. Xiaochen quickly analyzed the situation. He glanced at Xiao Lingxi, who was eager to try, then looked at Mulyoshi, who had a serious expression, and quickly made a division of labor. Senior Lingxi. Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Lingxi. Your lightning attacks are most effective against these dense insect swarms. You will be responsible for the main attack, clearing a passage and suppressing the insect swarm. No problem. Watch me. Xiao Lingxi couldn't wait any longer. With a flip of her hand, the thunder-patterned warhammer appeared in her hand again, and lightning began to jump on it. I'll go save her. Xiao Chen continued, I'll rush in as fast as I can, take her with me, and evacuate. Finally, he looked at Mulyoshi and said, Senior Lyoshi, you stay on the periphery to provide support. Be careful to conserve your spiritual energy and be prepared for any other accidents that may occur. The task of picking us up is now up to you. Upon hearing this, Mulyoshi nodded without hesitation, okay. Be careful. The division of labor was clear. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Action. Hey everyone, if you like this, please give it 5 stars. The ratings came out recently and it was a disaster. My enthusiasm has been dampened. Please help me. Thank you all. Chapter 106, Rescue. Xiao Lingxi received the order and without any hesitation, the thunder spiritual power in her body surged, and the thunder-patterned hammer in her hand burst out with dazzling lightning. Thunder breaks. She threw the warhammer forward suddenly. The warhammer was like a spinning thunder top, with a sizzling sound of violent electric snakes, smashing into the dense group of iron-winged ants. Rumble. Wherever the thunder hammer passed, violent thunder power erupted. Countless iron-winged ants were electrocuted into charcoal or shattered by the violent impact force the moment they came into contact with the thunder power. He forcibly opened up a narrow passage filled with burning smell and electric arcs in the black insect wall. Now is the time. A green light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet, and his wind-attributed spiritual power was pushed to the extreme. He performed the flowing light step, and his figure turned into a blurred afterimage. He followed the open thunder channel and rushed forward in an instant. His speed was extremely fast. He walked on the cleared path and rushed to the struggling girl from Mingzhu Academy in a few flashes. The girl was at the end of her strength at this moment. The protective aura of her body dimmed to the extreme, her face was pale, and her eyes were full of despair. Seeing a strange figure suddenly appear beside her, she subconsciously raised her sword to attack. Don't resist. I'm here to save you. Xiao Chen growled, his voice unquestionably calm. At the same time, his left hand stretched out as fast as lightning, accurately grasped the girl's slightly trembling slender waist, pulled her whole body into his arms, and hugged her tightly. Ah! The girl was caught off guard and let out a short scream. Feeling the strong arm around her waist and the burning body temperature of the stranger, her mind went blank and her body stiffened instantly. Hold on tight. Xiao Chen had no time to explain, nor did he care about the difference between men and women. The spiritual power in his body switched attributes instantly. Violent thunder attributed spiritual power surged out and injected into his legs. Thunder flash. He was carrying someone, and his speed was even faster than when he came. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a real lightning bolt, shooting out in the opposite direction along the passage that had not yet been completely refilled with iron-winged ants. Buzz buzz buzz. The iron-winged ants behind him seemed to be completely enraged by this sudden intrusion, making an even more shrill buzzing sound and rushing forward like a mad wave, trying to devour these two daring humans. Just when Xiao Chen rushed out of the insect swarm with the girl in his arms, Mulyoshi, who had been on high alert, moved. She put her fingers together like a sword and pointed forward, and the vast water-based spiritual power condensed instantly. Turbulent waves. A huge blue wave appeared out of nowhere, carrying with it overwhelming power, and fiercely hit the iron-winged ants chasing after Xiao Chen. Wow! Although the huge waves could not completely eliminate the iron-winged ants, the powerful impact instantly shattered a large group of insects in the front, and their speed dropped sharply, creating precious time for Xiao Chen's evacuation. Almost at the same time as Mulyoshi made her move, Xiao Lingxi, who had retracted the thunder hammer, also let out a delicate cry, grasped the hammer handle with both hands, injected huge thunder spiritual power into it, and then slammed the hammerhead to the ground. Thunderstorm Prison. Sizzle, sizzle. A temporary cage made of violent thunder was formed in an instant, blocking the large number of iron-winged ants that followed. The raging lightning made them squeak and scream, and they were temporarily unable to form an effective pursuit. Mulyoshi and Xiao Lingxi's magic skills were perfectly connected, one controlling a range and the other killing a range, instantly stopping the pursuers and creating precious time for evacuation. Walk! Xiao Chen did not stop, holding the girl, and reunited with Mulyoshi and Xiao Lingxi. The four of them used their skills without hesitation and evacuated quickly in the direction away from the iron-winged ant colony. They ran for nearly a quarter of an hour until they could no longer hear the hair-raising buzzing sound. After confirming that they had gotten rid of the iron-winged ants, the four of them stopped at the back of a relatively safe sand dune. Ha! I finally got rid of it! Xiao Lingxi patted his chest and breathed a long sigh of relief. Xiao Chen gently put the girl in his arms down. The girl's legs went weak and she almost fell. Fortunately, Mulyoshi supported her in time. She was pale and breathing rapidly, obviously not yet fully recovered from the shock she had just experienced. She looked at the three people who saved her, especially her gaze lingered on Mulyoshi, her eyes filled with gratitude and fear. She straightened her messy clothes and hair, bowed to the three of them, and said with a trembling voice, "Thank you all for your help. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would. It's just a small favor." "You're welcome." Mulyoshi comforted her softly, and walked forward to carefully examine the wounds on her arms and legs caused by the bites of the iron-winged ants. The wounds were already black and swollen. The mouth parts of the iron-winged ants are poisonous. Although not fatal, they need to be treated as soon as possible. As he spoke, Mulyoshi took out a jade bottle from his storage ring, poured out a pill and handed it to the girl. "This is a detoxification pill, take it quickly." "Thank you, senior." The girl quickly took the pill and swallowed it as she was told. She felt that the numbness and burning pain were immediately relieved a lot. Xiao Lingxi looked at the girl curiously and asked, "You are a student at Mingzhu College, right? How did you get into trouble with such a large group of iron-winged ants in this black desert alone?" After the girl treated her wound, her face looked better. When she heard the question, a hint of bitterness appeared on her face as she replied. "Yes, my name is Musa, and I'm a third-year student at Mingzhu Academy. I was originally traveling with a few seniors, but we accidentally got separated while crossing a quicksand area. I was searching for a way out in this desert alone. When I passed a pile of black iron ore, I seemed to see a stone gleaming with a silver-gray light. It looked very similar to the recorded void stone. I was tempted and wanted to get closer to confirm it. Unexpectedly, the entire iron ore pile was actually a nest of iron-winged ants. As soon as I approached, I startled them, and then... Void stone?" Xiao Chen's eyes lit up when he heard these three words, and he asked, "Senior Musa, are you sure you're not seeing things? Is this really the void stone?" The void stone is the core material for refining high-level storage rings, arranging space formations, and even some space-related magic weapons. Its value is far beyond that of ordinary spiritual herbs and minerals. Musa nodded affirmatively. "I'm sure. Although it's a little far away, that unique silver-gray luster and the faint spatial fluctuations are exactly the same as what I saw in the Academy's atlas before. There's no doubt about it." Xiao Chen confirmed, "Senior Musa, do you remember the approximate location of the void stone?" Musa nodded quickly. "Remember. If you want to go, I can tell you the approximate location. However, there are really a lot of iron-winged ants there, much more than the ones I just lured out. It's very dangerous." Mulyoshi helped Musa treat the wound and looked at Xiao Chen, waiting for his decision. Xiao Lingxi was even more direct. She tugged at Xiao Chen's sleeve, her big eyes gleaming with eagerness. "Xiao Chen, the void stone sounds very valuable. Should we go get it?" Xiao Chen pondered for a moment. The temptation of the Kongming stone was indeed great, but the danger of the iron-winged ant's nest was also unquestionable. He looked at the two senior students beside him and finally made a decision. "Now that we've come across this, we naturally can't let this opportunity slip away." Xiao Chen's eyes became determined. Let's go over and take a look at the specific situation first, and then make a detailed plan. What do you think? Mulyoshi nodded slightly, expressing her agreement. This opportunity is rare, it is indeed worth exploring. Xiaolingxi was even more eager to try. That's right. Let's go and take a look. At worst, we can run again. Seeing that the two senior sisters had no objections, Xiaochen said to Musa, then please point us in the general direction, senior sister Musa. Don't worry, we will do our best. Chapter 107, Snatching Food from the Tiger's Mouth. After placing Musa, whose spiritual power was too exhausted, in a safe place on the back of a sand dune and setting up a simple concealment formation, Xiaochen, Mulyoshi, and Xiaolingxi quietly sneaked in the direction Musa pointed. Before long, a hill of black metal ore appeared before them. This pile of ore is like a huge ant nest, with its surface covered with dense holes, and you can vaguely see iron-winged ants moving in and out. At a location near the top of the ore pile, a faint silver luster can be vaguely seen, emitting a unique spatial fluctuation. Yes, it is indeed the Kongming stone, and it is quite large. Mulyoshi concentrated and sensed it, then said affirmatively, with a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Xiaochen carefully observed the ore pile and the iron-winged ants circling around it, frowning slightly. The problem is that the void stone has special properties and is tightly bound to the surrounding iron ore. If we try to break it open with force, we'll likely damage its internal structure. If we want to completely remove it, we'll need some skill, and this process will probably take some time. It takes time? Doesn't that mean we have to withstand the attacks of these iron-winged ants to buy you some time? Xiaolingxi felt a little dazed as she looked at the swarm of iron-winged ants, which probably numbered in the hundreds of thousands. What are we going to do? Just take them on head-on? There are too many of them. Just as Xiaochen was concentrating on thinking about countermeasures, Mulyoshi spoke again. Her voice was still gentle, but with a reassuring calmness. Wait a moment. Sister Lingxi, you will be responsible for clearing the way. Use the power of thunder to forcibly tear open a passage. We will rush directly to the side of the void stone. After arriving, junior brother Xiaochen, you will immediately begin to concentrate on peeling off the void stone. Don't be distracted. As for defense. She paused slightly, her eyes sweeping across the huge swarm of insects, and said calmly, leave it to me. Xiaochen looked at Mulyoshi in surprise. Facing such a large number of iron-winged ants, it would not be easy for even a fourth-level warrior to defend for a long time, and the consumption of spiritual power would be enormous. But when he saw the confidence and calmness in Mulyoshi's eyes, he finally chose to trust her. Okay. Then I'll leave it to you, senior sister. Xiaochen nodded heavily. No problem. Leave it to me to clear the way. Xiaolingxi was also ready to fight, full of fighting spirit. The plan is set, no more hesitation. Get started. Following Xiaochen's low shout, Xiaolingxi took the lead in attacking. Her petite body burst out with violent spiritual power that was totally inconsistent with her size, and the thunder pattern warhammer once again burst out with dazzling lightning. Thunder breaks. She hurled her warhammer forward, and it transformed into a giant thunder dragon with bared fangs and claws. It let out a deafening roar and, with a destructive aura, slammed fiercely into the entrance area of the mine where the iron-winged ants were most densely populated. Boom! Thunder roared, electric snakes danced wildly. A huge gap was blasted through the black tide of insects, clearing the path to the top of the ore pile. Walk! The three of them moved like lightning, following the path opened by thunder. In an instant, they rushed to the ore pile and came to the side of the Kongming stone that was shining with silver light. Almost the moment they arrived, the iron-winged ants below completely rioted. Their nests were invaded and their treasures were coveted, driving them into a frenzied rage. The buzzing sound of flapping wings sounded like a tsunami, and countless iron-winged ants poured out from every hole in the mine like a black storm, covering the sky and the sun and rushing towards the three people on the top. Mulyoshi had been prepared for a long time. She raised her jade hand and a stream of light flew out from her sleeve. It turned out to be a defensive magic weapon composed of several palm-sized, crystal-clear blue shields. Several small shields grew longer in the wind and instantly turned into a semicircular light shield with a flowing water-wave halo, firmly protecting herself, Xiaolingxi, and Xiaochen, who was preparing to peel off the Kongming stone. Bang, bang, bang. Ding, ding, ding. Countless iron-winged ants slammed into the blue light shield like raindrops, making dense, muffled sounds like beating drums and the crisp sound of metal clashing between the insect swarms. The surface of the light shield was rippling like flowing water, cleverly dissipating the impact force and appearing extremely tough. Junior Xiaochen, hurry up. Mulyoshi said to Xiao Chen while maintaining the defensive magic weapon. Her expression remained calm, but the continuous impact from the light shield had obviously consumed a lot of her spiritual power. Xiao Chen did not dare to delay. He covered his hands with a layer of soft and pure spiritual power, carefully probed into the junction of the iron ore in the Kongming stone, and began to peel it off with full concentration. This process requires extremely high concentration and control, and there can be no mistakes. As time passed, the collision sounds outside became more and more frequent, and the fluctuations of the blue light shield became more and more violent. Fine beads of sweat oozed out of Mulyoshi's forehead, but she still maintained the light shield steadily. Xiao Lingxi stood at the edge of the light shield, holding the war hammer tightly, guarding vigilantly on one side, ready to deal with any possible accidents at any time. Finally! It's done! Xiao Chen let out a low shout and suddenly pulled with both hands. The Kongming stone that was emitting mysterious spatial fluctuations was peeled out intact from the iron ore. He quickly put it into the storage bag specially used for the secret realm. We got it! Let's retreat! Xiao Chen stood up and shouted. Upon hearing this, Mulyoshi quickly swept his eyes over the dense swarm of insects outside the light shield. It would be too difficult to break through from the ground. She acted decisively and shouted to Xiao Lingxi, Sister Lingxi. Go up! Open the gap from above. I understand. Xiao Lingxi understood and suddenly jumped up, and the giant hammer in his hand condensed an unprecedented violent lightning. Thunderstorm! A thick pillar of lightning, like a punishment from heaven, struck upward from bottom to top, hitting the thick cloud of insects above. Boom! Wherever the lightning column passed, countless iron-winged ants turned into ashes, and a small temporary gap was cleared above their heads. At the moment when the lightning had not yet completely dissipated, Mulyoshi suddenly retracted the small blue shields and said to Xiao Chen urgently, Junior brother, hold on to me. Xiao Chen reacted very quickly. He immediately took a step forward and tightly embraced Mulyoshi's slender and flexible waist from behind. Mulyoshi's face turned slightly red, but her movements did not slow down at all. With a thought, the water-blue flying sword instantly appeared under her feet and quickly grew larger. Sword control, start. Whoosh! The flying sword carried the two people and turned into a blue stream of light, soaring into the sky along the brief gap opened up by Xiao Lingxi's lightning column. Hey! Wait for me! Xiao Lingxi shouted, lightning flashed under her feet, and then she soared into the sky. Just as the three of them broke away from the ore pile and flew into the air, the iron-winged ants below reacted and made an even crazier buzzing sound, chasing them upwards like a black tornado. Xiao Chen, who was flying with Mulyoshi's sword, felt the terrifying momentum of the pursuit from behind, and his eyes turned cold. With his free left hand, he quickly took out several talismans flashing with lightning from the storage ring. He aimed his sight at the closest cloud of insects chasing him below and flicked his wrist. Go! Several thunder talismans shot behind him like arrows, and then suddenly exploded. Boom! 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 Continuous thunder explosions broke out in the insect swarm. The instantaneous burst of lightning successfully disrupted the pursuit formation of the iron-winged ants, buying precious time for the three people to escape. The blue sword light and the lightning that followed it soared to the extreme speed, and soon left the terrifying black insect cloud behind and disappeared into the sky. This thrilling attempt to snatch food from the tiger's mouth was finally completed without any danger. Chapter 108 Turning to the Center. Although flying with a sword is extremely fast, Mulyoshi is only at the 4th level after all, and his mental strength is not strong enough to maintain flying in the air for a long time. After successfully shaking off the iron-winged ants to a safe distance, the three of them controlled their bodies and slowly landed on a relatively flat piece of sand. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Xiao Chen naturally let go of the hand that was around Mulyoshi's waist. The soft and delicate touch seemed to still linger on his hand, causing him to feel a slight stir in his heart, but he remained expressionless. He turned to look at Mulyoshi with concern and asked. Senior Lyoshi, maintaining defense and flying with the sword must have been quite exhausting. Are you okay? The blush on Mulyoshi's cheeks had not yet completely faded. She gently gathered her hair, which had been blown a little messy by the wind, and used this action to calm her slightly rapid breathing and heartbeat. Then she replied softly. It's okay. The consumption is still within a controllable range. When I hurry on my way later, I can just breathe and recover while walking. As she spoke, she naturally took out a spirit stone from her storage ring and held it in her hand, slowly absorbing the pure spiritual energy in it to replenish her own consumption. Seeing her calmness, Xiao Chen nodded secretly. Xiao Lingxi, who was standing by, looked very excited. She waved her fists and said joyfully. That was so exciting just now. There were so many insects, so densely packed together, it gave me goosebumps. But Liushi, you're amazing. That defensive magic weapon is so powerful. And Xiaochen, you threw those last few thunder explosion talismans at the perfect time. Xiaochen looked at the excited Xiao Lingxi and smiled, saying, although the process was a bit thrilling, I got a piece of high-quality Kongming stone. This adventure is definitely worth it. Mu Liushi absorbed the spirit stone and nodded slightly, adding, now that we have the things, we shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go back and reunite with Musa first, so that she won't worry or run into other dangers. The three of them figured out the direction and soon returned to the back of the sand dune where Musa had been placed before. After removing the concealment formation, Musa was seen anxiously waiting. Seeing the three people return safely, she was obviously relieved and hurried forward to ask with concern. You're back. Are you all right? I seem to hear a huge noise in the distance. Xiao Lingxi puffed out her chest and said proudly. Don't worry. With me in charge, what could possibly happen? We beat those iron-winged bugs to a pulp, and we've already managed to get our hands on that void stone. Upon hearing this, Musa smiled sincerely and congratulated them. Really? That's great. Congratulations. She was truly happy for Xiao Chen and the others. After all, they were the ones who saved her life. Xiao Chen looked at Musa and said sincerely, Senior Musa, we were able to successfully obtain the void stone this time thanks to the accurate information you provided. We should be the ones thanking you. Mu Liushi looked at Musa and asked gently, Mr. Musa, what are your plans now? Are you going to continue looking for your seniors, or? Musa's face showed a trace of helplessness and pleading. She looked at the three powerful students from Tsinghua University and Peking University, bit her lip, and said, This black desert is a harsh and dangerous place. My hope of finding the separated seniors by myself is slim. And after what happened just now, I also know that my strength is limited. If it's not too much trouble, can I join you temporarily? I promise not to hold you back. I can help with vigilance, scouting, or anything else I can do. After she finished speaking, she looked at Xiao Chen and the other two nervously, waiting for their decision. Xiao Chen did not answer immediately, but turned his gaze to Mu Liushi and Xiao Lingxi, asking for their opinions with his eyes. Mu Liushi nodded slightly, indicating that she had no objection, while Xiao Lingxi shrugged indifferently. Seeing this, Xiao Chen said to Musa, in that case, you should come with us for the time being. We can look after each other, but the secret realm is full of dangers. You must follow our instructions and not act on your own. Musa was overjoyed when he heard this and quickly promised, Thank you. Thank you, I will definitely follow your arrangements and will never cause any trouble for you. The team became 4 people. After a short rest, they set off again and continued to move towards the undercurrent waterway. With Musa joining the team, the atmosphere became a little more lively. Musa has a cheerful personality and is relatively familiar with the situation in Mingzhu Academy and the Magic City. He occasionally shares some interesting stories along the way, which helps to alleviate the boredom of the desert trek. The next afternoon, after a long journey, the 4 finally arrived at the area where the undercurrent waterway was marked on the map. It was a narrow crevice hidden between 2 huge black rock walls. It was pitch black deep in the crevice, and the sound of underground water flowing could be faintly heard. At the entrance of the gap, a faint light curtain firmly blocked the way. Runes flow on the light curtain, emitting a stable power of spatial restriction. Xiao Chen stepped forward and tried it out. When his palm touched the light curtain, it was pushed away by a soft but firm force. He withdrew his hand and sighed, his tone tinged with regret. Sure enough, the restriction is still there. It seems no one has found and used the corresponding pass token to open it. Mu Liushi was not surprised by this. She said calmly, This is normal. Bayu also said that not many people know that the core passages in the secret realm require tokens to open. Most people who enter probably don't even know the existence of these 4 passages. Even if they are lucky enough to get a token, they may not know its specific purpose, or they may still be exploring other places. Xiao Lingxi looked at the solid barrier and pouted, What should we do now? Should we wait here for someone to open the door? Or? Xiao Chen shook his head and looked towards the other direction of the desert, where the central ruins and central bridge marked on the map were located. Sitting back and waiting is too passive, and the uncertainty is too high. Xiao Chen analyzed, since the waterway is temporarily impassable, let's follow the backup plan and go directly through the Black Desert to the central ruins area. That's the only way to the central bridge in the core area, and now it's the only way to enter the core area. His decision was recognized by everyone. So the four of them didn't stop, adjusted their direction, and headed towards the central ruins area. Chapter 109 Central Hall. The four of them braved the scorching heat of the Black Desert and headed towards the central ruins. Xiao Lingxi, who was originally full of energy, became a little listless due to the continued high temperature and dry environment. Even her ponytail seemed to have lost some vitality and drooped down. It's hot. It's so hot. What a crappy place. If I stay here any longer, I'll become a dried-up corpse. Xiao Lingxi complained weakly, fanning herself with her hands from time to time, her little face flushed red from the sun. Hold on a little longer. According to the map information, we shouldn't be far away. Xiao Chen encouraged while identifying the direction. During the past few days on the road, apart from occasionally encountering some scattered desert monsters that they easily dealt with, they did not encounter any major dangers. They encountered several other groups of adventurers from afar along the way, but both sides remained vigilant and tacitly chose to go their separate ways without interfering with each other. Obviously, neither of them wanted to cause trouble in this environment. After a while, a large-scale ruined building complex finally appeared at the end of the four people's vision. The broken walls and weathered stone pillars vaguely reveal the former glory of this place. This is the core of the outer area of Xiantian's secret realm, the central ruins. We're finally here. Xiao Lingxi looked at the ruins in front of her, breathed a long sigh, and regained a little energy. Xiao Chen glanced at the silent ruins and said, "Let's just take a look around, but a few days have passed here, and I guess any place that can be searched has already been turned upside down, so there's no need to hold out too much hope." As you step into the ruins, an ancient and vicissitudes of life atmosphere hits you. The four of them walked through the ruined streets and buildings. Xiao Lingxi regained some energy and looked around curiously. From time to time, she ran into some half-collapsed houses to peek inside, but soon came out disappointed because they were already empty. After walking for a while, Xiao Lingxi couldn't help but say, "It's so quiet. Apart from us, there's not a single person in sight. Isn't this where a conflict is most likely to occur?" Mu Liuxi observed the surrounding environment and analyzed softly, "It seems that there are indeed not many people who know the core information of the secret realm. I'm afraid that most of the adventurers who have entered the secret realm are still aimlessly groping in the vast outer areas in search of opportunities. Only a few have clear goals like us." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen patted his forehead and said suddenly, "Senior is right. I overlooked this point before. So, we actually have an information advantage. Since these outer ruins don't seem to have much to offer, let's go straight to the most conspicuous hall in the center of the ruins." He pointed to a large temple in the distance. Although it was somewhat dilapidated, its overall structure was still intact. "If there is nothing to gain there, we will directly cross the central bridge and enter the core area." With their goal clear, the four of them quickened their pace and headed towards the central hall. Just as they were approaching the hall, they heard faint sounds of spiritual power colliding from the other direction of the ruins. It seemed that a battle was going on, and the sound was moving towards them. "It seems that someone over there is coming here, and seems to be in trouble. There is quite a lot of noise." Xiao Chen stopped, listened carefully, and made a judgment. Xiao Lingxi perked up immediately upon hearing this and urged, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's sneak in before they get here and see if there's anything good. What if there's a treasure inside?" Xiao Chen nodded, thinking it made sense. He turned to Musa, who was following behind him, and said, "Senior Musa, you stay outside the hall and find a secluded spot to observe. Pay special attention to the direction where the noise came from. If they get close, notify us if you think the situation is serious." Musa knew that his strength was relatively weak, and entering the hall might not be of much help, but would become a burden instead. She nodded immediately and said seriously, "I understand. I'll keep a close eye on that side, so be careful." After making the arrangements, Xiao Chen, Mu Liuxi, and Xiao Lingxi quickly pushed open the door and slipped into the dim hall. The interior of the hall is very spacious, and there are vague patterns carved on several huge stone pillars supporting the roof. Light shone in from the broken dome and windows, forming mottled beams of light. The three people's attention was immediately attracted by a stone platform in the center of the hall. On the platform, a jade box that looked quite ancient was quietly placed. There seemed to be some runes engraved on the surface of the jade box, emitting a faint spiritual light. And about 10 meters in front of the platform stood a humanoid metal puppet. This puppet is about 2 meters tall, dark gold in color, with a simple shape and smooth lines. It holds a long spear made of the same material in its hand. It stood there quietly, but the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from its body had reached the peak of the fourth stage. A heavy sense of oppression filled the entire hall. The hall's floor was dotted with traces of fresh battles. It was clear a battle had taken place not long ago, and the challenger had been unsuccessful, either retreating or a peak-level 4th Order Guardian puppet. Xiao Chen looked at the dark gold puppet with serious eyes, feeling the powerful aura, and felt a chill in his heart. No wonder the people who came in before failed to succeed. He turned to look at Xiao Lingxi, who was eager to try, and asked, "Senior Lingxi, is there any problem dealing with this puppet?" Xiao Lingxi looked at the puppet. Instead of being afraid, she rubbed her hands together, her face full of fighting spirit. "Humph. It's just a dead thing without any intelligence. As long as it's not a 4th-level peak monster with thick skin and flesh, I'm not afraid of anything else. Just wait and see how I tear it apart into pieces." Xiao Chen felt relieved after receiving Xiao Lingxi's confident response. He looked at Mu Liuxi again and said quickly, "Senior Liuxi, after Senior Lingxi has entangled the puppet, you will immediately set up an offensive killing formation around it as a backup. The noise of our battle here will likely attract that group of people over, so we have to be on guard." Mu Liuxi nodded, indicating that she understood. "Okay, leave it to me." Xiao Chen took a deep breath, his eyes sharpened, and he said in a deep voice, "Since that's the case, then let's do it, and make it a quick fight." Chapter 110 4th Level Puppet. As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, Xiao Lingxi, who had been unable to contain herself any longer, rushed towards the 4th level peak dark gold puppet. "Look at the hammer!" She gave a delicate cry, and the thunder spiritual power in her body exploded. The huge hammer with thunder pattern was wrapped in dazzling lightning and smashed hard into the head of the dark gold puppet. The motionless dark gold puppet seemed to be activated instantly, and 2 balls of scarlet light suddenly lit up in its empty eye sockets. Facing this violent attack, it did not dodge or evade. The dark golden halberd in its hand, with a sharp scream that tore through the air, slashed upwards accurately at the oncoming giant hammer. Clang! A deafening collision sound exploded in the hall, and the airwaves generated by the collision spread in all directions, blowing the dust on the ground into the sky. Xiao Lingxi was knocked back several steps by the huge recoil force. Her hand holding the hammer handle was slightly numb, but her face was full of excitement. "Hey! Tough enough! Come on!" The dark gold puppet only swayed slightly before steadying its steps. It was obvious that it was not much inferior in pure strength. Just as Xiao Lingxi was fighting with the puppet, Mu Liuxi also moved. She flicked her jade fingers, and several streams of light shot accurately towards several corners of the hall, instantly setting up a small killing formation. The runes of the formation lit up, and an extremely sharp aura suddenly filled the air. After the formation was completed, Mu Liuxi did not stop. With a thought, the water blue flying sword turned into a sharp blue flash, and shuttled around the puppet nimbly. Her attack targets were extremely tricky, focusing on the weak links of the puppet, making dense and crisp clanging sounds. Although she could not directly break the defense, she greatly interfered with the puppet's movements, creating more opportunities for Xiao Lingxi to attack. "Well done, junior sister Liuxi." Xiao Lingxi laughed loudly, and took advantage of the moment when the puppet was disturbed by the flying sword to rush forward again. This time, she no longer simply smashed it hard, but instead concentrated the power of thunder on the hammer, unleashing a more sophisticated hammering technique. Each blow was accompanied by violent thunder, forcing the puppet to devote most of its energy to blocking and defending. Xiao Chen strictly adhered to his position and wandered around the outermost edge of the battle circle. He knew very well that with his late 3rd stage cultivation, if he was hit head-on by this peak 4th stage puppet, he would probably be seriously injured if not killed. He kept a safe distance and changed the magic gestures in his hands. Rock thrust. The vines are entangled. Fireball. His attacks could not cause any substantial damage to the 4th level puppet, but the timing he chose was extremely tricky. Every time he attacked, he filled the gap in the connection between Xiao Lingxi and Mu Liuxi's attacks. This precise assistance makes the cooperation between the 3 people smoother and greatly improves combat efficiency. Xiao Chen, junior brother. That's it, I'm so annoyed. During the battle, Xiao Lingxi even found time to give Xiao Chen a thumbs up. She became more and more courageous as the battle went on. The violent power of thunder continued to bombard the puppet, leaving behind charred marks. Mu Liuxi's flying sword also cooperated perfectly, making the dark gold puppet, which had the power of the peak of the 4th level, seem to be stuck in a quagmire, and could only exert 60% to 70% of its full strength. With the tacit cooperation of the three, the balance of the battle gradually tilted. At this time, Mulyoshi's flying sword pierced the puppet's joint, causing its movement to stagnate slightly. Xiao Lingxi seized the moment and poured all his thunder spiritual power into the warhammer. Thunder breaks the army. Boom! The hammer, shrouded in destructive lightning, struck the center of the puppet's chest firmly. That seemed to be where its energy core was located. A blinding flash of lightning flashed, accompanied by the sound of metal shattering. The armor on the dark gold puppet's chest was dented by the force of the blow, and cracks spread like spider webs. The energy light inside instantly flickered. After a moment, the dark gold armor on the puppet's chest completely shattered, revealing the sophisticated rune structure and an energy core inside. Mulyoshi seized the opportunity and pierced the energy core with the water blue flying sword with incredible precision. Buzz! The dark gold puppet's movements suddenly froze, and the scarlet light in its eye sockets flickered rapidly for a few times before completely dimming. Its huge body shook, and finally with a boom, it fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, and completely stopped moving. The battle is over. Xiao Lingxi leaned on the warhammer, panting slightly, but her face was filled with the joy of victory. Got it. This big guy is really durable. Mulyoshi also breathed a sigh of relief and retracted his flying sword. Xiao Chen walked forward and looked at the scrapped puppet on the ground, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Thank you for your hard work, senior sisters, Xiao Chen said sincerely, and then his gaze turned to the jade box on the platform. Now, let's see what treasure is inside after all this effort. Open it quickly. Let's see what good stuff is inside. Xiao Lingxi came over impatiently and urged curiously. Xiao Chen opened the lid of the jade box. There were 2 items in the box. He first picked up a red token about the size of a palm. The front of the token was engraved with flame patterns, and the back was an ancient Chinese character yen. This is the pass token for the Yanlu Trail. Xiao Chen recognized it at a glance, and his tone was filled with a hint of understanding. The flame path is the narrow passage leading to the core area of the Liwa flame domain. Ah? The token of the flame path? Xiao Lingxi's face fell immediately when she heard it, and she pouted and complained. Aren't we planning on taking the central bridge directly? Then this thing is useless to us right now. So, after all our hard work, we only got something like this that we can't use. Was our work all in vain? Xiao Chen looked at the red token in his hand and smiled helplessly. At this time, Mulyoshi came over and explained softly. Sister Lingxi, that's not true. According to the information provided by Baiyu, this Xintian secret realm isn't just opened once. According to the rules, it will open again after a few years, when enough energy has accumulated. Moreover, the next time it opens, the difficulty will increase accordingly, but the resources it contains will also be more precious. You can save this token for the next time the secret realm opens. Xiao Lingxi tilted her head in thought for a moment, then waved her hand. A few years later? By then, I might have already broken through to the 5th level. How could I possibly enter a secret realm restricted to levels below the 4th level? You should keep this token, Xiao Chen, or give it to Lushi. Mulyoshi also shook her head slightly and smiled. I don't have any use for it for now, so you can keep it, Junior. Seeing this, Xiao Chen didn't hesitate and put away the flame path token. Okay, I'll keep it for now. Maybe I'll have a chance to use it in the future, or I can exchange it for other resources I need. After putting away the token, Xiao Chen's eyes fell on another item in the jade box. They were 3 jade plates that were pure white and lustrous, and there seemed to be some invisible connection between them. What is this? Xiao Lingxi's curiosity was aroused again. Xiao Chen took out the 3 jade tokens. They were warm and cool to the touch. He tried to inject a trace of spiritual power into one of the jade tokens. Buzz! The jade token that he had infused with spiritual power glowed slightly. At the same time, the other 2 stationary jade tokens also emitted a soft white light, and several tiny spots of light appeared on the surface of the jade tokens, as if indicating the direction and distance. This is a positioning and communication jade token. Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. And it comes as a set. These 3 jade tokens can sense each other's positions and transmit simple messages within a certain distance. He immediately handed the other 2 jade tokens to Mulyoshi and Xiao Lingxi respectively. Senior sisters, you can also try to inject a little spiritual power. Mulyoshi and Xiao Lingxi did as they were told. When the 3 jade tokens were activated, they could clearly feel the faint connection coming from each other's jade tokens, as well as the positions of the light spots on the jade tokens representing the other 2 people. Wow! This is great! Xiao Lingxi exclaimed excitedly, with this, if we get separated in the secret realm, we can find each other quickly. We can even send messages. Mu Liuxi also nodded, a look of satisfaction on her beautiful face. It is indeed a very practical treasure. In this dangerous secret place, being able to maintain contact and position will greatly improve safety. This harvest is not in vain. The three of them carefully put away the jade tokens. Although the past tokens were currently useless, this set of practical positioning and communication jade tokens was undoubtedly a valuable gain in this secret realm where modern communication tools could not be used. Chapter 111 Confrontation in the Hall. Xiao Chen and the other two had just put away the positioning communication jade token and were about to leave the central hall when the light at the hall door dimmed and four figures walked in. Xiao Chen and Mu Liuxi exchanged glances, then looked calmly at the person who came in. One of them was Musa, who was assigned to watch outside. Her face was pale at the moment, and her eyes were filled with apology and helplessness. The other three were faces that had been seen before in the Mingzhu Academy team. All of them were male students. The leader was tall with a stern face. The spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from his body had reached the peak of the 4th level, giving people a heavy feeling of oppression. There were two people beside him, one was thin and had sharp eyes, and was in the early stage of the 4th level. The other was burly, with a haughty look on his face, and his cultivation was at the peak of the 3rd level. The two sides met, and the atmosphere instantly became subtle and tense. Musa hurriedly stepped forward and explained in a panic, Junior Xiaochun, classmate Mu, Senior Lingxi, I'm sorry. The lean boy at the early stage of the 4th stage waved his hand, interrupting Musa's words. He swept his eyes over Xiao Chen and the other two, lingering for a moment on Mu Liuxi's beautiful face. A hint of surprise and greed flashed in his eyes, and then he spoke carelessly. Hey, friends from Tsinghua and Peking University, you're pretty quick. Did you guys take out the guardian puppet in this hall? Looks like you've got quite a haul. Seeing their ill intentions, Xiao Chen said, we solved it. Senior, may I ask? He didn't wait for Xiao Chen to finish and continued on his own. But if we hadn't just dealt with another wave of thugs looking to take advantage of the situation outside and cleared out other hidden dangers, you probably wouldn't have been able to pull it off so easily. According to the rules, whoever sees it gets a share. Shouldn't we get a share of the treasure? What he said was extremely shameless. It was obvious that he wanted to get something for nothing and force his way into a share of the pie. When Xiao Lingxi heard this, her anger immediately flared up. She raised her eyebrows and yelled. Bullshit! We defeated that puppet with our own strength. It has nothing to do with you. We're even giving you a share. You're dreaming. What? You think you're going to rob us because we're outnumbered? The thin man's face darkened immediately after being choked by Xiao Lingxi, and his aura was slightly fluctuating. Little girl, keep your mouth shut. It's not your turn to act arrogantly on the territory of Mingzhu College. Humph. Who's being arrogant? You're the shameless ones who want to steal things. Xiao Lingxi showed no sign of weakness. Lightning light flickered faintly on her body, and she looked like she was ready to attack if she disagreed with someone. The burly boy at the peak of the 3rd level also stepped forward and joined in with a muffled voice. That's right. Our senior is right. If we hadn't blocked the others outside, would you have been able to take the treasure in here so safely? Mu Liuxi gently pulled Xiao Lingxi, who was about to rush forward, and took a step forward. Her expression remained calm, but her tone was a little cold. My fellow students, treasure hunting in secret realms depends on your own ability and luck. We dealt with the puppets here independently, so everything we obtain naturally belongs to us. Your actions outside have nothing to do with us. Using this as an excuse to claim your gains is probably unreasonable. Both sides held their own opinions and spoke fiercely. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The fluctuations of spiritual power were faintly stirring between the two sides, and a war seemed to be imminent. Musa was caught in the middle, sweating profusely on his forehead, and kept trying to persuade him. My dear seniors. These three are my saviors. If they hadn't come to my rescue in the Black Desert just now, I would have been in great danger. We are all from the same school, so why should we damage our relationship over a few treasures? She turned to Xiao Chen again and pleaded, Xiao Chen, Mu, Lingxi, please don't be impulsive. At this time, the stern boy at the peak of the 4th level who had been silent finally spoke. His voice was low and majestic. Okay, stop talking. He glanced at Xiao Chen and the other two, lingering especially on Xiao Lingxi and Mu Liuxi for a moment, a barely perceptible solemnity flashing in his eyes. He could feel that these two girls were not simple. The treasure belongs to whoever gets it, he said slowly. This made the skinny boy a little dissatisfied, but he stopped him with his eyes. However, my junior's words were true. We did clear out some potential troubles outside, which indirectly helped you create conditions. He changed the subject and proposed a seemingly compromise plan, since both sides insist on their own opinions, in order to avoid a large-scale conflict and unnecessary casualties. After all, we are now in a secret realm, and preserving our strength to deal with subsequent risks is the key. I propose that we each send one person to compete, and the result will be a decisive battle to determine the winner. He paused and continued, if you win, we'll turn around and leave immediately and never bother you again. If you lose. He looked at the spot where the jade box had been stored. How about giving us half of what you just got? Upon hearing this, Xiaolingxi immediately stepped forward, raised her head, and pointed at him proudly, let's fight. I'll fight you. I'll show you what true strength is. She didn't take the other party's 4th level peak cultivation seriously at all. However, the stern boy shook his head, turned his gaze to Xiao Chen, and said, no, since we are in a secret realm, preserving our strength to deal with unknown risks is the most important thing. The stronger ones on both sides should not act rashly and suffer losses. He pointed at the burly boy at the peak of the 3rd level, then at Xiao Chen. Let the 2 weakest players from both teams compete. This way, we can determine the winner without causing too much loss of life. It's fair. Upon hearing this, the burly 3rd level peak level male student revealed a sinister smile. He strode forward to the center of the hall, staring directly at Xiao Chen with a provocative gaze, and said, boy, do you hear that? Do you dare to come out and fight me? Let me see if the geniuses from your Tsinghua and Peking University are really as powerful as the legend says, or are they just undeserved reputations? He directly pointed the finger at Xiao Chen, and his tone made no secret of his dissatisfaction with the reputation of Tsinghua University and Peking University. All eyes were instantly focused on Xiao Chen. Mu Liuxi and Xiaolingxi both looked at Xiao Chen with questioning eyes, while Musa had a worried look on his face. Facing his nakedly provocative gaze, Xiao Chen's face was not angry at all, but instead showed a calm smile. He gently pushed Xiaolingxi away, walked out of the team slowly, and stood opposite the burly boy. He dusted himself off and said in a relaxed tone, since this student is so eager to see the strength of our Tsinghua and Peking University. Xiao Chen raised his head, his eyes calm, and a faint curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then I will, with great reluctance, give you some pointers. Chapter 112 The Dust Settles. In the center of the hall, Xiao Chen and the burly, peak-level 3rd-level male student from Pearl Academy stood facing each other, and the atmosphere was tense. Xiaolingxi, who was standing by, waved her little fists and cheered Xiao Chen on without any concealment. Come on, Xiao Chen, junior brother. Let him see how powerful we are from Peking University and Tsinghua University. Her voice was clear and especially distinct in this empty hall. Mu Liuxi stood quietly aside, her hands folded naturally in front of her, her gentle gaze falling on Xiao Chen, calm and without any waves. She had a clear understanding of Xiao Chen's strength, especially his bizarre use of multiple attributes and combat capabilities that far exceeded those of his peers. Facing this competition, she did not have too many worries in her heart. Across from him, the lean man in the early 4th stage lowered his voice and urged the burly boy in the field, Ahu, fight quickly and don't waste time. His eyes were sharp, and he obviously wanted to win the competition as soon as possible to achieve his goal. The stern-looking man at the peak of the 4th level, who was in the lead, still had no expression on his face. He stood there with his arms folded across his chest, looking deeply at the two people confronting each other in the field, with no emotion visible. Musa stood between the two groups, her hands twisted nervously together, her face full of worry. She was afraid that Xiao Chen would get hurt, and she was also afraid that the two sides would completely fall out. She was in a very difficult situation. Humph. Kid from Tsinghua and Peking University, watch out for the knife. The burly boy called Ahu in the field growled, and the khaki spiritual power in his body burst out. He waved the heavy sword in his hand and launched the first attack. He took heavy steps and slashed with his sword with a domineering momentum, trying to overwhelm the opponent with force. However, Xiao Chen's reaction was faster. He moved his feet slightly, and his body slid to the side and back like a ghost, easily avoiding the powerful yet slightly clumsy knife. At the same time, he put his left hand's fingers together like a sword and pointed towards the ground. Aoki Thorn. Puff. 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 Without any warning, 7 or 8 dark green wooden spikes with extremely sharp tips suddenly sprang out from the black stone ground around Ahu's body. These spikes pierced him from extremely tricky angles, blocking the space he had to dodge. What? Ah Hu was shocked. He didn't expect the opponents would magic to be so swift and strange. He could only rely on his fighting instinct in a hurry, suddenly dodging sideways and swinging his sword to block. Ding! Ding! Snap! Although he blocked most of the wooden thorns, one still grazed his arm, leaving a trail of blood and causing a burning pain. What made him even more frustrated was that the attacks of the wooden spikes were continuous. As soon as he blocked one wave, a new one would come out from under his feet, forcing him to be in a panic. He could only keep waving his sword in passive defense, and the brutal offensive was instantly broken up. Just as he was busy dealing with the wooden thorns that kept popping out from under his feet, Xiao Chen raised his right hand, and the blazing fire spiritual power quickly condensed. Fire snake dance. Several ferocious fire snakes made entirely of red flames made a hissing sound as they broke through the air. They bypassed the wooden thorns and bit towards Ah Hu from different directions. The high temperature caused the air to distort. There were wooden thorns entangled in front and fire snakes attacking from behind. Ah Hu's face changed drastically. He no longer cared about anything else. He roared wildly, stabbed the big knife into the ground, and pressed his hands to the ground. Thick earth barrier. A thick earth wall suddenly rose up in front of him, trying to block the ferocious fire snakes. Boom! 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 The fire snakes repeatedly slammed into the earthen wall, erupting with a violent roar, sparks of fire, and flying earthen rocks. The earthen wall shook violently, cracks appearing everywhere, but it managed to block this wave of attacks. However, at the moment when the flames and smoke from the exploding fire snake had not yet completely dissipated, a figure, with the help of the explosion as cover, circled behind Ah Hu at an astonishing speed. It was Xiao Chen. He took out a long sword in his hand at some point, and the red fire spiritual power on the sword was burning fiercely, carrying an indomitable momentum. Burning flame slash. An extremely condensed red sword energy tore through the air and slashed towards Ah Hu's defenseless back. Ah Hu had just finished resisting the fire snake and turned his back to the enemy when he felt a burning and deadly sense of crisis coming from behind him, which scared him out of his wits. He barely turned his body and hastily put the big knife stuck in the ground across his back to block it. Clang! A deafening crash sounded, and the violent power and extreme high temperature of the burning sword chi were beyond his ability to withstand with his hasty blocking. Puff! Ah Hu only felt an irresistible force coming along the blade, his chest hurt sharply, his throat felt sweet, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The whole person was like a kite with a broken string, and was chopped away and fell heavily on the ground several meters away. The big knife in his hand also flew out of his hand and fell to the side with a clang. And just when his head was still a little confused and he was trying to support his body, sizzle! A sharp thunder exploded in his ears. Under Xiao Chen's feet, the bright lightning replaced the previous green light, and his speed soared again, leaving a faint lightning shadow on the spot, and instantly appeared next to Ah Hu, who had just propped up half of his body. The cold sword edge, with a trace of lightning arc that had not yet dissipated, gently crossed Ah Hu's neck. The cold touch and slight numbness made Ah Hu stiffen instantly, and he dared not move at all. Xiao Chen looked down at him, his face calm and his eyes indifferent, and he said lightly, "Now that we know the strength of Tsinghua and Peking University, do we know that their reputation is just for show?" His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the hall, carrying an unquestionable power. The entire hall was silent. Xiao Lingxi almost jumped up in excitement and waved her fist vigorously. "Beautiful!" Mu Liuxi's lips curled up slightly, and then she stepped forward, looking at the stern man at the peak of the 4th level. Her voice was still gentle, but with a hint of coldness. "Senior, the winner has been decided. I wonder if what you just said still counts." The stern man's gaze slowly shifted from the sword across Ah Hu's neck to Mu Liuxi, and then swept across the faint fluctuations of the formation around the hall. There was still no expression on his face. He just nodded and said in a low voice, "Of course it counts." He paused, turned his gaze to Mu Liuxi and Xiao Chen, and added, "Also, thank you for saving my useless junior schoolmate Musa earlier." After that, he said nothing more, turned around, and said to the thin man and Ah Hu, "Let's go." He took the lead and walked out of the hall. Seeing this, Xiao Chen flipped his wrist and retracted the long sword that was across Ah Hu's neck. The thin man's expression changed several times, and finally he glared at Xiao Chen fiercely, helped Ah Hu, whose legs were still a little weak, and followed him. Musa looked at the seniors who were leaving, then looked at Xiao Chen and the other two. With an apologetic look on her face, she hurriedly said to Xiao Chen and the others, "I'm sorry, Xiao Chen, Mu, and Lingxi, I'm leaving first." After that, she quickly chased after them. In a blink of an eye, the noise dissipated and the hall returned to silence. Only Xiao Chun, Mu Liuxi, Xiao Lingxi, and the puppet fragments on the ground were left, witnessing the brief but fierce confrontation. Chapter 113, Attack on the Bridge. Well done, Xiao Chen. Xiao Lingxi came bounding up to Xiao Chen and patted his shoulder vigorously, her face full of excitement and approval. We took care of that big guy in no time. Let's see if they dare to look down on our Tsinghua in Peking University. Xiao Chen rubbed the place where he was slapped, smiled helplessly and said, I knew this kind of drama would be inevitable during this academy exchange. I didn't expect that even after entering the secret realm, I still couldn't avoid this kind of boring provocation. Mu Liuxi heard this and smiled softly, with a hint of understanding in her eyes. The tree wishes for stillness, but the wind does not stop. Given the reputation of our Tsinghua Peking University, there are some things we cannot avoid. Fortunately, my junior handled it very well, demonstrating his strength while also avoiding a greater conflict. She paused, suppressed her smile, and said softly, now that this matter is settled, we should leave quickly to avoid any further complications. Yes, hurry up, let's continue treasure hunting. Xiao Lingxi urged excitedly. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement, well, let's go directly to the central bridge. I hope we can enter the core area smoothly. Mu Liuxi waved his hand and took back the flags placed around him one by one. The three of them did not delay any longer and quickly left the central hall, heading towards the most magnificent central bridge on the Boundary River. Not long after, a huge stone bridge spanning the turbid Boundary River appeared in front of the three people. The bridge was simple and built of huge bluestones, exuding an atmosphere of vicissitudes of life. However, in sharp contrast to this magnificent scene are the mottled marks left on the bridge surface. Everywhere you look, you can see dried, blackened bloodstains, deep marks left by weapons, and lifeless corpses. These silently tell us that not long ago, the seemingly peaceful bridge had experienced such brutal struggles and fights. It seems we're a little late. Xiao Chen sighed as he looked at the mess on the bridge. The first group of people who arrived probably passed through here and entered the core area several days ago. We're quite a bit behind. Mu Liuxi nodded slightly and agreed, it did take quite a while to explore all the way from Heizei Lin. The expanse of the outer area exceeded our initial expectations. Xiao Lingxi didn't think too much about it. She looked at the outline of the core area on the other side of the bridge, which was emitting light of different attributes, and said impatiently, then what are we waiting for? Hurry and cross the bridge, before the good stuff gets snatched away by those who got in first. Let's go, be careful. Xiao Chen said, and then took the lead to step onto the huge stone bridge. Unlike the tense atmosphere that had been expected, the bridge at this moment seemed unusually empty and quiet. Obviously, the previous struggle has come to an end. The pioneers have already penetrated into the core area, and the latecomers seem to have not arrived yet, or have chosen other channels. The three of them walked leisurely side by side on the bridge, which was tens of meters wide, looking a bit like they were on a sightseeing tour. The muddy water of the Boundary River below was flowing continuously, making a gurgling sound. Mu Liuxi looked up at the sky above the bridge, felt the fluctuations in the surrounding space, and said softly, it seems that the sky above the entire Boundary River, including the area around this bridge, is shrouded in a powerful anti-flying magic array. Flying is impossible above this area, and we can only cross it on foot. Xiao Chen also sensed the invisible suppressing force and couldn't help but sigh. The methods of the ancient sect are truly unfathomable. For a mere trial site for low-level disciples, they have arranged such magnificent buildings and powerful restrictions. It's hard to imagine what it must have been like in its heyday. He had just finished speaking. Something strange happened suddenly. A crimson beam of light emitting a terrifying aura of destruction suddenly shot out from the direction of the core area across the bridge at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye, towards Xiao Chen, who was walking a little ahead. The attack came too suddenly. Too fast. Too powerful. Wherever the beam of light passed, the air was burned and distorted. The energy contained in it made Xiao Chen feel terrified. Careful. At the critical moment, Mu Liuxi, who was standing behind Xiao Chen, reacted extremely quickly. The spiritual power in her body burst out instantly, and her steps moved mysteriously, and she flashed directly in front of Xiao Chen. At the same time, she raised her jade hand, and those small crystal blue shields were instantly summoned, enlarged, and transformed into solid water blue light curtains, protecting the two of them. Boom! The crimson beam of light slammed fiercely against the blue light curtain, causing a deafening roar. The violent energy shockwave spread in all directions, blowing up the dust and gravel on the bridge surface. The blue light curtain trembled violently, and the light dimmed in an instant. Mulyoshi was shocked by the huge impact force and groaned. He staggered back a step and was supported by Xiao Chun from behind, who happened to react. "Senior Liushi." Xiao Chun was shocked and angry, and hurried to check on Mulyoshi's condition. "I'm fine." Mulyoshi waved her hands, her face pale but her eyes calm. She quickly retracted the small shields and said hurriedly, "Hide in the bunker." She didn't need to say much. Xiao Lingxi, who was already alert the moment the attack came, had already pulled the two of them over and quickly hid behind a large blue-black boulder on the side of the bridge. Leaning against the cold boulder, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. What was that attack just now? Xiao Lingxi poked half her head out, still apprehensive, and looked in the direction of the attack source, her face filled with shock and anger. It was so powerful from such a long distance. The opponent must be at the peak of the 4th rank. And he's an expert at long-range attacks. Xiao Chun supported Mulyoshi, feeling her somewhat disordered breathing. He felt a wave of fear in his heart and said sincerely, "It was really dangerous just now. Thanks to you, senior sister Liushi, for your quick reaction, otherwise I." He had no doubt that the power of that blow could seriously injure him or even kill him instantly. Mulyoshi gently adjusted her breathing, suppressing the surging blood and qi in her body. She leaned against the boulder and said softly, "This attack is very powerful. At such a distance, it can still have such precision and destructive power." Her brows furrowed as she looked towards the direction of the attack, the central platform beneath the Gangjin sword peak in the core area where the other 4 areas intersected. Her tone was filled with a hint of uncertainty and speculation. Could it be the spirit beast that Baiyu mentioned in his intelligence, the one guarding the central area of the core zone? Chapter 114, Crossing the Bridge into the Core. Hearing the term suppressing spiritual beast, Xiao Lingxi blinked her eyes and asked in confusion, "Suppressing spiritual beast? What is that? It sounds very powerful." Xiao Chen leaned against the cold boulder, vigilantly sensing the movements on the other side of the bridge, and quickly explained. According to the information provided by Baiyu, it's a special formation spirit that guards the central area of the core zone, derived from the energy of the secret realm formation. It's not a true life form, but can be seen as a manifestation of the formation's power. Its strength is set at the peak of the 4th level, and it is extremely skilled in long-range attacks. You saw that attack just now. What's more troublesome is that it is accompanied by 2 guarding formation spirits with strength reaching the late 4th level. A peak 4th order array spirit? And 2 late 4th order guards? Xiao Lingxi's face wrinkled when she heard this, and she stuck out her tongue. This thing sounds like it's not easy to deal with. It can launch such a powerful attack from such a long distance. If it targets us, won't we become a sitting duck? A monster of this level looks like it will take that pervert Lin Feng to deal with it. What should we do now? We can't just be stuck here forever, right? Mulyoshi, who was the most sensitive to spiritual power, concentrated his mind and sensed the vague sense of being locked in the distance, and calmly analyzed. Don't worry too much. Although the attack of the formation spirit is powerful, it is at such a long distance that it needs some time to accurately lock onto us. You see, the bridge is not flat, but is scattered with boulders like these that can serve as cover. She pointed to several large dark blue rocks scattered across the wide bridge and continued. We can use these bunkers to quickly advance in sections. As long as we move quickly enough and move behind the next bunker before it completes its next lock, we can safely cross the bridge. Xiao Chen stuck his head out and carefully observed the situation on the bridge. It was indeed as Mulyoshi said. Although there were not many shelters, they were distributed evenly, enough for them to carry out tactical maneuvers. He nodded and said decisively, "Senior sister is right. Staying on the bridge makes us sitting ducks. It's too unsafe. We should act without delay." Having decided on the strategy, the 3 of them no longer hesitated. "I'll go first." Xiao Lingxi volunteered. She took a deep breath, and a flash of lightning flashed in her body. She aimed at a huge rock in front of her, and her petite figure rushed out. She was moving extremely fast, with lightning flashing under her feet, almost turning into a streak of lightning flying close to the ground. At the moment her figure was exposed on the empty bridge, a vague sense of locking seemed to come from a very far distance, but Xiao Lingxi's speed was too fast, and her movement trajectory was erratic. As soon as the locking feeling appeared, she had already slid and nimbly hid behind the target boulder, successfully arriving. "It's safe, come here." Xiao Lingxi's voice came from behind the boulder. Xiao Chen and Mu Liushi looked at each other and nodded. Let's go! Mu Liushi shouted softly, and the two of them rushed out from behind the huge rock where they were hiding, and sped towards the huge rock where Xiao Lingxi was. Almost the next second after they left their spot, a sharp red beam of light accurately hit the huge rock where they had just been hiding, blasting the surface of the rock into pieces. The three of them did not dare to stop. Relying on Mu Liushi's accurate prediction and timing, as well as their own impressive speed, they continued to make short and swift leaps on the wide bridge. Every move he made narrowly avoided the deadly beam of light that came from a long distance. After repeated attempts without incident, thanks to the tacit cooperation and precise timing of the three, they finally successfully crossed the dangerous central bridge and set foot on the land of the core area. Looking back, the outer area on the other side of the boundary river appeared blurry and distant. In front of him were 5 areas emitting light of completely different attributes, like 5 huge palettes, forming a magnificent picture of the core area. The southeast location is lush and green, full of vitality. In the southwest, the yellow soil is vast and thick. The northeast is filled with mist, deep and quiet. In the northwest, there is a red area and a faint heat wave. Floating above the center was the phantom of a mountain emitting sharp golden light. The sharp aura soared into the sky, and there was a faint sound of swords. In addition to these 5 core areas, further away, there are 3 faint light pillars emitting soft light, standing like guiding lighthouses. Mu Liushi pointed at the 3 beams of light and said softly, that should be the location of the 3 evacuation teleportation arrays mentioned in Bayu's intelligence, 2 on the southern periphery and 1 on the edge of the core area. Xiao Lingxi looked at the roads leading to different areas and the beams of light in the distance, feeling a little dazzled. She asked, so where are we going first? We need a goal, right? We can't just wander around aimlessly, right? Xiao Chen's gaze swept across the 2 directions of the fire domain and the mysterious water pond. These 2 areas were closest to the central bridge. He pondered for a moment, his eyes inadvertently sweeping over Mu Liushi, who was standing beside him with a graceful demeanor, and he had already made a decision in his heart. He pointed to the steamy area ahead and said, closer to us are the Lihua flame domain and the mysterious water pond. The flame domain is extremely hot, which will consume us more energy. In comparison, the mysterious water pond has abundant spiritual energy and should be more suitable for us to rest and explore. Moreover, he paused, looked at Mu Liushi, and said naturally, Senior Liushi has a water-attributed spiritual root. In that environment, both her perception and strength will receive a certain bonus. Let's go to Xianshui Yutan first. There should be more water-related spiritual resources there. Mu Liushi was so smart that she immediately understood that Xiao Chen chose Xianshui Yutan for her own reasons. A subtle warm smile flashed across her eyes, but she didn't point it out. She just nodded submissively and said softly, okay, I'll do as you say. Just as the 3 of them determined their target and were about to set off for the Xianshui Yutan, a faint creaking sound came from the east of the core area, as if some heavy mechanism was moving. Xiao Chen listened carefully and concluded, that direction should be the location of the Dongxian suspension bridge. Judging from the noise, someone has found the token and successfully lowered the suspension bridge. It seems that more and more people are entering the core area through other passages. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingxi immediately urged, then what are we waiting for? Let's get going quickly. Don't let anyone snatch all the good stuff away. Okay, let's go. Without further delay, Xiao Chen, Mu Liushi, and Xiao Lingxi identified the direction and walked quickly towards the deep and tranquil Xianshui Yutan area. The real exploration of the core area and more intense competition have officially begun at this moment. Chapter 115 Mysterious Water Pond. When they stepped into the area of Xianshui Yutan, the scene before them surprised the 3 of them. Looking around, you will see a vast expanse of blue water, where the water and the sky meet and there is no end in sight. A breeze blew, and ripples appeared on the water surface. In the distance, some islands and black reefs protruding from the water were vaguely visible. The air is filled with rich and pure water spirit, which makes people feel refreshed, but also carries the depth and mystery of the deep sea. Xiao Lingxi widened her eyes, pointed at the water in front of her, and cried out in disbelief. Wait! You call this a pond? This is clearly an ocean, okay? Whoever came up with that name is ridiculous. Xiao Chen was also somewhat speechless. He explained, that's exactly what the intelligence information records. It's called the mysterious water pond. Perhaps, the senior who named it previously had a rather unique personal preference. Or, in his eyes, this body of water is truly just a pond? Mu Liushi seemed relatively calm. She felt the abundant water spirit energy around her and softly proposed another possibility. Perhaps, the name of this mysterious water pond doesn't refer to this vast body of water itself, but rather to a core treasure land on an island within it. It's common to use this name to identify an entire area. Xiao Chen nodded. Senior sister, what you said makes sense. In any case, let's go to those islands first and take a look. Maybe we can find some clues or resources. He pointed to the islands that dotted the waters in the distance. The goal is clear, but how to cross the water becomes a problem. This area of water is vast and flying is the only option. Fortunately, there seems to be no no-fly restrictions in the core area. Mulyoshi's mind moved, and the water-blue flying sword appeared again, hovering in front of her, emitting a soft halo. She stepped lightly onto the flying sword, then turned to Xiao Chen, extended her hand, and said naturally, Junior, come up. Xiao Chen looked at the flying sword, which didn't look very wide, and Mulyoshi's slender hand stretched out, and hesitated slightly, but still stepped on it as he was told. The flying sword sank slightly, but soon stabilized. Standing behind Mulyoshi, at such a close distance, he could clearly smell the faint fragrance coming from the other's hair, and he couldn't help but feel a little moved. Seeing this, Xiaolingxi on the other side flipped her little hand and took out an exquisitely shaped shuttle-shaped boat. The boat grew in the wind and turned into a small flying boat. She probably jumped on it and controlled it to float in the air. Hey, you two can squeeze in by yourselves. My Lei Guang boat is more spacious and comfortable. Stop talking nonsense and let's go. Mulyoshi smiled helplessly, controlling the flying sword to slowly rise into the air and fly towards an island in the distance that looked large. Xiaolingxi also drove a flying boat and followed closely behind. Flying over the vast waters, with the bottomless blue below, the first part of the journey was calm, with only the sound of breeze and flowing water. Xiaolingxi looked at the mirror-like calm sea below and couldn't help but sigh. It looks so peaceful here. It's completely different from the dark desert outside. Xiao Chen, standing behind Mulyoshi, warned her, don't be fooled by appearances. According to intelligence, countless water monsters inhabit these waters, many of which are extremely powerful. The calmer the waters, the greater the danger they may harbor. Xiaolingxi curled her lips and deliberately joked, oh, so timid? Then you better stand firm and remember to hold on to your junior sister Liushi. If you fall down and become dinner for those monsters below, we won't be able to save you. Mulyoshi blushed slightly when she heard Xiaolingxi's teasing, and said softly, Sister Lingxi, stop talking nonsense. However, as soon as she finished speaking, her expression suddenly froze. She looked sharply at the water surface in front of her and warned, no. There's something under the water, approaching us quickly. Look over there. Xiao Chen and Xiaolingxi looked in the direction she indicated, and saw a fast-moving shadow rushing towards them under the deep blue sea not far in front of them on the left. It's a school of shadow barracudas. Mulyoshi immediately recognized this monster. This type of monster isn't particularly strong individually, probably around level 2 or 3, but they live in groups, and their numbers are extremely large. They're also ferocious and are adept at leaping out of the water to attack targets above it. Quickly rise. Speed up. She didn't need to say anything more. Xiaolingxi let out a strange cry and urged the thunder light boat with all her strength. It suddenly soared upwards, dragging a tail of lightning. Mulyoshi also immediately activated the flying sword, trying to increase the altitude and speed up the escape. However, it was still too late. Crash! Just as they started to accelerate, the sea surface below seemed to explode. Countless strange fish, several meters long, covered with dark blue scales and with fierce light flashing in their eyes, broke out of the water in large numbers and pounced towards the three people in the air. They were extremely fast and had amazing jumping ability, and they instantly approached the three people who were flying at a relatively low altitude. Careful! Mulyoshi controlled the flying sword and made a thrilling evasive maneuver in the air, narrowly avoiding several barracudas that were flying straight towards her face. Xiaolingxi's Lei Guang boat was even regarded as the main target. Countless barracudas crashed into the defensive light shield of the flying boat, making muffled bang-bang sounds. Although they could not break through the defense for the time being, they also caused the flying boat to shake violently. But Xiao Chun, who was standing behind Mulyoshi, suffered. In order to avoid the attack, Mulyoshi's flying sword changed direction rapidly in the air with a huge amplitude. Xiao Chun felt his feet were unstable and the powerful inertia almost threw him out. In a hurry, he subconsciously reached forward with his arms, trying to grab something to steady his body. The next moment, he felt his arms encircling a soft, fragrant body, and his right hand, by chance, happened to be covering an extremely soft and plump bulge. The amazing elasticity and soft touch can be clearly felt through the thin clothes. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Mulyoshi's delicate body suddenly stiffened, as if struck by an electric current, and her sword-controlling movements froze for a moment. An astonishing blush instantly spread from her neck to her ears, and even her fair neck was dyed crimson. Ah! You! She let out a very low cry of surprise, with indescribable shame and anger. Ouch! Junior sister Lyoshi, be careful to the right. Xiao Lingxi was also in a panic. While controlling the flying boat to dodge, she didn't forget to complain, Xiao Chen, you crow's mouth. You really came right. These fish are so annoying. Still, why don't you let go? Mulyoshi suppressed the strange feeling and said angrily in a voice as thin as a mosquito. Xiao Chen finally woke up from his dream and abruptly retracted his hand. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He hurriedly explained, I'm sorry. Senior sister, I didn't mean to do that. I was so shaken just now. Mulyoshi didn't look back. She just took a deep breath, trying to calm her pounding heart and the heat on her face. She concentrated on controlling the flying sword again, her voice still trembling. First, get rid of these fish first. The three of them tried their best to rush left and right in the air, avoiding the school of shadow barracudas that kept jumping up to attack. The flying sword and the flying boat turned into two streams of light, performing a thrilling chase and escape between the blue sky and the dangerous school of fish. With the exquisite control and acceleration of Mulyoshi and the others, they finally got rid of the crazy school of fish, flew over a large island, and quickly landed on a relatively flat beach. With their feet firmly on the ground, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Lingxi patted her chest, still feeling terrified. I was so scared. Those fish were so fierce. Xiao Chen also quickly released his arms from around Mulyoshi, a hint of embarrassment showing on his face. Mulyoshi gently tidied up her messy dress and hair. The blush on her face had not completely faded, but she did not look at Xiao Chen. Instead, she cast her gaze into the depths of the island. Finally, safe for now. Chapter 116, Trapped Fish. As soon as her feet touched the solid ground of the island, Xiao Lingxi turned around angrily, pointing at Xiao Chen and complaining. Xiao Chen! You're such a badass. Whatever you say comes true. I almost got knocked down by those ugly fish just now. Xiao Chen also looked helpless. He spread his hands and said, Senior Lingxi, this can't be entirely blamed on me. I was just warning you based on the intelligence. Who knew they would come so quickly and so fiercely? As he spoke, his eyes subconsciously glanced at Mulyoshi, who was tidying up her appearance. Remembering the embarrassment just now, he quickly looked away. Mulyoshi had calmed down a little at this time, but there was still a trace of blush on her cheeks. She didn't look at Xiao Chen, but instead cast her gaze towards the waters surrounding the island. She said solemnly, those schools of fish don't seem to have left. They've been lingering and swimming in the waters near our island. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lingxi ran to the shore and looked out. Sure enough, she saw a large shadow swimming back and forth underwater. From time to time, one or two shadow barracudas jumped out of the water and bared their teeth towards the island. She scratched her hair irritably. They're really haunting us. What should we do? We can't be trapped on this island forever. Should we just wait for them to leave on their own? Xiao Chen looked at the fish that refused to leave, his eyes calmed down, and he analyzed. Judging from their posture, they won't give up easily. This area of water is their territory. If we want to continue exploring, or even just leave this island, we'll have to get past them first. Passively waiting isn't an option. It seems, we can only find a way to get rid of them. Solve it? How? Xiao Lingxi looked at the dark mass of fish and felt a headache. There are so many of them, and they're underwater. Do I have to go in and fight them? Fighting them underwater is too disadvantageous. At this time, Mulyoshi turned around, and she had returned to her usual gentle and calm self. She softly proposed her own plan. Perhaps we can use a formation. I will set up a powerful trapping formation in the sea area on the other side. Then one person will lure the fish over, lead them into the formation, and then activate the formation to destroy them in one fell swoop. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. This was indeed a good idea, but he immediately thought of a question and looked at Mulyoshi and asked. The formation is a good idea, but, Senior Sister Lyoshi, do you have a formation powerful enough to deal with so many fish at once? Although these shadow barracudas aren't particularly strong individually, they are numerous and have strong defenses. Mu Liuxi nodded and said in a firm tone, I have brought several sets of spare array plates with me. One of them is the 1,000 waves shattering array, which is specially used for ranged killing. It should be powerful enough. As long as we can lure most of them into the array and activate the array, with sufficient spirit stones, it won't be a problem to deal with them. Hearing Mu Liuxi's affirmation, Xiaoqin felt relieved and immediately made the decision, okay. Then let's do as you say, senior sister. There is no time to lose, let's take action immediately. Once the plan was finalized, the three of them immediately divided the work. Mu Liuxi flew alone on his sword to the other side of the island, looking for a suitable place to set up the formation. She chose an area of the sea where it was easy to attract fish. She waved her delicate hands repeatedly, and dark blue flags with complex water patterns carved on them were accurately dropped into specific locations in the sea. Afterwards, she took out dozens of crystal spirit stones and embedded them into the center of the formation as the energy source of the formation. The whole process was smooth and she seemed extremely skilled. After completing the formation, she used the positioning communication jade token she had just received to send a signal of readiness to Xiaolingxi and Xiao Chen. Upon receiving the signal, Xiaolingxi summoned her thunder lightning boat once again and shouted to Xiao Chen, Crowmouth, get on board. It's our turn to perform. Xiao Chen touched his nose, and had no choice but to accept the nickname of Crow's Mouth, and jumped onto the Lei Guang boat. Xiaolingxi controlled the Lei Guangzhou, deliberately lowered its altitude, and flew close to the water surface towards the group of shadow barracudas that were still hovering near the island, releasing weak spiritual power fluctuations to provoke them. Sure enough, sensing the reappearance of prey, the group of shadow barracudas immediately became agitated, their scarlet eyes locked onto Lei Guangzhou, and like a group of sharks smelling blood, they chased after him madly. Here it comes. Hold on tight. Xiaolingxi shouted delicately, and controlled the Lei Guangzhou to turn nimbly, rushing towards the direction where Mu Liuxi had set up the formation. Lei Guangzhou was extremely fast, leaving a trail of light in the air. Behind him was a school of dark shadow barracudas. They broke through the water, making a loud splashing sound, and chased him relentlessly. The scene was quite spectacular and also made people's scalps tingle. Xiaolingxi precisely controlled the Lei Guangzhou, following the path that Mu Liuxi had told him in advance, and headed straight for the range of the formation. Just when Lei Guangzhou was carrying the two of them dangerously across the boundary line of the formation. Formation. Mu Liuxi, who had been prepared for a long time, made seals with his hands. Buzz. With those dark blue flags as the center, a complex array of light patterns covering an area of hundreds of meters in radius suddenly lit up from underwater. The light shot up into the sky, forming a translucent blue light shield, trapping most of the shadow barracudas that rushed in behind it. Immediately afterwards, something strange happened within the formation. The calm sea water suddenly became extremely violent. Countless sharp water blades composed of pure water spiritual power, rapidly rotating whirlpools and high-pressure water flows raged wildly within the range of the formation. Chi chi chi. Boom boom boom. The shadow barracuda trapped in the formation suffered a devastating blow in an instant. Their hard scales were easily torn and shredded by the sharp water blades and violent water pressure. The blood instantly dyed a large area of the sea red, and the broken bodies were scattered everywhere. The entire formation seemed to have turned into a huge underwater meat grinder, filled with the breath of death and destruction. Lei Guangzhou stopped steadily in the safe airspace outside the formation. Xiao Chen, Mu Liuxi and Xiaolingxi were suspended in the air, watching the bloody and efficient massacre scene below. Even Xiao Chen, who was used to seeing battles, couldn't help but feel shocked by the power of this formation. He couldn't help but admire it. The power of this formation is truly astonishing. The range is so large, and the killing efficiency is so high. Senior Sister Liuxi, did you exchange such a powerful formation for something from the academy, or? Mu Liuxi looked at the formation below, which was gradually calming down, and explained softly. This set of 1,000 waves sundering formations formation plates, including some of the formation plates I used before, were mostly made by Senior Xia. Senior Xia? Xiao Chen pondered. Is it the Xia family, famous for their formations? Mu Liuxi nodded and confirmed, yes, Senior Xia is extremely talented in formations. We have a good relationship. He often gives me some of his newly developed or powerful formations for self-defense. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel a little curious about Senior Xia, whom he had never met before. Anyone who could create such a powerful formation must be no ordinary person.